Chapter 11. A Kiss from You. Jiang Le's speed was astonishingly swift. The two elders of the Ma clan were caught off guard. The heavenly sword talisman was in a frenzied state of activation. The disciples who had been standing nearby were effortlessly cleaved into 4 or 5 pieces, as if they were mere vegetables being chopped. The power of the heavenly sword talisman had not yet dissipated, swirling violently in the air, exuding a chilling malevolence. Under Jiang Le's command, it crashed down onto the ground with a tremendous noise. A deathly silence ensued. The disciples who had dared to challenge were now nothing more than warm corpses strewn across the ground. Is there anyone else who wishes to challenge? Jiang Lu casually affixed several storage bags to her waist, their fullness contrasting sharply with her delicate, beautiful image. No one dared to challenge her any longer. The silver-haired girl with crimson eyes was nothing short of a harbinger of death. The onlookers scattered like frightened birds and beasts. Jiang Shizizi, why have you resorted to killing? Ma Qi's voice trembled. The slaughter of one's own sect within the Taiqing Xuanzong was a grave offense under circumstances where evidence was abundant. One would face execution in 7 days, publicly displayed in the sect square. Jiang Le's voice was solemn as she replied, Ma Qi Shu, allow me to explain. I am actually ill. The poison has seeped into my mind. Each day is a torment. My emotions are volatile and uncontrollable, rendering me unable to manage my own body. I am truly sorry, deeply sorry. Jiang Lu bowed deeply before the remnants of flesh before her, speaking earnestly, esteemed brothers. I trust that you will forgive me, for I did not act with intention. Ma Qi's lips twitched as he remarked, Jiang Shizizi, this is not merely about your forgiveness, it is rather a matter of whether Elder Shaoxian will spare you. Kuyi was Elder Xiaoxuan's disciple. You have slain him. Elder Shaoxian will undoubtedly seek retribution, and he is a senior brother to Master Jincheng. To plead for leniency on your behalf places Master in a difficult position. Jiang Lu shook her head and said, just tell Master the truth. I am in great distress, suffering from severe headaches, unable to control my physical impulses. When I am unhappy, I am prone to lashing out. Enough of your excuses. Ma Qi's lips twitched again, his curiosity piqued. What ailment do you claim to suffer from? Does it have a specific name? Jiang Lu maintained a serious expression as she replied, depression. It is a dreadful affliction. Even a martial king could easily succumb to it. Very well, I must attend the apprenticeship banquet now. Jiang Lu, adorned with numerous bulging storage bags at her waist, departed. The resources contained within were exceptional. The most terrifying aspect of the extreme heavenly demon body was its insatiable hunger. While ordinary warriors needed to cultivate slowly, Jiang Lu only needed to consume recklessly. These resources would be sufficient for her to break through to the 5th stage of the profound realm. Among them, the most valuable was undoubtedly Kuyi's storage bag. She retrieved a sword-shaped magical artifact, its weight substantial in her hand. Inscribed upon the hilt were the words, Madness? Could it be that this sword is named the Madness Sword? Jiang Lu toyed with it, thoroughly enamored, as it perfectly mirrored her current temperament. Possessing a terrestrial-grade magical artifact, she could effortlessly wreak havoc below that level. Upon arriving at the sect square, she observed numerous prodigious disciples from various sects, with several boasting 7th and 8th stages of the profound realm, a common sight. Additionally, the elite disciples from the 2 other dominant factions had also gathered here. Master Jincheng, the most formidable figure of the Taiqing Xuanzong, sat in a high position, radiating warmth as he surveyed the surroundings. Upon spotting Jiang Lu, his smile widened as he beckoned her over. The 2 Ma elders trailed behind, at a loss for words regarding the recent events. Lin Muqing stood to the side, having changed into a striking outfit of azure, exuding a cool and aloof demeanor. With a long sword at her waist and a figure as slender as a willow branch, she embodied ethereal beauty. She stood there quietly, akin to a sword poised to unsheathe, radiating a piercing sword chi. Jiang Lu observed with keen interest. Today, her master appeared exceptionally stunning. One couldn't help but wonder what she was feeling at present. Reaching out, she grasped her master's soft hand. Lin Muqing shot Jiang Lu with a fierce glare, discomfort rippling through her as if insects were crawling upon her skin. With a slight exertion, she withdrew her hand from Jiang Le's grasp. Lin Xianzi, as the foremost genius of the North Prefecture, your strength has now reached the pinnacle. I'm quite curious about what your disciple looks like. Indeed, let's behold her. Having been hidden away for so long, her talent must be extraordinary. Has she already broken through to the terrestrial realm? Disciples from Yinshao Pavilion and the Underworld King sect chimed in. Being the other 2 major forces in the North Prefecture, they were only slightly weaker than the Taiqing Xuanzong, Yet their intelligence capabilities were formidable. They had swiftly uncovered Jiang, less background. She was merely an outer sect disciple, with a woefully inadequate cultivation, a scavenger girl picked up by Lin Muqing in her youth, her aptitude utterly lacking. With the North Prefecture's top genius as her master, her strength barely reached the Yellow Realm, which could only imply a dismal level of talent. The disciples of Yunshao Pavilion and the Underworld King's sect began to scoff. This was an excellent opportunity to indirectly undermine the Taiqing Xuanzong. Lin Muqing stepped forward, a light laugh escaping her lips. She issued a bold proclamation. At the pinnacle of martial arts, there exists no one but my disciple who can rival the heavens. My disciple, Jiang Lu, is beyond comparison with you mere chickens and dogs. Even after 100 years of cultivation, you would still not stand a chance against her. Do not speak of defeating one, even 10 would be no match. Arrogance? It was sheer hubris. The disciples of the two factions revealed expressions of indignation. An affront. This was a blatant humiliation. If you do not believe me, I can set up an arena. If anyone can harm a single hair on my disciple, I shall reward them with a terrestrial-grade magical artifact. If anyone can take her life, I shall bestow upon them a heavenly-grade magical artifact. As the foremost genius of the North Prefecture, I shall not go back on my word. Let it be known, should I break this oath, I shall face the wrath of heaven. Lin Muqing's voice resonated with unyielding resolve. Without further ado, she established the arena. The crowd fell into a profound silence. Lin Muqing pointed towards Jiang Lu, declaring, "This is my disciple, Jiang Lu. Anyone unafraid of death may step forward." The smile on Jiang Lu's lips abruptly vanished. This was tantamount to offering her up for slaughter. Yet, Jiang Lu was well prepared. She tightened her grip on Lin Muqing's hand while her other hand opened a box, softly stating, "Master, let us set this aside for now. I have prepared a gift for you." Just as Lin Muqing intended to break free, she suddenly froze. Her small hand remained firmly in Jiang Lu's grasp as she gritted her teeth in frustration. "What exactly do you want?" Jiang Lu closed her eyes and replied, "Kiss me, and I shall reveal it to you." Chapter 12. You are my morning and evening. Lin Muqing was on the brink of emotional collapse. 234 points of fortune value. Inside the box was a jade slip. Upon witnessing the contents, the jade slip disintegrated automatically. A letter appeared in Lin Muqing's mind, one that had been entrusted to her by her father during her childhood. How did Jiang Lu know its contents? Only she was privy to this information, never having divulged it to anyone. The search for her father had always been Lin Muqing's greatest obsession. Even until the end, there was no trace of him. "Master, I have never deceived you. Today is your birthday. You should be joyous. I have known this news all along." Jiang Lu opened her eyes, a smile gracing her lips as she gently brushed Lin Muqing's hair, her crimson eyes sparkling in the light. "Where did you obtain this information?" Lin Muqing fixed her gaze on Jiang Lu, her soft hand allowing Jiang Lu to play with it. "Did I not mention it?" "Master, if you kiss me, I may consider divulging it to you." Jiang Lu's voice was soft, whispering in Lin Muqing's ear. Lin Muqing's expression brightened slightly before returning to her icy demeanor. "You are deceiving me. How could I trust the words of a demon like you? I nearly fell for your flowery words. Do you think that alone would lead me to spare you? I will find it myself in this lifetime." Jiang Lu held onto Lin Muqing's small hand for an extended period. The other party remained oblivious, indicating that Lin Muqing truly cared about the information, though she feigned toughness with her words. "Master, do you truly desire it? If not, I shall take my leave and face death." "Thanks to you, Master, I have so many eyes watching over me." Zhang De spoke nonchalantly. "Absolutely not." Lin Muqing instinctively protested, suddenly realizing the predatory gazes of the crowd fixated upon Jiang Lu. A flicker of regret surfaced in her heart. As a master, was this course of action not somewhat excessive? Let us change the terms. Lin Muqing took a deep breath, speaking earnestly. "If you wish to use this method to humiliate me, it is entirely unnecessary. I will offer you a quasi-heavenly grade magical artifact. Let us sever our ties. I shall take an oath to the heavens. Even if I face divine retribution, I will fully accept it and assist you in leaving the Taiqing Xuanzong. This is my condition. Let us exchange for different information." Jiang Lu smiled, her eyes glinting with an unusual significance. She firmly grasped Lin Muqing's hand and spoke in a low, solemn tone. "Master, I have never humiliated you. You are my most cherished person. How could I ever bear to sever our bond? Without you, I am driven to madness each day. My mental state is deteriorating. On what grounds do you wish to cut ties with me? The information I exchanged my life for, do you really think I deserve not even the slightest return?" Lin Muqing felt a tumult of emotions, momentarily at a loss for how to counter her words. She found herself reluctantly agreeing with her disciple's reasoning. Avoiding eye contact, she spoke with a hint of guilt. There are too many people here. If there were fewer people, it wouldn't be impossible, but it can only be a fleeting moment after all. We are still master and disciple. Noticing Jiang Le's rising anger, Lin Muqing felt an odd sense of guilt and softly tried to soothe her emotions. Absolutely not. Jiang Lu leaned in, resembling a petulant child, and quickly shook her head. My dear master has but this one small wish, won't you indulge me? Lin Muqing gritted her teeth, as if making a profound decision. Like a dragonfly skimming the water, she gently brushed her lips against Jiang Le's cheek and swiftly withdrew. Her face instantly flushed, for she had cared for this little disciple since her childhood. A peculiar feeling stirred within her heart. The martial artists below observed the scene with clarity, their mouths watering involuntarily. Lin Muqing is cheering for her disciple. How marvelous it would be if I could receive such treatment. I would gladly embrace both sides. Merely a master and disciple. Yet both are unparalleled beauties. I wonder if Jiang Le's strength measures up to Lin Muqing's claims. Lin Muqing possessed an extraordinary awareness. She could hear the murmurs below, gritting her teeth and choosing to remain silent. Enough. Jiang Lu, can you now share the information with me? Jiang Lu bit her lip, contemplating her response. No, I cannot. Only if I survive these next 6 days will I divulge the information. Lin Muqing's eyes widened, fury surging within her. You deceive me. Truly, the words of a great fiend are untrustworthy. Jiang Lu chuckled. Master, I never said I wouldn't tell you. It is merely a matter of 6 days, is it not? Are you worried that if I perish after 6 days, I won't be able to share the news? Lin Muqing scoffed dismissively. You, a scourge upon the world. How could you possibly have a short lifespan? Jiang Lu replied. Take the present moment. For instance, with so many eyes watching, the likelihood of my survival in your upcoming challenges is uncertain. If I were to die, would you be saddened? Not at all. Lin Muqing retorted, followed by a huff. You could easily choose to avoid battle. It is my vow to the heavens. Even if the heavens were to retaliate, how could it possibly affect you? Though Jiang Le's cultivation was low, her tone was remarkably assertive. Master, how could I allow you to suffer the wrath of the heavens? You are my one and only teacher. With that, seizing a moment of Lin Muqing's distraction, Jiang Lu gently tapped her, her crimson eyes shimmering with a change. As Lin Muqing stood in a daze, Jiang Lu earnestly declared, Master, you are the one I cherish most, my singular love. In this vast world, my affections are threefold, the sun and moon, with you as the dawn and dusk, my everlasting presence. Jiang Le's voice was soft, yet the entire arena heard her words clearly, leaving all the disciples bewildered. What did her words mean? On the occasion of her master's birthday, disciples would offer respectful words, yet hers sounded oddly peculiar, not resembling a typical master-disciple relationship. What did she mean by my affections are threefold? The sun and moon were, they not two separate entities? Especially the final sentiment. Heavens, how embarrassing. You, Lin Muqing suddenly realized, finding herself at a loss for words, her heart shaken profoundly. The shock from Lin Muqing registered as 346 fortune points. This foolish disciple, when did she acquire such eloquence? Especially the last line, you, as my everlasting presence, echoed in Lin Muqing's mind, lingering long after. When they next met, Jiang Lu had already leapt from the platform, ready to face other talented disciples. The bold declaration was made by Lin Muqing. At this moment, it was indeed Jiang Lu, at the third level of the Xian realm, who would clean up the mess. Lin Muqing instantly regretted her decision. Even if death were to come, it would be by her hand alone. No one else could touch her. Chapter 13. Jiang Le's nature is not malevolent. Master Jinsheng received news from Ma Qi. Jiang Lu, wielding the heavenly sword talisman, had ruthlessly slain over a dozen disciples of the Taiqing Xian sect, an unprecedented event under normal circumstances. You say that little Jiang Lu is suffering greatly, unable to control herself? What is her condition now? Master Jinsheng was astounded. Master, those disciples met a tragic end. Their bodies reduced to fragments. One was even the beloved apprentice of Elder Shao Xian, pierced through the heart. Ma Qi's expression was grave. Master Jinsheng's face darkened as he replied, Their demise is of no concern to me. What I mean to ask is whether my dear disciple Jiang Lu is safe, and if she has sustained any injuries? Ma Qi found himself at a loss for words, struggling to comprehend Master Jinsheng's sudden and extreme favoritism towards Jiang Lu. Yet, she had committed a grave crime in the Taiqing Xian sect. According to the usual laws, she would face execution in 7 days as a deterrent, Why, such bias from the master? I have some heavenly elixirs here. Deliver them to little Jiang Lu promptly. She must not suffer any harm during the arena battles. You must watch closely and intervene swiftly if necessary. This poor child has truly endured much. Master Jin Chung sighed. Only now did he recall the torment of the Bai Cha poison, which could affect the mind and inflict irreparable damage, causing daily suffering and hallucinations. For the sake of his daughter, she had forcibly endured this pain. Understood. Ma Chi could only nod in agreement. Jiang Lu stood in the center of the square. Her silver hair fluttered in the wind, exuding an air of cold aloofness, her crimson eyes surveying the crowd. We're short on time. Those who wish to challenge me may come forth, but only if you are below the Earth Realm. The Earth Realm experts froze momentarily. In their respective sects, they were typically figures of elder status. Was it necessary to engage a mere disciple? The others could only think of one word: arrogant, exceedingly presumptuous. Before Lin Muqing gained her renown in Beizhou, she too was proud, yet she had never descended to such heights of arrogance. To invite the entire younger generation of Beizhou to confront her, where could they possibly place their faces? The disciples of the Taiqing Xian sect whispered among themselves, their eyes filled with dread as they regarded Jiang Lu. This was a madwoman. Absolutely avoid provoking her. A young man in yellow suddenly laughed. It seems that aside from Lin Muqing, the Taiqing Xian sect has produced another remarkable talent, far superior to these other wastrels. The disciples of the Taiqing Xian sect, upon hearing the news, were filled with indignation, yet felt somewhat powerless. This individual was none other than one of the foremost talents of the Yunxiao Pavilion, Luo Gu. It was said that merely ranking 10th in the Yunxiao Pavilion could overshadow the younger generation of the Taiqing Xian sect, leaving them unable to hold their heads high. For none could rival him. While the Taiqing Xian sect was heralded as the strongest sect in Beizhou, the quality of its younger generation was lamentably lacking. Aside from the emergence of prodigies like Lin Muqing, there had been no other notable figures to speak of. Similarly, a man clad in black from the Mingwang sect bore an expression of utter disdain and arrogance. In the Mingwang sect, I, Mo Xianbei, hold no significant title. To deal with you insignificant characters is more than sufficient. When did the younger generation of the Taiqing Xian sect come to rely on a mere third-tier junior from the Xian realm? And he is merely an outer disciple at that. The various factions could not help but burst into laughter. Investigating Zhang Li's background was hardly a daunting task. His current status as an outer disciple had long been discovered by other factions. Both Luo Gu and Mo Xianbei stood as paragons among their peers, having reached the 9th tier of the Xian realm. In stark contrast, the disciples of the Taiqing Xian sect above the 9th tier were few and far between, leaving them reluctant to accept the challenge, their faces betraying a sense of humiliation. Deep down, they found themselves fervently hoping that Jiang Lu would soon descend into madness, wielding the heavenly sword talisman to vanquish them. Jiang Li's crimson eyes sparkled with mirth, and suddenly she smiled. In those days, your cultivation was so remarkably high, surpassing even that of my master. Your disrespectful remarks merely reflect the fate of my master's defeated subordinates. Now, after such a lengthy passage of time, you have yet to break through to the Earth realm, your efforts seemingly wasted on frivolous pursuits? Mo Xianbei and Luo Ji's expressions darkened considerably. In truth, Lin Muqing was merely 5 years Jiang Li's senior, a prodigy of their generation whose innate talent was astonishingly formidable. Yet, only a few years had elapsed, and they still struggled within the mystic realm, while Lin Muqing had ascended to a level that even the older generation could only gaze upon in awe. The celestial realm, a bona fide celestial realm warrior. Now, facing the disciple of her adversary, this situation was indeed untenable. You younger generation, Luo Gu gritted his teeth. You held nothing but contempt for my master back then, and I have harbored this grudge for a full 3 years. Jiang Lu let out a cold snort. Without hesitation, he activated the heavenly sword talisman, unleashing a fierce surge of sword energy that transformed into a streak of luminous light, hurtling violently towards Luo Gu. Instantly, Luo Ji's expression shifted dramatically, his back drenched in cold sweat. The heavenly sword talisman. It was utterly insurmountable beneath the realm of earth. How could this individual be so devoid of martial ethics, launching an attack before even exchanging a few words? Before Luo Gu could even form a countergesture, the sword energy pierced through his chest, his body erupting under the onslaught of overwhelming force. The sword energy continued to dance in the air. You are cheating. We agreed on a one-on-one duel. How can you employ the heavenly sword talisman? This is utterly unfair. Mo Xuanbei's countenance was filled with trepidation, his face ashen. You are 6 realms beneath me. What of it if I employ the heavenly sword talisman? The rules do not prohibit its use. If you possessed one, you could utilize it as well. Jiang Lu let out a soft laugh, her gaze profound. Those who insult my master shall meet their demise. With a deft maneuver, she directed the sword energy to strike mercilessly at Mo Xuanbei's head. The impact was explosive, scattering crimson and white matter in all directions, splattering across the faces of the disciples of the underworld sect. A shiver ran through everyone present. How could this individual be even more like a demon cultivator than we are? Although the underworld sect is inherently a faction of demon cultivators, none had witnessed such a terrifying scene. In female-oriented novels, such matters are typically approached with subtlety. Where could one find someone like Jiang Lu, who from the very outset fought with abandon, shattering her opponent's head without hesitation? Lin Muqing felt a sudden jolt within her heart. Perhaps she had indeed misjudged Jiang Lu. Jiang Lu is inherently good. He simply lacked proper guidance. In the previous life, consumed by the pursuit of cultivation, I failed to consider Jiang Li's feelings. Is there still a chance for redemption now? A notification materialized in Jiang Li's mind. Congratulations, host, on completing the main quest. Reward, 5,000 fortune points. Jiang Lu opened the panel, her heart racing with excitement. Host, Jiang Lu. Gender, female. Fortune, 1,506 points. V0, identity, disciple of Lin Muqing. Cultivation level, 3rd stage of mysterious realm. Special physique, heavenly extreme demon body. Survival status, slightly alive at last. Her fortune value had turned positive. When it was negative, she had perpetually teetered on the brink of death, only daring to utilize the heavenly sword talisman without risking her own involvement. The identity section had also undergone a transformation, indicating that Lin Muqing had embraced her as a disciple. However, slightly alive? What could that possibly mean? Suddenly, an overwhelming force of lethal intent surged toward Jiang Lu without warning. Junior brother Jin Cheng, my disciple Ku Yu has met a tragic end. Now, she continues to wantonly harm the disciples of our allied sect. What issue could there be in eliminating such a malevolent individual? Chapter 14. Every name carved upon your hands with a resonant clang. The dreadful methods of assassination were met with an equally terrifying chill, staunchly defending against the impending threat. Jiang Lu was not particularly alarmed. Taking action against Elder Xiao Xian was inevitable. This individual was ruthless and sinister. In collusion with Jiang Lu from the original narrative, he conspired with the outer sect to orchestrate the demise of Master Jin Cheng. Elder Xiao Xian, seeking to ascend to a prominent position within the sect, exploited his relationship as a senior disciple of Master Jin Cheng to act with impunity, causing considerable distress among many disciples and even eliciting discontent from several elders. This was especially true for the eldest disciple, Ku Yu, who was notoriously arrogant and had extorted numerous disciples of their cultivation resources. After Jiang Lu vanquished him, many disciples of the Taiqing Xuanzong secretly rejoiced. Master Jin Qing was not oblivious to these machinations. However, out of respect for their brotherly bond, he merely offered a mild reprimand. Jiang Lu was aware that someone would undoubtedly intervene, yet he was taken aback to discover that the intercessor was none other than Lin Muqing. Had the rumors truly enhanced Lin Muqing's favorability? Your disciple has perished. What relevance does that hold for my disciple? While I meant here, Lin Muqing fixed his gaze upon the middle-aged man clad in dark robes. This individual was none other than Elder Xiao Xian, the senior brother of Master Jin Cheng, a formidable presence at the 8th tier of the celestial realm. Your cultivation has advanced remarkably. You have now attained the 6th tier of the celestial realm. Truly, heroes emerge from youth. Elder Xiao Xuan's expression darkened, revealing a hint of trepidation. He had previously regarded Lin Muqing as merely a junior, yet within just a few short years, Lin Muqing had reached a level capable of withstanding his assaults. Jiang Lu cast a glance at her master's cultivation. Just yesterday, he was at the 5th level, and today he had already ascended to the 6th. Could it be that there is some hidden efficacy in enhancing her master's practice? Soon, Elder Xiao Xian turned his gaze toward Jiang Lu. This individual, in plain view of the public, had committed an atrocious act, brutally slaying my disciple, Ku Yu, with numerous witnesses present. After stating this, 4 or 5 trembling junior disciples stepped forward to testify against Jiang Lu. It was she who pierced senior brother Ku Yu's chest with a heavenly sword talisman, inflicting grievous harm upon him. Indeed, she has slain many of his disciples. Even senior brother Bai met his demise at Jiang Li's hands. At that moment, a defiant young man also stepped forward. I am Xiao Yun, son of Elder Xiao Xian, and I can attest to this. I witnessed with my own eyes this white-haired, red-eyed fiend mercilessly slaughtering her fellow disciples. The remaining disciples of the Taiqing Xian sect exchanged glances, silently condemning these traitors in their hearts. Jiang Lu appears to possess an exceptionally ruthless disposition. Not only has she eliminated threats for her sect, but she has also dealt a severe blow to the reputations of 2 other sects, thus granting the Taiqing Xuanzong a sense of pride. Lin Muqing was equally astonished and cast a glance at Jiang Lu, as this did not resemble the actions she once undertook in her past life. She recalled that in her former existence, Jiang Lu conspired with Elder Xiao Xian, betraying her own sect and cruelly causing the demise of Grandmaster Jin Qing. What could have prompted such a sudden turn against Elder Xiao Xian? Jiang Lu whispered softly, in my previous life, there were hidden truths. I never intended to harm my revered master. I was merely coerced by Elder Xiao Xian. To extricate herself from this predicament, She realized that she must take the initiative. Lin Muqing coldly remarked, "Are you not resorting to some deceitful scheme to gain Master Jincheng's trust? Only to employ underhanded tactics during the new disciple's assessment to facilitate Tang Su's entrance into the outer sect?" Lin Muqing's trust in Jiang Lu was exceedingly low. Unfortunately, in her past life, Jiang Lu had excessively fawned over Tang Su, and despite her prolonged masquerade, Lin Muqing remained oblivious. She still believed that Jiang Lu harbored a profound affection for his senior brother Tang Su, their bond akin to an unfathomable ocean. Upon reflection, Lin Muqing felt a twinge of bitterness. Having lived a life of pride, he had taken only 2 disciples, both of whom were driven by their own desires. "Master, this profession is indeed perilous." "No, Master. You are the sole person I cherish. Any elements that pose a threat to you shall be eradicated." Ku Yu is resolute in this regard, as are Luo Gu and Mo Xianbei, and so too is Xiao Xian. Jiang Lu tightly grasped Lin Muqing's hand, and her crimson eyes sent a shiver down Lin Muqing's spine. "I love you. The affection has permeated to the very marrow of my being, yearning to etch your name in every corner of my existence." Jiang Lu revealed her wrist, which was covered in a multitude of bloodstains, inscribed with the 3 characters Lin Muqing. The sight was profoundly unsettling. The shock emanating from Lin Muqing, coupled with a fortune value of 439, left her feeling a tingling sensation at the nape of her neck. Hastily averting her gaze, she muttered, "With your current capabilities, you might as well train for another century. For now, stay behind me. Xian Xian is no better than you. Eliminating him is merely a matter of time." Jiang Lu took a moment to observe Lin Muqing's profile. Protagonist, Lin Muqing. Gender, female. Fortune, 10 million, V1000. Identity, Supreme Elder of the Ta Ching Xuanzong cultivation level. 6th stage of the Celestial Realm. Special physique, heartless sacred body status, exquisite and unparalleled favorable impression. 5. The favorable impression has risen to a faint 5. Still shy of reaching 10. Nonetheless, it represents a significant improvement. Jiang Lu successfully established the persona of a lovesick individual, all to make Lin Muqing believe that the multitude of his fervent actions were solely for her sake, providing him with the opportunity to gradually enhance her fondness for him. Once Lin Muqing has finished reading, Jiang Lu swiftly withdrew her small hand and rubbed her wrist, inwardly lamenting her predicament. She vowed never again to feign a delicate disposition or inflict self-harm. The pain was truly unbearable. Elder Xiao Xian's gaze darkened, ultimately settling upon Master Jinsheng. Master Jinsheng, according to the sect's laws, what punishment is warranted for the unwarranted slaying of a disciple? He was acutely aware of who truly held authority within the Taiching Xuanzong. It was none other than Master Jinsheng himself. Master Jinsheng's expression remained indifferent, offering no response. A smile crept across Elder Xiao Xian's lips as he continued. "Now, the esteemed heroes of Beizhou are all watching, are they not? Does Master Jinsheng intend to disregard the sect's laws? What of the justice for the thousands of disciples who adhere to these laws? Where is the righteousness? Where is the humanity?" The other factions observed in silence, particularly the formidable members of Yunzhao Pavilion and the Underworld sect, whose disciples had been slain and who had initially sought redress. They found unexpected amusement in the internal strife of the Taiching Xuanzong. Elder Xiao Xian let out a cold snort, inwardly mocking the situation. It was an utterly blatant scheme. The death of a single disciple meant little to him. Should Master Jinsheng choose to protect Jiang Lu, the majesty of the sect's laws would be utterly diminished. Conversely, if he did not protect Jiang Lu, what had begun as a simple apprenticeship banquet would become a spectacle, severely tarnishing Master Jinsheng's prestige and leaving the sect's disciples in awe. No matter the course of action, Elder Xiao Xian stood to gain. He could only lament, "My dear disciple, your timing for demise is indeed impeccable." Jiang Lu is well aware. This Master Jinsheng is indeed not one to frequently make an appearance. The female-centric cultivation novels serve as evidence of this. It is seldom that one encounters a zealot like Jiang Lu, who recklessly engages in confrontation. Jiang Lu stepped forward, fearless, and proclaimed, "According to the laws of our sect, a murderer shall be executed publicly after 7 days, serving as a deterrent to others. I willingly accept all blame, absolving my master and ancestors of any responsibility. To uphold the dignity of our sect's laws, I shall take my own life in public after 7 days." Chapter 15. Who dares to make you confess? Elder Xiaoxian was momentarily taken aback, utterly astonished. Elder Xianxiao was left in sheer disbelief, with fortune points of 368, 256, and 423. He truly did not expect this. Jiang Lu dared to speak so boldly in front of the public. Could it be that he no longer valued his life? Words once uttered are akin to water spilled. If he does not publicly take his own life within 7 days, the Taiching Xuanzong shall find it impossible to endure. Jiang Lu had no intention of lingering here. With only 5 days remaining, he planned to gather all the resources and then make a swift exit, for there were numerous opportunities in the northern state awaiting his harvest. It would not be long before the Taiching Xian sect faced a grave calamity. His master, Lin Muqing, as the central figure, would certainly remain unharmed, despite the dire circumstances surrounding those close to her. After the calamity, not only would the protagonist's cultivation experience a remarkable surge, but she would also attract the favor of the higher realms. Meanwhile, Tang Su had long departed from the Taiqing Xian sect. After elevating his own cultivation, he would return with formidable strength, successfully assisting the Taiqing Xian sect in overcoming the impending disaster, thereby significantly enhancing Lin Muqing's favorability. Jiang Lu firmly believed that he had thoroughly restricted Tang Su, convinced that the latter would have no opportunity to awaken the demonic saint body. After a span of 7 days, he had already devised a means of escape. To take one's own life, what a tragedy. It truly pained young Jiang Lu. Master Jin Sheng's heart was heavy with sorrow. He had long harbored grievances against Xiao Xian, particularly concerning his disciple, Ku Yu. Within the sect, Ku Yu committed numerous misdeeds, well versed in the sect's laws, which left the other disciples filled with loathing. Even if Master Jin Sheng wished to impose punishment, he found it difficult to voice his intentions. Elder Xiao Xian would always use the principle of the strong oppressing the weak to render Master Jin Sheng speechless, and would directly resort to lethal force. Ostensibly assisting Master Jin Sheng in resolving a significant dilemma, Jiang Lu understood the character of his master. Honest and kind-hearted, he was certainly no match for the treacherous Xiao Xian. Otherwise, in the previous life, despite having such formidable cultivation, he would not have fallen victim to the conspiracy devised by Jiang Lu and Xiao Xian. One may serve as a support, yet one cannot be a crutch for a lifetime. Jiang Lu still sought a new path. Upon hearing Jiang Li's declaration, Lin Muqing felt a slight tremor in her heart, as if something had gripped it tightly, causing an unusual discomfort. This disciple was indeed cunning and treacherous. How could she genuinely consider self-immolation as an act of atonement? Lin Muqing consoled herself with this thought. Moreover, Master Jin Qing held a deep fondness for Jiang Lu and would undoubtedly prevent such a tragedy from occurring. All eyes were fixed intently upon Master Jin Qing. The ultimate decision rested with him, while the other factions merely awaited the unfolding drama. After a moment of silence, Master Jin Qing slowly began to speak. The laws of the sect supersede all else. No individual shall be afforded the opportunity for favoritism or corruption. Since Jiang Lu has confessed her guilt, we shall proceed as she has stated. However, given her commendable attitude in admitting her wrongdoing, she shall not be incarcerated. Lin Muqing was momentarily taken aback, her heart heavy with discontent. How could Master Jin Qing truly acquiesce to this? Yet, these individuals deserve punishment. Why was Jiang Lu the one to face retribution? At this point, no one dared to voice further objections. Whether or not she was imprisoned had become inconsequential. Master Jin Sheng had already spoken. Jiang Lu will undoubtedly face retribution 7 days hence, with his demise assured. Elder Xiao Xian also felt a deep sense of frustration within, having prepared countless strategies. Jiang Lu has confessed directly, rendering all his tactics futile, while simultaneously having no effect on Master Jin Sheng. The opponent's swift admission of guilt made him appear as a petty individual. Many disciples regarded him with disapproving glances. Jiang Lu continued, Elder Xiao Xian, I believe I have concluded my matters. Now it is time to address yours, is it not? What punishment awaits for betraying the sect? Elder Xiao Xian felt a sudden jolt in his heart. A figure clad in dark robes from the Ming Wang sect slightly opened his eyes, casting a glance at Jiang Lu before quickly shutting them again. At this juncture, Elder Xiao Xian had already begun to conspire with external factions, albeit at the nascent stages, hoping to enlist their aid in ascending to a prominent position within the Taiqing Xian sect. But how could Jiang Lu possibly know of this? A mere outer disciple. She is deceiving me. Elder Xiao Xian's gaze flickered, and a resolution formed within him. Betrayal of the sect is a grave offense, deserving of immediate execution. What exactly are you trying to convey? You are but a sinner. Jiang Lu smiled faintly and remarked, but I witnessed your esteemed son last night, clandestinely meeting with agents of the underworld sect in the back mountains. Even if it were merely a friendly encounter, it hardly necessitates such surreptitiousness at such an hour. These veiled revelations were not lost on Jiang Lu. She was well aware of the previous collaboration with Xiao Xian. Xiao Yun, the son of Elder Xiao Xian, instantly turned pale, his face contorted with rage as he exclaimed, You wretched soul, do not attempt to tarnish my reputation. How could I possibly conspire with the underworld sect? Elder Xiao Xian's expression shifted slightly as he coldly retorted, What evidence do you possess to accuse my son of collusion? The disciples of the Taiqing Xian sect wore expressions of utter bewilderment. What on earth was unfolding? Jiang Lu couldn't help but smile as a blood-red letter materialized in his hand. This was discovered in your room last night. Would you like me to open it and read it to you? Elder Xiao Xian, it seems there are some shortcomings in your guidance. Xiao Yun's expression changed dramatically. He hurriedly patted his body, but Jiang Lu fixed his gaze on him, striking a palm against his chest and directly extracting a crimson letter from Xiao Yun's grasp. Elder Xiao Xian was swift and astute. As Jiang Lu completed her strike, she sprang forth, a formidable force bearing down upon her. This woman truly possessed a cunning nature. She had been meticulously orchestrating her schemes all along. It was only now that Xiao Yun realized she had not returned to her chamber the previous night. The secret letter had remained in her possession, yet it had now been seized by Jiang Lu. Such treachery was intolerable. Eliminate Jiang Lu, and all problems would be effortlessly resolved. Lin Muqing had long been prepared. With a resonant clang, her sword technique surged toward Elder Xiaoxian, dissipating the overwhelming power that threatened to engulf them. After Jiang Lu handed the secret letter to Master Jin Cheng, the latter's expression changed dramatically, for beneath his very eyelids, someone dared to conspire with an external sect. At that moment, Elder Xiaoxian was obstructed by Lin Muqing. Jiang Lu swiftly conjured the heavenly sword talisman and resolutely struck, unleashing a terrifying sword aura that transformed into a stream of light, directly impacting Xiaoyun's form. The violent force erupted, shattering the flesh into fragments, resulting in an instantaneous demise. Those disciples who had initially pointed fingers at Jiang Lu were not spared either, as they were mercilessly cleaved into 4 or 5 pieces by the dreadful sword energy. With no chance to flee, Jiang Lu has always been one to repay enmity with enmity, never harboring hatred silently within. Rather than inflicting pain upon oneself, it is preferable to cause harm to others. Elder Xiaoxian was suddenly beset by a splitting headache. In a mere 2 seconds, his once living son had transformed into a lifeless mass upon the ground. Everyone present swallowed hard. The woman with white hair and crimson eyes was undeniably beautiful, yet her methods were shockingly brutal. Jiang Lu coldly declared, "For the traitors to our sect, execution without mercy is warranted. I am deeply troubled, unable to restrain my body, and inadvertently harmed a few individuals. According to the sect's laws, I shall face execution in public after 7 days. I, Jiang Lu, confess my guilt. Do any of you dissent?" The other disciples of the Taiqing Xuanzong exchanged peculiar glances. What audacity! Who would dare to allow you to confess? Chapter 16. I demand your apology. You have slain my son. Elder Xiaoxuan's head throbbed with pain, his voice laced with sorrow and indignation. Indeed, your son betrayed the sect, and you yourself proclaimed that traitors should be executed without delay. Is there a problem with that? After 7 days, I shall also take my own life to atone. What more do you desire? Jiang Li's lips curved into a smile. Elder Xiaoxian was momentarily at a loss for words, unable to respond. It was impossible to use this evidence to bring down Elder Xiaoxian, so Jiang Lu had to settle for a secondary approach, first eliminating the elder's son. Judging by Lin Muqing's attitude, the method seemed viable. He had completely chosen his side and had managed to earn a modicum of trust from Lin Muqing. Very well, I shall personally witness your retribution in 7 days, Elder Xiaoxian declared, fixing his gaze on Jiang Lu before sweeping away with a flick of his sleeve. Leaving the scene, the first farce of today's apprenticeship banquet had drawn to a close. Jiang Lu, what exactly do you intend to achieve? Lin Muqing inhaled deeply, his voice tinged with restrained anger. Do you realize that, at this rate, even I shall find it difficult to protect you? Jiang Lu instantly smiled. To hear such words from my master fills my heart with satisfaction. Lin Muqing extended a hand, paused for a moment, and gently tapped Jiang Lu on the head. Fool! I shall plead with Master Jin Cheng. Once he consents, none shall dare to harm you. With that, Lin Muqing turned and departed. Master Jin Cheng, aware of Lin Muqing's intentions, sighed and said, Muqing, young Jiang Lu has violated the sect's laws and taken the lives of many innocent disciples. Behind these disciples stand various elders. The slain white dove was the disciple of your Shirshu Qiantao, and the others need not be mentioned. Young Jiang Lu has not merely offended Xiaoxian, but has antagonized the elders of the Taiqing Xian sect. Lin Muqing was momentarily stunned, then replied, but the individuals Jiang Lu killed were all deserving of their fate. These disciples were notorious, abusing their status to commit wrongdoing within the sect. Master Jin Cheng closed his eyes, resigned. The sect's laws are the foundation of the Taiqing Xian sect. Although these elders have indulged their disciples, they have never breached the sect's laws. Jiang Li's actions may have eradicated a scourge for the sect, yet they equally transgress the core of our principles. If he remains alive after 7 days, the faith in our laws will erode, leading to disintegration. Lin Muqing murmured, yet these elders engage in rampant corruption, and resources for cultivation are scarce for the disciples below. Otherwise, how could the younger generation be so mixed in quality? Why have they not violated the laws? Master Jin Cheng shook his head, stating, I cannot say for certain. However, the laws were established by our ancestors. They are the bedrock of the Taiqing Xian sect's strength. To adhere to them is imperative. To contravene them is to undermine ancestral decree, an act of filial disrespect. Lin Muqing stood frozen, suddenly recalling that in his previous life, the Taiqing Xian sect faced a grave calamity, besieged by 2 formidable forces. Nearly half of the elders and disciples within the sect had betrayed it. Lin Muqing attributed all the blame to Jiang Lu and Xiaoxian, believing their collusion with external sects was the cause. Only now did he realize that the entire sect had decayed to its very core. Jiang Li's cultivation had ascended, granting him the esteemed status of an official disciple. Time was of the essence, and he immediately made his way to the location of the scripture repository. In his previous life, Jiang Lu discovered the legacy of the transcendent technique, the devouring heaven demonic art, which belongs to the pinnacle of this world and is exceptionally suited for the celestial demonic body. However, for the sake of Tang Su, he instead imparted this formidable technique to her. This art is unparalleled, and, using it as a foundation, Tang Su ultimately achieved mastery, culminating in her becoming the unparalleled Demon Empress. A notification resonated in Jiang Li's mind. The main quest has been issued. Main quest: cultivate the devouring heavens demon technique. Reward: 5,000 luck points. Quite splendid. My luck level is on the verge of rising by 1 tier. Jiang Li felt a sense of delight within. Time was limited, and he hurriedly sought to exhaust the opportunities available at the Taiching Xuan Zone. Upon arriving at the scripture pavilion, he encountered a disciple on duty, who possessed an 8th tier cultivation in the Xian realm. The disciple briefly raised his gaze to Jiang Li and remarked, "I haven't seen you around before. Are you a newcomer? If you wish to enter the scripture pavilion, it is customary to leave behind something as a token of dedication to the sect." The disciple rapped his knuckles on the table, not bothering to lift his gaze. According to the sect's regulations, once one becomes an official disciple, there is an opportunity to enter the scripture pavilion, and I have not heard that one must leave something behind to gain entry. Jiang Li spoke coldly. "You wish to discuss rules with me here in the scripture pavilion?" The disciple guarding the pavilion lifted his head, momentarily astonished, his smile transforming in an instant. "Oh, it turns out you are a junior sister. If you wish to enter the scripture pavilion, there is no need to leave anything behind. Just sit with your senior brother for a while. You may linger in the pavilion for as long as you desire. The duration of your stay will be determined by your wishes." Jiang Li felt a tinge of sorrow. Jin Cheng, the venerable master, could be regarded as a staunch traditionalist, holding a deep reverence for the laws of the sect. Yet, the disciples below regarded these principles with derision. One disciple, poised to enter the scripture pavilion, leaned in and whispered to Jiang Li, "You appear unfamiliar here. You must have only recently been accepted as an official disciple. Be cautious not to provoke anyone from the scripture pavilion. Otherwise, it may become exceedingly difficult to access the teachings again." The young disciple shook his head. On the table lay a bottle of elixirs, and it was only then that the disciple from the scripture pavilion waved him in, casting a provocative glance at Jiang Li while exclaiming, "Today, I am on duty at the scripture pavilion and have missed the grand celebration of Elder Lin's birthday. If I were to encounter such a beautiful junior sister, it would indeed be my fortune. Have you heard what I said? If you acquiesce, you shall have unrestricted access to the pavilion during my shifts." Jiang Li refrained from any superfluous dialogue and swiftly seized his opponent's head. With a resounding thud, he forcefully slammed it into the table. His adversary was merely a disciple of the guarding pavilion, possessing a cultivation level of the 5th stage of the Xian realm, slightly surpassing Jiang Li in strength. The formidable power of Jiang Li's extreme heaven demon body is truly terrifying. The disciples of the guard pavilion struggled desperately, yet their efforts prove futile, as their strength seems to vanish into the vast ocean in an instant. His face is battered beyond recognition, a grotesque tableau of flesh and blood. The voice of the guard pavilion disciple trembles with terror, exclaiming, "How dare you strike me? So brazenly defying the laws of our sect?" Jiang Li chuckled, speaking earnestly. "I wish to enter the scripture pavilion. You must enlighten me on the essence of selflessness. My spirits are low, and I seek solace for my frail and tender heart. When I require your sacrifice, you instead choose to lecture me on sect laws. Whatever happened to the spirit of selflessness?" The disciple guarding the pavilion raised his head, his nose completely flattened, his face marred with bloodstains, and exclaimed with fury, "I shall report this matter to the elder of the pavilion and have you cast into the cold water prison." At that moment, a sinister elder clad in gray emerged. The disciple's eyes sparkled with hope as he cried out, "Elder, save me." The gray-robed elder coldly responded, "Apologize." The disciple, a grim smile etched on his face, glared at Jiang Li with palpable hatred, saying, "Did you hear that? The elder demands your apology and intends to cast you into the cold water prison." With a resounding slap, the gray-robed elder struck out fiercely, exclaiming, "I command you to apologize to her." The disciple shielded his swollen face, utterly bewildered. Chapter 17. A mutual demise on the same day of the same month. Jiang Li's nephew. "I implore you to show mercy and spare him," the elder of the pavilion said, a smile gracing his face. "This lad has always been somewhat dim-witted. Let him off this time. All layers of the scripture pavilion are open to you." The disciple stood in shock, utterly perplexed. "Elder, he is but a mere disciple." Jiang Li's crimson eyes glimmered with a chilling aura as he severed the limbs of his assailant, discarding them with disdain, unwilling to witness such grotesque remnants at the threshold. The guardian disciple was taken aback, his eyes wide with disbelief as he beheld Jiang Li. "You little rascal, reveling in this." The elder of the guardians spared no words, shattering the disciple's arm with a single strike. A terrifying force simultaneously crushed the disciple's legs, brutally wrenching them from his body. Premium elixirs were forcefully poured into the disciple's mouth, as torrents of blood surged forth, only to be staunched with great effort. The disciple's countenance turned ashen, suffused with an overwhelming sense of dread and regret. Jiang Lu cast a cold glance at the other party before directly entering the scripture pavilion. The elder in charge of the pavilion, filled with frustration, lamented, "Who prompted you to provoke this calamity? What she desires are merely your 2 arms and 2 legs, not your life. Strive diligently in your cultivation. Should your strength ascend to a higher realm, the rebirth of severed limbs is not beyond possibility. As long as you draw breath, all is feasible." The trembling disciples of the pavilion hesitantly inquired, "Elder, who exactly is she?" The elder replied with a frigid tone, "Just a dying person, akin to a mad dog, not worthy of fear. Do not provoke her again." Jiang Lu has successfully entered the sutra repository. The first level boasts a vast expanse, filled with an array of wooden shelves. Numerous disciples are engrossed in perusing the various techniques, all in pursuit of the most suitable method for themselves. Jiang Lu was deep in thought when a humble disciple appeared behind him, bearing a kind and gentle expression. "Junior sister, congratulations on entering the scripture repository. It must be your first time here. My name is Li Bu, and it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance." Jiang Lu focused her gaze and noticed that a disciple was kindly reminding her from the outside. Although the method of reminder was of little use, it was indeed a gesture of goodwill. "Thank you for your kind guidance, senior brother. This is indeed my first visit. I see that this level contains only profound tier techniques. May I ask where the yellow tier techniques are located? I seek your instruction," Jiang Lu inquired with a hint of confusion. It must be said, the position of the devouring heaven demonic technique was exceedingly concealed, nestled among a multitude of yellow tier techniques. Those who could access the scripture repository were all formal disciples who had long since transcended to the profound realm. How could they possibly still be in search of yellow tier techniques? In her past life, Jiang Lu had stumbled upon a hidden opportunity. Now, she was only aware that there were yellow tier techniques present, yet the specific location remained unknown to her. After a brief moment of searching the first level, she realized all she could find were profound tier techniques. Surely, it was unlikely that the yellow tier techniques were deemed too inferior and had been purged from the scripture repository. At this point, Li Bu was even more astonished. How could anyone still be seeking yellow tier techniques? Witnessing Jiang Li's earnest demeanor, he responded candidly, "The first level of this scripture repository consists solely of profound tier techniques. I have not heard of any yellow tier techniques being included. They are not part of the repository. However, the sect's library should be accessible for browsing." Jiang Lu furrowed her brow slightly. She recalled the description in the original text, which indeed suggested the existence of a yellow tier technique discovered in the scripture repository. It cannot be absent. "Senior brother, do you know if there exists any yellow tier techniques here?" Jiang Lu inquired, her lips twitching slightly. Li Bu pondered for a moment, then replied thoughtfully, "It seems there may indeed be some. Specifically in the training room within the scripture repository. Many senior brothers prefer to use yellow tier techniques to prop up their tables. This way, it might be more comfortable when they are perusing the techniques. You could search for them there." Jiang Lu found herself at a loss for words. The scripture pavilion housed 8 meditation chambers, designed for the convenience of disciples to peruse texts and engage in cultivation upon gaining insights. Li Bu guided Jiang Lu into one of the chambers. The decor was remarkably austere, consisting merely of a simple wooden square table, accompanied by a meditation mat for seated practice. Within, the profound energy was noticeably denser than that of the outside world. Beneath the table, indeed, lay 4 tomes. Could it be that the ancient demonic cultivation method was concealed here? Hastily, she pulled out a weathered, yellowed volume, upon which were inscribed several prominent characters. "Exclusive secret technique of the Jade Maiden's cultivation mindset, strictly confidential." She casually flipped through a few pages. Jiang Li's face flushed instantly, irritated by those insufferable senior brothers. What kind of books were they reading? To think there were even illustrations included. Monkeys plucking peaches, clouds drifting over snow-capped mountains, 2 dragons playing with pearls. What on earth were these absurdities? A splendid book indeed. Jiang Lu, with an unperturbed expression, tucked away the book. As he rummaged through the corner of another table, he extracted a black ancient tome, upon which 4 large, uneven characters were inscribed. The swallowing heaven demonic technique. The foremost method of demonic cultivation was unexpectedly found here, serving as a mere prop to stabilize the table. Truly, the Ta Qing Xuanzong exhibits remarkable audacity. Jiang Lu, filled with curiosity, flipped through the other 2 books, and a look of astonishment crossed his face. The Taishang Wangqing Lu and the 6-9 Profound Arts are among the pinnacle techniques of the emotionless path, comparable in rank to the devouring heaven demonic art. They aim to sever the 7 emotions and 6 desires, achieving ultimate mastery, a state of desirelessness, devoid of form. Years ago, Lin Muqing searched tirelessly for the supreme technique of the emotionless path, only to find it serving as a mere prop for a table here. It is utterly astonishing. The 6-9 Profound Arts is equally a top-tier technique. Practitioners, with minds free of distractions, embody the utmost goodness. Not to mention the entirety of Beizhou. Even if placed on a higher plane, it would still attract the fervent covetousness of countless strong practitioners. The opulent Ta Qingxian sect, using such a treasure as a mere table leg. Jiang Lu sighed softly. In that instant, Li Bu's gaze was drawn to the 6'9" mystical art held in Jiang Li's hands, a subtle force of allure tugging at his heart. With a throat parched and heavy, he murmured, "Junior sister, what is this you possess?" Jiang Lu suddenly inquired, "You said your name is Li Bu, correct?" Li Bu quickly regained his composure, nodding repeatedly, "Yes. Indeed. What is it, junior sister?" Jiang Li's expression suddenly brightened. It turned out to be the future emperor of the common people, whose cultivation stood shoulder to shoulder with the demon emperor, fiercely contending with the son of destiny, the male protagonist Tang Su, without yielding an inch. To think that such a formidable figure was also present in the Taiqing Xin sect. I never expected to encounter him in the present. Jiang Lu fixed his gaze upon Li Bu, his eyes brimming with tears. "Brother Li Bu," he exclaimed, "I feel an instant kinship with you. Let us become sworn brothers. You are my senior, so I shall call you elder brother. We do not seek to be born on the same day, in the same month, or in the same year, but rather to depart from this world on the same day, in the same month, and in the same year." Chapter 18. The Heart Sutra of Cultivation. Is this truly your intention? Li Bu was momentarily taken aback, scrutinizing Jiang Lu with great intensity. "I am but a humble commoner, lacking in exceptional talent. If I were to encounter peril, I would scarcely be able to protect myself. Why would my junior sister wish to forge a bond of brotherhood with someone like me?" Observing his junior sister's white hair and crimson eyes, he realized that her destiny would undoubtedly be extraordinary. In the future, she would soar like a dragon into the sea, her potential boundless, far beyond the reach of mere mortals such as myself. Jiang Lu chuckled, "Senior brother, there is no need for such self-deprecation. Is it not true that no one is born with the knowledge of their destiny? Who can say one cannot leap over the dragon gate?" Li Bu pondered over her words, finding them quite profound. With a joyful heart, he replied, "If you do not mind, dear junior sister, you may call me elder brother, for we shall share both life and death together." Jiang Lu presented the 6'9" mystical technique to Li Bu with utmost sincerity, stating that this art is profoundly intricate, far beyond mere yellow grade, and is generously bestowed upon elder brother for his study when time permits. The 6'9" mystical technique, though enigmatic, was not suited for Jiang Lu. The most fitting candidate undoubtedly was Li Bu. "Thank you, little sister. I shall not disturb your meditation." Li Bu expressed his gratitude with a respectful clasp of his fists. After departing from the training chamber, an imperceptible emotion flickered in his eyes as he sighed softly. The realm of emperors is fraught with solitude and tribulation amidst the mundane world. Through countless reincarnations, he has experienced life as a humble courier, a vicious criminal, a tyrannical ruler, and a shrewd merchant. Yet he has never forged a brotherhood with another. How intriguing, Li Bu mused, as he stroked the weathered ancient tome, a smile gracing his lips. For sacred techniques coveted by countless emperors, yet now used as a mere prop for a table leg? Such is the profound heritage of the Taiqing sect. A nostalgic glimmer shone in Li Bu's eyes as he recalled the ancient era, the time of the fallen emperors, when the 9 saints dominated the 9 provinces, treating all beings as mere fodder for their desires, growing increasingly arrogant. The multitude of emperors rose in rebellion, overthrowing the 9 saints' dominion. The sacred war raged, shattering the 9 provinces, and a violet-eyed maiden severed the path to sanctity, leaving no one thereafter to attain such heights. After the fall of the 9 saints, their sacred techniques scattered across the world, with countless emperors still in search, yet unexpectedly. The Taiqing sect of the northern province possesses 4 of them. I wonder how those ancient beings in the 9 heavens would react upon discovering this. Li Bu chuckled at his own jest, and shook his head. If the 5 provinces were to be destroyed, it would be utterly dull. And so, Li Bu departed. Jiang Lu delved into the art of the devouring heaven demon technique, which harmonized exquisitely with the extreme heaven demon body. Black glyphs began to float, entering the center of Jiang Li's brow. Radiating from himself, an ancient aura slowly permeated the surroundings. This was soon transformed into a terrifying gravitational force, voraciously drawing in the surrounding mystical energy, creating a vacuum of half a meter in diameter, devoid of any trace of ethereal essence. Jiang Li's power is surging at an astonishing rate. Profound Realm Level 4. Profound Realm Level 5. The entire training chamber has been drained of its profound energy. Jiang Lu suddenly opened his eyes, his mind consumed by a singular, overwhelming sensation. Hunger. He was ravenous to the point of desperation. Without a care for appearances, he tore open the numerous storage bags he had seized earlier, driven by an instinct born from extreme hunger. He hastily consumed every spirit pill offered by those around him, cramming them into his mouth until his fair, smooth abdomen finally felt a semblance of fullness. The devouring sky magic truly was ruthless, forcibly draining all his energy and recklessly pushing the limits of the human body. Jiang Lu regained a flicker of rationality and realized that his cultivation had ascended to the 6th level of the profound realm. Remarkably, this achievement occurred within merely half the duration of an incense stick's burn. The entire cultivation chamber had been thoroughly depleted of its profound energy. Otherwise, Jiang Lu sensed he could have advanced even further. The scripture repository is divided into 3 tiers. The profound energy in the first tier cultivation chamber remains somewhat insubstantial, which explains why it was consumed so swiftly after only a brief period of absorption. He must seek a higher level. Jiang Lu directed his gaze towards the 3rd floor. It was precisely the private cultivation sanctum of the Elder Guardians, where even the esteemed elders of the sect had to consider the disposition of the guardians before entering to practice their art. Let me recover for a moment, and then I shall resume my cultivation. Jiang Lu exhaled a deep breath of foul air as 2 ancient tomes lay upon the stone table. The ranks inscribed upon them were distinctly evident, indicating yellow-level techniques. Who could have placed them here? Among the 2 volumes, both contained sacred techniques of the highest order. The mere presence of either in the outside world could incite a storm of bloodshed and chaos. In the original text, Jiang Lu, out of sheer boredom, brought the swallowing heaven demon technique back with him, ultimately unaware that Tang Su would seize the opportunity. As for the 6-9 mysterious art that had already been dispatched, Jiang Lu remained oblivious to how Li Bu cultivated in his previous life. The supreme forgetfulness record was forever enshrined here, while Lin Muqing searched through countless epics, never imagining, even in his dreams, that it lay within the Taiqing Xian sect. Originally, there were 4 volumes of cultivation techniques. 3 of them were legacies of the holy sovereigns, leading one to doubt that the remaining volume could be of mere mortal quality. Jiang Lu, filled with curiosity, opened the Jade Cultivation Heart Sutra. Within its pages, there were undoubtedly unnoticed clues. As he meticulously turned the pages, he discovered an array of illustrations, exceptionally detailed and vividly portrayed. Moreover, the author had employed a certain mental technique. Before Zhang Li's eyes, various images of women seemed to materialize. Ethereal fairies, their faces obscured, gracefully singing and dancing. Their porcelain skin resembled the finest jade, and their slender waists swayed gently in the breeze. Most strikingly, these enchanting beings stirred within Jiang Lu a tumult of emotions. The beauty of the scene was so profound that it was almost beyond imagination. The author of this work is indeed extraordinary. Jiang Lu pressed her delicate hand against her chest, inhaling deeply, her crimson eyes becoming even more enchanting. I shall glance at the final page before immersing myself in the cultivation of the devouring heaven demon art. Jiang Li's fair hands trembled slightly as she turned to the next page, revealing an even more enchanting scene. There were 2 figures entwined in a peculiar embrace. What were they truly engaged in? Jiang Li's complexion was flushed, radiant with vitality, augmented by a surge of mental fortitude. Jiang Lu seems to have traversed into the realm of the book, where that graceful figure appears to be smiling enchantingly at her. Unbeknownst to her, Jiang Lu found himself unable to restrain his body, drawing ever closer to the enchanting fairy. The nearer he approached, the more he was captivated by her breathtaking beauty. Her skin, radiant as jade, seemed to shimmer with a luminous glow, while her brilliant eyes appeared to harbor countless galaxies. She beckoned to Jiang Lu with an incessant allure, ultimately extending her middle finger in a gesture of playful defiance. Jiang Lu lightly bit her tongue and suddenly awakened. It took her a moment to realize, damn it, she must be one of the ancient 9 saints, the Jade Fairy. Truly, she is formidable. Indeed, the aura of a saint is terrifying. Merely a shadow left from ancient times, her every frown and smile is exceedingly captivating. Fortunately, she is a woman. Had it been a man encountering such a sight, he would undoubtedly have perished from the overwhelming allure. The Jade Fairy, the most eccentric among the 9 saints, the Iron Lily, has ensnared countless women with her lethal charm. She has always maintained the most dominant position. In the final scene, a woman with violet eyes intruded, and the Jade Fairy, one of the 9 saints, unexpectedly laid down in a state of panic. Jiang Lu was taken aback. Who was this formidable figure from ancient times? Chapter 19. She truly blew up the scripture pavilion. More terrifying than the 9 saints of the ancient era. The might of the 9 saints was deeply ingrained in people's hearts, even after so many years of their demise. The older warriors would feel a shiver of fear at the mere mention of their name. Jiang Lu felt a profound resonance. The swallowing heaven demon technique was indeed one of the legacies of the 9 saints, specifically that of the supreme demon. After just a brief period of cultivation, while others required months or even years to transcend a single realm, Jiang Lu accomplished this feat in merely the time it takes to burn half a stick of incense. What could possibly be the true identity of this violet-eyed woman? Even a revered figure like Yu Xianzi could be subdued by her. Jiang Lu has concluded his study of the Jade Maiden Cultivation Sutra. This practice profoundly influences consciousness, and he truly hesitates to engage in further observation. However, Jiang Lu possesses a profound understanding of the original context, particularly regarding the Jade Fairy, whose expertise lies in the art of color shadow techniques. This method can only be cultivated by women, offering the promise of immense power without any adverse effects. However, such a practice is inherently malevolent, likely to bring misfortune to countless women. I, Jiang Lu, am not inclined towards such a path. I shall instead pursue my own path in the cultivation of the devouring heaven demon art, for it is prudent to refrain from engaging in such nefarious practices. Jiang Lu spoke solemnly, then carefully placed the Jade Maiden cultivation scripture into his storage bag. While he would not practice it, he could certainly take a look. After Jiang Lu completed her preparations, she expressed her desire to ascend to the 3rd level for continued cultivation. The elders of the scripture pavilion promptly granted their approval. They perceived Jiang Lu merely as a doomed individual. Regardless of the circumstances, Master Jin Cheng had already decreed her execution to be publicly carried out in 7 days. Thus, her recent antics were deemed futile. There was no need to provoke such a desperate soul further. Outside the scripture pavilion, the elders engaged in fervent discussions. Could they truly allow her to access the 3rd level? That level served as the very core of the pavilion's energy. Should she seek revenge against the Taiqing Xuanzong and attempt to destroy this energy core, the pavilion would be rendered non-existent. It was inconceivable. The energy core was safeguarded by formidable Earth Realm experts, who could scarcely be harmed. How could a mere Mystic Realm disciple inflict any damage? Moreover, it was rumored that the heavenly sword talismans were bestowed upon her by the Master. She possessed only 3, all of which had been expended, rendering her actions foolishly wasteful. Even with the heavenly sword talismans, they would have little impact on the energy core unless she managed to absorb all the power within them, a feat beyond even the capabilities of celestial realm experts. Jiang Lu remained oblivious to the discussions taking place outside. He had ascended to the 3rd level, where a colossal red energy apparatus resided, emanating a rich and profound aura. It was, in fact, a spirit crystal. As the energy source of the entire scripture repository, it was no wonder that the cultivation here was perpetually infused with an unending flow of mystical energy. Jiang Lu marveled softly. The space on the 3rd level was considerably more cramped, accommodating only 4 or 5 individuals at most. This was indicative of the intense concentration of mysterious energy, which was at least 10 times greater than that below. No wonder these seasoned cultivators, indulgent and lethargic, experienced such rapid advancement in their abilities. With such an abundance of mysterious energy, the prospect of refining the demonic body in advance seemed entirely feasible, as the plentiful energy posed no threat of depletion. Jiang Lu closed his eyes. The cultivation of his realm temporarily slowed down. A rapid breakthrough could easily lead to an unstable foundation. The techniques within him continuously flowed. An overwhelming force voraciously absorbing energy, as if an immense hand were tearing at the dense, profound aura. Once it entered his body, it surged wildly within, refining his physical form. The mastery of the physical body is the most challenging endeavor. Jiang Lu felt as though a current of energy coursed through his body, causing his bones to creak and crackle. With each wave of pure mystical energy, he was continuously revitalized. Jiang Li's body endured immense suffering. Despite the influx of so much profound energy into his being, it had only managed to expand a small area. He never anticipated that refining the physical form would require such a vast amount of profound energy. Jiang Lu took a deep breath and tightly closed his eyes. After gathering such immense power, it dissipated swiftly. He endeavored to overcome the challenge, fortunate to possess a spirit crystal. Time passed inexorably, second by second. Outside, the elder guarding the pavilion was in a state of acute anxiety, wondering why this individual had yet to emerge, absorbing too much profound energy. The body could not withstand it. It could very well lead to fatal consequences. Even if this person sought to temper his body with profound energy, the process was excruciating. And it shouldn't last this long. In the distance, a man, holding a broom, diligently swept the fallen leaves in the scripture pavilion. The elder cast a glance at him, and, for reasons unknown, felt an inexplicable surge of irritation and delivered a sharp kick to the man's rear. Go sweep elsewhere. The man stumbled, nearly losing his balance, but managed to rise unsteadily. Elder, I shall move to another area at once. He rubbed his backside and hastily departed. The elder watched the man's retreating figure, deep in thought. The kick felt rather satisfying. Too bad he was a man. No, perhaps it was better that he was a man. This man was Tang Su, who cast a fierce glare at the elder. A true man can bend and stretch. I shall endure for a year and see what you will do. He had initially intended to stealthily enter the scripture pavilion, recalling a hidden door that could grant him access to the legacy technique, the devouring demon art from his previous life. However, he had not anticipated the multitude of guarding elders in the vicinity. After circling around, he found no opportunity. A somber voice echoed in Tang Su's mind. You are the demon emperor. You are the demon emperor. Why fear this insignificant ant? Just charge into the scripture pavilion. Once I obtain the devouring demon art and absorb the spirit crystals within, the trifling Taiqing Xuanzong will be powerless to stop me. At that time, the sea will be vast enough for fish to leap, and the skies high enough for birds to soar. Tang Su paid no heed to this so-called future demon emperor. The future self seemed utterly deranged. With so many elders surrounding him, was it wise to enter and court death? The scripture pavilion. Jiang Li's absorption has become increasingly extravagant. With the energy required for cultivating the demonic body reaching an astronomical level, it resembles a bottomless pit, boundless and infinite. A crack suddenly appeared on the surface of the spirit crystal as ferocious energy writhed violently within. The scripture pavilion trembled, and the creaking of the beams echoed ominously, threatening to collapse at any moment, causing many disciples perusing their techniques to flee in a frenzy. An elder guarding the pavilion exclaimed in alarm. The energy within the spirit crystal was unstable, with a significant portion being rapidly drained, rendering its internal structure precarious. The crystal could potentially explode. What in the world is that wretched Jianglu doing? At this moment, Jianglu opened his eyes. The transformation of the demonic body had begun. A menacing aura enveloped him as Jianglu noticed the spirit crystal, its surface marred by delicate fissures, while a serene energy permeated the atmosphere of destruction. What? It is about to explode. Jiang Lixin felt a sudden chill in her heart. Could it be that her fortune value was too low? She never anticipated that even the formidable beings of the celestial realm would find it arduous to shake the spirit crystal, yet she managed to do so. Bang! The scripture repository exploded. A resounding voice resonated from the Taiching Xuanzong. Not far away, Lin Muqing, who was organizing the materials for the upcoming assessment, heard this tremendous sound. For reasons unknown, her heart quivered sharply. Tang Su, who was preparing to enter the scripture repository by any means necessary, stood frozen in place at that moment. The scripture repository? It exploded. Li Bu stood on a distant mountaintop, momentarily astonished. Little sister, I surely did not utter the words of dying on the same day. At the same time, did I? Chapter 20. Wipe the ground with one's face. Congratulations to the host for comprehending the devouring heaven demon technique. Jianglu suddenly opened his eyes. His entire body was bare, with silver hair cascading like white silk, tightly enveloping his chest, and his skin was fair, exuding an astonishing beauty. His red eyes sparkled with a bewitching, ruby-like brilliance. Such ferocious power was being frantically compressed and absorbed within him under the influence of the devouring sky demon technique and the extreme sky demon body, forming 3 small demonic cores. The demonic cores. They were the most crucial means of the devouring sky demon technique, capable of infinitely compressing the absorbed power and ultimately gathering it within the body, serving as the most vital energy reserve. Not only could they restore his own energy, but they also allowed him to harness the cores to briefly amplify his strength by more than tenfold, wielding power equivalent to that of the cores themselves. Under extreme conditions, he could even detonate the cores to instantly annihilate his foes. And these were 3 Earth-grade demonic cores. Jiang Li's expression instantly brightened. The power of the spirit crystal was exceedingly tempestuous, equivalent to the combined strength of 3 earthly realm masters. 3 magic cores represented the opportunity to harness the power of these 3 formidable beings. Such terror. Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the main quest. The comprehension of the celestial devouring demon technique has been achieved, granting a reward of 5,000 fortune points. The celestial demon body has evolved to level 1. Jiang Lu was overwhelmed with excitement, feeling the surging power within her. Even the formidable experts of the Earth realm could not contend with Jiang Lu. She scanned the panel. Host, Jiang Lu. Gender, female. Fortune, 10. 106 points. V1, identity. Disciple of Lin Muqing. Cultivation level, 6th stage of the profound realm. Special constitution. Celestial extreme demon body, level 1, survival status. Barely alive after accumulating fortune points for so long. Her fortune level had increased by 1 tier. A new main quest was once again unveiled. Congratulations to the host for triggering the main quest. Main quest. Cultivate the Jade Maiden's Heart Sutra alongside the Master. Quest reward, 5,000 fortune points, 5 affinity. Cultivation progress, 0. Upon seeing this task, Jiang Lu was instantly taken aback. Jiang Lu wore a bewildered expression. The Jade Maiden's cultivation manual was far from a genuine method of practice. Instead, it was a series of lewd illustrations, exceedingly embarrassing in nature. The various poses depicted within were so perverse that merely looking at them made Jiang Lu feel utterly uncomfortable. And there was no way she could possibly replicate even the slightest of them. The notion of requesting her master to partake in such a spectacle was simply too delightful to contemplate. Yet if she were to assume that role, it would be an insurmountable source of shame. The audacity of requiring her celestial master to join in this absurd training was nothing short of an impossible task. What? An entire 5% increase in favorability. If all else fails, perhaps a sacrifice could be considered. It was time to devise a plan. Meanwhile, the elders from the outside were engulfed in panic as the time-honored sutra repository faced imminent ruin at their hands. Regret coursed through their hearts, realizing the folly of allowing such a calamity to infiltrate their hallowed halls. One elder reported the casualties, 21 disciples injured and 1 fallen. The staggering numbers were indeed shocking. Most harrowing was the knowledge that the revered sutra repository, which had stood for generations, now lay in shambles due to their negligence. The Ta Ching Xian sect bore the shame of being eternal pariahs, and they were the architects of this calamity. Jianglu, reduced to mere fragments. Who else could we turn to for justice? With a fleeting breath, Lin Muqing instantaneously materialized at the scene, her voice icy as she inquired, "What on earth has transpired?" What has happened to the scripture pavilion? An inexplicable sense of trepidation lingered in Lin Muqing's heart. This accursed lunatic, Jiang Lu, has actually blown up the scripture pavilion. The elder responsible for guarding the pavilion contemplated offering further remarks, but, recalling his connection with Lin Muqing, prudently decided to remain silent. Where's Jiang Lu? After causing such a calamity, where has she vanished? Lin Muqing fixed her gaze sternly upon the elders. The elder guarding the pavilion felt a wave of dread. This inquiry was far from simple to answer. The elder who had initially permitted Jiang Li's access to the scripture pavilion spoke in a timid tone. Jiang Lu refused to heed our warnings and insisted on ascending to the third level, ultimately perishing in the explosion. Lin Muqing momentarily lost her composure. A sharp pain piercing her heart. What is happening? Shouldn't I feel joy that this rebellious disciple is dead? Why does it feel as though a dagger has pierced my soul? The path of emotionless cultivation should not harbor such fluctuations. Muqing, you must reflect. In her previous life, she had inflicted countless harms upon you. How could she easily earn Jiang Li's trust now? The disciples I have trained are to be disciplined by me alone. Whoever dares to harm my disciple shall face my wrath. Lin Muqing interrupted the elder's words. Then you conspired to murder her. The elder guarding the pavilion gasped in shock. Elder Lin, how can you malign me in such a manner? The third level is a sacred ground for cultivation. I cannot summon every elder to witness this. The other elders nodded vigorously, hastily adding, she insisted on ascending. It has nothing to do with us. Lin Muqing's expression turned icy as she glared at them. So, you conspired together to kill her? The elders were momentarily taken aback. What does this have to do with us? No matter the magnitude of Jiang Li's transgressions, she is still my disciple. She is not someone you can bully at will. Lin Muqing's tone was eerily calm, yet it held an undercurrent of imminent eruption, exuding an aura of oppression. At that moment, an elder with a long white beard stepped forward, frowning as he spoke. Lin Muqing, do not speak so recklessly. We are your seniors after all. Jiang Lu was destined to perish. What difference does it make whether it was sooner or later? Moreover, this girl, born with white hair and red eyes, is surely no good. Her ruthless nature has led to the slaughter of countless peers. Being blown to bits is hardly an undeserved fate for her. And who shall we turn to regarding the losses incurred by the scripture pavilion? Suddenly, Lin Muqing laughed. I cultivate the path of emotionlessness and know not the meaning of respecting one's elders. The power of her celestial realm erupted instantaneously, seizing the white-bearded elder by his beard. Although he was the most formidable among the elders at the 9th tier of the earthly realm, he was no match for Lin Muqing. His aged visage turned pale with fear. Release me. A glint of madness flickered in Lin Muqing's eyes as she yanked him down. With her other hand, she clutched the elder's head and slammed it down fiercely. Bang! The azure stone floor shattered beneath the impact. You cannot explain yourself. Then go and accompany my disciple to the grave. A lunatic. Truly a madwoman. All the elders stood in stunned silence, witnessing this transformation. The Lin Muqing they once knew was not of such temperament. Both master and disciple were indeed lunatics. Suddenly, a clear and melodious voice rang out. Master, what are you doing? At an indeterminate moment, Jiang Lu appeared gracefully in the vicinity, her crimson eyes sparkling with mirth as they fixated on Lin Muqing. It seemed that her master held a considerable degree of regard for her. Yet, why could the affinity never seem to elevate? Lin Muqing's heart trembled slightly, though her countenance remained remarkably serene. It's nothing. The ground here is rather unkempt. Allow me to tidy it up. Having regained her composure, she noticed that the elder with the white beard had been forcefully pressed into the earth by her own actions. After lifting the elder, she beheld his visage, which was now devoid of its once resplendent beard, several teeth shattered, and his aged face marred by crimson streaks of blood, his murky eyes filled with trepidation. Supporting him gently, Lin Muqing spoke softly, Elder, please refrain from regarding me with such a gaze. We can resolve our conflicts amicably. Turning her attention to Jiang Lu, Lin Muqing's demeanor darkened. And in an instant, she seized Jiang Lu with decisive force. Jiang Li's face immediately turned pale with fear. Master, what exactly do you intend to do? Lin Muqing replied coldly. You have caused trouble. Return to face your punishment. Chapter 21. How to prove your love. Lin Muqing took Jiang Lu and, in the blink of an eye, they vanished from the spot. Master, I still need to prepare for the assessment of the new disciples tomorrow. Could you possibly let me down first? Jiang Lu wore a forced smile, pondering what had provoked the master's ire. Lin Muqing remained silent. Yet his silence implied that Jiang Lu was destined for misfortune. This thought lingered in his mind as he recalled the impending assessment tomorrow. Was it all for Tang Su? Was it merely to facilitate Tang Su's entry into the outer sect? Lin Muqing let out a cold laugh and remarked, how is that even possible? Jiang Lu widened her eyes and exclaimed, Master, I cherish only you. What is Tang Su in comparison? Lin Muqing cast her a sidelong glance, retorting with a sardonic tone. Do you expect me to believe your fanciful words? What was your purpose for entering the scripture pavilion, if not to seek out demonic arts for Tang Su? Jiang Li's mind raced with thoughts. The trust bestowed upon her by her master was dismally low, despite her considerable efforts. In Lin Muqing's eyes, it appeared that everything was still for the sake of Tang Su. Alas, first impressions hold immense significance. In the original text, Jiang Lu excels in the art of disguise, having performed the role of the tragic figure countless times, all to convince Lin Muqing of his sincerity, while he remains entangled with Tang Su. Lin Muqing has become immune to such tactics. No, master, it is truly solely for the purpose of cultivation, with no ulterior motives. Jiang Lu spoke with utmost sincerity. I can't believe a word of it, Lin Muqing replied, her expression rife with skepticism. If your intentions were truly pure and solely focused on cultivation, you would not have destroyed the scripture pavilion of the Taiqing Xian sect. Had it not been for my master hastily intervening to rescue you, there is no doubt you would have faced dire consequences. That lunatic is approaching, and even my master may struggle to ensure your safety. Jiang Lu finally realized that Lin Muqing was indeed quite cunning. By abducting her in such a manner, he could evade any responsibility. The thought of that madman crossed her mind. Jiang Li's lips twitched slightly. Indeed, this was quite a troublesome matter. Master Jiang Sun. His prowess was merely one realm weaker than that of Master Jin Sheng. Unlike the elders from other factions, who each possessed their own exclusive cultivation chambers, Master Jiang Sun had constructed a personal training ground on the second floor, a place he cherished to the point of obsession. After spending countless years in seclusion, he had ventured out to wander the world. According to the timeline in the original text, he would soon be returning. Should he discover that the scripture pavilion had been destroyed, he would undoubtedly be driven to madness. Jiang Lu could not help but secretly lament. Fortunately, a deadline had been set. In 5 days' time, he would resort to deathly escape and depart from the Taiqing Xuanzong. However, he must ensure that his master's favorability rating reaches at least 10%, relinquishing any thoughts of eliminating Jiang Lu. Jiang Lu could only find solace in seeking resources and seizing opportunities from Tang Su in the northern state. Soon, Lin Muqing led Jiang Lu into a dimly lit room, where one could hardly see their own hand in front of their face. Jiang Lu warily fixed her gaze upon Lin Muqing, her favorability rating a mere 5%, posing an imminent threat of potential annihilation. If circumstances proved dire, she would have no choice but to instantaneously detonate 3 magic cores. The ensuing cataclysmic force should grant her a fleeting chance of survival. Master, what exactly are your intentions? Jiang Lu instinctively recoiled, only to realize she had pressed against the icy wall behind her, leaving her with no avenue for retreat. Lin Muqing took a step closer, positioning herself intimately near Jiang Lu, allowing her to distinctly feel the warmth of the other's breath. She meant to do nothing but to affirm a singular truth. Was it truly pleasurable when you tormented me in the past life? Lin Muqing's voice was cold, yet it sent a shiver down Jiang Li's spine. Was her master seeking revenge? Today, she had been unable to find an opportunity or pretext. How should she respond to such a question? Pleasurable? That would imply that the torment in the previous life was deliberate and frivolous. Unpleasant? That would further suggest that love was but a facade, and every approach towards Lin Muqing was driven by ulterior motives. Jiang Li's expression darkened, as if no matter how he responded, it would lead to a deadlock. Taking a deep breath, he spoke. Master, I can prove it to you. Lin Muqing suddenly smiled. And how do you intend to prove that? You have 3 seconds. If you cannot provide proof, I shall treat you as you treated me in the past. And my methods will be even more ruthless. In Jiang Li's crimson eyes, a hint of madness flickered. It seems that a sacrifice must be made. I can prove it to you. I truly adore you, every essence of you. In the darkness, Jiang Lu, having reached a point of no retreat, firmly embraced Lin Muqing, her delicate figure trembling slightly, her exquisite skin offering a unique sensation. Are you seeking death? Release your grip. Lin Muqing frowned, instantly filled with fury. The ferocious force attempted to cast Jiang Lu aside, for the power of a celestial realm expert was indeed terrifying. Bang! Jiang Lu detonated a magical core, equivalent to the self-detonation of a formidable warrior at the Earth realm, which neutralized Lin Muqing's power, ensuring that no harm could befall him. However, it did not liberate Jiang Lu from his grasp. The violent shockwaves radiated outward, far beyond what Jiang Lu could withstand. His body was instantly gravely injured, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, painting a more vivid and frenzied crimson. He fiercely bit down on Lin Muqing's lip. This series of actions left Lin Muqing momentarily bewildered, as something invasive abruptly penetrated his mouth, carrying a hint of sweetness. In the darkness, only a pair of scarlet eyes were visible. Lin Muqing was taken aback, his luck values shifting. 423, 523. It was the first time he experienced such a sensation of violation, rendered speechless, only managing to utter a few fragmented words. You've lost your mind. He intended to break free from Jiang Lu, but recalling the latter's frenzied actions, a strange sense of trepidation enveloped him. It was utterly reckless. At this moment, Lin Muqing felt his body weakening, his gaze aflame with fury as he fixed his stare on Jiang Lu. He recognized that Jiang Lu had reached the brink of exhaustion, teetering on the edge of life-threatening danger, yet he persisted in his madness. An acute discomfort gripped Lin Muqing's heart. What if Jiang Lu perished? Wouldn't he that be a boon for his disciple? Enough! Lin Muqing attempted to convey a few more characters, only to be met with Jiang Li's even more frenzied assault. Soon, Jiang Letta had reached her limit, collapsing softly into Lin Muqing's embrace. At last, Lin Muqing could breathe a sigh of relief, his heart a tumult of emotions. Gazing at his obedient disciple nestled in his arms, an inexplicable sensation surged within him. Why did it feel as though he was the one at a disadvantage? Chapter 22. You plead with me. Jiang Lu opened his eyes, discovering himself nestled upon a soft bed. The room was suffused with a delicate fragrance, elusive in its source, yet it brought clarity to Jiang Li's mind. He found himself in the abode of his master, where the unique scent of tranquility was intended for calming the spirit and focusing the mind. Oh no. During the period of his unconsciousness, he had no idea what his master had been up to. Under such circumstances, failing to exhibit a touch of madness would surely allow Lin Muqing to manipulate him effortlessly. Jiang Lu swiftly rose to his feet, only to feel a chilling sensation enveloping his entire body. His garments had been removed, revealing his delicate and fair skin, a pristine expanse of white. Where are my clothes? And where has my storage bag been placed? Jiang Lu stealthily rose to her feet, clutching her chest, her small face a delicate blend of white and red. Gritting her teeth, she exclaimed, "Master, this is utterly intolerable. Whether to kill or to punish, I shall comply. But what sort of indignity is this, stealing my garments? Today is precisely the day of the new disciple's assessment. I must devise a way to hinder Tang Su, or rather, to impede the pace of her development. Once I extricate myself from the Ta Qingxian sect, I shall swiftly scour the resources of the northern prefecture with unrelenting fervor. This is truly humiliating. After all, it is Master S chamber, and there should be no outsiders present." After a brief moment of unease, Jiang Lu began to search around frantically. Her numbed visage was suffused with an expression of utter despair. "No, Master, oh Master, is this truly your chamber? How can there be not a single garment to wear?" Jiang Lu felt a tinge of despair. In the broad daylight, without even knowing the hour, she paced back and forth in her room, her fair skin contrasting against the surroundings. Is this truly appropriate? Lin Muqing has taken all her clothes. It is utterly despicable. Jiang Lu approached a grand mirror, gazing at her reflection for the first time. Her snow-white hair cascaded over her shoulders, nearly reaching her waist, while her slender figure boasted not a hint of excess. In her crimson eyes, there lingered a touch of shyness, enough to make even herself blush upon sight. Jiang Lu reveled in her own admiration. The scene was so exquisite that even in her past life, she dared not to imagine it. Creak. The door to the room was suddenly flung open. Jiang Lu was suddenly startled, realizing that there was truly no cover in sight. The only recourse was to clutch her flowing white hair to shield her modesty. Lin Muqing, with a slight smirk gracing his lips, sauntered in. Clad in a robe of deep green, he possessed a tall and elegant stature, towering over Jiang Lu by half a head, his gaze laced with a hint of mockery. "Ah, my dear disciple, has the new disciple assessment commenced? I entrust the entire proceedings to you. Hurry along and oversee the evaluation of your fellow disciples." Jiang Lu took a step back, her expression filled with indignation. "Master, why not hand me my clothes? How can I possibly venture outside in this state?" Observing Jiang Li's evasive demeanor, Lin Muqing's eyes sparkled with delight. "My dear disciple, do you not wish to step outside? If that is the case, then I shall take my leave, for I have matters to attend to." Jiang Li's expression turned anxious. "Master Muqing, please do not rush to leave just yet." In truth, Jiang Lu couldn't help but sigh, realizing that it was Lin Muqing's competitive spirit at play, prompting her to resort to such methods to reclaim a modicum of pride. "Oh, my esteemed master, what can that disciple possibly do? I have cooperated fully with you. Master Muqing, might you consider returning the garments to your disciple?" Jiang Li's tone softened. Lin Muqing stepped forward, her fair fingers gently pinching Jiang Li's chin, lifting it slightly, and haughtily declared, "You beg me." Jiang Lu did not resist, allowing his little head to be lifted. How could even the master have such an aura? "Master Muqing, I implore you, could you please return my garments? I acknowledge my mistakes and assure you that I shall never dare to repeat them. I beseech you, master. Grant me your forgiveness." Jiang Li's voice was soft and mellow as she gazed innocently at Lin Muqing, who responded with a satisfied smile. "Where has your previous fervor vanished to? In my presence, you must obediently comply." "Very well. I have only this one garment for you. Wear it." Lin Muqing tossed a scarlet outfit towards Jiang Lu, causing her complexion to shift dramatically. "Is this truly wearable? It scarcely conceals what it ought to." "Master," Jiang Lu implored once more, "the assessment for the new disciples is about to commence, is it not? Do you not wish to preside over it? If you delay any further, the opportunity shall be lost." Lin Muqing huffed in response. Jiang Lu did not anticipate that her master would use this as a means of coercion. However, upon reflection, she realized that preventing Tang Su was of utmost importance. Gritting her teeth, she resolutely replied, "Very well, master. I shall comply. If necessary, a small sacrifice is not out of the question. After all, I have already lost face once. Losing it again matters little." After Jiang Lu donned the crimson dress, her heart was utterly extinguished. The alluring red fabric clung tightly to her delicate form, failing to conceal her completely. It bore no resemblance to a conventional garment. Where, indeed, did her master procure such an attire? Jiang Lu found himself at a loss for alternatives. He could only use his white hair to cover up. His crimson eyes cast downwards, glancing subtly at Lin Muqing. Is this acceptable, master? Jiang Lu could only cautiously inquire. When did the aloof and frigid master become so perverse? No way. Lin Muqing replied icily, pointing at Jiang Li's snowy white hair. Take him away from me. Jiang Li's face was flushed with an intense crimson, leaving her momentarily dazed. Do you still wish to host? Lin Muqing rolled her eyes in response. Jiang Li's expression fell, and she tightly closed her eyes, resigned to comply. Disciple, even I cannot fathom this, Lin Muqing remarked in astonishment. In a certain sense, were it not for your white hair, and you would undoubtedly be the most beautiful woman in Beizhou. How could you possibly take a liking to someone like Tang Su? Jiang Lu is acutely aware that, in terms of appearance, she is in no way inferior to her master, Lin Muqing, and might even possess a slight advantage. However, her naturally white hair and crimson eyes have led to perceptions of her as an ill omen, resulting in considerable discrimination. After departing from Beizhou, the narrative shifted, and the notion of her being a fated solitary star ceased to prevail. Jiang Lu has also garnered a considerable number of admirers. Various young masters from prominent families and disciples from esteemed sects have fervently pursued Jiang Lu, yet none have captured her interest. In the original narrative, she harbored a particular affection for Tang Su. Lin Muqing, assuming the demeanor of a victor, looked down upon Jiang Lu, toying with her in an array of peculiar postures. Jiang Lu obediently complied as well. After all, who could resist the commands of a revered master? Finally, Jiang Lu departed from the tormenting chamber, donning a complete attire of black. In a flurry, he hastened towards the assessment venue for the new disciples, resolute in his determination to deny Tang Su any opportunity for growth. Lin Muqing observed Jiang Li's retreating figure, licking his fingers with a smile gracing his face. Good disciple, you shall remain in the palm of my hand. Chapter 23. This slap shall remind you of your elders. Congratulations, host, for initiating a side quest. Side quest. Successfully suppress Tang Su and prevent him from becoming an outer disciple. Quest reward, 2,000 fortune points. To his surprise, he had inadvertently activated a side quest. Jiang Lu has arrived at the assessment venue. The recruitment of outer disciples within the Taiqing Xuanzong is indeed a significant event, overseen by a dedicated elder from the recruitment pavilion. Lin Muqing is among them. Originally, this responsibility lay with the master, but it has now fallen upon Jiang Li's shoulders. The management system of Taiqing Xuanzong is divided into numerous departments, each managing its own affairs, generally refraining from interference and operating independently. This includes the scripture repository, which is responsible for the management and collection of cultivation techniques, alongside the Danfeng Pavilion, Qi Refining Pavilion, Cultivation Pavilion, and the Supervision Pavilion. The Recruitment Pavilion specifically handles the assessment of new disciples. Its authority is not particularly high among the various pavilions, as it only oversees the evaluation of outer disciples, which yields limited benefits. Nevertheless, the status of the Recruitment Pavilion within the sect remains formidable, with the pavilion master being the foremost genius of Beizhou, Lin Muqing. At this moment, the elders of the Recruitment Pavilion wore expressions of deep concern, for the former pavilion master, Lin Muqing, had been dismissed. Only the venerable Jin Sheng had the audacity to execute such a decision. A new pavilion master must be appointed. Yet Jin Sheng has not divulged any information regarding who that might be, leaving uncertainty about their temperament. Today marks the first day of the new disciple assessments. Yet the newly appointed pavilion master has yet to arrive. Without directives from the new master, the assessment tasks for the new disciples remain indefinitely stalled. The authority of this new pavilion master seems excessively imposing. It is already late, and they have not yet appeared. Is this a demonstration of power? Exclaimed an elder with a bushy beard in indignation. Old Hu, remember that this individual was personally appointed by Jin Sheng and undoubtedly possesses an impressive background within the sect, far beyond our capacity to provoke. You ought to exercise caution in your words, sighed another elder with a goatee, his demeanor somber. Curse that goat. You have no right to speak here. The new pavilion master has yet to arrive, and you were already considering how to curry favor yesterday, weren't you? Old Hu glared fiercely at the goateed elder. Enough. If we fail to complete today's assessment, the three of us shall be guilty of negligence. Should the supervision pavilion discover this, our hard-earned salaries for the month will vanish, interjected a cold-faced elder clad in black. Within the entire recruitment pavilion, only these three elders exist, their strength barely reaching the third or fourth stage of the earth realm, which does not constitute a formidable force within the sect. The potential for profit is considerable. During Lin Muqing's tenure, they were unable to amass significant gains and were eagerly anticipating this assessment to reap substantial rewards. Otherwise, how could they sustain themselves on such meager salaries? The black-clad elder continued. The other two elders fell silent, suddenly feeling the situation was quite precarious. If they commenced the assessment prematurely, they would inevitably offend the newly arrived pavilion master. Yet, if they continued to delay, the people from the supervision pavilion would hover over them like vultures, refusing to let go. What should they do now? The black-clad elder's gaze flickered. The other two elders remained mute, finding it difficult to offer decisive advice. Let the assessment commence. From this moment on, I shall take full responsibility for the evaluation, declared a woman with white hair and red eyes as she strode in unceremoniously. Who are you? The recruitment pavilion is a place of great significance. How dare you? A mere junior, enter here, scolded the elder with a white beard, frowning, for the newcomer's strength appeared to be merely at the profound realm. From her attire, she seemed to be a disciple. How dared she intrude here? I am Jiang Lu, appointed by Jin Sheng. If you do not believe me, feel free to verify with the master and obtain the specific procedures for your assessment. Jiang Lu displayed no semblance of politeness, taking action with resolute and decisive vigor. The elder with the white beard was taken aback by this commanding presence. Jiang Lu. The moment this name surfaced in my mind, a vivid impression emerged. He is indeed the ruthless individual who destroyed the Sutra repository. A beloved disciple of Master Jin Sheng, he was indulged to an extreme degree, ruthlessly slaughtering fellow disciples within the sect. How did he suddenly arrive here? Jiang Lu casually tossed out the handover certificate, which bore the unmistakable seals of Master Lin Muqing and Patriarch Jin Sheng, a forgery that an ordinary person could never accomplish. The expression of Elder Baihu changed abruptly. The identity was authentic, and the sect leader was indeed this calamity. Was it not said that he would publicly take his own life in a few days? He could hardly survive much longer. Sect leader, you have arrived. Elder Baihu's face, once pale, now blossomed into a smile. The sect's plaza awaited. Jiang Lu stood serene atop the high platform, gazing down below. Huang Realm, 6th stage. 6 luminous points emerged upon the stone tablet, radiating brilliance, distinctly revealing the level of cultivation. The voice of the examining disciple trembled as they announced these words. Tang Su, a servant disciple, possesses a 6th stage cultivation in the Huang realm, successfully passing this assessment. Tang Su slightly withdrew his palm, his demeanor defiant. Below, a throng of at least tens of thousands gathered, their cultivation levels varying, predominantly below the Huang realm. The primary criterion for becoming an outer sect disciple is to attain the Huang realm. Most of these individuals were mere servant disciples, primarily focused on body refinement. Having never witnessed a servant disciple with such high cultivation, standing beside the assessment stone tablet, Tang Su clenched his fist tightly, his tall figure standing out amidst the crowd, drawing the attention of numerous female disciples. Around him, several outer sect disciples were also in attendance, and upon seeing Tang Su, the female disciples displayed evident admiration. The allure of the demonist's sacred body was indeed formidable. Unable to contain his exhilaration, Tang Su laughed heartily. His cultivation had long surpassed the Huang realm, and the reason for his rapid advancement could only be attributed to the vast pack of wild dogs in the back mountain. Consequently, he had resorted to refining his demonist body, unexpectedly achieving swift progress. Jiang Lu, I am no longer the person I was 2 days ago. After enduring such rigorous training for an extended period, Tang Su thought, his gaze fixed intently on Jiang Lu atop the platform. Memories of Jiang Lu remained vivid in his mind, her anguished pleas for acceptance echoing within him. He regarded his former self as a fool for disregarding such a flawless woman. Tang Su shed his outer garment, revealing his sculpted abdominal muscles. Adopting what he believed to be an alluring smile, the enhancement from the demonist's sacred body indeed bestowed him with terrifying prowess. The voices of the female disciples rose in pitch. Tang Su's smile grew more triumphant as he cast a flirtatious glance at Jiang Lu. With such a physique before you, you may remain unmoved on the first day, and perhaps even on the 10th, but I do not believe you can resist forever. One day, Jiang Lu, you shall be mine. Tang Su radiated an unparalleled confidence. Jiang Lu approached with an air of inevitability. Tang Su's heart raced with exhilaration. Could it be that the demonist's sacred body had truly borne fruit? Jiang Lu, I can offer you an opportunity to win my favor. With a resounding clap, Tang Su was abruptly interrupted in her incantation, her face cradled in her hands, gazing at Jiang Lu in astonishment. Without uttering a word, Jiang Lu swiftly delivered a resounding slap. This strike was a reprimand for your disrespect towards the ancestral teachings. This place is the sacred assembly hall of the sect, imbued with solemnity and authority. How dare you desecrate it in such a manner? Smack! Jiang Lu once again delivered a resounding slap. This strike was a blatant display of your disregard for authority. I am the newly appointed master of the recruitment pavilion, and you dare to treat me with such insolence. Tang Su's face had also begun to swell. Jiang Lu once again raised her palm. Are you going to hit me again? Tang Su was taken aback. This slap was meant to make you realize your mistakes. Tang Su stumbled, nearly falling to the ground. No, you didn't even give me a chance to speak. Chapter 24. I appoint you as the primary consort. From Tang Su's astonishment, 423 fortune points, 235 fortune points. The aforementioned transgressions are unforgivable. Henceforth, Your eligibility for assessment is revoked, and you shall no longer partake in the new disciple examination. Jiang Lu coldly announced the final verdict. Master, this is rather inconsistent with the principles of propriety, is it not? The elder with the white beard felt a ringing in his ears. Such a decision had expelled a highly skilled disciple. You have no say in this matter. While your ability to benefit from your disciples is commendable, I implore you to refrain from meddling in the assessment process. Jiang Lu spoke without a trace of courtesy. All that was required was to prevent Tang Su from entering the outer gate. He truly found the individuals here exceedingly annoying. The elder with the white beard was suddenly taken aback. The other two elders were unaware of this matter, yet the newly appointed pavilion master was fully informed. The extent of such means must be terrifying. The elder with the white beard hastily took a step back, refraining from speaking further. Truly, one could not judge a person who had blown up the scripture pavilion by ordinary standards. Lure you. Tang Su covered his face, utterly bewildered. The memories in his mind were telling him Jiang Lu would never be capable of inflicting harm upon himself. The manner in which he is being struck now suggests that, if he were to act in such a way, it would undeniably be out of sheer necessity. There must be a hidden secret that he remains unaware of. Jiang Li's refusal to allow him to pass the assessment is undoubtedly for his own good. Lu Er, I understand that everything is for my benefit. There is no need for you to explain. Something must have transpired. And I certainly am not suited for the evaluation at this moment. I can only blame my own thick skin. I wonder if I have inadvertently hurt your delicate hand. Tang Su murmured softly, his gaze cast low. In his mind, that voice erupted once more with fervor. What are you doing, Tang Su, Tang Su? Yet, as the formidable demon emperor, this individual named Jiang Lu is clearly belittling you. Tang Su attempted to communicate with the voice echoing in his mind. You foolish creature. Lu Er has been nothing but kind to you, and yet you have spurned her genuine affection. How could such a sincere and benevolent woman wish us harm? What do you understand? Lu Er's words are surely justified. The voice within his mind raged with incessant insults. Useless, worthless, wretched, wretched. She possesses the aura of the devouring heavenly demon art, seeking to consume all existence and ascend as the unparalleled sovereign of this realm. Tang Su felt utterly speechless. I trust not your deceitful words. The other candidates trembled in awe, gazing at Jiang Lu, uncertain of the true nature of this exquisite young disciple, who appeared younger than they yet had already assumed the esteemed position of the recruitment pavilion master. In an instant, a spark of understanding illuminated Tang Su's mind, and he grasped why Jiang Lu exhibited such an attitude now. Cursing silently at that towering figure in his thoughts, he lamented, It's all your fault. Lu Er must be angry over past matters and is likely sulking in silence. Having deduced the reason, Tang Su, feeling somewhat remorseful, addressed Jiang Lu. Lu Er, the person I cherish most is you. In my previous life, I was truly foolish, letting go of one who loved me dearly. I am deeply sorry. Might you grant me another chance? Help me ascend to the heavens and achieve the title of Demon Emperor, and I shall make you my rightful consort. Henceforth you shall be my most beloved, and you may also unify the future harem, becoming the supreme matriarch, bringing glory to our lineage. Jiang Lu furrowed her brows. Truly, as the male lead, he is adorned with the aura of a protagonist, possessing an astonishingly thick skin. Despite enduring such a barrage of slaps, his demeanor remains unfazed. Are you implying that I should become part of your harem? Jiang Lu wore a playful smile. This fellow truly had an unbecoming appearance, yet he indulged in frivolity. Henceforth, you shall be my rightful consort. You may generously bestow upon me treasures, opportunities, techniques, and elixirs, prepare my meals, assist in my cultivation, and cater to my whims. Such a life would indeed be delightful. Tang Su, lost in reminiscence, sighed silently, recalling the many women who had fallen for him at first sight. In those days, my ambitions soared higher than the heavens, leading me to commit numerous misdeeds. These women sought merely a title, yet I was so miserly that I could not even grant them that. I was truly despicable, and only now do I awaken to this realization. Now, having been granted a second chance at life, I shall spare none. The voice in my mind echoed once more. Tang Su could only see that figure, quaking wildly upon the throne. Useless. How can you be such a wretch? Tang Su had grown accustomed to it, ignoring the voice in his mind as he gazed tenderly at Jiang Lu. It was my past self that caused you distress. This is my fault. You may punish me as you wish. Please, lash me here. Tang Su closed his eyes. Jiang Li's lips twitched, and the small hand that had reached out was silently retracted. It felt as though the one being provoked was him, yet he was the one left feeling nauseated. Discard it. Jiang Lu felt utterly incapable of communication. The elder with the white beard immediately grasped the situation and was prepared to cast Tang Su out without hesitation. However, an icy voice suddenly resonated. Hold on. Is this truly your method of handling new recruits at the recruitment pavilion? How can you be so unjust? This individual is clearly an extraordinary talent, yet you would expel him from the sect in such a manner. I, from the supervision pavilion, cannot stand by idly. The speaker was a middle-aged man with a detached demeanor, the elder Xiao Xian, who bore animosity towards Jiang Lu. His position in the sect was that of the head of the supervision pavilion, wielding immense power. His authority allowed him to oversee the entire sect, far surpassing Jiang Li's status as the head of the recruitment pavilion. The arrival of someone from the supervision pavilion left the elder with the white beard in a state of shock. What should he do now? Head. This assessment was voluntarily withdrawn by Tang Su. It has nothing to do with senior sister Jiang Lu. If there is to be punishment, let it fall upon me, Tang Su declared earnestly, gazing deeply at Jiang Lu. I am standing up for you. Surely, you must feel overwhelmed by emotion. 3 question marks appeared above Elder Xiaoxian's head. Punish you? Why would I do that? You love-struck fool, get out of my sight. Jiang Lui furrowed her brows, choosing to disregard Elder Xiaoxian. It was indeed peculiar how Tang Su's demon saint body had awakened. In the back mountain, apart from wild dogs, there was nothing left but wild dogs. Could it be that? Jiang Lu cast a profound gaze at Tang Su, thinking to himself how ruthless this fellow truly was. No wonder you awakened the sacred body. I feel no envy. Elder Xiaoxian, is there any issue with the standard assessment procedure? The sect's laws have not mentioned any of this. A smile graced Jiang Li's lips. If there truly exists a problem, let it be attributed to me. Elder Xiaoxian finally grasped the situation. This fellow even blew up the scripture pavilion? He was destined to meet his demise in just 5 days. Chapter 25. The supreme forgetting of emotions is amiss. He is indeed a madman. Elder Xiaoxian regarded Jiang Lu with ill intent, for the first time perceiving how formidable a disciple from the mystic realm could be. His gaze swept around, unabashedly revealing the murderous intent in his eyes. Burdened by sin, he was indeed guilty beyond redemption. According to the sect's laws, 7 days could not be afforded. He ought to be executed immediately. With that said, Elder Xiaoxian acted without hesitation, striking swiftly. In the blink of an eye, a stunning figure appeared before Jiang Lu, calmly fixating her gaze upon Elder Xiaoxian. Elder Xiaoxian? Such fury. My disciple has already confessed. What more do you desire? Lin Muqing's cold stare bore into Xiaoxian. Elder Xiaoxian's intent was merely to test the waters. He had not anticipated success. With a derisive laugh, he remarked, as the master, so the disciple. The Taiqing Xian sect shall ultimately crumble under the weight of your folly. I eagerly await the judgment on the 5th day. Recognizing the futility of further confrontation, he acknowledged Lin Muqing's protection and realized he could do nothing against Jiang Lu. Do not be anxious, Elder. Tang Su's pupils exhibited an eerie black hue as she knelt on the ground. I, Tang Su, willingly pledge myself to you, Elder Xiaoxian. Elder Xiaoxian was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. Very well. At such a young age, you have already attained the 6th stage of the Yellow Realm. Such a level is indeed remarkable. I, Xiaoxian, shall accept you as my disciple. He cast a cold glance at Lin Muqing before leading Tang Su away from the scene. The atmosphere grew instantly serene. In Jiang Li's mind, the system's notification echoed. Congratulations, host, for successfully suppressing Tang Su. Reward, 2,000 luck points. Tang Su had not gained the recognition of the recruitment pavilion and could hardly be considered an outer disciple. Suddenly becoming a private disciple of Elder Xianxiao could only be regarded as a personal apprenticeship. Afterward, Lin Muqing, with a hint of astonishment, glanced at Jiang Lu. She had expected him to rekindle his ambitions, yet was taken aback by his resolute indifference towards Tang Su. Jiang Lu shook her head and smiled sweetly. Master, did I not say it all is for you? Lin Muqing snorted coldly. You are merely trying to deceive me. The remaining assessments proceeded as scheduled. Lin Muqing suddenly inquired, what do you intend to do in 5 days? I cannot believe you would truly take your own life in public. A cunning individual like you must be harboring ulterior motives. Cough. Jiang Lu cleared his throat, his face devoid of color, and a somewhat sorrowful smile graced his lips. Master, I, Jiang Lu, am a man of my word. I willingly accept the punishment. I shall never implicate you or our esteemed ancestor. The poison of the green tea resides within me. Jiang Lu could dissolve the situation at any moment, yet chose not to, all for the sake of the authenticity of the performance. A moment's inattention could lead to utter destruction. The pain from the poison of the green tea coursed through Jiang Li's body, causing it to tremble momentarily. Since it was a feigned injury, it had to appear genuine. Otherwise, it would be impossible to deceive Master Jincheng. Spare me your pitiful act. This trick no longer holds sway over me. Are you attempting to convey that your life is dwindling due to the venom within you? A smile played at the corners of Lin Muqing's lips. Her eyes filled with skepticism. Jiang Li's smile appeared somewhat awkward. In the original text, the protagonist indeed employed such tactics to deceive Lin Muqing on more than 2 occasions. All in an effort to secure resources from her, aiming to curry favor with Tang Su. She had deceived Lin Muqing a total of 3 times. One cannot afford to stumble thrice. Lin Muqing held a low level of trust towards Jiang Lu. Upon witnessing her feigning such a pathological demeanor, an overwhelming sense of revulsion filled her heart. Did Jiang Lu truly believe she could elicit her sympathy through such means? Absolutely not. Master, I harbor no such intentions. Jiang Liu's tone carried a hint of grievance. I did not come to you to discuss this matter, nor to lament on your behalf, Lin Muqing remarked. Glancing down at Jiang Lo, I am merely curious, what were you doing at the sutra repository yesterday? And why did you cause such a commotion, resulting in its destruction? Do you not realize how many elders you have offended with that action? Jiang Li's gaze exhibited a hint of evasion. Master, I merely wish to enter the scripture repository for cultivation. Is there any issue with that? Lin Muqing nodded and replied, Understood, you may attend to your matters. With a contemplative expression, Lin Muqing meandered through the sect's plaza for a brief moment before leisurely departing. After observing the retreating figure of his master, Jiang Lu could not help but smile. Whether the cultivation of the Jade Maiden's Heart Sutra would be successful hinged on the events of this evening. Lin Muqing returned to his chamber, where a book entitled The Supreme Emotionless Record lay upon the table, exuding an air of antiquity, the pages already tinged with yellow. This book had been discovered on Jiang Lo, and was it possible that it had been smuggled out from the sutra repository? Lin Muqing felt a surge of excitement and curiosity, cautiously inquiring about its significance, only to find that his disciple appeared oblivious to its importance. As a bearer of the heartless sacred body, the most suitable cultivation method for him was indeed the supreme emotionless record. In his previous life, he had scoured numerous locations without any leads, only to now realize that it was hidden within the sutra repository all along. Lin Muqing was also aware that Tang Su's devouring demon technique originated from the same repository, yet he remained uncertain about its exact location, having nearly exhausted all 3 floors in his search. Now, deductions could finally be made. Jiang Lu entered with the intent of seeking the devouring heaven demonic art, only to unexpectedly discover the supreme emotionless record within. After countless years of searching for this elusive technique, its appearance before Lin Muqing was nothing short of exhilarating. As she turned to the first page, she encountered the fundamental principles of the supreme emotionless record. Though she had never seen it before, she could intuitively sense its authenticity. However, upon flipping to the second page, her brows furrowed tightly, a slight headache beginning to manifest. Was this truly the supreme emotionless record? The content was shockingly unpalatable. Could it genuinely lead to successful cultivation? Lin Muqing felt a twitch at the corner of her mouth, utterly perplexed. Her complexion grew increasingly flushed as the subsequent illustrations were simply overwhelming. Was this a deception? It was not until she reached the final page that she saw a few crookedly written words. First, one must possess emotions. Only then can one attain true mastery. In an instant, Lin Muqing experienced a profound realization. Only by first embracing emotions could one then transcend to a state of detachment. This had to be the authentic supreme emotionless record, albeit from a different perspective. Thoughts of Jiang Lu crossed her mind, prompting her to shake her head vigorously. What could that wayward disciple want from her? Chapter 26. The white garment enveloping the slender waist. Jiang Lu let out a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, after acquiring the cultivation method, he had already taken precautions by merging the Jade Maiden Cultivation Sutra with the Supreme Emotionless Record. Apart from the preface, which consists of content from the Supreme Emotionless Record, the subsequent sections feature illustrations from the Jade Maiden Cultivation Sutra, depicting a series of peculiar movements that likely represent the techniques of cultivation. Furthermore, it necessitates the presence of a corresponding female counterpart for proper execution. Beyond that lies the true cultivation formula of the Supreme Emotionless Record, crafted to assuage any doubts Lin Muqing might harbor. Jiang Lu thoughtfully inscribed a phrase. One must first experience affection before embracing indifference. Only then can one master the profound arts. It remains uncertain whether Lin Muqing will heed this wisdom, and Jiang Lu cannot offer any assurances. All that can be done is to plant a seed within the depths of the other's heart. As for the ensuing evaluation matters, Jiang Lu chose not to intervene further, prioritizing his cultivation instead. Upon inspecting his storage bag, he discovered that he had amassed nearly 20,000 martial coins. Martial coins serve as the universal currency in Beizhou, and 20,000 is considered a considerable fortune. Most of this wealth is a result of Jiang Li's recent plunders. Tang Su, as a servant disciple, diligently swept the floors all day long, earning only 2 martial coins for his efforts. Official disciples receive a monthly stipend of around 1,000 coins. However, cultivating at the Taiqing Xian sect is exceedingly expensive. Access to the scripture repository incurs a fee of nearly 100 martial coins after the initial free entry. For a faster cultivation chamber, a better one costs over 100 martial coins for just 1 hour. The elders in charge dictate these prices, leaving the disciples unable to afford proper cultivation. They toil day in and day out, working from 9 to 5 merely to accept tasks and earn meager martial coins. This paltry sum is insufficient to support the disciples' training. Consequently, the younger generation of Taiqing Xian sect grows increasingly weaker, having been overtaken by the 2 other major forces. As the foremost power in Beizhou, it resembles a decaying tree, poised to collapse at any moment. Jiang Lu was acutely aware that the edifice was on the verge of collapse. When the time arrived, both formidable factions would unleash their might, with Earth realm experts abounding, alongside celestial realm powers to contend with. The Taiqing Xuanzong, after all, possessed profound heritage. It had withstood the trials for 2 years, nearly facing annihilation, until the return of Tang Su. However, by that juncture, nearly all disciples below the Earth realm had perished. The battle for survival was exceptionally brutal. A side quest has been initiated. Side quest: accumulate 1 million martial coins. Quest reward: 5,000 points of fortune value. Jiang Lu lifted her eyelids. The primary objective was to amass a substantial amount of martial currency, ensuring ample resources for cultivation in the northern province. There were approximately 4 to 5 days remaining. How could one maximize the cashing out at the Taiqing Xian sect? The third day, Jiang Lu chose to arrive at the martial arena, a place managed by the martial pavilion. Here, disciples of various sects can resolve their grievances, and it also serves as a venue for wagering. It is the most expedient location to earn martial currency. Currently, a considerable number of battles is required to solidify one's strength, as the vast reserves of profound energy previously absorbed must be consolidated. Are you Jiang Lu? Truly a notorious figure. I wish to challenge you. A melodious voice rang out, belonging to a young maiden clad in white, who stood gracefully behind Jiang Lu. She possessed the cultivation of the 8th level of the profound realm. Her slender waist was enveloped in white fabric, and a long willow sword glimmered with a chilling radiance. By Shuang, Jiang Lu wore a smile laced with a hint of mischief, precisely akin to that of the devoted admirer of Tang Su. She was the daughter of the esteemed Bai Jianghe, the master of the Taiqing Xian sect, a figure of noble lineage. Bai Jianghe, despite his high status and the formidable cultivation of the 9th stage of the celestial realm, had been the victim of a nefarious scheme in his youth, resulting in a lingering poison that had yet to be purged, leaving his strength in a state of perpetual decline. Each exertion further exacerbated his injuries, and his lifespan was waning. Consequently, he could scarcely maintain order within the sect, which now found itself rife with various factions ruthlessly exploiting the disciples. Presently, the sect's stability relied heavily upon the support of the esteemed elder, Master Jin Cheng. By a stroke of fortune, Tang Su inadvertently cured Bai Jianghe's affliction, thus saving the sect leader's life and simultaneously winning the heart of Bai Lu, thereby securing his foothold within the Taiqing Xian sect. However, if Bai Jianghe were to be cured of his poison, could it not be perceived as an indirect means of undermining Tang Su, seizing his opportunities? Why challenge me? You, a practitioner of the 8th stage of the profound realm, dare to confront one of the 6th stage? Truly, the daughter of the sect leader has mastered the art of leveraging her position to intimidate those beneath her. Jiang Li's crimson eyes flickered momentarily, a subtle smile gracing her lips. I have not bullied the weak. You, who have slaughtered your fellow disciples, are indeed an unforgivable femme fatale. I merely seek vengeance for my fellow brother, Bai Shuang retorted with gritted teeth. Your words are misguided. This formidable Kashu Xian, a 9th-tier powerhouse, has repeatedly oppressed me, a mere fragile woman, while I was at my weakest, possessing only the 3rd tier of power. Jiang Lu explained with a calm demeanor. You describe them as irredeemably wicked and utterly malevolent. Should I simply stand idly by and await my demise? Upon hearing this, Bai Shuang was momentarily at a loss for words. Her voice softened considerably. Then, you need not resort to such extreme measures. Why resort to slaughtering your own kind and taking so many lives? Jiang Lu let out a hearty laugh and remarked, a dozen people surrounding me in a brawl. And you expect me to hold back? When Master Bai Jianghe was poisoned, did you urge those assailants to temper their blows? If they were to beat me to death, I would be left with no recourse to defend myself, and they would merely claim that I succumbed to the perils of my own cultivation, exploding in demise. Who then? Should I trust? Bai Shuang's gaze faltered, momentarily at a loss for words. She soon realized the rapid ascent of his power. In merely a day or two, his cultivation had surged by 3 entire realms. While the others were preoccupied with Jiang Li's misdeeds, they scarcely noticed the transformation in his prowess. Your argument is fundamentally flawed. Regardless, your malevolence is indefensible. As warriors, we ought to uphold justice, support the vulnerable, and protect the weak. This ongoing debate had already attracted the attention of many disciples nearby. Bai Shuang, known for her benevolence within the sect, had assisted numerous weaker disciples, even at the expense of her own resources, to extend her compassion. She was indeed a paragon of virtue, but some would label her a naive idealist. Jiang Li's assessment of her was succinctly encapsulated in 2 words, foolish. Yet, Jiang Lu herself, with her white hair and crimson eyes, was regarded as an outcast. She had repeatedly defied the sect's laws, ruthlessly slaughtering numerous fellow disciples, obliterating the scripture repository, and it was rumored that she deliberately tormented new students. Had it not been for the backing of Grandmaster Jin Cheng, Jiang Lu would have long been consigned to the cold water prison, eternally barred from rebirth. Her reputation within the sect was far from favorable. Many martial artists rallied to support Bai Shuang, casting resentful glances at Jiang Lu. Senior Sister Bai, she is nothing but a female fiend. We must teach this wretch a lesson. Who knows how many disciples she has harmed? We stand firmly behind you, Senior Sister Bai. In truth, A number of disciples found merit in Jiang Li's words, observing from a distance. Bai Shuang took a deep breath, feeling invigorated, and pointed her sword at Jiang Lo. This is merely a battle. You, little thief Jiang Lo, do you dare to face me? Is this your justification for leading a group to bully me? In Jiang Li's mind, a prompt echoed once more. The second phase of the main quest has commenced. Second phase main quest, successfully corrupt Bai Shuang. Eliminate a significant ally of the male protagonist. Quest reward, 5,000 fortune points. Corruption progress, 0. Chapter 27. Do you believe in human nature? We are punishing evil and promoting good. How can this be considered bullying? Bai Shuang gritted her teeth and exclaimed, You tyrant! Will you accept my challenge or not? Are you even a woman, afraid to confront my provocation? You are 2 levels above me in cultivation. Do you expect me to challenge you without any tangible stakes? Jiang Lu, with a radiant smile, remarked, So it was an attempt to extort me? Truly befitting of a despised sorceress. Bai Shuang responded with a cold snort. As long as you dare to engage in a fair duel without employing the heavenly sword talisman, I can acquiesce to any demands you may have. Within the sect, she ranks among the most elite of talents, undoubtedly capable of delivering a sound lesson to this fellow. Very well. We have come to the arena for martial combat. Wagering is rather tedious indeed. Jiang Lu spoke slowly, enticing Bai Shuang with each word. So, what do you propose we do? Bai Shuang furrowed her brow in contemplation. Bai Shuang, I am willing to wager my life against yours. A crimson light flickered in Jiang Li's eyes as he suddenly stepped forward. Bai Shuang felt a jolt of shock course through her, involuntarily retreating 2 steps. A gamble for life? In the martial contests of the Taiqing Xuanzong, losing merely meant forfeiting some martial currency at most. One would never expect to lose their life in such a manner. Bai Shuang was typically benevolent towards her disciples, always extending a helping hand to those who were resource-deprived, even offering financial support. Her reputation within the Taiqing Xuanzong was exemplary, and many disciples held her in high regard, finding her more approachable compared to the lofty goddess Lin Muqing. Jiang Lu, you are already on borrowed time. How could someone so deeply mired in sin dare to stake their life against senior sister Bai? Indeed, do you think your worthless existence is worthy of such a gamble? Numerous disciples who had received her assistance began to launch scathing remarks at Jiang Lu. Jiang Lu gazed coldly at the stout disciple who spoke. If I were to wager my life against yours, it would not be out of the question. The stout disciple recoiled slightly, preparing to retreat, only to be effortlessly lifted by Jiang Lu. Why do you wish to flee if you are to gamble your life with me? Jiang Lu let out a cold laugh. I never said such a thing. The short, stout disciple urged, Hurry and put me down. Slaying fellow disciples is a grave offense. If you dare to kill me, the elders will undoubtedly not let you off the hook. Feeling cornered, he spoke with a fierce demeanor, though his words trembled with fear. Haven't I already killed enough? Just keep a record of it. Jiang Lu did not hesitate. He immediately crushed the disciple's head, for there were only 4 or 5 days left. He no longer cared about such matters. Master Jinsheng was not a benevolent figure either. Jiang Lu risked his life and frantically reorganized the Taiqing Xian sect, to which Master Jinsheng was more than willing to witness the outcome, yet he no longer granted Jiang Lu the heavenly sword talisman. You, how dare you wantonly slaughter your fellow disciples? I wager my life against yours. You must be brought to justice for your heinous acts. Bai Shuang's expression was one of deep sorrow as she fixed her gaze on Jiang Lu. Very well, I shall wager my life against yours. But it will only be my life at stake. If I win, I do not seek your life in return, for it holds little value. What I truly lack is a servant. Jiang Li's words were left unspoken. Very well, if I lose, I shall serve you as a slave. Bai Shuang leapt onto the arena without hesitation. This time, the disciples below the stage dared not utter another word. Their gazes fixed on Jiang Lu with a palpable sense of dread. They fervently wished for this demon to be vanquished at once. As Jiang Lu stepped onto the arena, Bai Shuang exhibited no semblance of courtesy. Her long sword, akin to a slender serpent, struck with precision and ferocity, aimed directly at Jiang Li's chest. Yet, her youth betrayed her. Her strikes lacked the necessary ruthlessness. Though they appeared directed at Jiang Li's heart, they were merely feints, with the true lethal intent aimed at her lower abdomen, seeking to disrupt her internal energy. There was no intention to endanger Jiang Li's life. Boom! Jiang Lu simultaneously launched his counterattack. A dark aura emanated from him as he deftly sidestepped to evade his opponent's strike. The explosive force of his assault struck directly at the adversary's visage. The extreme sky demon body indeed instills terror, both in strength and speed. It far surpasses that of Bai Shuang, despite the latter being 2 ranks higher. The opponent was entirely subdued. The ferocity of the attack sent a chill through Bai Shuang's heart. How could such an assault be so chillingly fierce? The long sword slipped from her grasp, desperately raised in defense, yet it could not withstand such overwhelming power. She was forcefully slammed into the ground. Having lost her weapon within mere moments of the first exchange, Jiang Li's power utterly overwhelmed her. Bai Shuang even felt that her opponent was not merely at the Xian realm, but rather a true master of the earth realm. We are sworn enemies. If I were to fail, my life would be forfeit in an instant. Is there any need for mercy? Jiang Lu smiled, yet showed no mercy in his actions. The prowess of the celestial devouring demonic art was indeed formidable. Unfortunately, his combat experience was still lacking. Though he managed to suppress Bai Shuang to some extent, he was unable to vanquish her in an instant. With sheer ferocity, Bai Shuang was forced to retreat repeatedly, proving to be no match for him. A fierce strike landed heavily. Jiang Lu seized Bai Shuang's hand directly. Her delicate wrist turned crimson from the pressure, struggling for a considerable time to break free. The extreme celestial demon body was immensely powerful, several times stronger than that of an ordinary warrior, which was Jiang Li's distinct advantage. In an instant, as he grasped the pivotal moment, a terrifying force surged forth, rendering Bai Shuang utterly incapable of resistance. Her body lost all semblance of control as Jiang Lu grasped both her arms, forcefully drawing her into his embrace. The young woman's breath was fervent, accompanied by a subtle fragrance. Bai Shuang's face flushed crimson, and as she abruptly lifted her gaze, she beheld Jiang Li's exquisite visage, his red eyes glimmering with a faint chill. "Release me," Bai Shuang implored, struggling desperately. Yet, the strength opposing her was terrifyingly overwhelming, rendering her efforts to escape futile. "Release you?" Jiang Li's white hair cascaded down, gently brushing against Bai Shuang's cheek, inducing a delightful tickle. Bai Shuang was momentarily entranced. Suddenly, she felt her body lose all control, forcefully crashing to the ground. Dizziness enveloped her as she collided with the arena, directly confronting Jiang Li's unyielding assault, which exhibited no mercy and was exceedingly ruthless. Almost immediately, a foot came crashing down upon Bai Shuang's face. Jiang Lu stood imperiously, declaring, "You have lost." Bai Shuang's head spun, her vision distorted, only able to catch a glimpse of Jiang Li's profile. The sensation was one of profound humiliation. As the esteemed daughter of the Taiqing Xian sect, she had never been subjected to such treatment. Another woman had ruthlessly trampled upon her. In the midst of a vast audience, her dignity was being trampled before all. Many of you have been beneficiaries of Bai Shuang's generosity, haven't you? If you wish to rescue her, leave behind 10,000 martial coins. Step up to challenge. If victorious, you may succeed in saving Bai Shuang, and perhaps even win her heart in the end. Jiang Lu gazed at the audience, earnestly inquiring, "Is there anyone willing to take the stage and challenge?" Bai Shuang felt an unbearable discomfort in her throat as she fixated intently on the disciples below, most of whom were her protagonist. She fervently wished, with all her heart, for someone to rise and rescue her from the clutches of the formidable Jiang Lu, liberating her from such indignities. At that moment, the disciples who had once benefited from her support bowed their heads in shame. The sum of 10,000 martial coins felt insurmountable. "Do you see?" she thought. "These are the disciples whom you once nurtured. They are even reluctant to save a mere 10,000, to grasp this fleeting opportunity." Jiang Li's words cut like a knife, mercilessly slicing through Bai Shuang's fragile heart. Bai Shuang, overwhelmed with pain, stared blankly at the stage below. Why was no one stepping forward for her? Why was her disciple not advocating for her? Jiang Lu leaned closer to Bai Shuang's ear, whispering like a demon, causing her to shudder. "How about we engage in a game? 10,000 martial coins for a piece of clothing, with anonymous bidding. Do you think anyone would be willing to pay? And it's your own sponsored money. Do you have faith in human nature?" Chapter 28. Is this the person you wish to assist? Do not expect such tactics to make me yield. Do you truly believe that the disciples of the Xian sect are all as irredeemable as you? Bai Shuang scoffed, her eyes filled with skepticism. The Taiqing Xian sect is a prestigious establishment of righteousness. How could it possibly harbor such malevolent spirits? Jiang Lu assisted Bai Shuang to her feet, brushing off the dust from her attire, and earnestly inquired, "Does that imply that you have chosen to place your trust?" Beside the martial arts platform, a phantom figure emerged, displaying the stakes of today's wager. Jiang Lu cast a glance at the audience below and remarked, "It was supposed to be anonymous. However, if you wish to witness this performance, you must contribute an amount of 10,000 martial coins." Bai Shuang was diligently regulating her breath, seeking an opportunity to strike again. "There is no need for you to expend your efforts in vain. I have faith in my disciples." Bai Shuang narrowed her eyes, intently fixated on Jiang Lu, secretly gathering her remaining strength. Bang! Jiang Lu offered no opportunity to his opponent. With no warning, a palm strike was unleashed, catching Bai Shuang completely off guard. Filled with terror, she was forcefully slammed back down to the ground by this blow. Jiang Li's crimson eyes were so frigid, "I regret to inform you. Your belief is misguided." Bai Shuang, disregarding her pain, suddenly lifted her gaze. In an instant, she was rendered speechless, rooted to the spot in astonishment. Jiang Lu was fervently increasing his stakes in the realm of martial currency. In a mere few seconds, he successfully surpassed the threshold of 10,000. Due to the anonymous nature of the disciples' contributions, only the amounts were visible, soaring at an alarming rate. 382 martial coins, 240 martial coins, 525 martial coins. Why? Bai Shuang found herself momentarily taken aback. Did she not observe the disciples below? Many of them hailed from woeful backgrounds. with the sect struggling to provide even the most basic cultivation resources. Bai Shuang had frequently extended her assistance to them. As the daughter of the sect leader, she had not enjoyed many privileges. Bai Jianghe, due to his health issues, had rarely engaged in sect affairs, focusing solely on recuperation. Over the years, Bai Shuang had donated at least several tens of thousands of martial coins. This was a substantial sum, one that even many elders might find difficult to amass. Yet, under such stringent conditions, Bai Shuang rose early and toiled late, undertaking 3 tasks a day, akin to holding 3 jobs. She ventured into perilous secret realms, exhibiting a commendable spirit of kindness towards others while maintaining strict self-discipline. However, she had never anticipated that the disciples she had interacted with for so long would suddenly seem so foreign. Were these indeed the disciples she had supported? Did the martial coins in their possession also belong to her? Jiang Lu smiled faintly. Bai Shuang's complexion was ashen, her body bearing the marks of injury. It felt as though a merciless dagger were ruthlessly piercing her chest, causing her heart to twist in agony. The darkness within Bai Shuang intensified by 5, accumulating to a total of 30. The impact on her was evidently profound. How many tasks must one undertake to earn back the entirety of the 20,000 martial coins? Jiang Lu wore a smile on her face as she gently removed 2 decorative pink flowers from Bai Shuang's hairpin, letting them fall to the ground. This was the price of 20,000 martial coins. If one desired to admire even more, what would be the cost? Jiang Lu extended 2 fingers, addressing the warriors below. The stakes must be raised. The warriors in the audience averted their gazes, a hint of disappointment flickering in their eyes, too timid to meet Bai Shuang's stare. Bai Shuang felt as though her heart had turned to ash, her entire being resembling a marionette manipulated by Jiang Lu. As she observed the eager eyes of the warriors below, a sense of impending doom washed over her for the first time. Damn it, they all must perish. Here, the betting system operates on an anonymous basis. Participants can discreetly place their wagers in the arena. Should their bet triumph, they may exchange their gambling tokens for martial coins within the martial pavilion. The total amount of martial coins wagered only escalated, surging towards the formidable threshold of 30,000. Within the projected phantom ahead, the quantity of martial coins Jiang Lu had amassed was displayed prominently. At the very top was a particular betting query. Would the enchanting Bai Shuang be stripped bare by the formidable Jiang Lu? Option 1, strip completely. Option 2, dare not strip. The betting information was voluntarily submitted by the disciples. The initiator, acting as the house, receives a fraction of the martial coins bet, typically only 1,000th. However, should the volume be substantial, the earnings could be staggering. Numerous warriors eagerly placed their bets, the majority opting for the first choice. Remarkably, within a mere 2 minutes, the additional wagers surpassed 100,000 martial coins. Such a colossal sum surely indicated the involvement of elders as well. Jiang Lu was taken aback for 2 seconds. One could only envision the corruption within the Taiqing Xuan zone, yet it had devolved to such an extent. How could this come to pass? Bai Shuang stared blankly at the screen ahead. The darkness emanating from Bai Shuang increased by 10. The daughter of the sect leader. Even though her father, Bai Jianghe, was on the verge of becoming a mere shadow of his former self, he should not be subjected to such humiliation. The ones who trample upon her were none other than the brothers and sisters with whom she had shared years of her life. Jiang Lu suddenly recalled a pivotal moment. If memory serves, Bai Jianghe had been deeply poisoned for quite some time and had attracted the attention of the elders. This emboldened him to act so recklessly towards Bai Shuang. However, in the original narrative, Tang Su inadvertently intervened to alleviate the poison, extending Bai Jianghe's life. Presently, Tang Su would undoubtedly refrain from taking action, having become a disciple of Elder Shaoxian, who would rather see Bai Jianghe meet his demise sooner rather than later. The audacity to place such a wager likely indicates the involvement of the martial arts pavilion. Jiang Lu gazed at Bai Shuang with a tinge of sympathy, aware that the pavilion, being the ruling authority here, had recognized the immense benefits at stake and lured these disciples into increasing their stakes. Jiang Lu glanced at the account once more, realizing that the wubi was soaring dramatically. 10,000 wubi 10,000 wubi 10,000 wubi. Someone was generously showering Jiang Lu with rewards. It was on the verge of surpassing 30,000, and now it had surged all the way to 80,000 in one breath. Jiang Lu, with just a few words, effortlessly reaped 80,000 martial coins. Observing the frantic surge in numbers, many disciples, gripped by fear of missing out on the lucrative opportunity, fervently engaged in the betting duels. There are those who exploit them for manipulation. Do not place your trust in human nature. Are you familiar with the concept of the broken window theory? Jiang Lu leaned closer to Bai Shuang, whispering softly, when one window shatters and goes unrepaired, the others are bound to follow suit. Just like in the Taiqing Xian sect. When one hole remains unfixed, it inevitably leads to an increasing number of breaches, rotting to the very core. You have lost. Jiang Li's account saw a meteoric rise in its currency, ultimately soaring to 100,000, after which the rate of increase abruptly diminished. Bai Shuang, resembling a living corpse, muttered in a daze, I have lost. Bai Shuang, willingly accept my defeat, and am prepared to become your servant. Chapter 29. Without money. What good is being a good person? Is that it? Have you obtained the answer you sought? You may depart now. I am capable of taking care of myself. I do not require a servant. It was merely an ordinary gambling match, and I never anticipated it escalating to such proportions. Jiang Lu waved his hand, speaking gently. His demeanor was a stark contrast to the domineering presence he exhibited on the martial arts stage, now imbued with a more amiable quality. Bai Shuang stared blankly at Jiang Lu, momentarily at a loss for words. You will not accept me as your servant? I lost the wager. Jiang Lu chuckled. You are the esteemed daughter of the esteemed master of the Ta Ching Xian sect. How could I possibly dare to accept you as a servant? Bai Shuang cast a glance at the disciples below, yet they had already placed their bets. Jiang Lu found himself at a loss for words. Given the current circumstances, it was evident that they were determined to drive him to ruin. Why would he still concern himself with their wagers? You claim I am a great villain, and that is perfectly fine. When has a great villain ever honored a promise? With that said, Jiang Lu abruptly departed from the martial arts stage, leaving the spectators in a state of utter disbelief. Many were taken aback by Jiang Li's audacious actions, realizing that he was capable of anything, especially after having amassed such a substantial amount of martial currency. Little did they expect him to exit in such a manner. The martial currency expended by those backing Jiang Lu had seemingly gone to waste. Jiang Lu, why are you leaving? They exclaimed. We are your loyal supporters. Having invested so much martial currency to bolster your endeavors, how can you abandon us like this? Numerous martial artists were so infuriated they were at a loss for words. They had wagered their entire fortunes on this gamble, anticipating a windfall. Unconcerned about offending Bai Shuang, they voiced their grievances. Among the crowd, Bai Shuang recognized several familiar faces. Yet they felt so distant at that moment. Gripping her heart tightly, her lips turned pale as Jiang Li's words echoed in her mind. The broken window theory. When one hole cannot be sealed, countless others will emerge. Is this not the very situation they now faced? Jiang Lu turned her head and spoke coldly. I do not require supporters. If you wish to gamble with your lives, you may come at any time. She cast another glance at Bai Shuang. Jiang Lu, have you seen it? The faces of these individuals. If it is for the sake of the Taiching Xuanzong, should the opportunity arise, we ought to eliminate them. Bai Shuang bit her lip tightly, her gaze towards Jiang Lu filled with an intricate blend of emotions. You have also earned me quite a sum of martial currency. Should you ever require assistance, do not hesitate to seek me out. Jiang departed with a benevolent spirit, swiftly leaving the scene. At times, it is only by instilling hope in others that one can truly experience the depths of despair when faced with utter ruin. The ultimate descent into darkness. Those warriors who had lost their martial currency were cursing vehemently. Many others dared not meet Bai Shuang's gaze, hastily retreating amidst the turmoil. Bai Shuang wept, covering her face. Unlike the initial adulation she received, she now found herself utterly alone, surrounded by warriors who merely observed her with cold indifference, some even mocking her with their expressions. Bai Shuang was bewildered, yearning for an explanation. In a daze, she unwittingly arrived at the Alchemy Pavilion, a sanctuary for Bai Jiang He's recovery, where numerous kind-hearted elders tended to his needs. Upon her arrival, the elders in the pavilion regarded her with a mix of sympathy and evasion in their eyes. Bai Shuang keenly sensed the shift in their demeanor and quickly inquired, Elder Tianqing, how is my father faring? Please, tell me. Elder Tianqing, though of modest cultivation, enveloped in the fragrance of elixirs, appeared troubled. Alas, little Bai Shuang, he lamented, the poison has penetrated too deeply. After years of suppression, it has reached the brain, and we are truly powerless to assist. Bai Shuang felt as though struck by lightning, stunned in place. Regaining her composure, she implored, Elder Tianqing, please devise a way. I beg you, I would fulfill any request, just save my father. He is my only family in this world. Elder Tianqing sighed, little Bai Shuang. We have exerted our utmost effort. If there is to be any hope, there remains one final option, the Donglai Chamber of Commerce. There, one might procure a Tianqing pill, which could extend the life of the sect leader. The Donglai Chamber of Commerce was the largest merchant guild in the northern state, a foreign entity that did not engage in the internal conflicts of the three major factions. Elder Tianqing continued. However, the price of the Tianqing pill is exceedingly steep. Nearly 500,000 martial coins. 500,000 martial coins? Bai Shuang's heart sank. To the Taiching Xian sect, this sum was not insurmountable, yet for Bai Shuang, it was an insurmountable fortune. How could I ever gather such an amount? She despaired. Moreover, even if the Tianqing pill is obtained, it may only prolong his life for a time. The sect leader will still be unable to wield his powers. Elder Tianqing sighed deeply. The sect cannot afford such an expense. They would not squander 500,000 martial coins to save a person deemed useless. Us old men are of little help. We have managed to save only about 100,000 martial coins from our meager savings, and even the Alchemy Pavilion struggles to make ends meet. Little Bai Shuang, take this sum for now. If possible, leave the Taiching Xian sect and live incognito. There are far too many who hope for the sect leader's recovery. In the past, to ensure the purity of the Taiching Xian sect, he made many enemies. Elder Tianqing offered consolation. The various factions within the Taichin Xian sect have grown too powerful. This was a rule set by our ancestors for the sect's development. Yet it has led to severe internal divisions. Bai Jiang he was aware of this issue. With his formidable strength, he sought to unify the Taichin Xian sect through sweeping reforms. Yet the result has led to his current plight, poisoned by an unknown assailant while recuperating in the alchemy pavilion. Grandmaster Jin Sheng has remained in seclusion, adhering more strictly to the ancestral laws, leading to rapid development across the various branches. Presently, they exploit disciples mercilessly for martial coins, employing all manner of tactics. Thank you, Elder Tianqing. I shall not abandon my father, Bai Shuang declared, leaving the alchemy pavilion, her heart heavy with the realization that she still needed over 300,000 martial coins. Over the years, she had refrained from supporting those ungrateful scoundrels. Surely, she had amassed sufficient martial coins. A flicker of regret stirred within her. Yet, there remained a glimmer of hope. Bai Shuang had aided many disciples. If each could lend her some martial coins, she might gather the necessary funds. A sense of anticipation flickered in her eyes. Her dignity had long been trampled, and she was no longer the innocent girl she once was. She chose to seek help, asking one by one, only to receive the same disheartening responses. I'm sorry, Bai Shuang, but I'm strapped for cash at the moment. I can't spare a single martial coin. Bai Shuang, my storage bag was stolen. I apologize, but I truly have none to give. After approaching over 100 disciples, Bai Shuang returned to her dwelling empty-handed. She discovered a letter had arrived. Could it be? Were they aware of her father's grave condition and extending a helping hand? Upon opening the envelope, she found only a few terse lines. Bai Shuang, we haven't received martial coins for 2 days. How are we to cultivate without them? If we lack martial coins, how can we be good people? Chapter 30, Come to my room. Bai Shuang's descent into darkness increased by 10. Jiang Lu sensed the pulsating numbers within his mind, a faint smile gracing his lips. Under the meticulously crafted plan, Bai Shuang was gradually descending into the abyss. Jiang Lu was not the murderer. He merely exacerbated the conflict between them, acting as the catalyst. At present, the degree of corruption had reached a mere 50, which was still far from sufficient. Bai Shuang clung to the last remnants of hope. Only when that hope was extinguished would she fully succumb to darkness, achieving the perfect state of 100. In comparison to becoming a deranged infatuation, Jiang Lu still preferred to nurture a Yandra. Bai Shuang emerged in a daze, bereft of her father, rendered insignificant within the sect, lacking even the qualification to bid him farewell one last time. Elder Tianqing had informed her as much. The personnel from the supervision pavilion surrounding Bai Jianghe claimed to provide protection, yet in truth, it was a form of house arrest, designed to prevent others from visiting. Only those from the alchemy chamber were permitted entry. As his biological daughter, Bai Shuang was denied the very right to pay her respects. Xie Xian, ambitious and impatient, had already made his move, fully aware that Bai Jianghe's time was limited, employing this method to ensnare him, while none dared to criticize the supervision pavilion's actions. According to the law, the supervision pavilion indeed possessed the right to offer protection. However, this protection had morphed into something insidious. In just one day, Bai Shuang felt her status shift dramatically. One moment she was in paradise, the next she was plunged into the depths of despair. It truly felt as if the heavens were deaf to her cries and the earth unresponsive to her pleas. She cursed the wretched supervision pavilion incessantly in her heart. Ultimately, she recalled Master Jin Sheng and clung to a glimmer of hope. He had just concluded his seclusion. As the most powerful figure in the sect, he remained neutral. If Master could lend a helping hand, her father's crisis would surely be resolved with ease. Even if Xie Xian was arrogant within the sect, he would surely fear Master Jin Sheng's authority. Time was of the essence. She made her way to pay her respects to the newly emerged Master Jin Sheng. He greeted Bai Shuang warmly, yet his expression betrayed a sense of helplessness. Your father is a distinguished contributor to our Taichin Xian sect, but he has been poisoned by Bicha, the venom coursing through him like a deadly T-pattern. It has already reached his brain, and even the immortal cannot save him. Alas, I too am powerless in this matter, and the efficacy of the Tianqing pill is minimal. The situation is now one of certain death. Bai Shuang bit her lip fiercely, her face paling slightly, as she stared silently at Master Jin Sheng, as if she had lost all semblance of her spirit. Master, is there truly no way? Master Jin Sheng's gaze sharpened slightly, and he exhaled slowly, saying, I can offer you a glimmer of hope. My disciple, Jiang Lu, may possess a solution. Jiang Lu. Bai Shuang was momentarily stunned. Memories of the silver-haired, red-eyed girl flooded her mind, cool and aloof, yet emanating an intrinsic kindness. Jiang Lu. Bai Shuang softly murmured the name, reigniting her final glimmer of hope. Suddenly, she recalled Jiang Li's words. In the direst of circumstances, one could seek her out. What mysterious power did Jiang Lu possess? Bai Shuang swayed as she departed from the place, while Master Jin Sheng's eyes glimmered with a subtle light. My esteemed disciple, should your demise prove to be of value, allowing for the revival of Bai Jianghe, it would equate to a personal favor owed to me. This matter, trifling as it may seem, holds little significance in the grand scheme. Master Jin Chung was not oblivious to the machinations of Shaoxian. He could extinguish its source. Yet the insidious rot within the Ta Ching Xian sect remained unremovable. Originally, he intended for this young disciple to depart with dignity in her final moments. But little did he anticipate such a monumental surprise. Whether it was slaying Kuyu or demolishing her actions were brazen to the extreme. Master Jin Chung refrained from intervention, instead fanning the flames. Many submerged truths began to surface. It dawned upon him that the edifice was on the verge of collapse. The Ta Ching Xian sect had decayed to its very core. It was time to cleanse the rot. In the training chamber, Jiang Lu cherishes every moment, fervently cultivating the swallowing heaven demon technique. He absorbs the vast amounts of mystical energy surrounding him, achieving the 7th level of the profound realm. Jiang Lu opened his eyes. With his current prowess, he has already ascended to the ranks of first-rate geniuses. Only by successfully breaking through to the realm of earth can one be deemed a true powerhouse in Beizhou. At present, he treads carefully within the Taiqing Xuanzong. Jiang Lu yearned to extricate himself from this quagmire swiftly, for the time for cultivation was pressing, and one could not afford to be negligent. However, the intentions of his master remained somewhat elusive to him. Lin Muqing exhibited an extraordinary obsession with the supreme emotionless record, particularly in times of internal strife and external threats. Yet he hesitated to commence his cultivation, which seemed at odds with his master's urgent disposition. Jiang Lu has little time left. Could it be that master has sought out other women for cultivation? Upon contemplating this, Jiang Lu felt an inexplicable discomfort within her, a sensation difficult to articulate. However, upon reflection, she dismissed it entirely as improbable. Who else could her master possibly seek, if not her? Jiang Lu tightly clenched her pale fist. The name of her master inscribed on her arm gradually fading away. She hastily rubbed it twice with her fingers, and it became much clearer. Master, you will always belong to me. No one can take you away. She was already aware of the news from Bai Shuang and had organized her thoughts. Stepping out of the cultivation chamber, she beheld Bai Shuang, who had undergone a tremendous transformation in such a short span of time. An aura of subtle death surrounded her. Upon seeing Jiang Lu, Bai Shuang seemed to grasp a lifeline, immediately kneeling down. Jiang Junior sister, I am sorry. You possess a way to save my father. It was Grandmaster Jin Chung who informed me. Without a doubt, Grandmaster Jin Chung had undoubtedly betrayed her. Jiang Li's crimson eyes, imbued with a chilling calmness, spoke softly. 900,000 martial coins can save your father. You must understand that every action comes with a price. Bai Shuang abruptly raised her head, her eyes glistening with tears. Sister Jiang, I do not possess 900,000 martial coins. All I have is a mere 100,000. Might you grant me an extension? I would offer you everything I possess. I would serve you as a slave, even relinquishing my life for you. Jiang Lu chuckled softly and said, What would I want with your life? Is it truly worth anything? 900,000 martial coins, neither a fraction more nor less. Once the martial coins are in place, I can extend my hand to rescue your father. Bai Shuang, lost in thought, replied, Sister Jiang, but I possess no martial coins. Altogether, I have merely 100,000 martial coins. Jiang Lu coldly remarked, I have granted you time. Within 3 days, you must procure 900,000 martial coins. You may resort to thievery, robbery, or seek lending from the Donglai commercial house. None of this concerns me. I only recognize the sum of 900,000 martial coins. Bai Shuang clenched her teeth tightly, fixating her gaze on Jiang Lu. You heartless, mercenary individual, are you truly unwilling to assist even with such a trivial matter? She retorted, Very well, I shall amass the 900,000 martial coins. I assure you, I will have them by the end of 3 days. Jiang Lu refrained from uttering another word. Bai Shuang took a deep breath, her frustration palpable, and resolutely turned to leave. Jiang Lu gazed at the departing figure of Bai Shuang, his heart devoid of any ripples, lacking even a trace of sympathy. Indeed, those who evoke pity often possess qualities that inspire disdain. Yet, this was merely a task to be fulfilled. It had been 4 days of torment for Jiang Lu, with not a word from his master. According to the plan, survival was only meant to extend to the 3rd day. However, a silhouette clad in azure suddenly appeared before Jiang Lu, breathtaking and otherworldly, akin to a celestial maiden descending from the heavens, radiating brilliantly in the golden light. His master, Lin Muqing, left behind but a single phrase before departing with an air of elegance. Come to my chamber tonight. Chapter 31. Senior sister, you are truly kind. Jiang Li's heart surged with excitement to its zenith. It seemed that her master held certain thoughts on this matter, though expressing them proved challenging. Oh, master, if words escape you, allow your disciple to fulfill this task on your behalf. However, after Lin Muqing casually uttered this remark, she hastily departed from the scene. At that moment, a junior disciple rushed over, anxiety etched on his face. Spotting Jiang Lu was akin to finding a beacon of hope. He spoke with urgency. Senior sister Jiang Lu, there are those who wish to challenge all the geniuses of Taiqing Xian sect, and they are calling your name. You must go and see. Jiang Lu waved his hand and remarked, If I am not mistaken, It should be the talented disciples from the Cloud Summit Pavilion and the Underworld sect come to cause a disturbance, correct? What does that have to do with me? Why should I bother to take a look? You go inform them. I shall not. The young disciple's face turned somewhat pale, taken aback that Jiang Lu could discern the truth with a mere glance. What shall we do if Jiang Lu refuses to go? Will those ruffians not tear him apart? The young disciple wore a bitter expression. Yet it is you, Master Sister Jiang Lu, who has stirred up this trouble. The sect cannot be expected to clean up your mess. Jiang Lu suddenly opened his crimson eyes and exclaimed in astonishment. The Taiping Xian sect is the foremost sect in the northern states. How could we possibly fear two insignificant upstarts? I act to uphold the prestige of our sect. And yet you label it as provoking trouble? Your slander against the sect has already transgressed the laws set forth by the sect master. Immediate execution is warranted. The young disciple was taken aback, his face turning ashen. With a resounding thud, he fell to his knees. Senior Sister Jiang Lu, I did not mean it that way. If I do not receive a proper explanation, my senior brothers will not let this go unpunished. Having achieved his aim, Jiang Lu remained resolute. Jiang Lu turned, a gentle hue illuminating her eyes. Do not be afraid. Senior sister offers you an opportunity for atonement. Go and inform the brothers of the Taiqing Xuanzong that if they wish for my assistance, it is a simple matter. They must at least provide a fee of 100,000 martial coins. Otherwise, what purpose would my visit serve? Moreover, my time for cultivation is precious. If they cannot produce the martial coins, then I shall not come, and we shall all avoid wasting time. The little disciple's sense of terror diminished significantly. With a hint of doubt in her eyes, she murmured, Senior Sister Jiang, they may not believe me if I say such things. Jiang Lu gently rubbed her forehead, displaying a charming and playful demeanor. If they do not believe me, let them come and speak with me directly. What is there to fear? After all, I have my senior sister backing me. Upon hearing this, the younger disciple was utterly moved. Senior sister, you are truly kind-hearted. Jiang Lu gently patted the shoulder of the junior disciple and earnestly said, Go on, your senior sister is cheering for you. The junior disciple's face flushed with embarrassment as he vigorously nodded his head. Another deal is about to be sealed. The profits are on the horizon. Jiang Lu was continuously contemplating when she could amass 1 million martial coins. A junior disciple rushed to the entrance. The two factions confronted each other. In another direction stood the prodigies from Yunxiao Pavilion and the Underworld sect, their expressions haughty as they regarded the Taiping Xian sect with disdain. Xiahou Zhengong from Yunxiao Pavilion and Gong Xixin from the Underworld sect were the most exceptional talents of their respective forces, ranking among the strongest in Beizhou. The two remained silent, their demeanor cold and indifferent. A man from the Taiping Xian sect, bearing a frosty expression, felt an immense pressure. Upon hearing the report from the junior disciple, he angrily struck the boulder before him. This damn Jiang Lu, clearly the source of the calamity, had left me to bear the blame and was shamelessly extorting me, truly infuriating. The junior disciple, displeased by the disparagement of senior sister Jiang Lu, retorted, Brother Longdian, you are the esteemed disciple of Master Jiang Sun, the strongest talent of the Taiping Xian sect. How can you shift the blame onto Jiang Lu? By seniority, she is still your niece. Longtian glared coldly at the junior disciple. Do you wish to court death? The junior disciple quickly realized the gravity of his situation. His back drenched in cold sweat. What was he doing? Xiahou Zhenong spoke coldly. Longdian, as the chief of the Taiping Xian sect, your lack of strength is forgivable. But failing to summon even a single disciple is quite disgraceful for a senior brother. Gong Xixin chimed in. Just a waste. In an instant, the young generation of the Taiping Xian sect seethed with anger, glaring at the prodigies of the other two sects, feeling somewhat helpless. Longdian clenched his fists. Under such humiliation, he could only swallow his pride. With his current strength, he was no match for them, should he act and suffer a crushing defeat. It would surely become a source of ridicule. He initially intended to hand Jiang Lu over to resolve the matter, but unexpectedly, she proved elusive. All right. Longdian took a deep breath, striving to calm himself. He continued addressing the junior disciple. Go tell Jiang Lu that she demands 100,000 martial coins, correct? I shall give it to her now. Have her come over immediately. It is she who has caused this mess, and she must resolve it herself. The junior disciple nodded submissively. Understood. Jiang Lu swiftly received the news regarding this matter. Longtian was remarkably generous, directly bringing over 100,000 martial coins. After receiving the item, Jiang Lu leisurely made his way to the entrance of the Taiqing sect. The atmosphere was fraught with tension. As it was merely a matter of disciples engaging in sparring and exchanges, the elders of the Taiping Xian sect deemed it inappropriate to intervene. It was evident that trouble had found Jiang Lu. The elders, seemingly oblivious to the unfolding chaos, had never shown their faces. So you finally decided to show up? Arrogance. This predicament is of your own making. Find a way to resolve it. Long Tian remarked coldly, his tone devoid of mercy. Jiang Lu enjoys a formidable reputation within the sect. This is the first encounter for Long Tian. Esteemed guests who have traveled from afar, what brings you here? If you seek to challenge me, please provide an entrance fee of 100,000 martial coins, as everyone's time is indeed quite precious. Jiang Lu disregarded Long Tian and politely addressed the other two individuals. Arrogance. Long Tian's expression hardened as he realized he was being ignored. Xiahou Zhengyang and Gongxi Xin exchanged glances, nearly amused to the point of laughter. You still expect us to pay 100,000 as an appearance fee? Very well. Let it be so, although it remains uncertain whether one will live to claim this sum of martial currency. Upon hearing their remarks, Jianglu remained unfazed, responding coldly, first. Pay the fee. Xiahou Zhengyang and Gongxi Xin, both esteemed prodigies of their respective sects, were taken aback by such blatant disregard, momentarily tempering their ire. Each of them tossed Jianglu a sum of 100,000 martial coins, culminating in a total nearing 200,000 martial coins. Very well. A smile suddenly appeared in Jiangli's eyes. Having already paid, the two of you may proceed together. Again with this phrase? Xiahou Zhengyang and Gongxi Xin were somewhat taken aback, their foreheads brimming with fury. The intensity of their anger caused steam to rise from their heads. If you choose not to make the first move, then I shall not hold back. In Jiangli's crimson eyes flickered a glimmer of ferocity. Seizing the moment while the two remained oblivious, she instantaneously detonated a magic core, infusing herself with formidable power. In an instant, her cultivation soared to the realm of the earth, further amplified by the effects of the extreme heavenly demon body, resulting in an exponential increase in her strength. Bang! Bang! Despite being the most formidable geniuses of their respective sects, Xiahou Zhengyang and Gongxi Xin were ultimately still at the mystical realm. And their disparity in strength compared to Lin Muqing from years past was immense. They were ruthlessly obliterated by the raging force, reduced to mere heaps of flesh, revealing an insurmountable chasm between their realms of power. Astonishment reigned, the arena fell into a deathly silence. The faces of the geniuses from the two great factions were filled with disbelief as they stared at Jianglu, rendered speechless. Long Tian also bore a ghastly expression. How could this be possible? Two once vibrant prodigies now lay as lifeless fragments upon the ground. Is there anyone else who dares to challenge? Jianglu retracted her fair fingers, maintaining an outward composure. Yet, within her, a tempest of ferocious power was being suppressed, a force that came at the expense of detonating a magical core. Such fleeting strength. The geniuses from Yunqiao Pavilion and the underworld sect appeared exceptionally pallid. Who would dare to confront her now? She was nothing short of a harbinger of death. The Taiping Xuanzong had truly emerged as a formidable force, poised to unveil a prodigious talent akin to Lin Muqing. Observing the constrained expressions of the two rival factions, the disciples of Taiping Xuanzong experienced a rare sense of vindication, their animosity towards Jianglu notably diminished. Some disciples even enthusiastically called out her name. Long Tian wore a grim expression but found no words to express his discontent, silently retreating from the scene. The other two factions could only endure their humiliation, gritting their teeth and swallowing their grievances, for it was merely a matter of disciples clashing, where the lesser talents met their demise. There was no avenue for redress. Revenue had surged by 300,000. Jiang Li's lips curved into a smile as she returned to her abode, the night having already descended. There were still important matters to attend to this evening. Jianglu cautiously approached the room of his master, seeking entry. Master, I have arrived. Just as he stepped into the master's chamber, Jianglu was enveloped by a subtle yet enchanting fragrance, remarkably pleasant, reminiscent of the delicate and serene scent of orchids. Following closely, Jianglu suddenly felt a wave of dizziness and a surge of heat coursing through her body. In an instant, realization struck her. Goodness! Her master had poisoned her. Chapter 32, The softest blade wounds the deepest. When did Lin Muqing become so cunning? In pursuit of cultivating his techniques, how could he bear to harm such a kind-hearted, adorable, and charmingly gracious disciple like me? Master, how could you be so cruel? Nevertheless, I must admit, I find this rather delightful. This is not a lethal poison but rather a common fragrance that, once inhaled, renders one's limbs weak and immobilizes the body, leaving one utterly at the mercy of another. If it were an ordinary disciple of the profound realm, they would surely fall prey to it. Jianglu possesses the formidable physique of the extreme celestial demon, impervious to all toxins. How could this trivial alluring fragrance possibly have any effect? Yet, why does my head feel so dizzy? Jianglu supported her forehead, her gaze somewhat dazed, her delicate body swaying as if about to succumb to unconsciousness at any moment. Behind her, Lin Muqing's footsteps cautiously emerged, revealing a pair of indifferent eyes and a stunning visage, etched with a myriad of complexities. Even in the face of countless transgressions, her beauty remained untainted. Jianglu is also her disciple. Engaging in such actions to cultivate the supreme emotionless record is rather inappropriate. However, upon seeing the figure enveloped in silver hair ahead, Lin Muqing's heart suddenly quivered. Well, Jianglu has committed numerous misdeeds. Even if the master were to punish her a little, it would serve to absolve her of her sins, which cannot be deemed excessive. Lin Muqing's heart raced uncontrollably, for reasons unbeknownst to her. This was the first time she had undertaken such an act, and her heartbeat quickened immensely. Her disciple was on the verge of collapse. This sensation bore a thrilling likeness to that of a predator poised to capture its prey. Lin Muqing was overwhelmed with exhilaration, 560 fortune points, 342 fortune points. Jianglu suddenly sensed a hint of fortune value. After a moment of astonishment that lasted 2 seconds, he quickly regained his composure. It appeared that as long as he could evoke an emotional response from his master, he could acquire fortune value. Jiang Li's crimson eyes gently lowered, her delicate figure appearing soft and pliable as she stumbled. moving in circles on the spot. Thus, she spun and spun, round and round, for a full minute without faltering. Lin Muqing, initially poised to step forward, silently retracted her movements. Could it be that the dosage of this intoxicating fragrance was insufficient? Observing Jiang Li's persistent state of dazedness, Lin Muqing felt an urgent restlessness. If Jiang Li did not collapse, she would be unable to quell the turmoil within her heart. The overwhelming anxiety emanating from Lin Muqing seemed to intensify her fortune, as if she were ensnared by the enchanting aroma. Why did she feel so utterly drained? Jiang Li murmured to herself, swaying gently before collapsing onto the bed. The young girl's fair skin gradually took on a delicate pink hue, and her crimson eyes appeared somewhat dazed and enchanting, her entire being exuding an irresistible softness. Success was nearly within reach. Lin Muqing took a deep breath, feeling a twinge of anxiety. To cultivate the supreme forgetting emotion sutra, one must first possess emotion, only to ultimately forget it. Reflecting on the pain of her past life, Lin Muqing felt a significant reduction in her guilt. Such a wayward disciple deserved no sympathy, even if her attitude had softened recently. That was merely for the sake of cultivating the sutra, a special sentiment towards her disciple, all of which was feigned. Once she had sufficiently cultivated the path of emotion, she could proceed to the second phase, the path of indifference. She would resolutely abandon Jiang Li. The thought of Jiang Li's frenzied expression inadvertently brought a smile to Lin Muqing's lips, an inexplicable sense of exhilaration swelling within her. This was the way to avenge her past grievances. Sometimes, to kill with a blade does not ensure that the other party will be filled with regret. Only the softest of blades, wielded with precision, can inflict the deepest wounds and exact true revenge. Lin Muqing had firmly resolved this, her gaze fixated on Jiang Li, as she quietly observed her stillness. After confirming there was no movement, she cautiously stepped forward. I have done nothing to my disciple, Lin Muqing reassured herself. She has fainted on her own. I am merely here to tend to her injuries. Continuously reinforcing this notion allowed Lin Muqing to relax slightly, her pale fingers slowly reaching towards Jiang Li. Good disciple, your master is here to heal you. Lin Muqing studied Jiang Li, whose silken white hair cascaded beside the bed. Her red eyes tightly shut, resembling a sleeping beauty, lost in sweet slumber. For reasons unknown, Lin Muqing felt a surge of inexplicable excitement, her lips unable to suppress a smile. One hand encircled Jiang Li's soft waist. So soft. Jiang Li's delicate and supple form nestled against Lin Muqing's fair shoulder, requiring some effort as Lin adjusted to find the perfect posture. Jiang Li resembled a small kitten, curled up in Lin Muqing's embrace, her delicate head resting on the soft fabric, her eyelashes fluttering gently, and a droplet of saliva lingering at the corner of her mouth. Lin Muqing exhaled deeply, memories flooding her mind, reminiscent of the peculiar scenes that followed the preface of the Supreme Forgetting Emotion Chronicle. Strange images began to materialize within her thoughts, as she recalled the need to assume bizarre postures. A flush of crimson spread across Lin Muqing's cheeks, as if she were on the verge of tears. Jiang Li fully sensed the circumstances of the outside world and understood the thoughts of her master. Her heart was equally fraught with tension, uncertain of where her master would commence her cultivation. The task was nearing completion. Oh dear, master, you truly exude an enchanting fragrance. I am utterly captivated, utterly enamored, endlessly fond. Jiang Li unconsciously murmured these two words. Lin Muqing, poised to begin, suddenly halted her movements, feeling a surge of anxiety. What would she do if Jiang Li were to awaken? She was uncertain how to confront her disciple. Fortunately, however, Jiang Li, who was merely murmuring, ceased to exhibit any further reactions and fell into a deep slumber. It appears that this enchanting fragrance is indeed quite effective, Lin Muqing mused with a hint of admiration. Suddenly, Jiang Li stirred gently in her embrace, one hand instinctively finding its way upwards. Lin Muqing's expression stiffened, her arm prickled with discomfort, an unusual unease settled within her. The desire to cast this individual away surged within her. Yet, nestled in her arms, soft and fragrant, the sensation was undeniably delightful. Lin Muqing, reluctant to impose her will, suppressed her anger. Very well, I shall not hold this against you. After all, it is merely the instinct of the body. I must swiftly cultivate the first chapter of the Supreme Forgetting Emotion record before the intoxicating fragrance dissipates. Is this what it feels like to be a master? Jiang Li's long eyelashes fluttered for a moment. A surge of excitement coursed through her heart, and she found herself murmuring unconsciously, Master, you smell absolutely delightful. How can there be so many clouds in the sky, resembling cotton candy, soft and sweet? I long for them so dearly. Chapter 33, The Performance Begins Pain. It truly hurts. Lin Muqing yearned intensely to cast this troublesome individual from her embrace. She had just embarked on her initial steps of cultivation. How could she possibly abandon her endeavor halfway? She steeled herself, waiting for this wayward disciple to awaken, eager to see how she would discipline her. Surely, the alluring fragrance was insufficient. I need more of that enchanting scent. With determination, Lin Muqing retrieved the purchased perfumed powder and began to scatter it wildly throughout the room. The high potency only served to create a chaotic atmosphere. I refuse to believe that with so much of this fragrance, you can still remain unaffected. Seeing that Jiang Li showed no signs of reaction, Lin Muqing resolutely pushed her out. She quickly rubbed her own aching body. It truly hurts. Who can understand? Noticing that Jiang Li displayed no inclination to awaken, Lin Muqing finally exhaled deeply. Once again, Her face returned to its icy demeanor as she lifted Jiang Lu without a hint of hesitation. Jiang Lu felt utterly bewildered. No, master. Were you not cultivating the Jade Maiden's Heart Sutra? How could you be engaged in such abstraction right from the start? This is nothing short of sheer torment. Jiang Lu is fully capable of assisting his master in cultivation. This is entirely without question. If it were merely routine matters, Jiang Lu was already prepared to feign unconsciousness, leaving everything else to his master's arrangements, as long as the task could be accomplished. However, the current situation is drastically different. His master is not approaching this with a focus on cultivation at all. Instead, it is purely an exercise in abstraction. What aspect could have offended his master? He would rather delay his cultivation of the Jade Maiden Sutra to first subject himself to pure torment. What could have transpired in these past few days to incur his master's displeasure? Jiang Lu instinctively wiped her mouth in Lin Muqing's embrace. Puzzled and unable to comprehend the situation, Lin Muqing, also aware of her subtle movements, halted his steps and fixed his gaze intently on Jiang Lu. Taking a deep breath, he spoke, "Cease the pretense. I am fully aware that you have already awakened. Would you prefer that I take matters into my own hands?" Jiang Lu remained with her eyes firmly shut, devoid of any movement. After a minute had passed, Lin Muqing, with a face as cold as frost, declared, "Very well. Since you have chosen to deceive me, I shall unveil your facade." Another minute ticked by, and Lin Muqing's expression shifted to one of perplexity. Could it be that she was truly being overly suspicious and sensitive? Jiang Lu exhibited no signs of awakening whatsoever. Observing the lack of response, Lin Muqing gently placed Jiang Lu back beside the bed. Jiang Li's heart could not help but silently exclaim, "What a close call." Fortunately, he was aware of his master's subtle maneuvers. If she had genuinely been angry, her voice would not have been so subdued. It indicated merely a stance of suspicion. Those few words were merely a ruse to test Jiang Lu. Thankfully, he did not fall for the trap. Otherwise, his master would have discerned the truth. He had been feigning illness for so long. Jiang Lu believed he had achieved success, having established an image in the heart of his master. For the time being, the master would not choose to eliminate Jiang Lu. Lin Muqing closed his eyes, recalling the teachings from the Jade Maiden's cultivation manual. The use of an emotional elixir would enhance the effects of cultivation considerably. Lin Muqing was well prepared for this moment. A storm was brewing, and the impending calamity for the Taichin Xian sect was imminent. To elevate his strength was essential for the salvation of the sect. Time was of the essence. He was willing to pay any price. Lin Muqing unleashed his protective mystical energy and produced a small pink vial, casting its contents around Jiang Lu. In an instant, a dreamy and mesmerizing pink mist enveloped the surroundings. This was the very elixir Lin Muqing had procured from the Donglai Chamber of Commerce, costing nearly tens of thousands of martial coins. Its effects were remarkably potent. Even a formidable expert in the celestial realm could fall prey without their protective mystical energy. After a brief pause, he awaited the outcome. Jiang Lu lay quietly on the bed, utterly unresponsive. What could possibly be the matter? Lin Muqing scrutinized the small pink vial. Could it be that she had inadvertently purchased a counterfeit medication? This seemed implausible, for the Donglai Chamber of Commerce was the most esteemed establishment in Dongzhou. Renowned for its unwavering integrity, they had even demonstrated the efficacy of the product right before her eyes. The monkey had merely touched a small amount, and the effects were extraordinarily pronounced. Lin Muqing had selected the most potent variant, yet when applied to Jiang Lu, it appeared to have no effect whatsoever. It must be a matter of insufficient dosage. This reasoning surged through Lin Muqing's mind with fervor, prompting her to unleash the contents of the pink vial. Releasing a profusion of vibrant pink mist that enveloped the room in a dreamlike haze, she continued until the vial was entirely emptied. Jiang Lu lay quietly on the bed, still unresponsive. Lin Muqing could only let out a long sigh. It seemed he had indeed purchased counterfeit medicine, and he never expected that the Donglai Chamber of Commerce would deceive him. As he withdrew his protective energy, Lin Muqing caught a whiff of the sweet, fragrant scent of peaches in the air, precisely the aroma of this potion, delightfully sweet and exquisitely pleasant. The fragrance was indeed delightful, yet regrettably, he had acquired a mere imitation, devoid of any efficacy. Lin Muqing inhaled deeply and sighed once more. Suddenly, he felt a surge of warmth enveloping his body, accompanied by a foggy haze clouding his mind, leaving his consciousness in a state of disarray and discomfort. The room felt unbearably hot. As a master of the celestial realm, Lin Muqing should not possess such acute sensitivity to temperature changes. His mind blank, he forcefully regained his awareness, only to awaken in astonishment, his eyes filled with incredulity. Oh no, it was the herbal medicine. The potion from the Donglai Chamber of Commerce was genuine, and its effects were precisely as they had boasted, extremely potent. Just a small inhalation had caused it to merge with his energy, and as he attempted to circulate his techniques to expel it, he only exacerbated its effects. It was an inescapable aphrodisiac. Lin Muqing was momentarily dumbfounded, feeling utterly foolish. At that moment, he felt his body grow weak, rendering him immobile. Even if he wished to call for help, who could he possibly turn to in this dire situation? Jiang Lijing lay quietly upon her bed, a faint smile gracing her lips. She contemplated her escape, initially intending to detonate the final magic core, seizing the moment when Lin Muqing was distracted to forcibly breach her opponent's protective aura, thereby granting the medicinal substances a chance to infiltrate her being. The enhancement of cultivation required a similar intensity, Yet both parties were distinguished by their disparate identities. One was the performer, while the other was the dominator in this dynamic. It was undoubtedly the performer who bore the greatest trepidation. Jiangla harbored no desire to assume this role. Lin Muqing felt similarly, but found herself too embarrassed to voice her thoughts. In her quest for cultivation, she even contemplated resorting to administering a drug to Jianglu. Lin Muqing's gaze became hazy, her mind clouded. Under the immense pressure of her emotions, she found herself performing before Jianglu. Jianglu sat up from the bed, embodying the role of the dominator, orchestrating the forthcoming actions of the two. The performer was about to commence their act. The grand performance was about to unfold. Chapter 34. The master is soft. The next day, Lin Muqing awoke to a peculiar sensation of soreness enveloping her body. As she opened her eyes, her mind was a blank canvas, and she remained in a daze on the plush bed for several moments before gradually regaining her awareness. What had transpired last night? Why was there not a single recollection? Jiang Tang has arrived. Jiang Lu approached with a steaming bowl of ginger soup, her face radiant with laughter. Lin Muqing's memories gradually began to crystallize. She had been rendered unconscious by her own administered potion. Originally, the intention was to utilize her disciple for the purpose of cultivating her skills, having meticulously devised a comprehensive plan after much mental preparation. Yet, unexpectedly, it had all backfired upon herself. Truly, she was her own worst enemy. Such a lamentable existence. Lin Muqing was on the verge of tears from her own foolishness. Who would concoct a potion to ensnare oneself? What had become of her previously aloof demeanor? What was the essence of this life? Despite possessing immense strength, each encounter with this troublesome disciple left her at a disadvantage, suffering the consequences of her own actions. Jiangla gazed with her sparkling eyes, her face a picture of innocence, a smile gracing her lips. Master, you worked tirelessly through the night. Why not drink some ginger soup to replenish your strength? Lin Muqing, with a stern expression and clenched teeth, retorted, What ginger soup? What exactly did you do to me last night? After all, I am your master. Jianglu discerned that Lin Muqing was jesting with her, and with a smile, she replied, Master, you are indeed aware that I am your disciple. So shall we enjoy some ginger soup? Lin Muqing fell silent for a moment, and without a hint of embarrassment, responded, Indeed, I am your master. And there is no issue with my disciple attending to me. Jiang Li's lips twitched slightly. Since when did his master become so shameless? What does this service truly imply? Indeed, his master possesses unparalleled skill. Lin Muqing assessed his own condition and discovered that his cultivation had remarkably ascended to the 7th tier of the celestial realm, his strength having surged by an entire tier. Attaining such power within the celestial realm makes further enhancement exceedingly arduous, requiring years of diligent accumulation. Lin Muqing had only recently broken through to the 6th realm. Seeing her master's countenance grow increasingly grim, Jiangla hastily offered a cup of ginger soup. Master, please. Just take a sip of this ginger soup and refrain from overthinking, she implored. Lin Muqing had initially intended to express her frustration, but upon witnessing the endearing demeanor of Jiang Lu, she found herself at a loss for words, suppressing her intended retort. Overwhelmed with vexation, she reluctantly accepted the ginger soup, taking but a small sip, only to furrow her brow and fix her gaze upon Jiang Lu. What is this you have given me? Lin Muqing's expression reflected a hint of bitterness. She could not deny that it was indeed quite unpalatable. Master, it is ginger soup that I personally brewed for you, meant to nourish your body, Jiang Lu replied earnestly. Jiang Lu said with considerable seriousness, Ginger soup? This flavor does not seem right. Lin Muqing furrowed her brow slightly. The soup that Jiang Lu makes is undoubtedly ginger soup. What could possibly be the issue? Jiang Lu patiently elucidated. The broth he prepared, was it not simply ginger soup? It was meticulously crafted by my own hands, infused with longan, red dates, goji berries, and other nourishing herbs, a plethora of restorative ingredients, imbued with my disciple's boundless filial piety. Lin Muqing, having offered solace for an extended period, finally succeeded in soothing the master's spirit, primarily because the other party held culpability in the matter. Jiang Li's demeanor was exceptionally commendable. Lin Muqing, lacking any evidence, found it difficult to confront Jiang Lu. A glance at Jiang Li's rank revealed a surprisingly swift advancement, ascending directly to the 9th tier of the profound realm, mere steps away from reaching the earth realm. This wayward disciple was indeed fortunate. The atmosphere had softened considerably. Suddenly, Lin Muqing remarked, Jiang Lu, do you truly have only 3 days left to live? I find it hard to believe that you would resort to self-immolation for the sect. It does not align with your character. You must have concocted some scheme. Have you not? Your current predicament is perilous. If you wish to depart from the Tai-Ching Xian sect, it would be prudent to do so at once. As for matters concerning Xiaoxian, I can handle that. He dares not act against you. Once you leave the sect, you must assume a new identity with your capabilities. It will not be long before you dominate Beizhou. Additionally, exercise caution around that fellow Tang Su. In a previous life, he became a demon emperor, and his strength should not be underestimated. I am uncertain what he and Xiaoxian are conspiring about. In this life, I have suppressed him. Yet he has chosen to apprentice himself to an old enemy. Such restraint should not be taken lightly. You must learn from him in Beizhou, avoiding the ostentation that marked your time in the sect, where our ancestral master provides you protection. However, in 3 days, that protection will vanish. Lin Muqing's voice remained icy. Jiang felt a warm sensation in her heart as the long-forgotten prompt from the system echoed in her mind. A new main quest had been issued once more. Congratulations. Host, on the completion of the main quest, cultivate techniques alongside your master. Progress. 5. Reward. 5,000 fortune points, 5 affinity. Jiang Lu has also received a notification regarding the system's task. At long last, this task has reached completion. The main growth storyline quest has been activated. And through cultivation with the esteemed master, the task progress has attained 100. For every 5 of completion, a reward of 5,000 fortune points is granted. Current task progress. 5. Jiang Lu squinted slightly. The main quest for growth, the efficacy of the Jade Maiden's cultivation scripture, was immense. In just one night's time, only the first of the 19 scenes could be mastered. The subsequent scenes posed considerable difficulty, and thus, they could only be completed gradually in due course. Jiang Li's abilities ultimately remain insufficient. Only upon reaching the earthly realm can he commence the cultivation of the second mural. Jiang Li cast a glance at the panel. The luck level had already reached level 3. After Lin Muqing spoke, she remained silent, yet her gaze continued to furtively glance at Jiang Li. Jiang Li sighed softly and said, Master, I have already submitted a letter of guarantee to the ancestor, taking full responsibility for all mistakes. There is nothing further to explain. I would be immensely grateful if I could be granted 3 more days of life. If I were to escape recklessly, it would provide no closure for everyone involved. Such an act would greatly diminish the ancestor's authority. Lin Muqing looked at Jiang Lu in astonishment, her face a mask of disbelief. She suspected that he harbored ulterior motives. As cunning as a ghost, Jiang Lu continued, My fate is adrift and uncertain, like a floating weed, with nothing but a wretched life to call my own. If you wish to claim me, then take me as you will. Yet, the one thing I cannot bear to part with is you, my master. It was you who guided me by the hand, leading me from the dark alleys into the light of day. I vividly remember how soft and gentle your hand was. I truly wish to hold it for a lifetime without ever letting go. Chapter 35. The banana card. Lin Muqing struggled to suppress a smile, her expression still feigning coldness. From now on, let us put an end to this. Do not attempt to play this game in my presence. I am not easily swayed by such tactics, which are merely a guise for pity. Now, be gone. Jiang Li smiled softly, her crimson eyes shimmering. Very well. Master, please take good care of yourself. I shall take my leave now, but do ensure you finish the ginger soup, for it is filled with nourishing ingredients. Jiang Li cautiously exited the room. With a fleeting motion, she vanished from sight, letting out a deep sigh of relief. Fortunately, her master was sufficiently naive. The events of the previous night had thus been cleverly sidestepped. Lin Muqing's smile grew increasingly difficult to contain as she gazed at the insipid ginger soup in her hand. Suddenly, certain memories were stirred within her. Wait, Jiang Li treated me last night in such a manner, dismissing me with nothing more than a bowl of ginger soup, one that was decidedly unpalatable. Lin Muqing had initially intended to settle the score later. Yet she discovered her body felt somewhat weakened, her internal strength severely constrained. It seemed that the medicinal tonics contained a concentrated essence of power, which, before she could fully absorb it, had accumulated within her, ultimately hindering her own capabilities. It would take at least the time of half a stick of incense for her to recover fully. Casting a glance at Jiang Lu's figure, she noted that the surroundings were now devoid of any presence. One cannot help but remark, Jiang Lu is indeed remarkably swift. Once again, he has ensnared me in his tricks. After consuming such an atrocious bowl of ginger soup, Lin Muqing has transformed into this state, presumably to hastily retreat. Accursed Jiang Lu. I shall never again place my trust in your deceitful words, master. Lin Muqing gritted his silver teeth, and only upon regaining his composure did he realize something was amiss. He must have endured extraordinary treatment last night, for otherwise, his body would not ache so profoundly. How infuriating. This despicable traitor. The next time I capture you, I shall ensure you face no mercy. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Lu found himself within the storeroom, a designated area where disciples of the sect exchanged materials upon completing tasks or slaying monstrous beasts. This space served as a realm of unrestricted commerce, where one could procure nearly anything desired with martial currency. However, the quality of the goods remained uncertain, and one could never be entirely sure if the fellow disciple was attempting to deceive them. It all relied on one's discernment. Jiang Lu estimated the time remaining. At most, there were only 2 days left. If he did not succumb to poisoning by then, Master Jin Qing would certainly begin to harbor suspicions. To swiftly acquire substantial resources in the northern province, martial currency was an indispensable element. Originally, there was a side quest aimed at earning nearly 1 million martial currency. Jiang Lu reviewed the progress of his tasks. Side quest: accumulate 1 million martial coins. Progress: 21.36. This indicates that Jiang Lu currently possesses nearly 210,000 martial coins. However, this amount is still far from sufficient. In her effort to rescue Bai Jiangke, Bai Shuang has gathered over 900,000 martial coins. One should not place all their eggs in a single basket. In Jiang Li's mind, he has already conceived a swift method to transfer martial currency. He is about to arrive at the repository of items, which essentially functions as a free trading market. Jiang Lu cast a cursory glance over the bustling market stalls, each brimming with an array of wares. There were remnants of slain demon beasts, mysterious elixirs, shattered magical artifacts, and an assortment of peculiar martial arts manuals, all being bartered by disciples engaged in various quests. Many were scouring the land for treasures, while a number of elders, with keen eyes akin to hawks, scrutinized the scene. The prospect of unearthing a valuable item that could be resold for a handsome profit was tantalizing. Among the throng, several disciples recognized Jiang Lu. Their gaze is a complex tapestry of admiration, fear, infatuation, and trepidation, yet they maintained a respectful distance. After all, he was a figure known for his ruthless efficiency in slaying, possessing formidable personal strength. Even the leaders of the other two major factions had met their untimely demise at his hands, stirring a significant uproar within the Taichin Xin sect. It was no surprise that he was a disciple of Lin Muqing, reflecting a terrifying and powerful prowess. The perception of Jiang Lu had shifted among the disciples. His fearlessness in the face of authority and his audacity to take decisive action had undeniably elevated the younger generation of the Taichin Xin sect, allowing them to stand tall and proud throughout the entirety of northern Zhou. Jiang Lu has garnered numerous fervent supporters. Sister Jiang, you are truly remarkable. How is it that your cultivation has advanced so swiftly? With a master like you, it is only natural to have an equally formidable disciple. Lin Muqing's talent is indeed extraordinary, surpassing that of the current younger generation, and the prowess of her student is similarly astonishing. While flattering words abound, there is no shortage of disparaging remarks as well. What does it matter how exceptional one's strength is? Life itself is but a fleeting 3 days. Having violated the sect's laws, even the most gifted genius cannot escape retribution. Indeed, is it not said that one must take their own life after 3 days? No matter how monstrous the talent, the clamor of various discussions reverberates incessantly. Jiang Li's face was consistently adorned with a gentle smile, as more and more disciples gathered around her. Yet, her heart was overflowing with joy, observing the throng that had formed, leaving only a small clearing in the center. The onlookers were self-aware enough not to dare approach Jiang Lu. Jiang Lu cleared his throat and spoke. Esteemed senior brothers, senior sisters, and junior sisters, I, Jiang Lu, am acutely aware of the grievous sins I have committed, sins so heinous that they are beyond forgiveness. With but 3 days left to live, I shall not cower or flee from my crimes. The northern province belongs to the Taichin Xin sect. Even if I wished to escape, there would be nowhere for me to run. Jiang Lu willingly surrenders to the law. Jiang Lu slightly bowed, her expression sincere. The disciples who had gathered around exchanged glances, momentarily falling into silence, unsure of how to articulate their thoughts. Jiang Lu, witnessing the effects achieved, sighed once more. It is truly unfortunate that I possess over 1 million martial coins with no one to inherit them. He continued. I intend to bestow these martial coins upon my fellow disciples. Each of you present has the opportunity to potentially receive a transfer of 1 million coins. Upon the utterance of these words, the entire assembly was struck with astonishment. A sum of 1 million martial coins is indeed a substantial fortune, so easily relinquished. Is this truly the case? Are you deceiving us by simply handing over the martial coins? Countless disciples felt an intense fervor within, their voices laced with skepticism. Jiang Lu smiled faintly as she produced a stack of banana cards and placed them upon the makeshift stall she had just set up. This collection of countless banana cards represented treasures I had acquired during my ventures in the mysterious realms. Until they were unveiled, their nature remained an enigma. Upon revealing them, they would transform into cards of varying ranks. Bronze banana, 100, silver banana, 1, 000, golden banana, 10, 000, platinum banana, 100, 000, and diamond banana, 1, 000. Securing a diamond banana would entitle one to a grand prize of 1 million. The bananas could be exchanged among one another. 100 bronze could be traded for 1 silver, and 100 silver for 1 golden, continuing in this manner. However, diamond bananas could solely be obtained through synthesis and could be exchanged for martial currency, while the values of the other bananas served merely as a point of reference. Each individual was granted but a single opportunity to participate in the lottery, necessitating an expenditure of 10 martial currencies, a gesture intended for those who sincerely wished to share with kindred spirits. The 10 martial currencies were primarily a reflection of one's earnestness. Those who perceived the cost as excessive were free to abstain. 10 martial currencies. It hardly constituted a significant sum. Upon hearing that such an event required a monetary contribution, the surrounding disciples instantly expressed their discontent. Was this not a ruse to swindle martial currencies? After Jiang Lu elucidated the rules, everyone exchanged glances, hesitant to take the initiative. Is there truly no one who desires the 1,000,000 martial coins? Can none of them even muster 10 martial coins? If so, then they ought not to entertain thoughts of acquiring the million. Jiang Lu tugged at the corner of his mouth. Ultimately, a disciple clad in dark robes stepped forward, furrowing his brow as he spoke. Allow me to give it a try and see how you deceive others. He tossed out 10 martial coins. Jiang Lu unfurled the banana card, patiently awaiting the other party's selection. The disciple clad in dark robes casually flipped one over. All eyes converged upon this moment, fixated with unwavering intensity. The tension reached its zenith as the revealed card emanated a brilliant azure radiance. Jiang Lu emitted an exaggerated gasp, exclaiming joyfully, "Congratulations! You have successfully drawn 90 platinum bananas. By drawing just 10 more, you shall attain the grand prize of 1 million. Congratulations, you are the first participant." receiving a complimentary opportunity to enter the draw. The disciple in the dark robes widened his eyes, momentarily stunned for 2 seconds. His heart surged with excitement. Another chance to draw. Flipping the card. The card in his hand erupted once more, radiating a brilliant blue light. Jiang Li's voice was filled with astonishment. My goodness! He is truly the chosen one. Congratulations on successfully unveiling 5 platinum bananas. Collecting 5 more will bring the grand prize of 1 million within your grasp. The disciples were instantly driven to frenzy, their eyes ablaze with fervor, overwhelmed by profound jealousy. They wished fervently that the fortunate individual before them was themselves. Lamenting their own slow reactions. How could someone possess such extraordinary luck? On one of the platinum cards, a small string of characters appeared. Another opportunity to flip a card for free? Jiang Li's eyes widened in astonishment. Congratulations, congratulations. The million martial coins are soon to be yours. Once again, a chance to flip a card had been drawn. The voice of the disciple in the dark robe trembled with excitement. Flip the card. This time, the card erupted once more in a dazzling blue light. Jiang Li gazed at the display on the card, inhaling sharply as he exclaimed. I've drawn another 4 platinum bananas, bringing my total to 9. Hiss, if I manage to collect just 1 more, the grand prize will be mine. The disciple in the dark robe found himself in a state of bewilderment. He had never imagined that a fortune of millions could be so tantalizingly close. Even his fingers trembled slightly in anticipation. I am on the verge of winning. I must continue drawing cards. Jiang Li sighed and remarked that, in principle, an individual must expend 10 martial coins for a single card draw. Should one desire to draw again, the cost escalates to 1,000 martial coins. However, by inviting a newcomer to participate in the draw, one can earn an additional opportunity to draw. It is entirely voluntary. Chapter 36, Sister Jiang Lu, I am not deceived. Is there any new disciple who has not yet participated in the lottery? It seems rather simple. The disciple clad in black contemplated, with so many participants present. If they could just invite someone to join the lottery, they could ultimately secure the grand prize of 1 million martial coins. Jiang Lu continued to elucidate the rules. On your card resides your personal identification code. New disciples wishing to enter the lottery must input your code and pay a fee of 1,000 martial coins to secure a chance at the draw. In principle, each individual is entitled to 1 opportunity for every 10 martial coins. Esteemed senior brothers, please understand that the grand prize of 1 million coins is limited to but 1. Should a brother draw the special banana, he may exchange it for a mysterious reward the following day. The varieties of special bananas are numerous and can be freely traded. The rules are rather intricate. Leaving the disciples below in a state of bewilderment, one disciple clad in black robes could not contain his mirth, exclaiming joyfully that he was merely 1 platinum banana away. Certain that victory was destined to be his, and that the million martial coins would undoubtedly belong to him. The surrounding disciples fell silent, their eyes brimming with envy. Though they were skeptical of Jiang Li's words, witnessing another's imminent success left them feeling as if they had ingested something foul. Esteemed senior brothers, I am willing to offer 10 martial coins to invite you to partake in the lottery. The disciple in black robes declared with great pride. The others regarded him with disdain, none willing to extend a helping hand. Not even willing to part with 10 martial coins? The disciple's face registered surprise. Then he burst into hearty laughter, boldly proclaiming he would double his offer to 20 martial coins for a single chance at the draw. And I can pocket an additional 10 martial coins. Surely this is far more advantageous than sweeping the gates for an entire day. Jiang Lu's crimson eyes narrowed slightly, and a smile graced her delicate features as she quietly gazed down at the disciples below. As one individual took the initiative, a throng of eager disciples fixated their attention on Jiang Lu's banana card. Nearly 10 martial coins stood as the price, allowing for only a single attempt, never to draw again. Thoughts of obtaining something for nothing danced in their minds. Senior Sister Jiang, I have faith in you, exclaimed a disciple as he approached and drew a banana card, his heart racing with anticipation. Upon unfolding the card, he discovered an illustration of a monkey contorted into the shape of a banana. What on earth is this? The disciple felt a twinge of disappointment. His senior brother had drawn an astonishing 99 platinum bananas, merely a step away from the ultimate $1 million prize. Good heavens! Junior brother, your luck is extraordinary. You've drawn the legendary special banana, an exceptionally rare quality, Monkey Jiao. Tomorrow, you shall be able to exchange it for a mysterious grand prize. Jiang Lu covered her mouth, her red eyes brimming with astonishment. The disciple's face flushed as she shyly inquired, Sister Jiang, may I ask what this mysterious grand prize actually is? Jiang Lu blinked his eyes and whispered softly. Suddenly, the disciple raised his head, his expression shifting dramatically. And he could not help but let out a long, resonant howl towards the sky, overwhelmed with excitement. Once he regained his composure, the disciple hastily clutched the rare banana card in his arms and stealthily departed from the scene. This spectacle left the other disciples even more perplexed. What exactly had Jiang Lu conveyed? Was this ultra-rare quality truly as exceptional as it seemed? A disciple in a dark robe widened his eyes and exclaimed, Dear brothers, even if you are participating in a lottery, please at least provide me with your personal identification code. I am offering a reward of 50 martial coins, first come, first served. Yet, the other disciples continued to ignore him, eagerly signing up to draw cards from Jiang Lu, while their reserves of martial coins surged dramatically. Jiang Lu smiled faintly and gently said, Everyone, please do not rush. Form an orderly line and approach one by one. The disciples appeared almost frantic. I can't believe it. I drew a 99 platinum banana, just one draw away from the ultimate prize. I received a bizarrely shaped banana. Sister Jiang, what on earth is its purpose? I did not draw a banana at all. I only received 15 martial coins in cashback, a net gain of 5 coins, which is not a loss. Sister Jiang, you truly do not deceive me. Jianglu has not breached the contract. If someone draws the weapon currency cashback, they will additionally return the extra weapon currency to the other party. Many disciples are earnestly pleading with Jianglu. Sister Jiang, could you grant me another draw? I'm just one banana short. I implore you for one more chance. Jianglu shook his head, speaking coldly. I have already stated the rules. Newcomers must fill in your personal identification code to gain additional lottery chances. Otherwise, each individual only has a fair single opportunity. Furthermore, in 3 days, I shall face judgment under the sect's laws. I do not have much time left. This event will commence only today. Whoever first gathers 100 platinum bananas and exchanges them for diamond bananas will be rewarded with 1,000,000 martial coins. In stark contrast to the fervor of many disciples, the majority of the Xuanzong disciples remained still, merely observing the unfolding scene with quiet contemplation. Unable to contain their derision, they scoffed. Are you truly jesting? Do you believe the words of a dying person? Even an elder from the earth realm cannot amass 1,000,000 martial coins. How could a mere disciple from the mystic realm possess such wealth? If Jianglu could produce 1,000,000 martial coins, I would perform a handstand while devouring Kuan. Following this exchange, many disciples regained their composure. Could Jianglu truly possess such a vast sum of martial coins? 10 martial coins are still money. If one were deceived in such a manner, it would indeed be heart-wrenching. At that moment, a girl clad in white pushed her way through the crowd. Her expression as cold as frost as she fixed her gaze on Jianglu. After a brief silence, she handed him a purple card. This individual was none other than Bai Shuang. Jianglu, this card holds 1,000,000 martial coins from the Donglai Chamber of Commerce. You may redeem it as you wish. I hope you fulfill your promise to me. Should you deceive me, even if I were to become a vengeful spirit, I would never let you escape. Bai Shuang clenched her silver teeth and reiterated, did you not say it was 900,000 martial coins? Consider this extra 100,000 as my gift to you. Jianglu squinted his eyes in astonishment. He had not anticipated that Bai Shuang would gather such a substantial sum in merely half a day's time. The assembly was left in utter shock. This was the purple gold card of the Donglai Chamber of Commerce, which required a minimum balance of 1,000,000 martial coins for eligibility. It seemed that Jianglu truly possessed 1,000,000 martial coins, a fact that was not mere hearsay. Those who had previously mocked Jianglu's disciples wore expressions of disbelief, swiftly retreating into the crowd, eager to escape the chaos. This time, it was undoubtedly genuine. The disciples clamored for the chance to participate in the lottery, and the storage pavilion was bustling with activity. The second lottery would require the invitation of new talents. Many disciples, having completed their draws, hurriedly departed in search of their friends. Jiang Li's martial currency assets were experiencing a remarkable surge. A notification resonated in his mind. The side quest had been completed, successfully earning 1,000,000 martial currency and a reward of 5,000 luck points. After receiving the purple gold card, Jiang Lu assured Bai Shuang, rest assured, I will intervene to rescue your father. Nevertheless, Bai Shuang remained somewhat apprehensive, asking, what is your plan for the rescue? Jiang Lu pointed to his own heart and chuckled, tonight, I shall perish while he thrives. Chapter 37. The banana fragments were pilfered by the monkey. You are unwell, Bai Shuang exclaimed in anger, storming off in a huff. With a hint of doubt lingering in her heart, Jiang Lu lacked the ability to save her father, let alone offer her life in exchange. Yet, in the end, she still held on to hope. Recommended by Master Jin Qing, Bai Shuang felt compelled to take this gamble. Jiang Lu was not angered. Upon witnessing a glimmer of dawn, what awaited was the most terrifying darkness. Jiang Lu examined the quantity of martial currency, which had surpassed 1,500,000. Many disciples had called upon their friends, and even some masters and elders had gathered. Personal identification codes were filled in. After half a day, a fervent craze for drawing banana cards swept through the Taiching Xuanzong. I drew a platinum banana card valued at 99, a golden banana card also valued at 99, and if I were to draw one more golden banana, I would be eligible for the grand prize. Alas, why did I draw only half of a golden banana? I still require the other half and must invite new participants. Are there any newcomers left? I offer 10,000 martial currency. One must spend to gain. Where could I possibly find any newcomers? I've even unearthed my former partner from 3 years ago, yet they claim it does not count, which is a blatant disregard for the sect's laws. An affront to the crime of desecrating the deceased. The total amount of Jiang Li's currency has surged dramatically, directly surpassing 5,000,000 units. Each individual merely perceives it as a minor gain, thus they grit their teeth and spend 1 to 2,000 on the lottery. In reality, the number of participants is quite significant. Jiang Lu has undeniably reaped immense profits, yet he remains merely a gambler ensnared within the fray, lacking comprehension of the broader picture. The incident at the Taiching Xuanzong has stirred considerable turmoil. Even numerous elders have engaged in the betting, with the allure of 1,000,000 martial coins proving irresistible. Countless gamblers possess eyes ablaze with fervor, teetering on the brink of victory. They merely require one final participant to join their ranks. However, no amount of pleading will coax anyone into providing a personal identification code, and the new disciples of the sect have predominantly already drawn their prizes. Jiang Li's second lottery had a remarkably low limit, merely 1,000 martial coins. If he could recruit new disciples, just a little effort would allow him to win this sum, bringing him one step closer to the coveted 1,000,000 martial coins with minimal loss. No one knew precisely how much Jiang Lu had profited. A cloaked elder spat out a mouthful of blood in frustration, cursing vehemently. I have a platinum banana 99, a golden banana 99, a silver banana 99, and a bronze banana, also 99. I am merely missing the last half of a bronze banana. After painstakingly inviting my 20th new disciple, spending nearly tens of thousands of martial coins, you tell me there is just one fragment of a bronze banana left. After much effort, I finally drew the last bronze banana fragment, and you have the audacity to say it was stolen by a monkey. Jiang Lu, are you toying with me? Refund me. In the end, someone finally realized the grim truth. No matter how many times they drew, they were always just a hair's breadth away from success, despite inviting countless new disciples that could never reach the end. The entire Taching Xuanzong had few new recruits left who had already drawn cards. Even the elders had exhausted their chances. The further they went, the harder it became to attract new disciples. The 1,000,000 martial coins dangled like a tantalizing pie in front of them. At that moment, a middle-aged man with a piercing gaze suddenly appeared, his cold eyes surveying the surroundings. It was the head of the inspection pavilion, Xiaoxian. Someone had reported illegal trading activities here, alleging fraudulent behavior. Upon saying this, Elder Xiaoxian turned his gaze toward Jiang Lu, coldly stating, I knew it would be you. Always stirring up trouble. Jiang Lu stood resolutely, neither servile nor overbearing, confronting Elder Xiaoxian. What evidence do you possess to accuse me of fraud? This card does not belong to any magical artifact. If I were truly to engage in deceit, my fellow brothers here would undoubtedly uncover it. Should you remain skeptical, I can summon Master Jin Qing for verification to ensure its authenticity. Elder Xiaoxian fixed a fierce gaze upon Jiang Lu. Who does not know of your close relationship with Master Jin Qing? You are his most cherished disciple. To seek his testimony? To fabricate evidence? Before Elder Xiaoxian could utter another word, Master Jin Qing, having sensed the brewing turmoil, arrived with a smile. Brother Xian, why such ire? Whether my little disciple speaks the truth can be easily discerned. Jiang Li's eyes flickered as she comprehended the situation. It was none other than Master Jin Qing coming to her rescue. She promptly approached and stated, I humbly invite Master to verify the authenticity of this item. The disciples, upon hearing this, felt a sudden chill in their hearts. They quickly realized the implications if Master Jin Qing were to be called as a witness. Who among them would dare to contest? Was this not tantamount to committing perjury? Alas, they had been deceived. Jiang Lu revealed a banana card. Master Jin Qing squinted slightly and casually drew one. The quantity displayed was quite straightforward, 100 platinum bananas. Jiang Lu immediately congratulated, congratulations, Master Ancestor, on drawing 100 platinum bananas, which can be exchanged for diamond bananas to claim the ultimate grand prize of 1,000,000. Master Jin Qing is truly favored by fortune, possessing keen insight and discernment. He will undoubtedly eradicate the treachery within the Taiqin Xin sect and lead our sect to greater glory. Upon finishing, he promptly presented a purple gold card, the very one Bai Shuang had given him, which held nearly 1,000,000 martial coins. Master Jin Qing accepted it without a hint of embarrassment. While 1,000,000 martial coins were not a significant sum for him, they still represented a considerable amount. I have already verified it, Jiang Lu asserted. There is nothing amiss with the item. Each person is allowed only one chance to flip a card. Any subsequent attempts are merely a matter of willingness. If one does not draw a prize, it can only be attributed to poor luck. My disciple Jiang Lu cannot be blamed for this. All the elders and disciples could clearly hear this blatant favoritism towards Jiang Lu. It became evident that they had been duped. And even Master Jin Qing had been pulled into their scheme. Who would dare claim this was false? Elder Xiaoxian took a deep breath, refraining from rebuttal, and fixed a steely gaze upon Jiang Lu. If he were still alive 3 days hence, Master Jin Qing's authority would be irrevocably diminished. If Jiang Lu were to perish, it would be a fitting revenge. Beside him, a handsome young man gently patted Elder Xiaoxian's shoulder, advising, Master, do not let your anger cloud your judgment. A moment's patience can avert a greater calamity. It will not be long before their misfortune befalls them. This strikingly attractive young man was Tang Su, whose strength had inexplicably surged, reaching the yellow tier in just a few days. Tang Su's gaze was cold and piercing as he fixed his eyes on Jiang Lu. Jiang Lu discovered that, compared to the previous day, his temperament had undergone a profound transformation, as if he were under the control of another. Elder Xiaoxian sighed, scrutinizing his disciple with an expression tinged with intrigue. Although he bore the form of a man, his appearance was strikingly handsome, his slender waist possessing an alluring charm. My dear disciple, I consider myself fortunate to have taken you under my wing, Elder Xiaoxian remarked, gently patting Tang Su's back, his withered palm instinctively reaching further. Disgust flickered in Tang Su's eyes but was swiftly masked as he suppressed the discomfort. A true gentleman knows when to bend and when to stand firm. You insufferable old fool, he thought. I will endure. Thank you, Master, for your kindness. Otherwise, my cultivation would not have progressed so swiftly, Tang Su replied, his body trembling slightly as he performed a respectful salute. Elder Xiaoxian seemed to relish this moment, casting a predatory glance at Tang Su as he whispered, "Would you care to join me tonight?" Chapter 38. The Weeping Knife and Lin Muqing. Minnie began to realize that this was nothing more than a ruse. What seemed to be nearing completion was, in fact, laden with an unknown number of hidden decimals. A clever trap. One might accuse others of deceit. Yet when Master Jin Sheng held a lottery, he fortuitously drew the ultimate grand prize of 1 million. In the presence of so many disciples, it was presented personally to Master Jin Sheng, and everyone was acutely aware of the implications. They cast resentful glances at Jiang Lu, unable to provide any evidence of cheating, forced instead to swallow their grievances in silence. Jiang Li truly deserves condemnation. I extend my gratitude to everyone who participated in this event. Jiang Li's life was as insignificant as a blade of grass. He was, after all, a person destined to perish, yet in the end, he managed to make a meager contribution to the Taiqing Xuanzhou. Jiang Lu explained with an unflinching demeanor, "What have you contributed?" "I have squandered a considerable amount of martial currency." "What purpose does the special banana serve?" The disciples seethed with silent indignation, despite the backing of Grandmaster Jin Qing. They refrained from voicing their grievances. Jiang Li bore the weight of guilt. "I extend my gratitude to all my senior brothers for forgiving my reckless actions. I inadvertently slew Brother Qiu, accidentally detonated the scripture repository, and also eliminated 2 chief members of the underworld sect, among the younger generation of North Prefecture. I stand unrivaled, second only to my master." Jiang Li spoke of repentance, yet her small face radiated with an unmistakable pride. Not far away, a stunning figure was somewhat moved, closing her icy eyes. Indeed, Jiang Lu had undergone a transformation, having undergone a profound healing for the Taiqing Xuanzhou, which could extend life from its very roots. Why was it ultimately Jiang Lu who faced judgment? Lin Muqing felt an inexplicable pang of sorrow in her heart. Regardless of the misdeeds she has committed, Jiang Lu remains her disciple. It is not for the Taiqing Xuanzhou to pass judgment. Master Jin Sheng, the venerable ancestor, is honest and steadfast, possessing formidable strength. However, he is also rigid and conventional, clinging to ancient laws even as corruption has taken root. The ancestors established various halls, each operating independently, which contributed to the former glory of Taiqing Xuanzhou. There is no mention of any true power among the so-called 3 overlords of Beizhou. In the past, Taiqing Xuanzhou stood unrivaled in Beizhou. Yunchao Pavilion and the Mingwang sect later emerged, snatching a piece of the pie from Taiqing Xuanzhou. The title of the first in Beizhou is merely a jest. Jiang Lu, oh Jiang Lu, what means will you employ to extricate yourself from Taiqing Xuanzhou? Lin Muqing exhibited a contemplative expression, utterly skeptical. She could hardly believe that the cunning and treacherous Jiang Lu would genuinely engage in acts of charity here. Many are aware of Jiang Li's background, which is devoid of any significant influence. Even in the original narrative, as it approached its climax, no substantial revelations were made. Merely an anomalous being with white hair and crimson eyes. Observing now, it is evident that her strength has surged rapidly, having already attained the 9th level of the Xian realm, and she has slain the foremost disciples of the other 2 sections. Jiang Lu has encountered numerous calamities, which have accumulated to the point of insignificance. Offending the entirety of the Sutra Pavilion, the Supervisory Pavilion, and countless elders has garnered him little favor, rendering him nearly a public enemy within the sect. The sorrow emanating from Lin Muqing, 421 fortune points, 390 fortune points. In Jiang Li's mind, a system notification echoed, instantly revealing that his master, Lin Muqing, was also observing, and a sense of sorrow welled up within him. This indicated that his recent efforts had borne fruit. Again, the system prompted him with a new notification. Main storyline task initiated. The knife weeks for Lin Muqing. Tears overflow. Task rewards. 10,000 fortune points. 5 increase in affection level. Upon reaching fortune level 10, the store will be unlocked. After digesting the information, Jiang Li's furrowed brow gradually relaxed. Initially, the plan was to escape to the northern continent and develop slowly, contemplating ways to win over Lin Muqing later. His strength was, after all, too inadequate. Remaining in the Taiqing Xian sect would impose numerous restrictions. Since there was a task to enhance his favorability, he would seize the opportunity. Jiang Li harbored a plan in his heart, undeterred by the peculiar gazes of others. He displayed his balance, having bestowed 1 million martial coins upon Master Jin Sheng. The remaining amount he gathered amounted to precisely 5 million. The next step involved the final mysterious reward. Today, the martial artist who drew the special banana would have the opportunity to claim the ultimate enigmatic grand prize tomorrow, 5 million martial coins. As soon as Jiang Li's words fell, the atmosphere in the venue became slightly stagnant, with everyone staring blankly at Jiang Lu. How on earth does this fellow amass such wealth? How can he possess so many martial coins? The aura of all the warriors was intensely fervent, their bodies trembling slightly. Jiang Lu continued to elucidate that the higher the quality of the special bananas, the greater the probability of winning the lottery. The genuine 5 million martial coins is no trivial sum. Even the heart of the revered Master Jin Sheng trembled at the thought. Many elders have spent their entire lives in pursuit of such an amount, only to find it elusive. The martial artists who had previously drawn special bananas guarded their cards with utmost care, initially believing them to be mere scraps of paper, unaware of their significant value. Suddenly, a martial artist raised a question. With such a colossal fortune in your possession, how can you ensure its safety today? As the saying goes, wealth should not be flaunted. Indeed, how can the safety of these martial coins be guaranteed? At that moment, a refined middle-aged man clad in gray stepped forward. Jianglu, though you are a woman, your strength is indeed a blessing to our sect. It is a pity that heaven is envious of such talent. The laws of our sect cannot be broken. No matter how exceptional Jianglu may be, without having reached the Earth realm, she cannot safeguard 5 million martial coins. It would be wiser to entrust them to the storage pavilion for safekeeping. The storage pavilion is already responsible for managing the sect's transactions, and it is our duty to do so. The disciples of the sect bowed their heads, secretly cursing the shamelessness of the man. Among all the departments, the storage pavilion was notorious for its avarice, systematically extracting the wealth of the disciples. It was the wealthiest of all the pavilions, and now they sought to covet even the 5 million. Jianglu raised her head slightly to glance at the man in gray. He had long been in collusion with the underworld sect, and when the two formidable forces besieged the Taichin Xian sect, he was the first to surrender. He offered a staggering sum of over 10 million martial coins. There was no need for Elder Hong Yu to worry. I, as a junior, am prepared to entrust this amount of 5 million martial coins entirely to the esteemed Master Jin Sheng for safekeeping. Jianglu spoke with a calm yet assertive demeanor. Elder Hong Yu, the master of the storage pavilion, briefly flashed a glimmer of coldness in his eyes before remarking, truly a vision for the future. Entrusting it to senior brother Jin Sheng will certainly ensure greater stability. Master Jin Sheng cast a profound glance at Jianglu, deeply moved. Indeed, he thought. This remarkable disciple of mine has undertaken so much, all for the sake of his master. My dear student, why is it that I have only now encountered such an extraordinary disciple? This action stirred whispers among the other disciples. To entrust it to Master Jin Sheng seems less effective than leaving it in the storage pavilion. Even if the pavilion were to misappropriate a significant portion, there would still be some semblance of value. However, with it entrusted to the master, who would dare to claim it if it were to be drawn? With a playful smile gracing Jiang Li's lips, her gaze turned towards Elder Xiaoxian. It was inconceivable that one could truly hand over 5 million to Ancestor Jin Qing. All efforts would be rendered futile. The ensuing moments promised to reveal Elder Xiaoxian as performance, a divine assist indeed. Chapter 39. Villain. 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 I find this matter profoundly inappropriate. Elder Xiaoxian was the first to step forward, the sole individual brave enough to confront Ancestor Jin Qing. A glimmer of coldness flickered in Ancestor Jin Qing's eyes, eager to witness what tricks this fellow might conjure. Junior brother Jin Qing, though your cultivation surpasses mine slightly. I am still your senior by a year, Elder Xiaoxian remarked with a faint smile. He continued. There exist laws within our sect. Elders shall not accept bribes from disciples, nor should disciples be entrusted with the management of funds. We must not commit the sin of corruption. Ancestor Jin Qing's face flushed with embarrassment as he fervently defended himself. How could I possibly covet a disciple's wealth? Especially that of my own grand disciple? Elder Xiaoxian's lips curled into a cold smirk, aware that this Jin Sheng was merely a name seeker, obsessed with reputation. Let us proceed like this. Since Jiang Li's time is limited, it would be best to place her funds in her own hands for safekeeping, and then confine her to the cold water prison. Elder Xiaoxian's suggestion sparked a glimmer of interest among the others. Indeed, it was a prudent course of action. Jianglu had committed grave offenses and, by rights, should have been sentenced to the cold water prison were it not for the protection of Ancestor Jin Qing. This resolution resonated with countless elders, who began to voice their agreement. I believe Elder Xiaoxian is correct. Jianglu is indeed a villain. According to the law, she ought to be imprisoned in the cold water prison. Allowing her to roam freely for so long has been a great indulgence. A place as harsh as the cold water prison would challenge even the most resilient of disciples. Jiang Li's temperament may have been lacking, yet her strength was commendable. She should be able to endure until the lottery tomorrow. I, too, endorse Elder Xiaoxian's words. Jiang Li remained silent, offering no defense, only reflecting inwardly. Elder Xiaoxian truly served as her divine ally. The cold water prison within the sect was the most optimal place for cultivating the devouring heaven demon technique, harboring an abundance of negative energy. For ordinary martial artists, absorbing such energy could easily lead to madness, yet for the devouring heaven demon technique, it proved to be the most advantageous training ground. Tang Su was cast into the cold water prison during his aid, where he advanced in his cultivation, breaking through to the realm of earth and soaring in power, suppressing countless elders. Jiang Li sought an opportunity to enter, albeit without any substantial justification. Elder Xiaoxian was indeed an exceptionally benevolent individual. At that moment, upon hearing the suggestions of the assembly, Master Jin Cheng's countenance darkened considerably as he resorted to invoking the law to suppress him. It was astonishing that so many elders were intent on imprisoning Jiang Lu in the cold water prison. Elder Xiaoxian observed Jiang Lu's expression, which was difficult to articulate. However, within his heart, a sense of relief finally emerged, as he had fiercely suppressed his hatred following the tragic demise of his son just days prior. Jiang Lu voluntarily confessed, fearlessly stepping forward, leading to a tragic end within 7 days. Elder Xiaoxian was utterly incredulous of such absurdity, certain that a means of escape had been meticulously arranged. At last, he discerned a change upon the other's countenance, undoubtedly filled with profound trepidation. After being cast into the cold water prison, the agony inflicted was far worse than death itself, a determination to avenge the murder of a child. Disciple Jin Qing. What insights do you possess? Elder Xiaoxian inquired with a smile. The other elders, emboldened by their unity, regarded Master Jin Qing with unyielding gazes. Unperturbed by his esteemed status as a ninth-tier celestial realm expert, taking a step back, he was truly heartbroken, lamenting the lamentable transformation of the Tai Ching Xin sect. A coup d'etat. Jiang Lu was not taken aback. I seek your welfare, while you seek my life. Indeed, it is a tale befitting a female-centric novel. Even a formidable cultivator of the ninth stage of the celestial realm can be compelled by these elders of the earth realm. The other elders began to voice their counsel, urging him on. Brother Jin Qing, you must deliberate carefully. The future of Tai Ching Xuanzong rests upon your shoulders. Do not jeopardize the very foundation of our sect's laws for the sake of a mere villain. Jiang Lu, a faded solitary star with her white hair and crimson eyes, would bring calamity if forcibly retained within the sect. Recently, she has committed numerous misdeeds, undermining the foundations of our order. A mere rogue. Insignificant when juxtaposed with the century-long legacy of our sect. In that moment, Jin Qing, the ancestral master, felt a flicker of uncertainty within his heart. Jiang Lu is merely a dying individual, continuing to risk great dangers to protect another. This seems rather unwise. All that can be done is to endure a bit longer for this young disciple. In the next life, may one be reborn into a fortunate circumstance. Bang. It all began by saying, Jiang Lu, the malicious elder, was ruthlessly struck to the ground by the terrifying force of Tao. His bones shattered like those of a lifeless dog. Now, he lay on the ground, gasping for breath. The crowd was astonished. Who, after all, had the audacity to act in front of so many martial artists? It was the exquisite figure of Tao, with a slender and supple waist, none other than Lin Muqing, who appeared before Jiang Lu, silencing the multitude of disdainful expressions. Jiang Lu rubbed her eyes, barely able to perceive the faint rays of light filtering through, casting a glow upon her face. Lin Muqing materialized instantaneously, exuding her unparalleled grace, with a chilling aura of menace evident. It was the hand of her master at play. How dare the villains utter her name? My kind and adorable disciple is not someone you may bully. The other elders felt a shiver run through them, unable to fathom the normally gentle Lin Muqing unleashing such ruthless aggression. Jiang Lu belongs to me. Only I possess the privilege to chastise her. You shall not. Lin Muqing's expression was frosty as she fixed her gaze upon the others. Kneel and apologize to my disciple. One elder attempted to diffuse the tension with a smile. Ah, Elder Lin, we are all of the same sect. Must we truly make things so difficult for one another? Lin Muqing turned her head, her silence betraying no hesitation. A terrifying force was forcibly exerted, rendering the elder in agony. He had not anticipated that Lin Muqing would act so decisively, as he was brutally pressed to the ground, his knees shattering beneath him. Lin Muqing softly remarked, Are you troubling my disciple? All I seek is to reclaim justice. Is it so arduous to kneel and apologize? The atmosphere fell into an eerie silence. Fearful gazes were cast upon Lin Muqing, with many regretting their previous words. Had they known, they would have refrained from speaking recklessly. This master and disciple, both were insufferable lunatics. Muqing, cease this nonsense. They are elders of the sect. There is no precedent for having disciples receive apologies in such a manner. It tarnishes the sect's reputation. Grandmaster Jin Qing exclaimed in alarm. Suddenly, Lin Muqing smiled, questioning the value of the sect's reputation. I merely wish to seek justice for my disciple. Master, your cowardice will inevitably lead to the downfall of the Qingxian sect. Grandmaster Jin Qing was left speechless, overwhelmed by a wave of indignation. How can my daughter be so ignorant and rebellious? She possesses no sense of the greater picture. Even my little disciple is more sensible. Tears shimmered in Jiang Li's crimson eyes as she grasped Lin Muqing's delicate hand, exclaiming, Master, your disciple bears profound sins. I shall shoulder all transgressions alone. I will willingly go to the Han Shui prison, sparing you the trouble. Lin Muqing appeared momentarily moved by Jiang Li's sincerity. Yet after a brief moment of astonishment, she realized that Jiang Li's other hand rested in an inappropriate place. Regaining her composure, she shot a fierce glare at Jiang Lu. They were not mistaken. Villainous deeds were indeed present. Chapter 40. The Master Becomes Jealous by Shuang stood frozen in place. To gather the substantial sum of 1 million martial coins, she had sacrificed an immeasurable amount, and only then did the Donglai Chamber of Commerce agree to lend their aid, anticipating Jiang Li's intervention to save her father that very evening. Now, in an instant, she was cast into the Han Shui prison. All her efforts and dedication had been rendered futile. Please, Jiang, she is not a wicked person. I implore you, do not take her away. Bai Shuang knelt on the ground, pleading for Jiang Lu, tears streaming down her face. She had never held any affection for Jiang Lu, and would have welcomed her imprisonment under normal circumstances. Yet now, it was her father's only hope. Why must they strip her of even this? She loathed the sect, despised everyone within it, and detested her former self. Why must she nurture so many ingrates? In Jiang Li's mind, the system's notification echoed. The degree of Bai Shuang's corruption had increased by 10. A strategic retreat to advance. Jiang Lu has already sparked considerable dissatisfaction within the sect, drawing the attention of numerous disciples. In the cold confines of the prison, his presence can be somewhat diminished. Master Jin Qing remarked that Jiang Lu is not a malevolent individual. I implore you to intervene on their behalf. They wield Jiang Li's martial currency while simultaneously seeking to undermine him. The two brothers, Ma, also plead for leniency. They are recognized within the sect for their unwavering impartiality and have spent ample time with Jiang Lu, never discovering any selfish motives in his actions. Everything he does is for the sake of the sect. Today's events are truly a matter of necessity, sighed Master Jin Qing. Jiang Lu felt a subtle warmth in her heart. She had not anticipated that the thick-headed Irma brothers would speak on her behalf. Thank you, esteemed uncles. I shall no longer trouble my esteemed ancestors and masters. I willingly choose to enter the cold water prison. Jiang Lexing bowed respectfully. Master Jin Cheng let out a sigh, truly lamenting the plight of the young Jiang Lu. Master will always remember you, he said. Master Jin Cheng noticed that Jiang Li's ears had been completely engulfed by the tea's color, indicating that he had at most 2 days left to live. In these 2 days, his power surged dramatically. Master Jin Cheng understood well that it was merely a fleeting resurgence, a brief illumination. The poison of the green tea had most profoundly awakened the latent potential of his body. Yet, this newfound strength was nothing more than a mirage. An illusion akin to flowers in a mirror or the moon reflected in water, a transient bloom. Just as Lin Muqing was about to speak, Jiang Li cast a reassuring glance her way, which prevented her from uttering another word. Judging by the experiences of past lives, Jiang Lu, a cunning and treacherous individual, would never easily embrace death. He must have already discovered an opportunity for escape. The Qingxian sect has decayed to its very core. Lin Muqing was left with profound disappointment as she cast a deep glance at the numerous elders present. These were the quickest to betray the sect. It is imperative that a cleansing be undertaken. Ultimately, Jiang Lu once again approached Bai Shuang, gently supporting her as his fair fingers brushed against the corners of her eyes, wiping away the traces of tears. Do not cry. Tears resolve nothing. Whether you hate me or despise me, I shall fulfill my promise. Bai Shuang gazed at him in a daze. His silver hair shimmered under the light, while his crimson eyes revealed an enigmatic emotion that stirred her heart. Lin Muqing furrowed his brow and turned away, feeling a persistent sense of discomfort. Jiang Lu, keenly perceptive, noticed this and a subtle smile played upon his lips. Is Master feeling jealous? Let us go. Jiang Lu offered no resistance as he was directly taken away by the disciples of the inspection pavilion, leaving behind only a frail silhouette. Lin Muqing took a deep breath, reassured that Jiang Lu was safe for the time being. If any misfortune were to befall him in the cold water prison, the first suspect would undoubtedly be the treacherous Xiao Xian. Gazing at Xiao Xian's smug expression, Lin Muqing felt an overwhelming urge to strangle the scoundrel. Yet, such an action was not prudent. In his previous life, despite the decline of the Qingxian sect, it still possessed some heritage, with ancestral techniques that were not easily overcome by the other two major forces. Most critically, the hidden figures of the underworld king cult were from the same generation as the esteemed Grandmaster Jin Qing, legendary talents long shrouded in obscurity. Wang Lan. After consuming divine elixirs, he achieved great mastery and dominated the entirety of Beizhou. It was from this juncture that the Qingxian sect began its inexorable descent into decline. Rumors suggested that Wang Lan had perished during the Martial King's Thunder Tribulation. However, Lin Muqing was aware that he had actually survived to the present day. His memories from the past revealed that Wang Lan had long since broken through to the Martial King level, yet had not found the precious gem required to access the higher realms. To venture into the higher realms without authorization would be fatal. If discovered after having attained Martial King prowess without entering the higher realms, one would still be hunted down by practitioners from above. Beizhou was, in reality, a land of sin, a veritable cage. Lin Muqing felt a pang of sorrow. She only learned this upon her own ascension to the higher realms. Without the precious gem, detection by higher realm warriors would result in immediate execution. The only remaining precious gem was rumored to belong solely to the Qingxian sect. Wang Lan had toiled for many years, never revealing himself in Beizhou, all in pursuit of that precious gem. The forces backing Xiao Xian were aligned with Wang Lan, alongside many elders who had defected from the Qingxian sect, either seeking refuge with the Underworld King cult or the Yunxiao Pavilion. In truth, the Yunxiao Pavilion and the Underworld King cult had engaged in a long-standing alliance of both overt and covert conflict, with the forces behind them also nurtured by Wang Lan. Their aim was to establish a balance of power among the three major factions. Although the Qingxian sect appeared to remain the foremost in Beizhou, the number of spies within its ranks far exceeded that of its loyal disciples. Only Grandmaster Jin Qing remained truly devoted to the sect. Jiang Lu was acutely aware of the intricate stakes involved and wished to avoid becoming ensnared in this web of intrigue. His power was still too feeble. Even a slight disturbance from above could spell disaster. He would be better off evading the turmoil and seizing opportunities elsewhere in Beizhou. Thus, this farce came to a close, with the remaining disciples finding it uninteresting and departing the scene. Those who had drawn the special bananas were exhilarated, for tomorrow promised a grand prize of 5 million. Selling a special banana for a mere 10,000 martial coins? Elders had already begun to make purchases. 10,000 martial coins was no trifling sum. 10,000 martial coins? Too low. I have 30,000. Will you sell? Just an ordinary quality, with slightly lower odds. Sell it to me for 35,000 martial coins. I possess a rare quality one for 60,000 martial coins. Is anyone interested? Many disciples were acutely aware of the situation. The colossal sum of 5 million was far beyond their means. Even if they were to possess it, they would undoubtedly be forced to liquidate by the elders. It was wiser to sell early. A profit of 30 to 50,000 would still be a significant fortune for them. Elder Xiaoxian also instructed his subordinates to acquire all the special bananas on the market, no matter the price, for the sake of securing the 5 million. His heart raced at the thought. 5 million was no small amount. Amassing 30 million martial coins would enable him to exchange for a broken king pill at the Donglai Merchant Association, offering him the chance to break through to the martial king realm. Just as Lin Muqing was about to leave, Bai Shuang suddenly rushed over, tugging at her sleeve. With a swift motion, Lin Muqing cast her aside, her tone sharp. If you have something to say, then speak. Why are you being so hands-on? Chapter 41. Elder Lin. I have no connection to Sister Jiang Lu. Bai Shuang bit her lip, gazing intently at Lin Muqing, clutching tightly to a card that Jiang Lu had entrusted to her. Sister Jiang said to give this to you, Bai Shuang whispered, timidly extending the card. Lin Muqing raised an eyebrow, her heart unperturbed as she accepted it. A quick glance revealed 2 brief sentences. Master, please lend Bai Shuang the 1,000 Faces mirror to aid my escape. The 1,000 Faces mirror? Lin Muqing's expression darkened. Her silence a testament to her disapproval. This was a celestial-grade treasure she had never utilized within the sect, discovered under fortuitous circumstances. It bore no practical combat efficacy but was undoubtedly a life-saving artifact. It allowed one to alter their appearance, rendering them undetectable even to martial king-level experts, provided they had not been marked. What use would lending such a concealed identity treasure to Bai Shuang serve? Are you hoping to give the 1,000 Faces mirror to my wayward disciple? To assist her in her escape from cold water prison? Is that what my good disciple suggested to you? Lin Muqing's tone dripped with sarcasm. Bai Shuang remained silent, defiantly raising her head and shaking it. Lin Muqing couldn't help but chuckle. Isn't it time you explained yourself? After all this time, you haven't treated me as your master. Never mind, I won't pry. Whether she lives or dies is her own affair. Bai Shuang murmured, Elder Lin, Sister Jiang Lu only provided me with this information. I know nothing more. Lin Muqing paid her no mind and turned to leave. Bai Shuang's expression shifted to one of alarm. Her father's life depended on Jiang Lu. This was her last hope. And she could only obediently follow Jiang Li's directives. No matter what, she would not give up. It was perplexing why Lin Muqing harbored such animosity towards her when she had done nothing wrong. The first step had already been thwarted. Elder Lin. I must explain that just as Bai Shuang was about to speak, an ordinary copper mirror was tossed her way. Stunned, she heard Lin Muqing's cold voice reach her ears. Use the mirror to take a good look at yourself. Who do you think you are to interfere with my disciple? Only I am permitted to bully her. Should death come, it shall be by my hand. Lin Muqing had vanished before Bai Shuang could respond. Clutching the mirror, Bai Shuang felt a flutter in her heart. A celestial-grade treasure? The rumored artifact had now fallen into her hands. Jiang Lu, I will follow your instructions. But I hope you do not deceive me. Bai Shuang understood the artifact's capabilities, the ability to completely alter one's appearance, rendering them unrecognizable. She pressed her hand tightly against her chest, which concealed nearly 1,000 banana cards. If anyone were to discover them, they would surely be astonished. For these were all exceptionally rare quality special banana cards. Is this all just useless cards? Can it truly be sold? Bai Shuang has never played the banana game and is somewhat perplexed. These are all messages relayed by Jiang Lu, emphasizing the utmost importance of the instructions given to her. She even promised that if she could earn 1 million martial coins in advance, she could first repay the loan to the Donglai Chamber of Commerce. Jiang Lu was escorted by disciples of the supervisory pavilion, flanked by 2 elders of the Earth Realm, their expressions icy as they fixed their gaze upon him, ensuring he would not attempt any tricks. In the cold water prison, even the disciples of the mystic realm could hardly endure for more than a few days. Behind them, numerous other elders from various pavilions observed with trepidation, fearful that Jiang Lu might pose a threat, all to prevent any reckless actions from the supervisory pavilion. Otherwise, the investment of 5 million would be rendered futile. The so-called cold water prison is a facility situated within the cold cave, housing martial artists who have transgressed the sect's laws, as well as spies and enemies from rival factions. In the distance, a towering iceberg loomed, beneath which lay a vast crevice leading directly to the cold water prison. Even from afar, an icy chill permeated the air, and the vital energy was notably scarce. Ordinary martial artists would find it exceedingly difficult to survive in such an environment, yet Jiang Lu felt a faint thrill coursing through him. The devouring heaven demon technique was exceedingly formidable, capable of absorbing all forms of power, including the frigid aura that enveloped this place. Jiang Lu absorbed the frigid atmosphere that enveloped him. The cold water prison was overseen by the cold water pavilion, and the individual who came to greet them was a shabby old man, revealing a set of yellowed teeth as he grinned at the assembly. Welcome to the cold water pavilion, come and have a seat, he said. The elder of the inspection pavilion furrowed his brow, addressing the old man. Guh. The individual is now under your care. The pavilion master has issued instructions. They must be brought up again tomorrow, and they cannot perish down here tonight. The old man in gray waved his hand dismissively, replying, in this cold water pavilion, one can neither seek life nor find death. As for whether she will see another day, that is contingent upon her own fortune. The elder of the inspection pavilion frowned. Gu Yu. Do not disregard the courtesy extended to you. This individual is of great significance to Elder Xiaoxian. Should she die, you will inevitably be held accountable. At that point, the entire Taqing Xuanzong will offer you no protection. Gu bared his old teeth in a grin, responding, This cold water pavilion has but me left. I never meddle in the internal affairs of the sect. If I cannot accommodate her, then so be it. It is merely the cold water prison. Just another old man added to the mix. The elders of the inspection pavilion snorted in disdain, choosing not to elaborate further. They understood that this old man was eccentric yet adhered to his own set of principles, ensuring that he would not act recklessly. Within the confines of the cold water prison, escape was an impossibility. He had resided there for countless years, never having left the prison nor released a single inmate. This fact was the cornerstone of the trust others placed in him. Thus, the situation unfolded. Jiang Lu was brought to a stone platform, where old Gu stood beside her, ominously stating, "Little girl, once you descend into this icy water prison, there will be no turning back." Jiang Lu remained silent. The stone platform was activated, and the two descended to the valley's depths. At the valley floor, 5 dark, foreboding openings loomed before them. The old man Ji's expression turned cold, a subtle arc forming at the corner of his mouth. The elderly figure would determine the type of prison for each individual based on their transgressions. Among these 5 prisons, the most terrifying was the abyss of sin, teeming with countless malevolent spirits and resentment. Should one be cast into its depths, even a celestial warrior would find it impossible to survive. Jiang Lu recounted with a measured pace, "I have slain disciples of the sect, obliterated the scripture repository, and dispatched 2 esteemed leaders of rival factions, committing numerous heinous acts. I believe it is only fitting to confine the last remnant of this abyss of malevolence." In Jiang Li's eyes glimmered threads of excitement. The latent malevolent power invigorated her entire extreme heavenly demon body, rendering her exceedingly exhilarated. Old Gu was momentarily taken aback, recognizing the true extent of her nefarious deeds. As soon as his words fell, Jiang Lu leaped in without a second thought. The old man Gu was left dumbfounded. Just like that, he plunged into danger. Chapter 42. Where did the money go? Within the Taichin Shin sect, an undercurrent of tension flowed. The storage pavilion, the inspection pavilion, and various other departments were acutely aware that acquiring this substantial sum of money would not be an easy feat. They endeavored to consolidate their strengths to engage in a massive acquisition of the special banana cards available in the market. The prices were soaring. A mere card was being traded for 50,000 martial coins, while rarer cards were sold for as much as 80,000. The disciples who acted hastily regretted their decisions. Had they only waited to push the prices down, they could have sold at even higher rates. As darkness enveloped the sky, the storage pavilion remained brilliantly lit, invigorating countless disciples. Some could barely contain their excitement. If they did not win after tomorrow's draw, their efforts would be in vain. Akin to drawing water with a bamboo basket. Despite having sold their cards, the prices showed no signs of slowing. One rare card had already surged to 90,000 martial coins. Those wishing to sell stifled their desires, convinced that prices would rise even higher. Xiao Xian wore a grim expression. Beside him stood a handsome young man, Tang Su, whose eyes sparkled as he spoke. "Master, based on my understanding of Jiang Lu, he surely harbors ill intentions. We must cease the acquisition of the cards, or calamity will befall us." Xiao Xian furrowed his brow and raised a hand to silence Tang Su, asserting, "I shall make the decisions here. There is no need for your further commentary." Suddenly, anguish flickered across Tang Su's face, his expression distorted in struggle, and he muttered to himself, "Nonsense. You treacherous fiend. Jiang Lu has treated you with such kindness, yet you repay him with ingratitude and venomous words." Xiao Xian frowned, becoming somewhat accustomed to his disciple's erratic behavior. While this pupil had many admirable qualities, he occasionally exhibited signs of a dual personality, one nefarious and malicious, the other timid and cowardly. "Take your quarrels elsewhere. It is tiresome to listen to." Elder Xiao Xian dismissed Tang Su. Initially intending to complete the acquisition of the cards, Xiao Xian now realized the complexity of the task. The elders and disciples were exceedingly shrewd, deliberately suppressing prices. "Do not sell." Some disciples clung to the faint hope of tomorrow, urging more efforts to acquire the cards. The storage pavilion was in utter disarray, as the price for special banana cards had escalated to 100,000 martial coins each. This situation had rendered them both valuable and scarce. Only a few disciples, unable to resist the temptation, sold their cards. Disguised, Bai Shuang blended into the crowd and found a small clearing, scanning her surroundings before boldly declaring, "I have an ultra-rare card for sale, name your price." Soon, an elder's eyes sparkled with excitement as he bid, "I have 50,000 martial coins and wish to purchase your card." Seizing the moment before Bai Shuang could react, he attempted to snatch the card from her. Bai Shuang's expression shifted slightly as she stepped back, and the elder was sent flying by a sudden, formidable force. It was Lin Muqing who intervened. "How disgraceful! At your age, you still resort to seizing a disciple's belongings," Lin Muqing admonished coldly. The elder flushed with embarrassment, attempting to defend himself. "Elder Lin, we were merely engaging in a normal transaction. I was about to hand over the money. Where is the notion of coercion?" Just then, another elder from the inspection pavilion approached with a smile. "Sell it to us for 100,000 martial coins." Without wasting words, the elder tossed out a storage pouch. Bai Shuang inspected it, finding no issues, and promptly relinquished the card, casting a grateful glance at Lin Muqing, aware of his willingness to assist. She swiftly vanished into the throng. 100,000 martial coins for a single card. What kind of enchantment could this possess? Bai Shuang had thousands of such cards in her possession. The potential profit was unimaginable. From that point on, Bai Shuang acted with heightened caution, replicating her sales strategy. After each transaction, she would quickly relocate and alter her identity. Throughout the Taichin Xian sect, a plethora of cards began to surface in the marketplace. To avoid detection, she did not entrust all her cards to the elders. She also sold some to affluent disciples at lower prices, prioritizing safety. In just 1 hour, Bai Shuang had sold hundreds of cards, amassing nearly 10 million martial coins. It was unfathomable how Jiang Lu, a genius of such caliber, could gather this fortune while she struggled to collect 50,000 martial coins. Bai Shuang understood that this considerable sum would entice even the strongest of celestial realm cultivators. One could acquire a celestial artifact in the Donglai Merchant Association with such wealth. Elder Shaoxian gritted his teeth, incredulously questioning. How could there be so many special cards within our sect? Is Jiang Lu behind this? But he is confined in the cold water prison. How could he produce so many cards? The previous draws were limited. What is truly happening? Investigate the market and determine who is selling these special cards. Such audacity. It was not only the inspection pavilion facing this predicament. Other departments were equally pressured to acquire the cards, each contributing nearly 1 million. The revelation of the sheer volume of special cards from the Taichin Xian sect caused a subtle decline in prices. Some disciples sensed the shifting tides and realized that prices could no longer rise, they would only continue to fall. In haste, they began to sell their special cards. The prices indeed dropped significantly. Ultra-rare cards fell to 95,000 martial coins, and other qualities also saw declines. Bai Shuang temporarily paused her sales, holding many special cards yet to be sold. With the inspection pavilion tightening their scrutiny, she knew they were investigating her previous disguises, which were all identities of disciples once supported by the sect. They were interrogated by the inspection pavilion but maintained their innocence, adamantly denying any involvement in sales. Nevertheless, many elders and disciples could no longer remain idle, frantically selling their special cards as prices plummeted. The storage pavilion, the inspection pavilion, and several larger departments within the sect were in a frenzy to acquire the Taichin Xian sect special cards, striving to prevent a market collapse. If prices were to crash, the losses would be catastrophic for them, and the Taichin Xian sect would suffer irreparable harm. Where, then, had all the money gone? Bai Shuang, too, was succumbing to the chaotic frenzy, wildly shifting identities and hastily discarding the remaining cards in her possession, selling them at the market's lowest price to ensure swift transactions. She dared not engage in bargaining. Her sole aim was to sell off her cards before the other disciples depleted their stocks, preventing the prices from stabilizing. Should she attempt to sell again, even with the ability to change her identity, she would easily fall prey to capture. The tumultuous surge of millions in martial currency weighed heavily upon them. Elder Shaoxian, resembling a gambler, listened intently as disciples relayed incessant updates, his eyes aflame with distress. The vast accumulation of the inspection pavilion had dwindled to these worthless cards, with losses already surpassing 5 million. Chapter 43. The Old Demon, Tang Su, the Heartless Wretch. Bai Shuang still possessed hundreds of cards and paused her efforts. To date, she had already amassed over 25 million in martial currency, and no disciple dared to sell further. Marking a tenuous saturation in the market, Elder Shaoxian exhaled a long breath. At the very least, the prices had stabilized. Although the inspection pavilion faced losses, they remained within tolerable limits. The pressing matter at hand was to secure 5 million. The arrow was knocked, and it had to be released. Upon entering the 5th prison, Jiang Lu felt as though she had descended into an unfathomable abyss, a depth that seemed forever unreachable. This was an unexplored territory previously housing prisoners, yet devoid of any feedback. Once one entered, there was no return. The elder of the cold water pavilion was at a loss, unaware of what lay beneath. For many years, this place had remained a forbidden zone, never reopened. Old Gu stood at the cave's entrance, incessantly cursing downward. Girl, how could you be so treacherous? If you seek death, why drag this old man along with you? This is truly infuriating. He lamented in silent despair. Though peculiar in nature, he was no fool. The cold water pavilion had always been a place of enmity, and his fellow disciples had all sought to depart, aligning themselves with various other factions. Old Gu yearned for an escape as well. However, with his peers having fled in haste, he found himself alone, unable to resign. Yet, the position was indeed lucrative. With ample martial currency and an abundance of alluring women, everything one could desire. Unlike the cold water prison, where only ice surrounded him. To alleviate his solitude, Old Gu had even fashioned an ice block companion for himself. Remarkably, it was strikingly beautiful, perfectly aligning with aesthetic standards, and possessed all the functionalities of a typical companion. Old Gu had personally tested it. Aside from a slight chill, the experience was rather pleasant. Finally, a white-haired, red-eyed girl had been imprisoned. Her beauty was of the highest order. He had intended to intimidate her, but to his surprise, she leapt into the 5th prison without hesitation. Throughout history, no formidable being had ever emerged from its depths. What a misfortune this is, Old Gu lamented. In order to survive within the cold water prison and avoid offending other factions, he opted out of any sect affairs and refused all resources, feigning an eccentric demeanor to become a peculiar warden. This strategy allowed him to persist, and from the disciples he had imprisoned, he managed to extract some benefits. This Jiang Lu was clearly no ordinary individual. Otherwise, she would not have been accompanied by the elder of the surveillance pavilion, nor would various other elders be observing her. They had promised she would survive until tomorrow. Now, what would he say when that promise faltered? Jianglu opened his eyes in the cavern, an overwhelming chill enveloping him, exuding an aura of strangeness and foreboding. Both the extreme heavenly demon physique and the devouring heavenly demon technique served as excellent nourishment. The techniques circulated within him, an endless surge of malevolence merging into his being, transforming into the most precise manifestation of dark energy, solidifying his cultivation. Indeed, it was a remarkable place, offering the prospect of transcending into the earth realm. In Jiang Li's eyes sparkled a glimmer of excitement. To transcend to the earth realm, one requires a substantial amount of profound energy, a resource that ordinary disciples are unable to sustain. Joining various sects, contingent upon the benefits provided by each division, offers a chance to receive the necessary resources for such a breakthrough. Attaining the status of an elder is a coveted goal. However, the profound energy within is tainted, imbued with countless negative energies, where malevolent and ominous forces are profoundly potent. Even a slight absorption can lead one to the brink of madness. Jianglu readily embraced all that came his way, mobilizing every function of his body to fervently absorb the energy surrounding him. One could distinctly sense his physical strength escalating in an almost exaggerated manner. The mysterious energy within him gradually coalesced into a liquid state, bolstered by the explosive energy in his vicinity. Jianglu suddenly opened his eyes and heard a sharp crack, as if something had shattered. The casting mystic platform continuously supplied an inexhaustible source of power. Earth Realm. In just a few days of cultivation, he had ascended directly from a Yellow Realm novice to the Earth Realm. He was now among the foremost powerful beings in the northern states. Abruptly, in the darkness, a pair of deep eyes silently fixated on Jianglu, filled with an unmistakable excitement. Jianglu seemed to have sensed the presence of another. Yet he chose to disregard it, continuing his solitary cultivation. It was uncertain how much time had elapsed, but it felt like an eternity. Jianglu felt an unprecedented lightness enveloping him, as his internal cultivation had been thoroughly solidified. In comparison to formidable practitioners of the profound realm, the Xiantai would bestow an unending stream of power. The sturdier the Xiantai forged, the more terrifying the strength it could yield. It had been an eternity since he savored the essence of a living being. Today, he was in for a delightful treat. The essence from the realm of the earth would be even more delectable. From the shadows emerged a sallow-skinned woman with matted black hair, her toothless grin revealing but half a tooth. Her wrinkled visage resembled an ancient chrysanthemum, and even from a distance, one could discern an overwhelming stench. A dark demon, a creature that exclusively feeds on the essence of men. Simple-minded and singular in focus, her temperament was exceedingly vicious. In the original narrative, when Tang Su entered, he nearly fell victim to the demon's essence-draining grasp. With a clever ploy, he managed to deceive the dark demon, ultimately securing his escape from the abyss of sin. Wait. Jianglu cast a glance at the opponent's cultivation. This ancient fiend had practiced here for many years, attaining the formidable strength of a half-step martial king. In the entirety of Northern State, it is likely that only one individual possesses the capability to subdue such a being. The formidable antagonist of the early stages. The martial king, Wang Lan, has meticulously orchestrated plans over countless years. Jianglu, fearing the attention of the other party, prepared to feign death and leave discreetly. Old witch, I recognize you. Jianglu smiled cheerfully and said, He furrowed his brow, retorting, you are speaking nonsense. I have dwelled here for many years and have never encountered a living soul. How could I possibly know the old demon? Jianglu let out a sigh and spoke slowly. Old demon, I am, in fact, a reincarnation. In my previous life, you and I were sworn sisters. I know you have been aware for approximately 3,500 years now, and your favorite delicacy has always been the hearts of mortals, for their tenderness. It seems you have not indulged in such fare for over 200 years, have you? The dark demon furrowed her brow, calculating with her fingers. It appears that is indeed the case. Jianglu continued, Old demon, I truly am your sworn sister. You once told me that when you're bored, you enjoy perching your backside against the tree. The black demon, taken aback, instinctively covered its rear, momentarily bewildered. How do you know that? Jianglu sighed, her tone shifting. Old demon, you are as beautiful as a flower, yet so willful. You encountered a scoundrel named Tang Su, whom you love with all your heart, while he only covets your body. The black demon wiped her weathered face and stroked her black fur, revealing a decayed tooth that caught the breeze. Her eyes brimming with tears. Sisters understand one another. She felt a deep connection with the old demon. Chapter 44. Among humans, Li Bu. Among dogs. Tang Su, I am undoubtedly the most perfect female in the world. Why is it that those martial artists who came before did not believe so? Their hearts are utterly black. The black demon, now convinced, spoke with indignation. My dear sister, and where, pray tell, is that wretched man? The old demon intends to drain his essence. Jianglu let out a sigh and said, This individual is named Tang Su, a disciple of the esteemed elder Shaoxian from the Taichin Xian sect, a prodigious talent of the sect. The Taichin Xian sect? A flicker of hatred crossed the eyes of the black demon. It was the founder of Taichin who imprisoned me here, shrouded from the light of day. It has been over a millennium. I have never witnessed the sun outside, and my heart is filled with animosity towards the entire Taichin Xian sect. Then, if that is the case, The black demon's eyes glimmered with suspicion. Are you not also a disciple of the Taichin sect? Otherwise, it is impossible for you to possess such intimate knowledge. In Jiang Li's crimson eyes, a flicker of sorrow passed before she suddenly smiled. Old demon. I truly do not understand you at all. You are merely harboring doubts about me. Allow me to speak candidly. I am a disciple of the Taichin Xuanzhou. Upon hearing Jiang Li's confession, the dark demon took a step back, his expression gradually turning cold. Those from the Taichin Xuanzhou deserve to die. You are deceiving me. Jiang Lexi found it amusing and smiled instantly. Are you suggesting that you would strip away my flesh and cast aside my heart, turning me into a mere pulp? The dark demon paused. How is it that you can decipher even this trivial thought? The other party resembles an old friend. Their every gesture and action easily anticipated. Jiang Lu was undoubtedly well acquainted with the situation. During the time, Tang Su, in a desperate bid for survival, employed every conceivable means to fathom the old demon's nature. After enduring countless torments, he ultimately discerned that the old demon possessed an exceedingly simplistic mindset, marked by a profound sense of vengeance and volatility. Jiang Lu sighed deeply, his expression tinged with melancholy. Old demon, in truth, we are of the same ilk. The Taichin sect also holds my beloved, yet alas, she has been ensnared by its deceit, becoming a mere pawn of the sect. My love for her runs so deep that it courses through my very bones, driving me to madness. I would gladly crush every drop of blood and morsel of flesh, swallowing them whole in my fervent devotion. Jiang Li's expression was one of intense agitation, and her voice grew increasingly shrill. The Taichin sect regards me as a demon. My master perceives me as an aberration, and my fellow disciples view me as a plague. They tremble in fear of me, uniting to cast me into this abyss of sin. Should I ever find an opportunity to escape, I shall ensure they meet a fate worse than death. Their corpses shattered into countless pieces. Let them experience the torment of eternal damnation. Jiang Lu was engulfed in an overwhelming sense of resentment, and a surging power erupted from within her. She struck the ground, creating a vast black hole as debris flew in all directions. The black demon was momentarily taken aback, and her hostility diminished significantly as she consoled Jiang Lu, saying, My dear sister, you truly have endured much suffering. I believe in you. Your temper resembles mine, and I too find solace in smashing things. When I am in a foul mood, I long to dig out a few hearts, yet there is no one to assist. The black demon chuckled heartily, dancing in place, her dark hair billowing in the wind. As a formidable figure on the cusp of becoming a martial king, her every movement exuded a terrifying and destructive aura. A mere flicker of her power could cause the earth to tremble and mountains to sway. Countless boulders cascaded down with a thunderous roar, and the terrifying shockwave made Jiang Li's eyelids flutter. She remained vigilant, seeking to avoid collateral damage. Suddenly, a colossal black boulder plummeted from above, crashing forcefully into a gnarled tree. With a resounding thud, the tree was obliterated, its sap spilling forth in a gruesome spectacle. The black demon paused for a moment, releasing a piercing wail. The tree. Jiang Li's lips twitched slightly as she guided the black demon, who had languished in solitude for a millennium below. This tree was akin to a bebe, having accompanied her through countless years. In a careless moment, it shattered. The surrounding boulders trembled with increasing intensity, producing a resounding roar. If the adversary were to unleash their fury, it would indeed spell trouble. Jiang Lu hastily spoke to offer comfort. Sister, I understand that you have endured a millennium of solitude and despair, just as you emerged from the abyss of sin. You were deceived by a scoundrel. Yet, there is someone who secretly cherishes you. They hold you as a treasure, afraid to grasp you too tightly lest you shatter, and fearful to keep you too close lest you fade away. However, during that time, your heart was solely devoted to Tang Su. You lavished upon him miraculous elixirs, unparalleled treasures, and heavenly legacies, all in hopes of winning his affection, even to the extent of bestowing your own cultivation upon him. Ultimately, this led to your own demise. The black demon paused for a moment, a flicker of doubt shining in her eyes. The future self, how could she be so sycophantic? That wretched Tang Su. I shall dig out his heart and thoroughly extract his essence, she raged bitterly. Clearly, her loathing for this Tang Su, whom she had never encountered, had reached an extreme. My dear sister, how could she ever be deceived? Jiang Li's brow twitched suddenly. In truth, the black demon from the original tale is cold and heartless, often referred to as a juice extractor of sorts. Any man who falls under the demon's gaze is mercilessly drained, leaving nothing but a husk behind. After being misled by Tang Su, the demon obediently follows his commands, akin to a puppet responding to its master. My dear sister, tell me, who is it that truly loves the old demon? A glimmer of hope sparkled in the black demon's eyes. In reality, the old demon, having endured a century of solitude, yearns to experience the warmth of love. Jiang Lu smiled gently and said, In fact, we have a sworn brother named Li Bu. As the saying goes, among men, there is Li Bu. Among dogs, there is Tang Su. Li Bu possesses an unremarkable appearance, yet his cultivation is formidable, and he has always harbored a deep affection for you, elder sister. He is truly your fated partner. Heyo, in a state of bewilderment, nodded thoughtfully, committing that name to memory. Li Bu, she repeatedly murmured, curiosity piqued as she inquired, Dear sister, what does this Tang Su look like to evoke such fervent admiration from the old demon in a past life? Jiang Lu took a deep breath and said earnestly, This individual practices nefarious arts. The moment you cast your gaze upon him, you find yourself irresistibly drawn to look again, inexplicably developing an affinity for him. Here, I possess his likeness. The mysterious energy of Jiang Liyun coalesced in the air, forming an ethereal visage, none other than the face of Tang Su. The black demon could not help but gaze, his eyes widening in astonishment. In his heart, he could not refrain from exclaiming how remarkably handsome this individual truly was. Jiang Lu could only marvel at Tang Su's enchanting demonic form, which was truly terrifying, even from such a distance. A mere shadow sent the heart of the black demon racing uncontrollably, setting aside the reality of the situation. Isn't it somewhat blameworthy that Tang Su remains unresponsive and indulges in frivolous pursuits? The black demon regained composure, and upon contemplating the disastrous outcome of an explosive confrontation, hastily shook her head. No, 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 even the most beautiful flowers can be poisonous. Wait a moment. Only then did the black demon realize the crucial question. My dear sister, do you mean to suggest that there exists a means to escape the abyss of sin? Jiang Lu couldn't help but smile inwardly. The other party had finally caught on to this point. It was precisely to elicit a verbal acknowledgement that there was room for negotiation. Old demon. I too possess a means to escort you out. Chapter 45. A gift for my master? On the sixth day, Elder Gu was pacing restlessly, his mind in turmoil. How was he to explain this? After a lifetime of diligent work, he had never encountered a mistake, managing to survive in this precarious position. Soon, numerous formidable figures appeared near Hanshui prison, each sect represented by its elders, casting an overwhelming presence that left everyone astonished. There was no alternative left. Amid yesterday's frenzied wave of acquisitions, various sects had procured numerous special cards. Once greed took hold, it was impossible to control the desire within. Each individual harbored different intentions. Some aimed to buy low and sell high, believing they could profit from the price differentials. However, they were unprepared for the sudden influx of special cards in the market. Those items that were bought at high prices now had to be sold at a loss. It was unclear who had profited from the martial currency. The entire Taiching Xuanzong was facing losses, with the inspection pavilion suffering the most. Having accumulated the highest number of special cards, to stabilize the market price from collapsing, they had to undertake a large-scale acquisition of these cards. Yet, the prospect of selling them at such a low price was deeply unpalatable. They could only gamble on 5 million martial coins, still in a state of loss. But it offered a chance to recover some of their losses. Countless eyes were fixed upon this situation. Elder Gu was utterly dumbfounded. The core members of the sect had all gathered. How had the entire Xuanzong come to this? Who exactly was Jiang Lu? What on earth should he do? Elder Gu was on the verge of losing his mind, yet the other party provided him no time for contemplation. A dark swarm of figures approached him. An elder from the inspection pavilion inquired directly, Elder Gu, where is the woman you detained yesterday? Cold sweat beaded on Elder Ge's forehead as he struggled to maintain his composure, his voice faltering slightly as he replied, which woman are you referring to? The elder's brow furrowed, sensing an ominous premonition. The one with white hair and red eyes, the anomaly of the sect. Have you truly forgotten her? Elder Ge's heart sank. This was indeed the reason they had come. Taking a deep breath, he calmly stated, are you speaking of her? She's in Hanshui prison. I'll go fetch her immediately. With an air of calmness, Elder Gu descended, though the multitude of watchful eyes made him feel as if his scalp were prickling. He could not afford to reveal any flaws. The elder from the inspection pavilion sensed an odd atmosphere but thought little of it. This individual was eccentric yet reliable. He had not made a mistake in decades. They all tacitly accepted that the Hanshui prison was a neutral zone, impervious to interference. Elder Gu had long since plotted his escape route. Should the day come when he could no longer endure, he would take a secret passage to flee from Taiching Xuanzong. There were hidden paths leading elsewhere. Leaving behind a note, he shed his garments and discarded them at the fifth entrance, feeling as exposed as a duck. A shiver ran down his spine as he cast a final glance at the ice-sculpted companion, kissing her fiercely on the cheek. Farewell, Bing Bing. And with that, he bolted away. The elders waited for a considerable time, yet Elder Gu did not return. What on earth was happening? A sense of foreboding crept into their minds. Oh no, could that old fool have fled? Why would he run? Let's go check. The elder from the inspection pavilion felt increasingly uneasy. The group quickly descended to investigate, only to find a note on the ground alongside a pile of tattered clothing. The sect's mission remains unfulfilled. The woman with white hair and red eyes, known for her fierce temperament, refused to endure the cold of Hanshui and thus descended into the abyss of sin, aware of his grave sins. Elder Gu has chosen to atone with his life. Other elders from various pavilions arrived, and upon reading this message, they were rendered speechless. The fifth prison was rumored to hold the most terrifying demons of the northern continent, a legend passed down through generations in Taiching Xuanzong. And no one wished to guard such a dreadful place. Moreover, it was said that even the most fearsome demons could not escape from within its confines. How could Jiang Lu possibly survive? He is dead. Just like that, he has perished. The elder of the supervisory pavilion felt a sudden jolt in his heart. Yesterday, he had acquired a substantial number of special cards, and now with Jiang Li's demise, wouldn't everything become worthless? It's over. Everything is finished. The elder glanced at the other elders, steeling himself, commanding them to detain all those present. The disappearance of the criminal Jiang Lu must surely be connected to those around him. From this moment forth, All communications between Hanshui prison and the outside world are to be severed. The other elders of the departments are few in number. The news must be contained at all costs to ensure the cards in hand are sold off. Yet the news could not be contained. It spread too swiftly. In no time, the entire Taichin Xian sect learned of Jiang Li's death. The cards they held were rendered utterly useless. In a frenzy, they began to sell the special cards, starting from 60,000, then 50,000, 40,000, and eventually plummeting to a mere 1,000. Yet no one was willing to take the bait. Upon hearing this news, Elder Xiaoxian shot up in shock, his face a mask of disbelief and fury. Frantically smashing things in his room. Damn it. You could die any time, but why did it have to be now? The Taichin Xian sect was engulfed in a tumult of emotions. Those disciples who acted swiftly reveled in their fortune, while the elders who had purchased the cards were left with nothing. The collapse was total. Upon receiving the news, Tang Su immediately recalled Elder Xiaoxian's advice, Master. Jiang Lu is cunning and surely could not have perished. Now that prices are crashing, we should acquire all the cards on the market at the lowest price. Elder Xiaoxian glared at Tang Su, consumed by rage. It's all over. All of it. Is it your place to instruct me? Hurry and get lost, you jinx. If I hadn't taken you as my disciple, I wouldn't be in this predicament. A shadow flickered in Tang Su's eyes as he silently retreated. Just you wait. When I regain my strength, it will be the day of your reckoning. When Lin Wuqing heard the news, a pang of pain shot through her heart. And she suddenly came to a realization. That fifth prison held the black demon, which Jiang Lu had encountered in a past life. Surely there must be a way to resolve this. On the table lay a confidential letter delivered by Bai Shuang, a task from an old acquaintance. After glancing at it, Lin Wuqing couldn't help but sigh. Jiang Lu, I knew you would truly die. You are indeed as crafty as ever. To acquire cards in such a grand manner, how intriguing. Is this your gift for our meeting? With the strength of the various departments diminished, it seems that when the Taichin Xian sect seeks to reorganize, I owe you a great favor. Chapter 46, Jiang Li's intentions. The cards, once fervently traded, are now being sold off at a pittance. Thus far, 10 martial coins go unclaimed. The supervisory pavilion is also frantically selling cards, much like a high-stakes gamble. Unfortunately, they have lost. Human desire is boundless, and in this back and forth, nearly millions of martial coins evaporated, none were recouped, and even their undergarments were lost. Lin Wuqing directly approached the other elders to purchase cards. Elder Lin, I spent 60,000 martial coins acquiring these. How can you offer me 6 martial coins? The elderly elder huffed and glared, filled with indignation. Lin Mu's tone was cold and slightly deepened. My disciple has gone missing in Hanshui prison, her fate uncertain. I am prepared for the worst. I merely wish to collect some of her belongings for remembrance. If you are unwilling to sell, so be it. I can seek others. I don't believe you are the only one with special cards. The elderly elder's eyes widened, and he quickly replied, then it's 6 martial coins. Elder Lin. Don't go. Lin Wuqing turned, her expression still frosty. It's too late. I now find 6 martial coins exorbitant. I can seek others for acquisition. The elderly elder paled, 5 martial coins. I beg you, Elder Lin. I pledged my daughter-in-law's contract to the Donglai Chamber of Commerce and am now penniless. This card is all I have left. Sell it to me for 5 martial coins, and I will gamble at the Donglai Chamber's betting house. I'll surely earn back a fortune, 100-fold for you. Lin Wuqing frowned. You are still an elder. Taking on tasks to earn martial coins shouldn't be difficult. The elderly elder chuckled bitterly. Elder Lin, you do not understand. Since the news broke, many disciples and elders have gone bankrupt, and there are hardly any tasks posted. Even if there are tasks, the martial coins rewarded are pitifully few. Many are scrambling for them. Lin Wuqing frowned slightly. Fine, I will sell it to you for 6 martial coins. The elderly elder, elated, left with the martial coins. A flicker of sorrow crossed Lin Wuqing's eyes. She remembered this elder, who had been loyal during the sect's battle for survival, but was tragically consumed by his obsession with gambling, ultimately offending the Donglai Chamber of Commerce and meeting a gruesome end at their hands. The sect's operations required martial coins at every turn. In this frenzy, some profited immensely from trading cards, while others lost everything. Now, the sect struggles to sustain itself, nearly collapsing under a war without smoke. Whether in the training rooms, martial arenas, or alchemy chambers, fees remain exorbitantly high, and the upper echelons of the sect employ every means to squeeze their disciples dry. The repercussions are now glaringly evident. The sect has grown quiet, with few disciples choosing to train in the rooms. The sect square is desolate, no longer bustling with disciples, and task postings have become exceedingly rare, making it impossible to earn martial coins. Unable to support the resources for cultivation, many can only idly languish at home, practicing in solitude. Elder Xiaoxian has also observed this situation. Master Jincheng neglects the affairs of the sect, leaving all internal matters under his sole jurisdiction. The inspection pavilion, acting as the sect's enforcer and his eyes and ears, is similarly burdened with debts, compelling it to continue extorting disciples below. This has engendered considerable resentment among many disciples. The Taichin Xian sect is fragile, easily shattered. Lin Wuqing has directly issued a decree for acquisitions, inviting those in possession of special cards to come forth for evaluation. The price is modest, sufficient to allow many disciples to reclaim their losses. Numerous elders have beseeched Lin Wuqing to acquire their useless items. lamenting that they are too valuable to discard yet too burdensome to keep. Many have defected to Lin Muqing, seizing this chaotic opportunity to forcibly acquire other divisions, diminishing the inspection pavilion's former authority within the sect. Lin Muqing possesses formidable strength, having never touched the accumulated martial currency. In an instant, she is transformed into a bastion of resources. Perhaps the most elated are the elders of the recruitment pavilion, for Lin Muqing was once their esteemed leader. Suddenly, she has become the object of their flattery, a prospect they had never dared to envision. By aligning themselves with Lin Muqing, they are assured fair compensation for their accumulated cards, barely maintaining their status. Lin Muqing exhaled deeply. In her previous life, she had been engrossed in cultivation and was never particularly adept in this arena. Master Jinsheng was the strongest within the sect, while Lin Muqing, the most talented genius, found herself isolated. In this moment, she has fully grasped the real power of the sect. The elders below are no longer merely performing their duties with duplicity but are now imbued with respect and awe. Various divisions have come to pledge their allegiance, and Lin Muqing has shown no mercy, skillfully reorganizing them and placing her trusted confidants in key positions throughout the Pill Chamber, Cultivation Pavilion, Martial Combat Pavilion, and various smaller divisions that manage all aspects of the sect. Within half a day, she has firmly consolidated control. However, Lin Muqing finds herself in dire need of martial currency to operate the entire sect. Under the auspices of each division, she has issued various tasks, offering cultivation vouchers, martial combat tickets, and pill vouchers as remuneration, opting for labor in lieu of financial aid. Though the sect is indeed impoverished, it remains extraordinarily united, and everything is beginning to operate in the right direction. At this juncture, Lin Muqing suddenly comprehends Jiang Li's actions. Within the sect's laws, there exists a unique provision. Should an individual commit an infraction that is justifiable within the context of the sect, it may be absolved. At the forthcoming Justice Assembly, if 80% of the divisions agree to pardon Jiang Lu, he shall be deemed innocent. Yet, what is Jiang Li's true intention behind this? Even now, Lin Muqing remains wary of placing her trust in Jiang Lu, for as the saying goes, extraordinary occurrences often conceal ulterior motives. Jiang Li's recent attentiveness is undoubtedly shrouded in secretive motives. Is it love? The most unreliable of all sentiments is indeed love. Though Lin Muqing feels a fleeting sense of warmth, she gradually regains her composure. The other party is merely employing this method to gain her trust. Thoughts of eliminating Jiang Lu have dissipated. Although this errant disciple harbors ulterior motives, at least she does not wish her harm, and the current developments are favorable. Yet, a lingering question remains. Lin Muqing is curious about how the poison of Bicha was resolved. She speculates that it might have been Master Jinsheng's method. However, her master only smiles and remains silent, offering no explanation for the antidote. In her past life, Tang Su had unraveled the Bicha poison but never divulged the reasoning behind it. This mystery has plagued Lin Muqing for 2 lifetimes. In this life, she seeks to uncover the truth, yet has not had time to focus on her own circumstances. The most fearsome Bicha poison in the world has, rather inexplicably, been lifted. Rubbing her temples, Lin Muqing experiences a throbbing headache. Suddenly, she recalls that the cold water prison houses the most terrifying monsters of the north. If they were to be released, the consequences would be unimaginable. Only Tang Su possesses the ability to control these fiends. Lin Muqing knits her brows tightly. Jiang Lu, your insistence on entering the cold water prison must surely be for Tang Su. Truly, you are incorrigible. Chapter 47. Lin Muqing, Lin Muqing, Lin Muqing. What a pity. Already afflicted by the Bicha poison, time is short, yet she never anticipated meeting her demise in the cold water prison. Master Jinsheng sighs deeply. Jiang Lu bestowed upon him an abundance of surprises. The authority of the sect was firmly held in the hands of Lin Muqing, effectively rendering him a direct subordinate. It was not merely a disposition towards seclusion. Rather, Master Jinsheng, aside from his cultivation, had little aptitude for managing the sect. It would be more prudent for him to immerse himself in arduous training. Regrettably, years of neglect had rendered him a mere figurehead, subjected to the whims of others. He found himself devoid of any temper. Unexpectedly, Jiang Lu shattered this stagnant situation entirely. What a remarkable disciple. Master Jinsheng sighed once more, contemplating that perhaps this was for the best. When the poison of Bicha manifested, it was indeed a fate worse than death. At least he would depart swiftly and without prolonged suffering. Upon hearing this, the 2 brothers Ma wept, concealing their tears. Jiang Lu, a disciple of remarkable fairness, is indeed a rarity in these times. Not everyone is a murderer, yet paradoxically, everyone bears the mark of one. Elder Xiaoxian finds himself at a loss. Devoid of martial currency to dispense salaries, while those beneath him engage in duplicity. The inspection pavilion has gradually lost its original authority, and its grip over the Taiqing Xuanzong has weakened significantly. Suddenly, a figure clad in black materializes before Elder Xiaoxian, exuding an icy demeanor. The elder's expression shifts to one of deep reverence as he rises and hastily bows before the enigmatic figure. The black-clad individual speaks with a tone as cold as the void. My Lord Demon Master is greatly disappointed. You have swiftly relinquished control over the Taiqing Xuanzong. What purpose do you serve now? Fear flickers in Elder Xiaoxian's eyes as he pleads, My Lord Demon Envoy, please intercede with the Demon Master on my behalf and grant me another chance. If not for that insufferable Jiang Lu employing sorcery to make the martial currency vanish, I would not have lost control so swiftly. The figure remained silent, their gaze fixed upon the elder with an unyielding chill. The demon master wishes not to hear such excuses, only the final outcome matters. Two individuals must die, Lin Muqing and Jiang Lu. They have already drawn the attention of the demon master and should not exist in this world. You have 3 days to fulfill this task. Failure will mean your demise. Elder Xiaoxian is momentarily stunned, his countenance a portrait of shock. However, should Lin Muqing perish, chaos would engulf the Taiqing Xuanzong, undermining the demon master's grand design. The black-clad figure, unfazed, delivers their chilling words. The turmoil within the Taiqing Xuanzong is of no concern to the demon master. And the intricacies of the plan are not for your inquiry. The more you know, the more severe your fate will be. Elder Xiaoxian suddenly comprehends the gravity of the situation. Jiang Lu? A disciple of the profound realm, he incited a deep-seated hatred within me. The other party effortlessly stripped me of my authority, leading to a complete defeat. Wasn't this individual supposed to be dead? He perished within the depths of the cold water prison. Jiang Lu? This was explicitly stated by that old man Go. My associates have verified it. Within the 5th cell of the prison, it is utterly impossible for anyone to emerge alive. Elder Xiaoxian wore an expression of confusion. As a grand elder of the Taiqing Xin sect, how could he be unaware of the news of a fake death? The figure in black curled his lips in a mocking smile. Fake death? Jiang Lu has deceived them all. He continued, my lord, the demon master, is enigmatic and all-knowing. Aware of every event under heaven, you foolish being. Elder Xiaoxian opened his mouth, unable to accept this revelation, yet the figure in black disdainfully remarked. The demon master has informants within the Taiqing Xin sect, privy to all occurrences. Everything is merely a scheme orchestrated by Jiang Lu. He exploited human greed, swindling you of countless martial coins, nearly bringing the entire Taiqing Xin sect to its knees, ultimately escaping through a feigned death. To possess such audacity and resolve at merely the level of the profound realm is remarkable. The demon master has even praised that heroes in this world are as numerous as carp crossing a river, with talents like Lin Muqing and Jiang Lu overshadowing all of Northern Zhou's prodigies. Such individuals cannot be subdued, their ambitions are lofty, and should they be allowed to flourish, their future achievements would surpass mine. Only by eliminating them swiftly can we avert future calamities. The figure in black reiterated the words of the demon master. Elder Xiaoxian felt a profound shock. If what the demon master said were true, he could scarcely envision the depth of Jiang Li's cunning. The demon master. Xiaoxian had only met him once, yet felt an overwhelming sense of reverence, as if confronted by a power from a higher realm. The martial king. There were no martial kings in all of Northern Zhou. Elder Xiaoxian dared not resist any longer and could only comply with his commands. Even such figures felt an acute sense of dread. The thought of their prowess was unfathomable. The figure in black continued. Lin Muqing has already acquired a significant portion of your forces. It won't be long before Jiang Lu emerges. Wait. Do not act rashly today. Tomorrow, the demon master shall intervene, obstructing Master Jin Qing. This will be your sole opportunity to strike. Both will perish. At that moment, within the cold water prison, an unusual disturbance occurred. Billowing black mist erupted violently. Bai Shuang stood a short distance away, her heart in turmoil, feeling as if she were trapped in a dream. In her arms lay a black gold card. She needed to deposit 10 million at the Donglai Chamber of Commerce, with a genuine sum exceeding 25 million martial coins. The weight of such a fortune bore heavily upon Bai Shuang's mind. Once she fulfilled Jiang Li's task, she could finally rescue her father. Bai Shuang had also uncovered some secrets. Lin Muqing had been afflicted by the poison of Bicha, which she had secretly researched and indeed found that the poison had been entirely neutralized. It appeared that Master Jin Qing had not deceived her. It was Jiang Lu who intervened. Elder Xiaoxian had received news long ago, confirming that the demon master was indeed correct. It seemed he had been outmaneuvered. So many special cards had been sold off cheaply, and the news of Jiang Li's resurrection had leaked out, causing their prices to soar. Elder Xiaoxian felt as if he might spew blood in frustration. Lin Muqing stood at a distance, continually observing. Many elders had gathered around. Within just a day, the sect had undergone such monumental changes. From the dark opening emerged a figure with white hair. Lin Muqing narrowed her eyes, preparing to demand an explanation from her disciple. Yet the next moment, she was dumbfounded. A creature, entirely covered in black fur and clad in Jiang Li's garments, crawled out, clutching strands of bloodied white hair. Hehehehe. How long has it been since this old monster has feasted on flesh? What a delectable aroma! The creature grasped a severed hand, biting into it voraciously, chewing with wild abandon before carelessly discarding it. Lin Muqing trembled, her pupils constricting sharply, a piercing pain stabbing at her heart. The severed wrist bore a multitude of engravings, her name. Lin Muqing, Lin Muqing. Chapter 48. Master Qingqing, I am truly sorry. Elder Xiaoxian stood frozen in place. Had the demon master erred? Had this being truly perished, slain by the fiends below? What manner of creature was this black-furred aberration? The other disciples were equally bewildered. Was it not said that the great demon Jiang Lu had faked his death? Those disciples who sold off their cards were now filled with regret. The means by which this information was disseminated remained a mystery. Faking one's death indeed fit the persona of the great demon. After all, he had survived the explosion of the scripture pavilion. How could he possibly die so easily within the cold water prison? This shattered everyone's prior understanding. The white hair was Jiang Li's most distinctive feature. Meanwhile, Lin Muqing stood as if a mere shell of herself, her expression blank, devoid of clarity. She had lost her soul, standing there in a daze. The names etched upon her arms read my name, Lin Muqing. Lin Muqing laughed and wept simultaneously, hurling curses. You madman! Madman, madman, madman. Gazing at her pale arms, tears welled in her eyes, yet a smile graced her lips. The biting cold wind cut through her, lacerating the skin on her arms. A wave of sharp pain surged through her. Lin Muqing closed her eyes as a single tear rolled down her cheek. Her breath surged. On her arms appeared horrific blood streaks and cracks. Upon closer examination, they were all inscribed with Jiang Li's name, etched in a chaotic manner, varying in depth. Chilling droplets of blood seeped through her skin as Lin Muqing let her arms hang limply, ignoring the flow. Drip, drip. Blood fell to the ground. Jiang Lu concealed herself at the mouth of the cave, revealing a pair of crimson eyes as she surveyed her surroundings. Below lay the abyss of sin. An unfathomable chasm that no one dared to investigate, shrouded in an endless veil of darkness. In the distance, a malevolent creature roared in fury. Exuding an aura of savagery and wickedness that captivated everyone's attention, none would be able to perceive Jiang Li's presence. Oh, Master Qingqing. I truly did not mean to cause any harm. Weren't you once intent on taking my life? It appears to be immensely painful. I have repented, Jiang Lu murmured softly, reflecting on his master's frenzied actions. A dull ache throbbed in his arm, a painful reminder of the torment he had endured while carving those inscriptions. He vowed never to engage in such foolishness again. The severed hand outside was nothing but a ruse. Upon closer inspection, it was merely a piece of decayed wood, intricately sculpted to appear lifelike, coupled with the black demon's unique ability to infuse it with the semblance of flesh and blood. The hand bore an uncanny resemblance to reality. As for the hair, it was impossible to fabricate. It was plucked directly from Jiang Li's own head, and even now, it still throbbed faintly with pain. Being a Yandra truly was a challenge. Jiang Lu let out a sigh. In his mind, the system notification echoed. Lin Muqing's emotional state had collapsed, with a score of 356 points and 634 points for the task, yet the knife's collapse level was only at 20. Still far from the required standard. Qingqing Master, I am truly sorry. You will have to endure some suffering, but I, Jiang Lu, promise to make amends in the future. Jiang Lu blinked his eyes, surveying his surroundings. Beside Xiao Xian stood a black-clad figure whose expression also bore traces of astonishment. Could it be that the demon lord's conjecture was mistaken? Had Jiang Lu truly perished within the icy confines of the prison? If so, all these elaborate schemes would be unnecessary. Their plans need only focus on Lin Muqing. Bai Shuang likewise lifted her gaze toward the heavens, her heart brimming with bitterness. Impossible. Utterly impossible. She had promised there was a way out. She must have escaped. There was no way that dark-haired fiend could have slain her. Then what purpose did all my efforts serve? Father, what wrong have I committed? Why must the world treat me thus? She's dead. Damn it all. Damn everything. Let the whole world perish. Tears streamed down Bai Shuang's exquisitely beautiful face as it trembled with anguish. The last vestige of hope had been cruelly extinguished. The black-clad figure glanced at her and, seizing the moment of distraction, appeared before her in an instant. His voice was frigid as he spoke. Our collaboration may yet continue. Hand over the obsidian card in your possession, and when the demon sect descends, we may consider sparing your life. Bai Shuang suddenly laughed, a chilling, hollow sound. The 1,000,000 martial coins I borrowed have already been repaid. What more do you want? The black-clad man sneered. Far from sufficient. Interest is owed. And the terms have been set, your obsidian card. Was it not you who disclosed Jiang Li's survival to us? Should this be made public, your reputation within the supreme pure profound sect would be utterly ruined. Regret consumed Bai Shuang, bitter, unrelenting regret. She despised Jiang Lu, loathed her to the very core. Was it so difficult to simply save her father? Why must I pay 1,000,000 martial coins for it? Driven to desperation, she had been approached by the forces of the underworld king sect, who demanded she monitor Jiang Li's every move in exchange for the loan. Bai Shuang had thought to herself, if only Jiang Lu would heal her father, what did it matter what befell her afterward? Yet who could have foreseen? Jiang Lu was preparing to feign his own death in order to extract martial currency from the sect. Bai Shuang had never anticipated that she could extract such a substantial amount of martial currency. Consequently, the underworld king sect had completely fixated on her. What of my ruined reputation? Do I possess any alternative? Bai Shuang laughed and wept in a frenzied manner. The degree of her corruption increased by 10. Upon receiving this hint, Jiang Lu sighed to herself, realizing that only the final 30% remained. It appeared that everything remained within the confines of her plan. Without deviating from her intended path, the figure in black glared fiercely at Bai Shuang before silently retreating. At this moment, an attack would indeed be ill-advised. This was the demonic entity suppressed by the esteemed master Ta Qing, the black demon. Xiao Xian suddenly recognized the identity of the foe, his eyes brimming with terror. This was the legendary half-step martial king, capable of annihilating the entire Ta Qing Xian sect, with virtually no rivals throughout the entire northern state. The infamous black demon, once provoked, would enter a frenzied state, leading to catastrophic devastation across the northern state. Quickly, everyone, retreat. Xiao Xian's expression was grave as he urgently conveyed his thoughts to those around him. urging them to distance themselves from the area while the black demon remained inactive. This fiend was exceedingly troublesome. Any attack directed at it would trigger a chaotic onslaught. Hungry. The old demon craves countless hearts and livers. The black demon's fur suddenly elongated, enveloping the surroundings in a dark, oppressive sea, releasing an aura of terror that instilled fear in many. Countless individuals turned pale, with some weaker disciples collapsing to their knees, unable to withstand the overwhelming malevolence. Quickly, a flash of insight struck Xiaoxian's mind. We must prepare some hearts and livers. If we can satiate this black demon, we may secure our safety. With keen ears, the black demon turned towards Jianglu, grinning wickedly. Good sister. How do you think I performed? These worthless souls will provide me with plenty of hearts and livers. Once I am satisfied, I shall feast upon their hearts and livers. Jianglu sincerely praised. You performed exceptionally well. Meanwhile, Xiaoxian continued to issue commands, ordering a retreat. Anyone who dares to act recklessly will face the full wrath of the monitoring pavilion. Just ensure your heart is nourished, he added ominously. Suddenly, a terrifying surge of power erupted. Damn it. All these monsters deserve to die. Lin Muqing cursed for the first time, her eyes blazing red. Like a cannonball, she charged fiercely towards the black demon. Xiaoxian's expression turned to one of horror. It's over. If the black demon gets enraged, it will spell doom for us all. Chapter 49. Oh no, we've been discovered. Quickly, stop this madwoman. Xiaoxian commanded frantically. We cannot allow her to attack the black demon. If it goes berserk, we are all finished. The elder of the monitoring pavilion was the first to act. The elder from the earth realm dared not obstruct Lin Muqing, sensing the terrifying aura emanating from her, filled with a violent and frigid power. Especially with her heartless sacred body, she exuded an air of coldness from her very bones. Lin Muqing, do not act impulsively. Is it not just a single disciple? The monitoring pavilion has many others to choose from, all of whom aspire to be your students. The elder from the heavenly realm of the monitoring pavilion suddenly intervened, positioning himself before Lin Muqing and attempting to persuade her. One elder, with hair as white as snow, indignantly remarked, moreover, Jianglu is hardly innocent. She has caused much trouble in our sect, and as her master, you too have been implicated. Perhaps it is for the best if this wayward disciple meets her end. Lin Muqing halted abruptly, fixing a furious glare at the elder with white hair. Old fool, my disciple will forever be my disciple. No one has the right to insult her, bully her, or slander her. Speak another word against her, and I shall break your leg. The elder could hardly believe it, his expression a mix of shock and anger. How dare you defy me, a senior member of the sect? Even your master, Jin Qing, would address me respectfully as senior brother. When did you, a mere junior, gain the audacity to lecture me? My words stand. Jianglu is a wayward disciple, bringing chaos to the Taiqing Xuan Zone, offending both the Xianxiao Pavilion and the Underworld King sect. Knowing her grave sins, she attempted to feign death to escape, only to be slain by the black demon. Truly foolish and laughable. In an instant, Lin Muqing teleported before the elder with white hair. Without a word, she seized his frail arm, unleashing her dreadful power. A sickening crack echoed as it broke. Following suit, all four limbs of the elder were shattered, bones protruding grotesquely, painting a scene both bloody and frenzied. The black demon caught the scent of blood in the air, licking its lips, its eyes gleaming with excitement. If not for the orders from her good sister to refrain from acting recklessly, she would have relished the thought of devouring this old fool. Lin Muqing, how dare you treat me thus? You are challenging the laws of the sect. The elder trembled with fear. The usually amiable Lin Muqing had displayed such brutality today. Old dog, those who insult my disciple shall die. Lin Muqing struck fiercely. The elder's pupils constricted. He stood no chance against her. With no means to resist, he was easily dispatched, his head shattered, his breath extinguished. You. Xiaoxian's eyes widened in disbelief. This elder was the highest-ranking member of the monitoring pavilion, someone whom even he would address as senior brother. To see him die so tragically was unfathomable. This is rebellion. This is rebellion. Xiaoxian shouted in fury. Is the Taiqing Xuanzong now the domain of you two? A single disciple and her master, committing treasonous acts, slaughtering their peers within the sect, showing disrespect to the elders. If the founder of Taiqing were to witness this, he would surely be heartbroken. Lin Muqing suddenly laughed. Today, not only will I kill that old dog, but I will also take your life. If it were not for you, Jianglu would not have entered the Coldwater prison. She sought to restore the sect's honor. What crime has she committed? If the founder truly knew, he would be the one to feel heartbroken. In a flash, Lin Muqing unleashed her chilling frost, emanating an excruciatingly cold power that seemed to freeze even the very souls of those present. Xiaoxian's eyes widened in shock, a sliver of dread creeping into his heart. Lin Muqing's strength had evidently surged. Could it be that she truly possessed the power to slay him? The icy force swiftly enveloped Xiaoxian, nearly solidifying his blood. Desperately, he channeled his energy, radiating warmth to fend off the frigid aura, yet he was still forced back by the overwhelming might. Suddenly, an authoritative voice resonated. Muqing, enough. Will you continue this madness? Death is as final as a snuffed-out lamp. Do not dwell on the past. Jin Qing, the sect's elder, intervened and neutralized Lin Muqing's assault. Lin Muqing halted, biting her lip, her complexion paling slightly. But Jianglu was your most cherished disciple. Jin Qing's expression grew somber. No matter the circumstances, she has perished. Why prolong this torment? Lin Muqing burst into laughter. I never anticipated that you, my master, would be so heartless. Jin Qing fell silent for a moment, choosing not to respond. You can stop him, but can you stop me? Lin Muqing's eyes sparkled with madness as she redirected her wrath towards the black demon, unleashing a torrent of chilling power. Jin Qing's expression shifted. If the black demon truly went berserk, the Taiqing Xuanzong would undoubtedly suffer catastrophic losses, with no one left to counterbalance the chaos. Muqing, do not err again. Jin Qing attempted to intervene, but it was too late. The black demon's skin was exceptionally tough. Though Lin Muqing's attack was fearsome, it failed to inflict any real damage, merely producing a clanging noise. After her assault, the black demon blinked and quietly asked Jiang Lu, My dear sister, is your master attacking the old demon? Should I go berserk? As Jiang Lu was deep in thought, he suddenly realized that Lin Muqing's true objective was none other than the fabricated severed hand. This was a disaster. If Master were to discover that the hand was a mere imitation, he would surely face dire consequences tonight. Quickly, he needed to destroy that severed hand. Jiang Lu anxiously gestured towards the dark demon. The surrounding black mist possessed the ability to obstruct any probing, which emboldened him to signal the dark demon so daringly. Bang! Suddenly, a powerful heartbeat resonated in Jiang Li's ear, causing her delicate body to tremble. It belonged to her master. Likewise, Lin Muqing sensed Jiang Li's presence and abruptly turned her head. She pierced through the barrier of darkness and locked eyes with Jiang Li's crimson gaze. Jiang Li suddenly remembered that after cultivating the Jade Maiden's Heart Sutra, within a certain range, the two individuals could sense each other's presence. Jiang Lu. A voice filled with warm indignation erupted in Jiang Li's ear. Jiang Li felt a surge of dread within her. This is disastrous. Tonight is bound to end in ruin. Help. The plea for a complimentary update and small gifts, along with a request for 5-star reviews, echoed in her mind. Chapter 50. In the past life, you were mine. In the next moment, Lin Muqing suddenly felt darkness envelop her, struck by an overwhelming force. She collapsed, her body going limp. It was Jin Cheng, the ancestral master, who seized the opportunity while Lin Muqing was momentarily distracted, swiftly rendering her unconscious. Immediately, a wave of yellow light emanated from Jin Cheng, a formidable and terrifying force that repelled the dark demon backward. Save her. A female elder sprang into action, pulling Lin Muqing away from the center of the battlefield. Jin Cheng cast a complex glance toward her, thinking, what a foolish girl. Xiao Jianglu has done so much for you, wanting you to live well. How could you harbor thoughts of death? Why rush toward the 5th prison? Should you leap down, it would surely be your demise. In truth, Jin Cheng was entirely unaware of Jiang Li's presence, while Lin Muqing distinctly sensed her location, just as she prepared to subdue this wayward disciple. Jin Cheng mistakenly assumed she sought death and quickly intervened. The dark demon, with its long hair, was indistinguishable in gender from a distance. A beast of terror from a millennium ago. After being attacked by Jin Cheng, it erupted in a furious rage. A terrifying aura surged skyward as its sharp claws struck out, causing Jin Cheng's years of cultivated strength to falter under the assault. He was violently sent flying. The other elders exchanged glances filled with apprehension. Who would dare to intervene in such a perilous situation? Jiang Li found the reactions of these individuals rather unsurprising. Beizhou has long been a land of exile. The most heinous criminals, with their inherently wicked genes, have passed down their malevolence through generations, rendering any notion of empathy non-existent. This is precisely why the upper realms have united to impose a blockade. Should a martial king emerge, they would undoubtedly receive special attention. Wang Lan, having ascended to the rank of martial king, has remained hidden for years. Only by obtaining the passage gem and disguising himself as a warrior from another state could he hope to venture to the upper realms. On the surface, the Taiqing Xian sect appears chaotic. However, over the millennia, only the founding master of Taiqing has successfully ascended to the upper realms. Wang Lan dared not take direct action against the Taiqing Xian sect, opting instead to manipulate and nurture two opposing factions, gradually eroding the sect from within. Jin Cheng, the foremost powerhouse of Beizhou, was vanquished in a single blow by a mysterious figure. What could be done in such a dire situation? At this moment, a man stepped forward, his skin fair and his eyes gleaming with determination, gazing intently at the dark demon without a trace of fear. This individual was none other than Tang Su. Jin Cheng, struggling to recover from his injuries, cast a surprised glance at him. Faintly recognizing the name, wasn't he that foolish disciple of Xiao Xian? With no other options available, he resigned himself to the situation. Very well, go and give it a try. If you truly can resolve this crisis for our sect, it would be a monumental achievement for the Taiqing Xian sect. A confident smile graced Tang Su's lips as he stood tall, his demeanor radiant as he focused on the dark demon. Upon his entrance, many of the female elders and disciples couldn't help but glance his way, for the allure of the demoness was undeniable. Any female would inevitably cast a lingering gaze. The dark demon was momentarily taken aback, but recalling the tragic ending of the future, her fury surged. That wretched man, although my appearance may not be extraordinary, I possess a certain charm. I will not heed the ramblings of a ghostly man. Yao Yao, do you still remember me? Tang Su spoke with an air of deep sentiment. The dark demon furrowed her brows. You dog of a man. Of course, I know you. My dear sisters have warned me that I would meet a grim fate at your hands. That is no longer possible. Observing the dark demon state, Tang Su felt a growing sense of confidence as memories flooded back to him. The imposing figure of a man loomed in his mind, persistently calling out to him. He had discerned a pattern. This man, who referred to himself as the Wushuang Demon Emperor, represented Tang Su's future consciousness. For the most part, he controlled his own body. Should the emperor attempt to forcibly take over, he would fall into slumber. To prevent being usurped, Tang Su was compelled to train fervently, seeking every conceivable method to bolster his strength. His memories hinted that the dark demon possessed a low intelligence and could easily be deceived. Particularly as she was a female being. Coupled with her demoness physique, she would likely comply without hesitation. Yao Yao, you have been imprisoned for a millennium, enduring a life of hardship and solitude. It pains me deeply. To be candid, I am a reincarnation. In my past life, you were my. The dark demon scoffed inwardly. No matter how alluring Tang Su appeared, after enduring a fierce internal struggle, her heart was as tranquil as water. Are you suggesting that in your past life, I was your ethereal partner? How laughable. You are nothing but a scoundrel. From this moment on, with the help of my sisters, I vow never to be a sycophant again, even if your physique, face, and heart are irresistible. I have long since grown indifferent to you. Even if you were to kneel before me, it would be futile. Unaware of the dark demon's intricate psychological turmoil, Tang Su continued to feign deep emotion. In truth, you were merely my black dog, my pet, and we shared a profound bond. I commanded, and you obeyed without question. Dog? The dark demon froze in disbelief. I, the great demon who wreaked havoc a millennium ago, came into this world invincible, holding dominion over all of Beizhou. You dare to call me a dog? A pet? The expression on her face gradually contorted as her fur began to grow wildly, releasing a ferocious roar. You dare to say I am your dog? Jin Qing rubbed his forehead, glaring at Tang Su. Was this man not a fool? With just a few words, he had incited the wrath of this legendary demon. I could just as easily carve you alive. Tang Su found himself bewildered, realizing the situation mirrored the narrative of his past life. To be the pet of a future demon emperor, was that not something to be proud of? Only when faced with such a formidable being did fear creep into Tang Su's heart, and he timidly suggested, actually, in this life, you need not be my dog. We could be good friends. Besides, you are not a dog. The dark demon's rage reached its zenith, yet she hesitated to strike. What was he truly? She was genuinely curious to hear what this man, whom she had despised for so long, had to say. Tang Su, sensing her curiosity, responded earnestly. You are a black dog. You have a slightly darker appearance, so it is more fitting to call you a black dog. I'll be damned. Jin Qing, a man of few desires, widened his eyes, nearly cursing out loud. What manner of creature was this? He was only pouring oil on the flames. What a fool. The dark demon, a capricious entity, found herself at a loss for words. Sometimes, silence was the only response left. Tang Su, realizing his method was effective, grinned and said, You are the most loyal among my many pets. Chapter 51. I will torment you, torture you, and relentlessly torment you. As Tang Su wore a lecherous grin, the dark demon's initial excitement waned, and she completely lost interest in him. At times, it seemed that killing him would be a mercy. Bind this fool, and I shall train him as my pet. Make haste, and I might consider sparing you. The dark demon engaged in a calm dialogue with the Taichin Xian sect for the first time, her demeanor unusually serene. Jin Qing was utterly astonished. Has Tang Su truly accomplished this? He entered the fray, incited the dark demon's ire, and, paradoxically, alleviated the tensions with the Taichin Xian sect, successfully redirecting the animosity. What a noble act! The venerable master Jin Qing indelibly etched this name into his memory, like his young apprentice Jiang Lu. He was indeed one of the kindest souls in existence. Suddenly, he felt a pang of guilt for having just derided him as a fool. Elder Xiao Xian's expression brightened instantly, and he hastily instructed the elders of the supervision pavilion to seize Tang Su with remarkable swiftness, binding him to the ground with ropes that seemed to materialize from thin air, tightening around his neck. Good disciple, the Taichin Xian sect shall remember your contributions, and henceforth, I shall burn offerings for you every year, Elder Xiao Xian declared, deeply moved. Meanwhile, the group continued their task without hesitation, binding Tang Su securely before tossing him aside. Tang Su was bewildered. This script seemed entirely askew. Wasn't he supposed to be the reincarnation of the demon emperor? Or the legendary succubus saint body? Blessed with unparalleled beauty? Truly, he was a wretched man. The dark demon glared at Tang Su with palpable disdain. Her sister had been correct. This individual was indeed the source of all malice, having once shared a bond with her in a past life. In this incarnation, he had deceived the old demon into believing he was a mere dog. It was evident that a man's words were often mere fabrications, utterly untrustworthy. Kneel before the old demon. The dark demon commanded, her eyes wide and cold as brass bells. Tang Su, on the verge of tears, stammered, I cannot. Sensing a pair of eyes watching from above, the dark demon smiled at Tang Su, saying, Fear not, the old demon shall teach you, and promptly dragged him into the fifth prison. A terrifying aura enveloped them. Her sister had been right. The dark demon was no fool and recognized that someone had fixed their gaze upon her, a fearsome presence lurking beneath the depths of the cold water prison. It exuded an endless malevolence that ordinary warriors dared not approach. Thus, the sect's crisis was averted, and the disciples breathed a collective sigh of relief. It was at this moment that they noticed a pale-faced girl with white hair and red eyes lying not far away. her breath faint and her body entwined in dark energy, in a state so desperate that death seemed imminent. Master Jin Qing suddenly recognized her. It was Jiang Lu. Remarkably, she was still alive. This young apprentice was indeed fortunate, having emerged from the fifth prison unscathed. As for the severed arm and hair, Master Jin Qing instinctively reached out to rescue her, the remnants of her disguise dissipating amidst the tumult, and he couldn't help but exhale a deep sigh. Jiang Li's ears had been replaced by a dark aura. Not only was the malevolent energy infiltrating his body, but it was also a final manifestation of the poison from the green tea, marking the onset of a terminal phase. The fact that he had managed to endure until now is nothing short of a miraculous feat. Little Jiang Lu had already reached the realm of earthly cultivation. While Master Jin Qing was astonished, it also made sense. The amalgamation of various forces within his body was indeed a double-edged sword. Although it appeared that his cultivation had advanced, in reality, his body bore an immense burden, with the green poison paradoxically acting as a balancer. His time to survive was bound to diminish further. It was already certain that he would not see the dawn of the next day, sighed Master Jin Qing. Could it be that this fellow was truly still alive? Elder Xiaoxian fixed his gaze intently on Jiang Lu, a strong desire to seize him welling up within. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that Jiang Lu had suffered severe injuries. Eroded by a mysterious force, his aura weakened to its utmost limit. His days were numbered. Jiang Li's eyes fluttered slightly. She could not remain in Hanshui prison indefinitely. After Bai Shuang's betrayal, she had already caught the attention of that individual. The prison was rife with spies working for him, and now she could only seek a new opportunity for escape. Master Jin Qing, could you return my disciple to me? Lin Muqing appeared unexpectedly. Fortunately, having practiced the supreme emotionless scripture, she swiftly regained her clarity after a brief period of unconsciousness. She regarded Master Jin Qing with a gaze imbued with caution. Muqing, you have awakened. Master Jin Qing exclaimed, somewhat astonished. In a moment of urgency, he took action to prevent Lin Muqing from acting rashly, employing some special powers to ensure she would not regain full consciousness immediately. Remarkably, within just a few minutes, her adversary had resolved the situation. Her daughter's innate talent was indeed exceedingly formidable. Jiang Lu is in a state of near death, evident to all. However, it is shrouded by the dark aura, obscuring the effects of the poison from the green tea. Muqing, my dear disciple, I acted out of desperation. All my actions were intended for your benefit. Young Jiang Lu has suffered grave injuries, and now tainted by malevolent energy, her time may be limited. Please spend the next few days with her. Observing Lin Muqing's cold gaze fixed upon her, Jiang Lu awoke, her voice feeble. Master Qingqing, your disciple is utterly exhausted and truly unable to perform the customary bow. I beg for your understanding. Lin Muqing chuckled softly. Is this pretense? Jiang Lu felt a tingle at the back of his neck, confronted with unavoidable challenges. Compared to his earlier plans, there were still some oversights. Initially, he intended for the Black Demon to create a significant disturbance before re-emerging into the public eye, naturally untouched by malevolent influences. However, fate was not in his favor. He soon realized that the emotions cultivated by the Jade Maiden could be mutually sensed, leading to an early discovery by his master. The hard-earned trust he had established collapsed like a house of cards. What should he do now? There was no option but to press on. The near-death state of his bodily functions was not a mere act. He had fully relinquished the suppression of the poison from the green tea, allowing the toxins to relentlessly ravage his body to achieve the most authentic effect. Lin Muqing did not hesitate, immediately embracing Jiang Lu in her arms. At that moment, noticing the bloodstains on Lin Muqing's arm, he tactfully averted his gaze. Continue the charade? Lin Muqing scoffed softly, having already restored her arm's injuries to their original state. Realizing how foolish she had been, in the room, Jiang Lu was laid upon the bed, her complexion pale and her lips devoid of any color, resembling a vibrant flower on the brink of wilting. Lin Muqing violently grasped Jiang Li's collar, exposing her delicate, fair collarbone, and with a mocking smile, remarked, my dear disciple, how long do you intend to maintain this charade? Jiang Lu remained silent, allowing the poison to seep in, akin to a knife gradually slicing through muscle, causing her body to tremble incessantly from the pain. Have you been deceiving me all along? Lin Muqing's expression bore a hint of madness. In my previous life, you stripped me bare and lashed me with a whip, trampling my face beneath your foot, even forcing me to demean myself before you in countless ways. You humiliated me in every possible manner. I was your master. I loathe you. I detest you. I abhor you. I despise you. Every night, I dream of your visage. The face of this ungrateful wretch. My rebirth in this life was solely for the purpose of vengeance. I shall torment you, and torment you mercilessly. Yet you have changed, transformed into someone understanding and empathetic, no longer fawning over Tang Su. I find no justification to inflict suffering upon you anymore. I strive to comprehend you, to care for you, but you continue to deceive me. Everything is a lie. Thus, I shall show no mercy. I will return to you all that you have done to me. Revenge, revenge, revenge. Jiang Lu was momentarily taken aback, a sharp pain piercing her heart. For reasons unknown, her emotions were in turmoil. At this moment, her master seemed more like a living, breathing individual rather than merely a target of her ambitions. She longed to confess to her master, I am the supporting character. The most malevolent supporting character is destined to meet a tragic end in the narrative. I do not wish to deceive you. Yet, I cannot utter these words. Jianglu took a deep breath, his gaze wavering for a moment before gradually regaining composure. It was time to begin withstanding the pressure. Chapter 52, Master Qingqing, do you have regrets? The night was enchanting. Lin Muqing halted her actions, feeling somewhat fatigued, and sat vacantly beside the bed, slowly regaining her senses as rationality once again took control of her body. What am I truly doing? Jianglu lay quietly on the bed, a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth, her body marred with wounds. A haunting tapestry of red and white etched across her skin. The scenes were harrowing, remnants of Lin Muqing's cruelty. These methods, when juxtaposed with the torment Jianglu endured in her previous life, seemed trivial. Yet, within Lin Muqing's heart, there was not a shred of satisfaction from revenge. Only a profound sense of confusion lingering. The girl with crimson eyes coughed softly, curled beneath the covers, lifting her gaze to Lin Muqing. Her complexion pale as if touched by illness, offering a faint smile. Qingqing master, are you happy now? Upon hearing her master's heartfelt confession, Jianglu felt an indescribable heaviness in her heart. All this time, she had merely regarded her master as a mere objective to conquer. In this moment, she realized that her master was a living being, capable of joy, anger, hatred, and love. I am indeed not a worthy disciple. Happy? I have just been tormenting you. Lin Muqing's gaze fixed intently on Jianglu, her eyes brimming with fury. The marks of her torment adorned Jianglu's body, and logically, she should have felt vindicated. Yet, an inexplicable sorrow lingered. Shouldn't you despise me? Despise this master for committing such unspeakable acts. Despise me for the torment I have inflicted upon you, stripping you of your dignity. Despise me, Lin Muqing gritted her teeth. She longed to witness Jiang Li's desperate screams, her frantic struggles, and the vitriol she would unleash upon her. You are the most malicious master in this world, bullying your disciple in such a manner. Yet, Jiang Li did not respond in kind. She remained calm, unwaveringly gazing at Lin Muqing. Despite the multitude of tortures inflicted upon her, she did not utter a single word of complaint. Instead, she exhibited an unusual obedience, as if willingly accepting punishment, atoning for her perceived sins before her master. Lin Muqing's demeanor today was frenzied, her emotions once again erupting. Jiang Liqiu's voice was gentle, her lips curved into a smile. Yet the scars upon her face could not conceal her astonishing beauty. Master, I have never harbored hatred towards you. My life was bestowed upon me by you. Why would I resent you? You are the most exquisite fairy I have ever encountered, and in those days, I was but a foolish and clumsy little girl, utterly oblivious to the world. Master, do you recall what you asked me? I replied, my name is Jianglu, with meaning joy. Then, I could only smile at you foolishly, clinging to your legs, pleading for you not to leave, as you softened and turned to me, saying, Jianglu, oh Jianglu, in the future, may you be joyful and safe. Scenes from the past unfolded vividly in Lin Muqing's mind, evoking ancient memories. To the present, merely 6 years had elapsed. Yet in Lin Muqing's recollection, it felt like an eternity had passed, now blurred and indistinct. Yet, under Jiang Li's narration, those memories emerged with startling clarity. Lin Muqing's emotions surged tumultuously. 563 fortune points, 621 fortune points, 368 fortune points. Her heart ached painfully. Lin Muqing could not comprehend why. Despite the torment she inflicted upon Jianglu, who was utterly powerless to retaliate, her heart remained burdened with pain. Revenge had been exacted. Why then? Did her heart still throb with sorrow? She could only lament her kindness 6 years prior, taking her as a disciple and nurturing such a thankless wretch. Lin Muqing inhaled deeply, striving to banish the images flooding her mind. Perhaps, indeed, Jianglu had once been charming and obedient. Now, only treachery and cunning remained. She had perished at the tender age of 13. Jianglu closed her eyes and said, Master, I have never felt remorse. You are my one and only. My reckless actions may have caused you pain, and I once believed this was a manifestation of love. I was mistaken, and I sincerely apologize. I am willing to bear all the consequences without any evasion. Master, is there anything else? Jianglu concealed her injured body, revealing only her small head, and managed a faint smile. Lin Muqing was momentarily taken aback, at a loss for words. Subsequently, Jianglu sighed within, realizing that he must resort to the most formidable technique of the extreme heavenly demon body. Though mentioned in the original text, he had never employed it before. It involved plunging oneself into a state of death, extreme death cultivation. Once this state was activated, the physical body would genuinely experience the sensation of death. After entering a state of decline, the body would succumb to death. Only after a period of 49 days in this deathly state would revival occur, presenting a chance to comprehend the essence of death. As long as one attained a rank above the earth level, the opportunity to grasp this profound understanding would arise. The disparity between warriors who possess insight and those who do not is immense. Jiang Li's whereabouts have already been uncovered by that individual. The rapid enhancement of his abilities is bound to arouse suspicion. If he does not leave the Taiqing Xuanzong soon, his life will be in jeopardy. Lin Muqing is in a perilous situation, yet Jianglu need not worry. His master possesses hidden cards. Even that formidable martial king will find it challenging to handle Lin Muqing. The path of extreme death cultivation has commenced, before the physical body meets its demise. One's power can be exponentially increased tenfold. However, this relentless extraction of the body's potential leaves no room for retreat. The pain is excruciating, reaching an unbearable peak. Jiang who usually fears pain, must now confront it. It is the poison of Bicha that is corroding his body. Only by approaching the brink of death can one truly comprehend the essence of survival. Jiang couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. Compared to before, her breath was significantly weaker, and even her pulse had diminished. She had truly entered a state of near death. You act quite convincingly, Lin Muqing observed. Sensing Jiang Li's frailness, it was a weakness that seemed to emanate from her very bones. One could not deny that the performance was rather impressive, almost to the point of deceiving her. Lin Muqing would never believe it. In her previous life, Jiang had feigned vulnerability, tricking her more than 10 times. This time, she would not fall for the same ruse. Lin Muqing took a deep breath, striving to maintain her composure. Though you have escaped from the cold water prison, your sins remain unmitigated. The trial is imminent. Your fate, whether life or death, rests solely in the hands of the judgment. I shall not grant you even the slightest assistance. I will declare an irrevocable severance of our master-disciple relationship. All disciples and elders of the Taiqing Xuanzong will serve as witnesses to this declaration. From this moment forth, our ties are completely severed. Jiang was taken aback for a moment, unable to fathom Lin Muqing's resolute demeanor. Yet, in an instant, understanding dawned upon her. A mere 10 affinity was indeed far too meager. Trust in her had always been fragile, and it was unexpected that the final plan would falter, leading Lin Muqing to discern her presence, resulting in the current predicament that was difficult to resolve. Qingqing Master, will you regret this? Jiang suddenly chuckled. Lin Muqing turned around with indifference and said, do not address me as your master. I am unworthy of such a title. I have no regrets. Chapter 53. Only Jiang can unravel the green tea after Lin Muqing departed. A profound silence enveloped the room. Jiang lay upon the frigid bed, the wounds he bore hardly constituting significant injuries. After a brief period of cultivating his techniques, he swiftly returned to his former state. His emotions were tumultuous, and he had never anticipated arriving at such a juncture. Bai Shuang was in a state of great anxiety, suddenly realizing the difficulty of approaching Jiang. As elders from various pavilions guarded the vicinity, the sect's judgment assembly was imminent, a moment destined to determine Jiang Li's transgressions. Even though Jiang emerged from the ordeal with remarkable fortune, she could not evade judgment. At this moment, many elders began to realize that they had fallen prey to her manipulation, entrapped by their own avarice, which had crafted this elaborate ruse. The martial currency lay firmly in Jiang Li's grasp. Aware that it was a snare, their greed clouded their judgment, compelling them to plunge recklessly into the abyss. Measures were taken to prevent Jiang Li's escape, with layers of heavily armed guards surrounding the formation. Aside from Lin Muqing, who ventured near the central area, no one had entered Jiang Li's chamber. Finally, the day of the trial arrived. The sect square was abuzz with activity, teeming with countless disciples and elders. All fixated on the crimson-eyed maiden at its center, their expressions a tapestry of complex emotions. The trial assembly for Jiang has convened, with various factions casting their votes to determine the ultimate sins committed by Jiang. Among the disciples, a man of unremarkable appearance smiled to himself, reflecting on the extraordinary capabilities of this young girl, who has managed to upheave the Taiqing Xin sect. In this land of exile, warriors are expected to maintain a certain detachment. This individual is none other than Li Bu. Ever since he acquired the sacred cultivation technique, his progress has been remarkably swift, reaching the realm of Earth in a remarkably short time. During this period, he has also heard tales of Jiang Li's exploits. He has never encountered such a legendary woman in all his years, and indeed, she is formidable. Jiang gazed fearlessly upwards. Xiao Xian let out a cold chuckle, announcing in a booming voice, the sinner Jiang, guilty of heinous crimes, has violated multiple laws of our sect. She has murdered disciples of the sect, destroyed the sutra repository, provocatively challenged other disciples without cause, and embezzled 5 million martial coins. Her reckless audacity and numerous offenses warrant a swift execution. This serves as a warning to others and upholds the severity of our laws. Below, an eerie silence enveloped the crowd. Many cast sympathetic glances at Jiang, while others reveled in her misfortune. Jiang, the notorious villain, is finally to be sentenced to death by beheading. Elder Xiaoshuan's judgment is sound, and the evidence is irrefutable. Jiang is indeed a being of unspeakable wickedness, mercilessly slaughtering his fellow disciples. It is rare to encounter such a fiend in a century. His execution serves the greater good of the Taiqing Xin sect. The disciples engaged in fervent discussions, their gazes imbued with profound disdain for Jiang. Jiang, you are also required to surrender the 5 million you embezzled. All ill-gotten gains must be handed over. These are the martial coins you acquired through unscrupulous means. Quickly relinquish the ill-gotten wealth in your possession, which will be safeguarded by the inspector's pavilion, and perhaps we can consider granting you a swift death. Xiaoxian scoffed, stating this matter. The other disciples, upon hearing this, could only curse silently, deeming Xiaoxian shameless for his blatant desire to seize that money. The opinions of the disciples hold little weight. Xiaoxian primarily seeks the counsel of the esteemed Master Jinsheng. This fellow consistently obstructs progress, and that accursed Lin Muqing, A considerable faction within the sect has aligned with him, which could lead to a majority opposing votes, potentially comprising 80% of the sect. It truly complicates the determination of Jiang Li's guilt. Such is the flaw in the law. As the head of the Inspector's Pavilion, Xiaoxian retains some control over the sect, yet it has been significantly undermined. Today, if Jiang Li cannot be convicted, more extreme measures will have to be employed. After all, the command of the Dark Lord has already been issued, leaving no option but to resort to assassination. Jiang Li cannot survive beyond today. Master Jin Qing observed that Jiang Li's vitality had dwindled to its utmost limit. Even without a judgment, she would not endure the night. It was truly a matter of compassion. Xiaoxian, that is enough. Jiang Li has already been tainted by malevolent energy. With such darkness infiltrating her mind, her time is severely limited. Why must one impose such hardship upon a young girl? Jiang Li's condition was visible to all. She struggled to maintain her composure, her delicate face devoid of color, exuding an aura of impending doom, yet she stood resolutely upon the arena. Makamahi wept bitterly, lamenting the fate of such a pure and kind young disciple, forced toward death. What could be the reason for this? She had been tainted by malevolent energy, her life hanging by a thread. What connection did this have with her past transgressions? Allowing such a wayward disciple to continue living would be detrimental to the esteemed Qingxian sect. Xiaoxian firmly opposed this, citing the sect's loss. Master Jin Qing fell into an immediate silence, for he held the law in the highest regard. It was a set of rules established for the benefit of the entire sect. Yet, Elder Xiaoxian repeatedly wielded these laws to suppress him and exploit the disciples beneath him. This was a betrayal of their original intent. Master Jin Qing could not comprehend this contradiction. Once he fell silent, Xiaoxian continued, declaring that the judgment would commence. Jiang Li, deemed guilty of heinous crimes, deserved the most severe punishment the sect could impose: skinning, bone extraction, dismemberment, and decapitation. The voting began, overseen by representatives from each division. Guilty or not guilty? Xiaoxian felt a twinge of anxiety. If Jiang Li were to survive, the night would surely descend into chaos. The votes from each division were placed into a box for final review. Xiaoxian was momentarily stunned. Not guilty votes, 14. Guilty votes, 68. With over 80 divisions in the sect, the majority had condemned Jiang Li. Had Lin Muqing not intervened? Xiaoxian cast a surprised glance at Lin Muqing, wondering if he was employing some cunning scheme, indifferent to the life or death of a disciple. It was indeed an unexpected delight. Lin Muqing regarded Jiang Li with neither joy nor sorrow, acknowledging her remarkable performance in deceiving everyone. Had it not been for his prior life's insights into her character, he too would have been misled. As each division took their turn, invoking the sun and moon as witnesses, and calling upon the spirits of the mountains and rivers, he declared, I, Lin Muqing, sever all ties of master and disciple with Jiang Li. Should I waver, it would be a sin against heaven, resulting in my demise. From this moment forth, Jiang Li's fate would be of no concern to him. Lin Muqing resolutely made his oath. Everyone was taken aback. Severing their relationship? The fact that Lin Muqing would not protect Jiang Li was a shocking turn of events. With no obstacles remaining, excitement gleamed in Xiaoxian's eyes. Jiang Li, your death is now inevitable. If there are any unfulfilled wishes, you may speak them now. Jiang Li was not the least bit surprised. This was not the worst possible outcome. He spoke, my disciple indeed has one unfulfilled wish. Lin Muqing turned her head away, scoffing internally, thinking, do you still intend to deceive me with your flowery words? Absolutely not. Jiang Li spoke, expressing that she was entrusted by an old acquaintance to save her biological father. Once spoken, words are akin to water spilled, they can never be retracted. Bai Shuang gazed up in a daze, her eyes shimmering with tears. Jiang Li. To think she still remembers her. In a state of peril herself, she still wishes to save others. Xiaoxian let out a cold laugh and inquired, who is this person? Jiang Li exclaimed, by Jianghe. Everyone stood in stunned silence. Was this not the sect's most inconspicuous leader? To save him? Had he not been poisoned with a lethal toxin? On the brink of death? How could one possibly save him? Master Jin Qing promptly interjected, stating, this is merely a last wish, according to sect law. Xiaoxian must endeavor to fulfill it as long as it does not implicate his own transgressions. At this point, Xiaoxian found it difficult to object. Master Jin Qing wasted no time and immediately took Jiang Li to the alchemy chamber. Just as Bai Shuang intended to follow, she was abruptly halted by Lin Muqing's voice. Bai Shuang, what kind of poison afflicts Bai Jianghe? Does Jiang Li truly possess a remedy? Lin Muqing furrowed his brow. Could it be that this was yet another of Jiang Li's cunning schemes? Bai Shuang, in a state of desperation, replied, it is the rarest poison. The poison of Bai Cha. Originally deemed unsolvable, it was Master Jin Qing who informed me that only Jiang Li can unravel it. Upon hearing this, Lin Muqing felt as if struck by lightning, frozen in place. Chapter 54. I am the most malicious master. A shadow flickered in Xiaoxian's eyes as he began to discern the truth. Master Jin Qing was clearly intent on shielding Jiang Li while seeking loopholes in the law. He simply could not fathom why even Lin Muqing was prepared to abandon all hope. Why did Master Jin Qing insist on protecting Jiang Li? This left Xiaoxian utterly perplexed. A man in black nearby spoke up, prepare plan B. The personnel are already in position. The demon envoy, Lord Zhongyi, is about to arrive. She will obstruct Master Jin Qing, and the rest will be up to you. The demon lord has commanded that, by any means necessary. Jiang Lu must die, and then we shall eliminate Lin Muqing. Xiao Xian widened his eyes and exclaimed, Demon Envoy, isn't that somewhat hasty? Lin Muqing has long since severed ties with Jiang Lu and will not assist her again. Moreover, I am well aware of Jin Sheng's character. He would never contravene the law. He is merely aiding someone in fulfilling their last wish. At this juncture, Xiao Xian whispered. The poison afflicting by Jiangke was administered by me. It is the unparalleled Bai Cha poison, truly unsolvable. Jiang Lu lacks the ability to cure him. And Bai Jiangke shall never regain his strength. The Tai Ching sect remains firmly under my control. Nothing shall go awry. The man in black frowned but chuckled softly. You have presided over the Tai Ching sect for so many years, yet your understanding is so superficial? Do you know what poison Lin Muqing has been afflicted with? Xiao Xian was taken aback. Lin Muqing has been poisoned? How could I have been unaware? Such an extraordinary talent, having achieved celestial realm at such a young age. He had detected no signs of poisoning. It was the Demon Lord's handiwork. One must admit, Lin Muqing is an unparalleled prodigy. I cannot fathom what methods were employed. But he has managed to suppress the Bai poison. However, it carries severe side effects that will hinder his growth. Xiao Xian's expression turned vacant. Even while poisoned, he has managed to ascend to the celestial realm? His power is nearly on par with mine? The implications are unfathomable, allowing Lin Muqing to grow unchecked. What terrifying heights might he reach in the future? The man in black continued, moreover, Jiang Lu is even more formidable. She possesses a method to completely resolve the Bai Cha poison. If Lin Muqing's poison is lifted, it is unfortunate that we still do not know how Jiang Lu accomplished this. Thus, she must die. The black-clad figure's demeanor was cold as he added, furthermore, Master Jin Chung has made it clear that he intends to protect Jiang Lu. You should hasten your preparations. Should you interfere with the Demon Lord's plans, you will face dire consequences. Xiao Xian remained in shock. He had never anticipated that Jiang Lu had orchestrated so much, drawing the attention of the Demon Lord. Now that he reflected on it, every endeavor undertaken by Jiang Lu is nothing short of audacious recklessness. Bai Shuang's figure has already vanished from the scene. The tribunal assemblies convene occasionally, primarily to pass judgment on those disciples burdened with grave sins, with each department casually dispatching a representative to make an appearance. However, never before has such a grand occasion unfolded as it has today. Witnessing Jiang Lu being escorted away by the revered Master Jin Cheng, many have hastened to the pill chamber to partake in the spectacle. Lin Muqing stood frozen in place, lost in disbelief. My poison was resolved by Jiang Lu. It cannot be. It is utterly impossible. Such a rare and formidable toxin cannot be unraveled by anyone. How could she possibly assist me? In a sudden flash, Lin Muqing recalled that it was Tang Su who had devised a means to alleviate her plight, dismissing the mere poison of green tea as trivial. Thus, Tang Su unraveled the long-standing issue that had plagued Lin Muqing, prompting him to regard this inconspicuous disciple with newfound respect, devoid of any lingering animosity. In gratitude to Tang Su, she provided substantial support and resources. Yet, at that time, Tang Su was a cunning individual, scheming to win Lin Muqing's favor, which instilled a sense of caution in Lin Muqing, preventing her from falling into his trap. Subsequently, Jiang Lu had fallen gravely ill for 3 days and nights. Coinciding with the conflict between the Taiqing Xuanzong and 2 other formidable factions, Jiang Lu had reached the realm of earthly cultivation yet inexplicably succumbed to a serious ailment. Lin Muqing inquired of her disciple the reason behind this predicament, but Jiang Lu remained silent. Upon examining her disciple's condition, Lin Muqing detected no apparent issues, leading her to suspect that Jiang Lu was merely afraid of death and reluctant to engage in battle. This led to a sense of dissatisfaction on Lin Muqing's part. But upon reflecting that Jiang Lu was still a young girl, she adopted a more lenient approach. Thus, a fissure emerged between the master and her disciple. It was only then that Lin Muqing comprehended the truth. In her previous life, it was indeed Jiang Lu who had resolved the poison of Bicha. Yet the shameless Tang Su had come forth to claim credit, further straining the bond between Lin Muqing and Jiang Lu, resulting in prolonged misunderstandings. Had she misjudged? Lin Muqing shook her head in disbelief, her hands trembling, haunted by the realization of her actions. She had unwittingly jeopardized her disciple's life. No, this could not be true. Lin Muqing pressed her hand against her chest, feeling a sharp pang in her heart, the pain radiating to her ribs as though a colossal weight pressed upon her chest. It hurt. The agony was overwhelming. Suddenly, Lin Muqing lifted her gaze, faced with a haze of delusion. Had she truly erred? Was it genuinely her fault? She felt like a malevolent master. Stumbling forward, her usually pristine attire now disheveled and dust-laden, she paid no heed to her appearance. Her expression oscillated between laughter and tears, a stream of clear sorrow tracing her cheeks. I am the most malevolent master in the world, trusting everyone except my own disciple. How could I be so cruel? Lin Muqing closed her eyes, reflecting on her rebirth until now. Jiang Lu seems to have never harmed her. All the arrangements and schemes were devised for this wretched master, allowing her to command the entirety of the Taiqing Xuanzhou, the cold water prison, a place fraught with peril. Why does Jiang Lu choose to embark on this journey? It is only through the complete destruction of the entire sect's order that Lin Muqing might have the opportunity to act. Thus, it is Lin Muqing who now holds dominion over a significant portion of the sect. In her previous life, such an accomplishment was utterly unattainable. Yet it has been achieved with astonishing swiftness this time, all thanks to Jiang Li's efforts. However, she luxuriates in the fruits of others' labor while persistently drowning in doubt. Moreover, she is determined to send her disciple straight into the abyss. She truly deserves condemnation. Lin Muqing suddenly recalls that Bai Shuang had mentioned Grandmaster Jin Qing, who knows the entire truth. Grandmaster Jin Qing is aware. He would never deceive me. Enduring intense anguish, Lin Muqing hastens toward the alchemy pavilion. Jiang Lu has not yet been judged to perish. There remains a chance. Indeed, there still exists an opportunity. Chapter 55, Master Qingqing, good night. Jiang Lu coughed incessantly. His hair now shimmering with an even more silvery hue, glinting like silver under the light, while his crimson eyes appeared somewhat dimmed. The two had already made their way into the Danfang pavilion. The disguise that Jiang Lu wore has been stripped away, revealing a figure more frail than before. As fragile as paper. Truly, your child has suffered greatly. I, Jin Qing, am deeply remorseful. All means of prolonging life have been exhausted for Lin Muqing. And I find myself utterly powerless. With a heavy sigh, Master Jin Qing lamented. He could sense Jiang Li's aura wavering, akin to a flickering light in the darkness, poised to extinguish at any moment. It appears that time is running short. The only solace I can provide, my disciple, is to bring you here, where you will no longer endure torment. The master's demeanor bore a hint of sorrow for his young apprentice, whom he genuinely cherished. Jiang Lu possessed a potential that far surpassed his own in every aspect, a bright future for the Taiqing Xuanzong, now tragically cut short. Master, there is no need for silent grief. In the grand tapestry of fate, all is predetermined. It is merely my destiny, and I cannot blame others. It is the result of my own choices. I only wish for you, my revered master, to live joyfully. The path of martial arts is fraught with peril. To live in peace is all I desire. Jiang Lu is acutely aware of Master Jin Qing's character. He has nearly approached the threshold of the martial king, rendering any ordinary practitioner at the 9th level of the heavenly realm utterly incapable of being his opponent. Moreover, being within the Taiqing Xuanzong, he possesses boundless means at his disposal. Even if Wang Lan were to come personally, he would gain little advantage and might even attract unwanted attention due to the potential uproar of battle. However, Master Jin Qing's cautious disposition leads him to strictly adhere to the law, while the disciples and elders below might not be similarly constrained. 1,000-mile dike can be breached by an ant's nest. The thought of remaining safe resonates with Master Jin Qing, who softly murmurs these words, finding a certain clarity within. Jiang Li's words reveal an unexpectedly profound understanding. Little Jiang Lu, do you truly have confidence in this by Jiang He? Master Jin Qing muses, his brow slightly furrowed, as the depth of the poison from the green tea has surpassed all expectations. According to the elder of the Danfang Pavilion, it has already penetrated his mind. Like you, the probability of survival until tonight is exceedingly low. Just as Master Jin Qing was about to continue speaking, he suddenly felt that the moment was inappropriate. He opened his mouth, ultimately letting out a deep sigh. If there were no hope, there would be no need for such torment. Perhaps it would be better to rest quietly for a while. Master Jin Qing is all too familiar with the agony of the green tea poison. If infected with a double dose, it is unimaginable how immense the willpower required would be. It is truly a harrowing experience. A task entrusted to me must be fulfilled. Jiang Lu offered a faint smile. Soon, several elders enveloped in the fragrant aroma of medicinal herbs appeared, hailing from the pill chamber. She too had fallen victim to the toxic effects of the green tea poison. How could she possibly assist the esteemed master by detoxifying? This young girl was indeed enduring great suffering. The dark circles under her eyes indicated her dire state, as the poison threatened to claim her life at any moment. The elders from the pill chamber wore expressions of shock. They had heard of Jiang Lu's formidable reputation, having accomplished numerous significant feats within the sect. Never had they imagined that she had been tormented by the green tea poison for such an extended period, now that it had infiltrated her mind. What an agonizing plight it must be. Grandmaster Jin Qing took a moment to elucidate the situation to these elders, who were primarily his trusted confidants and were already aware of Lin Muqing's poisoning. Upon grasping the full scope of events, they were filled with a profound respect. Bai Shuang rushed to the pill chamber with unprecedented haste, only to find the weakened Jiang Lu. She inquired anxiously, Master Jiang Lu, do you truly possess a method to save my father? I vow to serve you as a maid without a hint of complaint. I have fulfilled every task you entrusted to me. Bai Shuang trembled as she spoke. Cough, cough. Jiang Lu coughed twice and unfolded the delicate white silk in her hands, revealing vivid and glaring crimson stains. With a gentle smile, she nodded reassuringly. Rest assured, I promise I will fulfill my obligations. Sensing something amiss with Jiang Lu, Bai Shuang gasped in astonishment. Senior sister Jiang Lu, what is happening to you? Master Jin Qing, unable to bear the sight, began to explain. She too has been afflicted by the poison of the emerald toxin, as severe as that which your father suffers. Jiang Lu possesses no antidote. She can only absorb the poison of the emerald tea into her body, a mere exchange of life for life. What? Bai Shuang's heart jolted, a wave of shock sweeping over her. The overwhelming astonishment from Bai Shuang surged. 639 fortune points, 618 fortune points, a life for a life. In an instant, all resentment towards Jiang Lu dissipated. What she had thought to be a trivial matter for Jiang Lu turned out to be a grim reality. Senior sister Jiang Lu, you are truly a good person, Bai Shuang murmured, guilt gnawing at her conscience. After sharing intelligence with the underworld king, she reflected on her own culpability and could only weakly utter those few words. Jiangla smiled, her demeanor exuding warmth and approachability. I am not an inherently good person. How could one be judged so harshly for merely being a decent individual? I have prepared 7 gifts for my master, and the remaining matters I entrust to you. Bai Shuang nodded solemnly. Noticing that her hands were suddenly burdened with additional items, it was likely the affairs Jiang Lu had entrusted to her. Speak, then. Jiang Lu entered the room of Bai Jianghe. On the bed lay a middle-aged man, as frail as a withered tree, reduced to mere skin and bones. Unconscious and ravaged by the poison of the green tea, which had spread throughout his body. The scene was one of utter desolation. Absorbing the poison of the green tea posed no challenge for Jiang Lu. In no time, he had taken in all the toxins into his own body. He refrained from employing the extreme heavenly demon body to suppress them, instead allowing the toxins to circulate freely within him, continuously corroding his being. As if his very essence had been wholly drained. He appeared considerably more emaciated than before. Bai Shuang, please enter. Jiang Lu weakly called out. Bai Shuang hurriedly entered. Her eyes wide with disbelief as she exclaimed, is it really healed just like that? In less than a minute's time, although Bai Jianghe had not yet regained consciousness, his complexion had improved significantly, the multitude of brown spots on his body had vanished in an instant, and his skin had regained some of its former darkness. His bodily functions had been severely depleted, and he would require a period of gradual recuperation before awakening. Jiang Lu opened her dim crimson eyes. After absorbing a double dose of the emerald poison, her vision became increasingly blurred, surrounded by a haze of brown. Life flickered like a wavering candle flame, precariously poised to extinguish at any moment. Bai Shuang knelt down, tears streaming down her face, offering a profound bow. Sister Jiang, may you journey well. Outside, the elders of the Danfeng Pavilion were engaged in fervent discussions. Jiang Li's plight was dire, enduring the agony of absorbing Lin Muqing's toxic tea for such an extended period. This method was merely a trade of life for life. Upon hearing Bai Shuang's voice, the expressions of the Danfeng Pavilion elders darkened, their heads bowing in silence. At that moment, Lin Muqing entered, fully aware of the turmoil. Bursting into Jiang Li's chamber, he was met with the sight of her body covered in tea stains. His heart gripped by a sudden, excruciating pain. Jiang Lu, Lin Muqing exclaimed in terror as he cradled her in his arms, feeling her body grow increasingly cold. Jiang Li's eyelids fluttered open weakly, her crimson irises now dulled to a sickly amber hue by the viridian poison's corruption. Her lips parted in delirious murmurs. Master Qingqing, is that you? My vision darkens. Has the world dimmed? Or are you kissing my eyelids? So cold, unbearably cold. How I long to embrace Master Qingqing. So fragrant, so soft, so sweet. Forgive me. Shouldn't address you as master. Won't do it again. So sleepy. Good night, Master Qingqing. Good night. Lin Muqing, the epitome of frosty elegance, now clutched Jiang Li desperately against her chest. The younger woman's body grew colder by the moment as crystalline tears traced paths down Lin's cheeks, each droplet scalding against Jiang Li's icy skin. Don't sleep. Open your eyes for your master. Weren't you the cunning demon sovereign? How dare you? Her voice shattered into ragged sobs. Deceive me just once more, I beg you. Your master promises never to anger again, will bear heaven's wrath without complaint. This is all my fault. I'm your master, your master. The emerald tea poison was meant for me. What right had you to play the hero? Yet no matter how Lin Muqing raged, Jiang Li's body remained icy cold, devoid of any response. Lin Muqing was overwhelmed with despair, 761 luck value 631. Although her body was frigid, Jiang Li's consciousness was remarkably clear. While her physical form had undeniably entered a state of lifelessness, it could be accurately described as genuine death. Furthermore, in the midst of this terrifying condition, Jiang Lu could still perceive the swirling shadows around him, remnants of souls left behind by martial artists after their demise. These spectral forms were ubiquitous across the globe, resembling flickering black flames, permeating every nook and cranny. The more ancient the soul, the more its darkness faded. Perpetually on the verge of dissolution, the fragmented spirits, accumulated over millennia, existed like shards, lacking life, consciousness, and form. They lingered in the annals of time. And even from a distance, one could sense the pervasive scent of decay, such as the essence of the legendary death. Jiang Li's heart was filled with enlightenment. This state was truly marvelous. She was unlike those lingering souls, whose spirits remained within their corporeal forms while their bodies had succumbed to death. Her body was ravaged beyond recognition by the poison of the green tea, the essence of death. Jiang Lu could distinctly hear Lin Muqing's voice, and her heart stirred slightly. Master, oh master, I truly feel deeply remorseful. If I do not escape now, I shall be lost forever. I bear no blame towards you. I have prepared 7 gifts for you, which should alleviate the recent crisis facing the Taishuan zone. Everything is part of the plan, despite a few minor missteps. Yet, that is of no consequence. At that moment, a sudden notification echoed in Jiang Li's mind. Lin Muqing's knife collapse value surged by an astonishing 30. According to the task progress, it had risen to a total of 50. The increase was remarkably exaggerated. It seemed she had indeed provoked her master to an extreme extent, leaving her feeling utterly unworthy to face him again. The circumstances were truly dire. The elders of the Danfeng Pavilion burst in, their expressions betraying a sense of gloom. This poor girl had suffered greatly. Patriarch Jin Chang wore a complex expression. He had thought he had concealed this news well, having already communicated it below. Yet, there had been a leak. Lin Muqing must not discover this matter, lest chaos ensue. To his surprise, it was Bai Shuang who had divulged the information. Alas, it was an unintentional act. However, he feared what folly his daughter might commit. How pitiful for little Jiang Lu, whose relentless efforts now seemed in vain. Life is as fleeting as a candle's flame, Muqing. Little Jiang Lu is a remarkably capable disciple. She does not wish to see you in such distress. You must find solace in this, Patriarch Jin Cheng continually reassured. Lin Muqing, moving like a specter, gently embraced Jiang Lu, carefully cradling her as she stepped toward Patriarch Jin Cheng. So, Patriarch, you were aware of all this, yet chose to conceal it from me? Jin Cheng was momentarily at a loss for words. This was all Jiang Li's arrangement. She knew of your emotional turmoil and preferred not to reveal the truth. Which is why I resorted to such a strategy. There was no other choice. Jin Cheng could only shift the blame onto Jiang Lu. Noticing Lin Muqing's silence, her eyes radiating an icy intensity, it seemed as if she could unleash a cataclysmic force at any moment as she fixed her gaze upon Jin Cheng. Just from her aura, it was apparent that she was utterly merciless. Patriarch Jin Cheng steeled himself and continued to explain, Muqing. No amount of regret can undo what has transpired. Little Jiang Lu has already passed. At the very least, she did not suffer. Lin Muqing closed her eyes, coldly inquiring. I only wish to know, what method did Jiang Lu employ to save me? In truth, Lin Muqing had already discerned the answer within her heart. Memories flooded her mind, each moment replaying vividly. Master Qingqing, if I were to perish, would you truly mourn for me? Master Qingqing, you must drink the soup Jiang Lu made. It is ginger soup, and you must recover your health. Master, may I have a kiss? Patriarch Jin Cheng hesitated briefly before responding. Jiang Lu possesses a rather unique constitution. She can absorb the poison of the Bai Cha into her body, which serves as the antidote. However, her cultivation is too low to withstand the toxin entering her brain, and her life is now measured in days. Muqing, you need not blame yourself. It was Jiang Li's own choice. In her final moments, at least she was happy. The toxin entering the brain? Lin Muqing's body jolted. From her past life experience with the Bai Cha poison, she knew that once it reached the brain, the individual would endure immense suffering, affecting both spirit and emotions. Even she was not immune. She, by nature, was a person of cool aloofness. Yet the influence of the Bai Cha poison rendered her agonized on rainy nights, as if every bone in her body was being crushed. The thought of it entering her brain, such pain was beyond imagination. Jiang Lu, a person so fearful of pain, willingly allowed toxins to infiltrate her mind, employing a method akin to self-destruction, all for the sake of saving her. How can there exist such pure and benevolent souls in this world? Upon reflecting on her past life, Jiang Li's character has undergone a complete transformation, twisted to an extreme degree, committing heinous acts and inflicting considerable cruelty upon her. Reflecting upon it now, Lin Muqing finds her nose inexplicably stinging with emotion. The poison from her previous life was undeniably neutralized by Jiang Lu. Yet ever since the antidote was administered, her demeanor has drastically altered. She has become ruthless and cunning, engaging in malevolent deeds without hesitation, with every action seemingly motivated by considerations for Tang Su. This entire scenario is a manifestation of Tang Su's insidious machinations, employing her own disciple to administer the cure. The poison of the green tea penetrated deeply, rendering her incapable of controlling her body. Under the relentless torment experienced daily, could her personality remain unscathed? It is indeed a disgraceful boon bestowed upon Tang Su. One cannot help but wonder what methods he employed to manipulate the innocent and kind-hearted Jiang Lu. In this sinister web, it seems that no one is exempt from culpability. Everyone bears the mark of a killer. Jiang Lu underwent a drastic change in temperament, all due to his unworthy master, who shifted all blame onto his disciple. Lin Muqing shut her eyes, her body trembling incessantly. Yet her grip around Jiang Lu remained remarkably steady, devoid of any tremor. Late affection is often as worthless as grass. At that moment, Xiaoxian arrived with the members of the supervisory pavilion at the alchemy chamber, questioning why they had not emerged for such a long time. Were they preparing to shield a criminal? Chapter 57. The corpse of the fleshly body. Do not cry, my revered master Qingqing. I shall protect you. Jiang Li's final words ought to have been fulfilled. The poison of the green tea was not easily dispelled. And if the intention was merely to absolve Jiang Lu of his sins through such means, it was unnecessary. Xiaoxian spoke mockingly, his voice cold. Lin Muqing's gaze turned frosty as she replied icily, she is dead. I intend to take Jiang Lu home. Get out of my way. Elders who arrived behind her were taken aback by the news, unable to believe that such a legendary prodigy had fallen so suddenly without warning. Impossible. Xiaoxian furrowed his brow, asserting, are you playing dead again? Attempting to evade the sect's laws through such tactics? Lin Muqing. Let me make this clear. This is an impossible endeavor. The authority of the sect's laws outweighs everything. Explain to me how Jiang Lu, a perfectly healthy warrior, could suddenly perish within the alchemy chamber, while so many elders stood idly by. Do you take us for fools? Xiaoxian also noticed the lifeless Jiang Lu in Lin Muqing's embrace. Even now, he could scarcely believe it. Suspecting that this cunning woman had employed a ruse to deceive him, Lin Muqing's eyes brimmed with malice, her murderous intent palpable. I told you to leave. Do you hear me? What happened to Jiang Lu is none of your concern. I only wish to take her home. The cloaked figures beside Xiaoxian frowned, exchanging glances. Xiaoxian was reluctant to confront Lin Muqing directly, sensing something was amiss with her demeanor. Moreover, he had learned from experience that no advantage could be gained from her. However, the demon lord had already relayed instructions, and Xiaoxian had no choice but to endure the pressure. He hoped the appointed demon envoy would arrive promptly. Even if a sinner had died, the supervisory pavilion, by law, retained the authority to investigate the corpse. Today, Jiang Li's body must be surrendered, otherwise. To uphold the sect's laws, we will be compelled to detain you. Xiaoxian could not believe that Lin Muqing would truly resort to violence in front of so many witnesses. A corpse? You intend to take my disciple? Lin Muqing raised her chin, laughing sharply, her face a mixture of shock and fury, her unstable aura radiating around her. Her words fragmented. Jianglu is mine. Mine. Anyone who dares to take my Jianglu shall die. Xiaoxian's expression shifted dramatically as he stumbled back, realizing this woman had completely lost her sanity. Indeed. In the next moment, Lin Muqing unleashed a terrifying aura, tightly clutching Jianglu, while her other hand executed her most powerful strike, charging ferociously at Xiaoxian. Quick! Stop that madwoman! Xiaoxian shouted in terror. In that instant, he felt the chilling intensity of Lin Muqing's presence. As if his very soul were on the verge of freezing. Despite their comparable levels, he found himself utterly powerless against her wrath. The other elders of the supervisory pavilion could not allow the death of Xiaoxian. Otherwise, their institution would crumble. Lin Muqing, calm down. We are your elders. Do not act so impulsively, one elder pleaded. The supervisory pavilion has its own duties. Do you wish to bear the sin of betraying your master and ancestors? Stop this at once. The elders attempted to intervene. Lin Muqing's lips curled into a cold smile as she gazed at the aged elder before her, swiftly beheading him with a strike, moving with such speed that it left no room for survival. Blood sprayed forth, splattering against the ceiling. The elder who had tried to dissuade her stood frozen, warmth splattered across his face, only to realize the elder beside him had become a headless corpse. Collapsing to the ground. Lin Muqing, you dare to kill? Xiaoxian's eyes widened in disbelief. Both master and disciple were utterly ruthless. How could their natures be so savage? Not only must I eliminate them, but I shall also kill you. Lin Muqing's eyes transformed into a strange crimson hue, seductive as blood. Her voice was devoid of human emotion. The remaining elders of the supervisory pavilion dared not provoke this harbinger of death any further, fleeing in panic. Lin Muqing's smile widened as she dispatched them with the ease of slicing through vegetables, piercing their hearts and dismembering their bodies into countless pieces. Master Jincheng, you are astonished. Muqing, you have gone mad. How can you slaughter your fellow disciples? You must cease this madness. Lin Muqing erupted into laughter, tears streaming down her face. Before an avalanche, no snowflake is innocent, and I am no exception. Jianglu paved the way for me. I shall not squander it. And I will eliminate all traitors within the Taixing sect. Anyone who dares to obstruct me is a traitor. The other elders exchanged glances, instantaneously deterred from approaching her. She had truly lost her mind, even resorting to killing fellow disciples. The glint of swords flashed as Xiaoxian's arms were severed, blood gushing forth. And the battle became increasingly brutal. Xiaoxian, realizing he was no match, desperately pleaded with the demon envoy, Demon Lord, save me. This person is a madman. Utterly unconcerned for life. Xiaoxian deeply regretted provoking this lunatic. A cloaked figure cursed under their breath, realizing their identity had been revealed too quickly. They announced, the strong of the underworld sect have arrived. You all must surrender swiftly, or do not blame us for being impolite. Just then, another woman in red appeared. Exuding an eerie and otherworldly aura, her strength at its peak. She immediately confronted Lin Muqing, forcing her back. Impressive. You were able to withstand my attack. Let us see how long you can endure. It was the demon envoy, Zhongyi, who laughed mockingly. Master Jin Sheng's expression changed dramatically. What is happening? How did we allow infiltration into the Taixing sect? You must stop her. Muqing, go kill Xiaoxian. Today we shall cleanse the sect. The Grandmaster Jin Sheng was engulfed in an unprecedented fury, immediately discerning the treachery of Xiaoxian. Lin Muqing remained silent, resolutely pursuing the hunt for Xiaoxian. An aura of frigid cold permeating the air. Xiaoxian's countenance was exceedingly grim. Could it be that he was destined to meet his demise on this very day? The scene flashed before him as Lin Muqing, with a single stroke of his sword, pierced through Xiaoxian's chest, unleashing a force that ruthlessly ravaged his body. I beg you, spare my life, Xiaoxian pleaded in excruciating pain, desperately imploring for mercy. In your dreams, Lin Muqing relentlessly twisted the long sword, tearing through Xiaoxian's flesh. Suddenly, a formidable figure emerged, concealed within the shadows, akin to a streak of black light, launching a frenzied assault on Lin Muqing. This was the true lethal strike lurking in the darkness. After an unknown period of preparation, the mysterious assassin unleashed a desperate blow. This is bad. Grandmaster Jin Sheng felt an excruciating headache. It dawned upon him that they had fallen into the adversary's trap, willing to expose Xiaoxian in order to target Lin Muqing. In this moment of vulnerability, as Lin Muqing's breath shifted, he sensed the imminent threat of death. Powerless to resist and resigned to his fate, he closed his eyes. My dear disciple, I shall accompany you. Suddenly, Jiang Li's corpse erupted with a black radiance, directly intercepting the sword of the mysterious assassin, piercing through the lifeless body. narrowly blocking a fatal strike. Jiang Lu. Lin Muqing's eyes widened in disbelief. Yet, she discovered Jiang Li's gaze to be hauntingly hollow, devoid of any vitality. A slip of paper fell from his grasp. The first gift, my dear Master Qingqing, do not grieve. I have transformed myself into a corpse spirit and shall forever protect you. You must be joyful and safe. Chapter 58. You brought Jiang Lu back to life? Lin Muqing suddenly lunged forward, tightly embracing Jiang Lu. This was one of the contingencies Jiang Lu had prepared. The venom of the green tea could amplify physical prowess by at least tenfold. It must not be squandered, thus issuing a singular command to the body, protect Lin Muqing. In a certain sense, this too constituted the creation of a corpse spirit. The terrifying aspect of the green tea poison lay not in its physical decay, but rather in its capacity to obliterate the spirit. Once consciousness is stripped away, the body falls into a state of apparent death. Without a source of power, the body too would decay and perish. However, the extreme demon body was an exception. Capable of automatically absorbing all forms of power, even various negative and malevolent energies, leading to explosive destruction. The hidden assassin, shrouded in darkness, instantly darkened in countenance and emerged from the shadows. Casting a deep glance at Jiang Lu, he cursed, "This damned Jiang Lu. Truly a prodigy that even the demon lord finds troublesome. Even in death, he thwarts our grand plans." The mysterious assassin turned to Lin Muqing and coldly declared, "I am the demon envoy, Xiaoxiangke. Originally, a malevolent water source was prepared for you by the demon lord, capable of corrupting all forms of profound energy. Now wasted on this wretched corpse. You ought to thank your dear disciple for this. The evil source prepared by the demon lord is the most sinister power in existence. Even a martial king would struggle to dispel its effects. A heavenly realm expert would be consumed by dark forces, ultimately leading to a tragic demise. I Xiaoxiangke can kill you without external aid," he muttered bitterly. As a trusted confidant of the demon lord, to fail in such a matter would surely invite severe punishment. Killing Lin Muqing is the sole opportunity for redemption. Just as Lin Muqing was on the brink of losing her composure, she suddenly noticed the warmth returning to Jiang Li's body, his complexion visibly regaining its rosy hue. Even the massive wound on his abdomen was rapidly healing and merging. In that brief moment of distraction, the injury had returned to its original state. The dark hue on his face faded swiftly, rendering him nearly indistinguishable from the living. With even fairer skin, as if he had consumed a potent tonic that nourished his entire being. Suddenly, his aura surged dramatically, reaching the second tier of the earth realm. What? The dead can break through realms? All the martial artists stood in stunned silence, ceasing their actions. They had witnessed Jiang Li's demise with their own eyes. His body had turned cold. How could he truly be resurrected? Lin Muqing was momentarily dumbfounded, her eyes sparkling with astonishment as she exclaimed, You brought my disciple back to life?" Xiaoxiangke was utterly bewildered. What? How might I report back? Wasn't Jiang Li dead? How could he inexplicably return to life? A shiver ran down Xiaoxiangke's spine. If the demon lord were to learn of this, he would surely face dire consequences. Yet, upon closer inspection, Jiang Lu has returned to her former self, yet her expression remains hollow. Her white hair cascades over her shoulders, and her crimson eyes gaze calmly ahead, devoid of any change, still shrouded in silence. Not even a blink betrays her state. Even Master Qingqing cast a curious glance. Pondering the nature of this phenomenon, Jiang Lu, who had long since perished, has been transformed into a formidable corpse puppet through her own crafting, capable of absorbing external energies to restore her physical form and prevent decay. Indeed, she is a perfect corpse puppet, should she be refined to completion. She would undoubtedly become an immensely powerful artifact. An elder from the Danfeng Pavilion, having discerned the underlying reasons, could not help but express admiration. Lin Muqing has truly acquired an exceptional disciple. Jiang Lu not only resolved the poison of Bai Cha, but has also refined herself into a corpse puppet, willingly serving as a formidable weapon for her master as protection. If only I had 100 such disciples, unification of the entire northern state would be within reach. If I possessed a corpse puppet like Jiang Lu, indistinguishable from the living, capable of fighting by day and engaging in fierce battles by night. Many elders shared this sentiment, casting a complex glance at Lin Muqing, lamenting the severed ties with such a loyal disciple. Jiang Lu, Lin Muqing felt as though his heart had been pierced anew. A wave of anguish washing over him. The scene momentarily froze, yet the battle was poised to reignite. The fierce Xinxiang River launched an assault on Lin Muqing. As a celestial demon envoy, he wielded immense power, existing at least at the 9th tier of the celestial realm, nearly invincible across the northern state. The elders of the Taiqing Xuanzong were even more astounded, their faces pale with disbelief. With limited knowledge of the other two major factions, they had assumed their sect's 2 9th-tier celestial beings would dominate the northern state. Yet, the arrival of 2 celestial demon envoys, both at the 9th tier, shattered their previous arrogance. Jiang Lu was acutely aware of the surrounding circumstances. Suddenly, a system prompt emerged in his mind. Insight into the essence of death. After experiencing various forms of death, one can enhance their comprehension of the essence of death. Succumbing to the poison of the green tea, he perished, resulting in a 10 increase in his understanding of death. Mortally wounded by a stab to the abdomen, he gained a 5 increase in his insight into the essence of death. Jiang Lu was taken aback for a brief moment. The cultivation of extreme death is indeed terrifying. as it allows the body to autonomously augment its strength. Most importantly, regardless of the extent of injury or even death, there is no pain. The agony of poisoning is truly unbearable, unless under extraordinary circumstances, one would not wish to endure such suffering. Jiang Lu would no longer resort to such methods. The Xiangxiang River transformed into a stream of black light, striking suddenly. The black dagger in hand exuded a sharp and sinister aura, disrupting the surrounding mystic energy and conjuring three shadowy figures to attack Lin Muqing. Gritting her teeth, Lin Muqing held Jiang Lu tightly in her embrace. With her other hand imbued with an intensely frigid energy, she instantly dissipated the other two phantoms. Only the original form of Xiangxiang River remained, at a loss. Powerful, indeed. Overwhelmingly formidable. Xiangxiang River's expression shifted, her very soul quaking with cold dread. Hastily, she activated her defensive techniques. Unable to withstand the onslaught, she was forced to retreat 2 steps before halting. Mo Jiangli, in such dire circumstances, why do you not act swiftly? Even if Jiang Lu were to perish, I must seize her corporeal form and utterly destroy it to report back to the Lord of Demons. Should we fail this task, we both face death? Xiangxiang River cried out anxiously. At that moment, another man clad in a tattered robe emerged from the void, having employed some concealed technique, remaining undetected until now. A worthless fool. The Lord of Demons should be more discerning in selecting his demon envoys, not just any stray can join. You cannot even accomplish this simple task. Mo Jiangli scoffed. Spare me the chatter. Xiangxiang River was disinclined to bicker with him, her gaze fixed intently on Lin Muqing. Lin Muqing glared at the two like a ferocious beast, vowing, anyone who dares to take my disciple shall not succeed, even if it costs me my life. I will not allow Jiang Lu to suffer any harm. Chapter 59. Master? Disciple? Yet another 9th-tier celestial powerhouse has appeared. The elders were dumbfounded. The power of the underworld monarch-s sect must be terrifying, having summoned 2 9th-tier celestial experts. Such a level of combat was beyond the reach of the vast Taiqing Xuanzong, with no one daring to intervene. Many elders were paralyzed with fear. Life at Taiqing Xuanzong had been far too comfortable, leading them to believe they were still the supreme overlords, only to be brutally confronted with the harsh reality, leaving them to seek new paths. Kill them. Both Xiangxiang River and Mo Jiangli launched their attacks simultaneously. As fellow demon envoys, both 9th-tier celestial experts, their combined strength was not merely additive but exponentially powerful. They unleashed a frenzied assault on Lin Muqing from different directions. Though the icy essence was formidable, Lin Muqing, possessing only 8th-tier strength, found herself at a significant disadvantage against 2 top-tier celestial experts, being relentlessly pushed back by their overwhelming force, especially while cradling Jiang Lu. Lin Muqing found her movements severely restricted, forced into a defensive posture. Is this the so-called first genius of Beizhou? It appears to be nothing remarkable. Dare you set down your lifeless burden and engage us in a fair duel? Truly pathetic, Mo Jiangli sneered. Simultaneously, Xiangxiang River taunted, aiming to shatter her opponent's psychological defenses. What a fine disciple you have. She is doomed to perish at your hands. Lin Muqing, how utterly ridiculous you are. A sharp pain pierced Lin Muqing's heart. Yet reason cautioned her against distraction. They were merely trying to incite her. Boom. The two continued their relentless assault on Lin Muqing. The entire Taiqing Xuanzong felt like a mere decoration, with many lower-ranked elders fleeing in terror, only daring to observe from a distance, their hearts filled with trepidation. Lin Muqing had long anticipated this outcome. She had seen it in her previous life. The Taiqing Xuanzong was not a true sect, but rather a massive conglomerate of vested interests, fragmented into various factions that were at odds with one another. In such circumstances, should a calamity befall the sect, it would collapse in an instant. Attack the body she carries. That is our point of breakthrough. Mo Jiangli's eyes remained fixed on Jiang Lu. Xiangxiang River immediately comprehended, conjuring black phantoms once more, desperately aiming for Lin Muqing's heart, every tactic directed at Jiang Lu. Mo Jiangli followed suit. Initially perceiving this mission as exceptionally perilous, he had harbored some fear of Taiqing Xuanzong. After all, the first sect held deep-rooted influence. Yet he soon realized that this sect was merely a disjointed collective. Aside from Lin Muqing, who was somewhat formidable, the rest were nothing but weaklings. A glimmer of determination flashed in Lin Muqing's eyes as she suddenly retreated. Mo Jiangli instantly appeared behind her, intending to wield his defensive techniques. Yet she, in a frenzy, burned her power, taking the most extreme route. Her strength surged, more than doubling. She launched a savage assault on the Jiang Lu she held, attempting to reduce her to mere fragments. No one shall destroy my disciple's body. Realizing escape was futile, Lin Muqing unleashed her power, braving the violent onslaught. Spurt. Lin Muqing coughed up blood, directly unleashing her strongest killing move. The blood she spewed transformed into an icy arrow, its chilling, sharp essence instantly engulfing Xiangxiang River's face. The aura of death looming. He was instantly struck dumb with fear. Let go of me. Truly a madwoman. This woman has abandoned all defensive measures, using herself as bait to launch a lethal strike aimed at Xiangxiang River. No. Xiangxiang River screamed, biting down on his tongue to draw blood. Realizing he could not evade the icy arrow, he could only extend his arms to shield himself, gathering all his strength. Boom. His arms exploded. But the force of the attack was diminished. A gaping, torn wound was carved across his neck, flesh and skin separating, scalding blood splattering everywhere. He narrowly avoided a fatal blow. Xiangxiang River was left in a pitiful state, her head drooping, blood seeping onto the ground. Her hands shattered and unable to support her head. Die. Lin Muqing struck again, knowing that in the face of their assault, her only chance of survival lay in breaking free by decisively eliminating one of them. Xiangxiang River's face paled in terror, the oncoming aura of death rendering her breathless. But Mo Jiangli was no ordinary foe. He too remained fixated on Jiang Lu, unleashing a terrifying aura of destruction aimed directly at Jiang Lu's head. In Lin Muqing's embrace, Jiang Lu found herself in a precarious situation. Constantly attentive to Jiang Li's well-being, Lin Muqing was reluctantly forced to defend himself. Abandoning the pursuit of Xiaoxiang. Bang! Lin Muqing was once again sent flying. A bitter taste lingered at the corner of his mouth, having already expended considerable strength. He now faced relentless assaults from both sides, enduring 2 ferocious strikes in quick succession. Under such pressure, his body was beginning to falter. Was it possible he would perish here today? Suddenly, a surge of pure energy coursed through Lin Muqing's body, a gift from Jiang Li's lifeless form. As they practiced the Jade Maiden Cultivation Sutra together, their powers could merge and circulate. Whenever Lin Muqing found himself depleted, Jiang Li's essence would instantaneously replenish him. Overwhelmed with emotion, Lin Muqing's tears streamed down his face. His master had always targeted him, even refusing to assist during the trial. Yet here he was, surrounded by the essence of his beloved disciple. With the swift restoration of his strength, Lin Muqing remained composed and launched himself towards the feeble Xiaoxiang. How could you still possess strength? Mo Jiangli's expression shifted, unable to withstand such terrifying consumption. Xiaoxiang was filled with dread, just as he raised his foot to flee. Lin Muqing struck, shattering his skull. Xiaoxiang. Die. Would it finally come to an end? Lin Muqing gazed at his disciple in his arms, his expression complex. With 2 heavenly demon envoys still remaining, Master Jin Qing was evenly matched with the adversary, merely locked in a stalemate. All of this was thanks to Jiang Li's efforts. Disciple, I will not allow you to come to harm. You shall only step over my corpse. Suddenly, 2 cold voices pierced the air. What a waste. For the first time in the history of the 5 great heavenly demon envoys, such incompetence has emerged. Lin Muqing's expression changed instantly. The Demon Lord had gathered all 5 heavenly demon envoys, including 2 level 9 heavenly realm powerhouses. How could he possibly contend with this? The remaining 2 heavenly demon envoys launched their ruthless assaults, directly employing lethal techniques against Master Jin Qing. Under the onslaught of 3, Master Jin Qing was no match and was brutally smashed to the ground. Following this, Zhong Yi's fist was merely a step away from Jin Qing's head, poised to obliterate it. Master, who could save him? Lin Muqing had no time to react, his eyes wide with alarm. A shadowy figure streaked past, effortlessly sending the 3 level 9 heavenly realm powerhouses flying. The 3 were uninjured, their expressions filled with astonishment as they fixed their gaze on the dark, hairy creature before them. It was the black demon who had intervened, casting a glance before approaching Lin Muqing, cackling with glee. The transaction between Jiang Lu and the old demon was clear, 1 heart for 1 life. The old demon would ensure her safety. Lin Muqing replied earnestly, predecessor. There is no issue. You may take my heart without any complaints. The black demon, scratching his nose and licking his lips, remarked. What use do I have for your heart? Jiang Lu is afflicted with the poison of the green tea, and her insides will be most delectable once she is in agony. Jiang Lu has already agreed to this. Hurry and extract her heart for the old demon. If you renege on this, the old demon will leave. The other 3 heavenly demon envoys watched hungrily, their eyes fixated on Master Jin Qing. Caught between his master and his disciple, Lin Muqing's head throbbed in agony, his heart twisted in pain. The third gift. Chapter 60. Save Jiang Lu? The ghostly Dr. Xiaoruoxing. From Lin Muqing's blade, the destructive power increased by 10. If Jiang Lu Ruo were capable of controlling her body, her expression would undoubtedly darken. This dark demon is exceedingly unreliable. She did not utter such words lightly. Exchanging her heart for a chance to assist is no trivial matter. How could this dark demon harbor such fanciful thoughts, betraying me in such a manner? Just wait. Initially, she had merely promised the dark demon that should her master encounter peril, she would hope for assistance, at which time she would introduce Li Bu to her. This creature is incorrigible. The other 3 great demon envoys coldly regarded the dark demon, stating, You, vile creature, seeing how arduous your cultivation has been. Why must you seek your own demise by obstructing our lord, the demon master? Such an act will surely lead to your obliteration. The dark demon turned, a sinister smile gracing her lips. What of the demon master? Should one dare threaten the old demon, then no choices remain. I shall first extract your hearts. The expressions of the 3 great demon envoys shifted dramatically. Had they known better, they would not have provoked this demon. The adversary was oblivious to the demon master's authority, and now they had jeopardized their own plans, rendering them unable to report their findings. Lin Muqing found herself unable to make a choice. Sensing the atmosphere turning dire, Mo Jiangli chose to conceal herself further. This old demon was clearly no benign entity. As anticipated, the dark demon transformed into a swirling mass of black mist, far more malevolent than the trio before her. Being the epitome of evil, she swiftly subdued the 3 great demon envoys. The black mist enveloped the trio tightly, completely obscuring their vision. Demon, do you dare to kill us, unafraid of the demon master? Before the speaker could finish, a terrifying force shattered his body. The dark demon laughed heartily as she seized the heart of her adversary. The formidable and terrifying demon envoy was akin to a mere chick in her grasp. Thus, another one perished. Now, only 3 great demon envoys remained. Master Jinqing's expression stiffened, a nameless dread swelling within him. Truly, this was a creature suppressed by the master of Taijing, and she was frightfully powerful. It seemed that in their previous confrontation, the dark demon had not exerted her full strength. A more chilling thought struck Master Jinqing's mind. If that were the case, could it be that the dark demon could escape from the cold water prison at any moment? After being imprisoned for so long, how could she not harbor resentment toward the Taijing Xian sect? The remaining 2 demon envoys, one male and one female, were expressions of sheer horror. They had believed that upon reaching the 9th stage of Heavenly Realm, they could dominate the entire North State, only to discover that aside from the demon master, such a terrifying entity existed. They dared not continue their bravado. Desperately, they harnessed their powers, attempting to break free from the surrounding black mist in search of a glimmer of hope. Yet, how could prey targeted by the old demon possibly escape? The dark demon revealed her yellowed teeth, her black hair erupting forth, ensnaring the remaining 2 individuals tightly, the disparity in their strengths overwhelming. They were merely at a half-formed state, separated by a millennium of time. No. The 2 remaining demon envoys screamed, yet they could not break free from the black hair. Various foul liquids inundated their mouths, forcefully shredded by the black tendrils. The dark demon showed no mercy, her eyes gleaming with a blood-red light as she voraciously devoured the remaining flesh, exuding an aura of ferocity. It had been ages since she had tasted such delectable fare. Truly, the food of the celestial spirits was unparalleled. The dark demon was lost in a trance of self-indulgence. Only one of the 5 great demon envoys remained. Mo Jiangli's eyes brimmed with terror at this unexpected turn of events, hastily fleeing the scene. The crisis of the Taijing Xian sect had been averted. Lin Muqing fixed her gaze upon the dark demon, clutching her disciple tightly. Should there be any threat to her disciple, she would fight to the death. The Taijing Xian sect returned to tranquility. All disciples stood frozen in place, drenched in cold sweat, fearful of drawing the attention of this demon. The dark demon also turned her gaze, appearing as a gaunt woman, her hair disheveled, much of its black hue faded, revealing her naturally emaciated visage. No one dared to underestimate her. Master Jinqing shakily rose to his feet, watching the dark demon with vigilance. The dark demon approached Lin Muqing, step by step, drawing ever closer. What do you intend to do? Lin Muqing's eyes glinted with ferocity. Honored mistress, the old demon and Jiangli have sworn sisterhood. As your disciple, she is thus my sister as well. Surely, the old demon would not covet the heart of her dear sister, after all. She is a demon of manners. The dark demon bowed respectfully, her demeanor surprisingly courteous. Lin Muqing remained momentarily stunned. Such a profoundly evil creature had formed a bond with her disciple? What remarkable feats has Jiangli truly accomplished? Reflecting deeply, in a past life, the black demon was but a servant to Tang Su, imbued with the malice of demons and a penchant for devouring hearts. How could it now exhibit such docility? It appears that Tang Su is indeed the root of all malevolence. Lin Muqing's hatred for Tang Su reached an unparalleled zenith. Master Jinqing was utterly bewildered. This young Jiangli continually astonished him. If this is the case, then this extraordinary creature dominating the northern state, by lineage, is effectively his disciple. With merely 2 generations separating them, a smile crept across Master Jinqing's face as he approached with graceful steps, addressing the little black demon. Jiang Lu is my disciple, and Lin Muqing is my student. What should you call me? The black demon furrowed its brow and delivered a resounding slap to Master Jinqing's aged visage. Old man, what do I care what you are called? Begone. Master Jinqing, clutching his face, managed to smile despite the insult. As the foremost master of the Taiqing Xuanzong, who would dare to offend the black demon? An old man is an old man. A delightful name. I thank you for bestowing it. He retreated, somewhat humiliated. Lin Muqing, at a loss for words, understood his master's nature. He could be both accommodating and resolute, ready to stand firm in the face of crises threatening their sect. Suddenly, the black demon furrowed its brow, sensing an overwhelming power observing it, and dared not linger, swiftly retreating into the icy prison. As the events began to draw to a close, Bai Shuang assessed her father's condition. The poison from the green tea had been dispelled, and with proper care, he could successfully recuperate. Lin Muqing appeared despondent, eyes shut, as if surrounded by familiar presences, hearing Jiang Li's familiar words echo in his ears. Upon opening his eyes, the world awaited. Jiang Li remained quietly nestled in her embrace, as docile as a sleeping beauty, yet devoid of warmth. Elder Tianqing, my disciple is not dead. I sense she still lives. Is there any way to save her? Lin Muqing implored desperately, feeling a profound sense of hopelessness for the first time. Elder Tianqing, the chief elder of the Danfeng Pavilion, sighed and replied, Muqing, Jiang Lu is a good child, but alas, the dead cannot be revived. Lin Muqing's expression darkened, unwilling to accept this grim reality. Elder Tianqing continued with a heavy heart, if we could locate the ghostly physician, Shaowruoshing, but alas, as a ghostly physician, his whereabouts are ever elusive. He could hardly be found in Beizhou. Chapter 61. Only a flick of a finger. The name Shaowruoshing echoed in Lin Muqing's mind. recalling this legendary figure, the most enigmatic healer across the 5 states. A popular legend held that no ailment was beyond the ghostly physician's remedy. Years ago, Tang Su had fallen victim to the vile waters of malevolence, the most wicked force that corroded his very essence, leaving him shattered and on the brink of death. Fortunately, he had encountered the ghostly physician in Nanzhou, and it was only after Jiang Li's fervent pleas that the physician intervened, effortlessly pulling Tang Su back from the gates of the underworld. Lin Muqing had inquired about this matter previously and was deeply impressed. If only they could find Xiaoruoxing. Would there be hope for her disciple's revival? A flicker of hope ignited in Lin Muqing's eyes. Upon a meticulous examination of Jiang Li's body, it became evident that all semblance of life had vanished. Yet, a peculiar force lingered within, gradually absorbing the surrounding essence, preserving the corporeal form from decay. Muqing, do not harbor excessive hope. The ghostly physician is a figure of legend, having saved the life of our esteemed ancestor Ta Qing a millennium ago. His current fate remains uncertain. Besides, our attempts to seek him outside Beizhou are futile, Elder Tianqing lamented. The Xuantian Pavilion's formidable guardians prevent anyone from crossing the state borders. We are doomed to remain here indefinitely. The Xuantian Pavilion is, in truth, the most terrifying force in Beizhou, remaining aloof from all conflicts and merely observing the shifting powers within the state. Its sole purpose is to guard Beizhou and prevent its inhabitants from venturing elsewhere. In the past, the dominance of the Ta-Qing Xuanzong was supported by the Xuantian Pavilion, yet now it has remained dormant for 1,000 years, allowing the sect's influence to wane. Wang Lan, the sole martial king, has evaded detection for so long, fearing the Xuantian Pavilion's wrath. Should a martial king emerge, the pavilion would not hesitate to eliminate him, for Beizhou is a land of exile under strict oversight, forbidding the rise of martial kings. Although Wang Lan possesses extraordinary strength, in the eyes of the Xuantian Pavilion, he is but an insignificant insect. The only means of crossing state lines is known solely to the Donglai Merchant Association. Yet they would never divulge such knowledge to the people of Beizhou, as it would challenge the authority of the Xuantian Pavilion. I understand, Lin Muqing declared, her gaze resolute. Once her composure returned, her mind raced with thoughts. It seems I must take Jianglu to Nanzhou. Tang Su had just emerged from the depths of the cold water prison, now having broken through to the 5th realm of the Xian stage. Fortunately, he had grasped the swallowing heaven devil technique, allowing him to absorb the surrounding forces. Though he had yet to attain the true inheritance, he still lacked something essential. Escaping was no easy feat. He had to navigate his way out during the black demon's absence, finally freeing himself from that infernal abyss. Damn it. To think that the wretched slave from my past life would dare treat me this way. When I regain my power, that lowly slave will serve me, he mused, realizing that the Ta-Qing Xuanzong was not a place where he could linger indefinitely. In no more than 2 months, the site of inheritance would open, and even the prodigies of the Xuantian Pavilion would participate. Should he succeed in obtaining the inheritance and garner attention from above, his escape from Beizhou would be within reach. As he contemplated his circumstances, a figure clad in simple attire approached, cradling a silver-haired, crimson-eyed maiden. Is that you, Lin Muqing? I knew you would still recognize me. Tang Su stepped forward, his tone laden with emotion. Did that wretched woman Jiang Li speak ill of me, thus prompting your cold demeanor towards me? Lin Muqing halted, her gaze frosty. You seek death. She had long perceived his true nature in their past life, a being of utter selfishness who had not changed in this one. And anyone who dares insult my disciple shall perish. Without a moment's hesitation, she unleashed her attack upon Tang Su. Tang Su's expression shifted in shock. He had not anticipated her ferocity. Wait, this emperor is a close friend of that black demon. Should you kill me, he will not spare you. Lin Muqing retracted her attack, her voice icy. A close friend, you say? I shall inquire with him just who you are to be considered a friend. Tang Su's complexion paled. He had no desire to return to that hellish existence. Quickly, he shifted the subject. Muqing, what has happened to Jiang Lu? Why is her vitality extinguished? Lin Muqing closed her eyes, falling silent. Tang Su immediately grasped the implication and cursed inwardly. Muqing, do you believe Jiang Lu is dead? She is merely deceiving you. This is just her cultivation state. Hand her over to me, and I can awaken her from this state. Lin Muqing's response was cold. Begone. Tang Su inhaled deeply, forcing a smile. Muqing, I am bound by brotherhood with the black demon. If he intervenes, the crisis of the Ta-Qing Xuanzong can be alleviated. And with that connection, I am certain you will be tempted. Lin Muqing's loyalty to her sect was unwavering. She would never jeopardize the Ta-Qing Xuanzong. This proposition was unacceptable. Just then, a shadow flickered, and a dark figure appeared. The black demon, being closely monitored, had sensed Tang Su's presence and arrived without hesitation. Tang Su's expression soured. How had the black demon found him? His escape plan had failed. The black demon introduced him without preamble. This is my pet dog, Tang Su. Come, greet your master. What? Tang Su was utterly bewildered. When had Lin Muqing established a connection with the black demon? In his mind, another voice instinctively responded, leaving Wang Lin Muqing momentarily stunned. Unbeknownst to her, Jiang Li's fingers twitched slightly, igniting a flicker of hope within her. The progress of comprehending the essence of death determined the extent of one's control over their body. If only she could expedite the cessation of her extreme cultivation. At present, her grasp of the death concept permitted only the slightest movement of her fingers. Wouldn't it be delightful to embrace her master while he slumbered tonight? Chapter 62, right? I am Li Bu. Tang Su gritted his teeth in frustration, never anticipating the connection between the dark demon and Lin Muqing. He wished he could eliminate this nuisance with a single strike. Yet, he understood Tang Su all too well. Aside from his audacity, his greatest asset was his formidable lineage. Boasting unparalleled status even in the 9 heavens of the upper realm. If he were to kill this man, 2 lunatics would surely ravage the northern province. Tang Su was merely a wealthy scion embarking on a grand adventure, his power unlikely to be negligible. The hidden tactics he possessed were all laid out by his extraordinary parents. Let us not even mention the martial king realm. Even a martial emperor would find no recourse against Tang Su, only inviting chaos upon himself. Jianglu, junior sister, what troubles you? Suddenly, Tang Su's distorted expression returned to normal as he caught sight of Jianglu and Lin Muqing's embrace, his heart aching with despair. How could you have fallen to this state? All because of you, you despicable wretch. Nonsense. How could I possibly commit such an act? Jianglu is clearly feigning death. If we can locate the ghost doctor, shower washing, we shall know the truth. I refuse to believe it. You must be the one to blame. I pity Jianglu. My dear junior sister, who treated you so kindly in her past life, yet you have harmed her so grievously. Tang Su muttered frantically to himself, striking his own face in a frenzy, as if 2 voices were battling within him. Has this man truly lost his mind? Lin Muqing was momentarily taken aback. However, from what he gathered, there was indeed hope for Jiang Li's resurrection. If only they could find the ghost doctor, shower washing. Everything might yet be possible. With a resounding slap, the dark demon deftly struck Tang Su's face, silencing the tumultuous voices. This fellow cannot be cured without a good thrashing when he succumbs to his episodes. The dark demon remarked with a grin. It must be said, in the eyes of the dark demon, Tang Su was remarkably alluring. Despite Jiang Li's repeated warnings about his danger and advice to steer clear, the dark demon recalled Jiang Li's tragic tale and prepared herself mentally. Yet, upon encountering Tang Su, she found herself ensnared, unable to extricate herself from his charm. One could only conclude that the allure of the demon saint's body was profoundly potent. And the dark demon remained resolute in her restraint, vowing never to indulge more than 100 times a day. This was her limit. Moreover, Tang Su was merely a pawn. The true destined one was that unassuming gentleman, Li Bu. The dark demon's face lit up with infatuation, her admiration for this man growing infinitely, even before their first meeting. Jianglu has packaged Li Bu remarkably well. Dear teacher, Jianglu is a close companion of the old demoness. She informed me that the old demoness has a destined partner within the Taiqing Xuan zone, currently merely a junior disciple, but destined to become the husband of the old demoness. She is determined to rectify the mistakes of her past life. Lin Muqing's lips twitched, her sorrowful mood somewhat alleviated. How could such a devoted disciple mold the black demon into this state? It seems as though she is entirely consumed by romantic notions. Who is this destined partner you speak of? Lin Muqing inquired, perplexed. Could it be Tang Su? Li Bu replied earnestly, at that time. She and the old demoness confided in each other within the cold waters of the prison, imparting numerous truths to the old demoness. As women, our utmost priority is to uphold the virtues of obedience and propriety, ensuring that the old demoness becomes a being that others do not despise. Among these virtues, obedience entails heeding the words of our sisters, respecting our sisters' mentors, and disregarding the opinions of outsiders. Upon hearing this, Lin Muqing could hardly contain herself. It turns out that her beloved disciple had been scheming so early on, deceiving the black demon without hesitation. Tang Su's expression fluctuated continuously, at times gritting her teeth, while at other moments displaying contemplation and delight. Rest assured, I shall assist you in finding your destined partner. If it truly is a disciple of our sect, arranged by my own student, then I shall take charge and promise you to him, Lin Muqing declared solemnly. Her thoughts wandered. Although the black demoness possesses a somewhat fearsome appearance, her strength is unparalleled. This junior disciple is indeed fortunate to have captured the attention of the black demoness. For at least the path of cultivation ahead seems smooth, with such a formidable backing ensuring a life free from worries. She believed that the other party would not refuse, especially since it was introduced by her disciple, Jianglu. Contemplating Jianglu, Lin Muqing tightened her embrace around the slumbering girl in her arms, her expression tinged with melancholy. It is imperative that we locate shower washing. Jianglu still harbors a chance of revival, even if it is but a glimmer of hope. He shall traverse the ends of the earth to seek it out. Shortly thereafter, an unremarkable disciple, whose presence was exceedingly faint, devotedly tended to the flowers beside him, quietly trimming the burgeoning branches. Lin Muqing's gaze fell upon him at once, signaling for the disciple to approach. The disciple cast a timid glance at the black demon, striving to calm his racing heart as he nervously stepped forward. I have a task for you, Lin Muqing stated gravely. As a disciple of our sect, you should be somewhat familiar with this matter. It is of utmost significance, pertaining to the very survival of our sect. The disciple paused, taken aback for a moment. Before softly responding, I shall follow Elder Lin's arrangements. Everything for the sect, I shall not refuse. For the first time in a long while, a flicker of satisfaction appeared in Lin Muqing's eyes. He had thought that the Taiqing Xian sect was irreparably broken. Yet he did not expect to find such a resolute disciple among them. There remained a chance for the Taiqing Xian sect to survive. Good. Lin Muqing nodded, continuing. The task is rather simple. You are to seek out a disciple named Li Bu, inform him that the sect has arranged a marriage for him, offering a wife at no cost. This young lady possesses lustrous black hair and formidable strength. She is undoubtedly a peerless beauty. The disciple listened earnestly, his expression somewhat peculiar. The black demon, appearing quite satisfied, revealed a hint of bashfulness beneath her dark fur, her demeanor resembling that of a shy young girl as she said, "You must convey to Li Bu that the elder demoness is an unparalleled beauty, a veritable femme fatale. To marry her would indeed be his fortune. You must ensure that the elder demoness' words reach him, or else I shall extract your heart, piece by piece, and consume it whole." The black demon's countenance hardened. Issuing a relentless warning, Lin Muqing interjected, "Elder demoness, do not frighten him. He is merely a novice disciple. Do you have any questions? This matter is crucial, and I cannot personally seek him out. It is imperative that you take action discreetly. If you require martial currency, do not hesitate to inform me." Suddenly, Lin Muqing recalled that he did not yet know the disciple's name and inquired, "What is your name?" The disciple, with an odd expression, replied, "I am Li Bu." Chapter 63, Unearthed and Whipped. Excitement flickered in the black demon's eyes. "Li Lang, in my past life, I was your beloved wife. I sincerely apologize. Now, the elder demoness shall surely accept your affection." Li Bu stood there, somewhat bewildered by the black-haired creature's antics. As for Li Bu himself, he wore a look of utter astonishment. He was ruthlessly taken away by the black demon, not without resistance. Yet, should he summon a higher power, all his centuries of arduous cultivation would be rendered futile. He had previously faced far more terrifying dangers. If it came to that, he might as well embrace death with dignity. Yet now, he thought, might it not be better to simply end my life? No matter how he pondered, Li Bu could not recall any semblance of familiarity. He had never encountered such a creature with black fur. What on earth was happening? Li Bu found himself powerless to resist, caught between the torment of countless reincarnations and the imminent shattering of his tranquil facade. "Jianglu, you have caused me great suffering." In the time that followed, the entire northern province settled into a notable calm. Even the underworld king's sect ceased its activities after their recent failure, leading to an extraordinary stillness. Lin Muqing swiftly consolidated the Taiqing Xuan Zone, firmly establishing control. All divisions were disbanded, ultimately unified under the command of sect master Bai Jiangke. Lin Muqing held a favorable impression of Bai Jiangke. His methods were notably resolute. Had it not been for the treachery of others, the sect would not have fragmented in such a manner. Essentially, all authority was entrusted to Bai Jiangke for reform. Consequently, he benefited from this misfortune, his strength surging dramatically. Now merely a step away from the threshold of the half-step martial king. In the room, Lin Muqing had arranged all matters, gazing into the copper mirror before her. Reflected within were Jiang Li's hollow crimson eyes, brilliant yet devoid of vitality. "Disciple, you have not perished, have you?" Lin Muqing mused, somewhat dazed, as she held a golden silk comb in her hand, quietly tending to Jiang Li's hair. As the wooden comb glided down, the white strands became smooth, soon tidied, revealing faint traces behind her ears, imbued with a delicate tea hue. She was acutely aware of the torment inflicted by the green tea poison, particularly as it reached the nape of the neck, so agonizing that even the soul would tremble. Lin Muqing's gaze brimmed with anticipation, yet after a prolonged wait, there was no response. It was imperative to locate the ghostly physician, Xiao Ruoxing. Given the current time frame, he might not be in the southern province. Contemplating her options, she could only seek assistance from the Donglai Chamber of Commerce. With a sufficiently high price, any desired information could be procured. The Donglai Chamber held significant influence, extending its business into the northern province, hinting at formidable powers backing it from the higher realms. A black gold card appeared in Lin Muqing's hand. A gift from Bai Shuang, said to be a relic left behind by Jiang Lu. It was also intended as a present for Lin Muqing, who received a substantial sum of martial currency. Bai Shuang conveyed a message, "Esteemed Master Qingqing, this is a small accumulation of savings I have gathered recently. I know of your fondness for the Taiqing Xuan Zone. You can use it to aid its development, ensuring it flourishes and achieves greatness once more." A small note followed. Fourth gift. Lin Muqing felt a bitter pang in her heart. It was indeed a most unpleasant sensation. Since her rebirth, the deepest wounds inflicted upon her disciple had come from her own actions. The Taiqing Xuan Zone was now stable. With the celestial phenomenon occurring, it indicated that the Xuantian Pavilion had made its move, overseeing the entire northern province, and the underworld king's sect dared not act recklessly. The so-called demon lord could only cower, uncertain of where to hide. "Jianglu, await my return." Lin Muqing's deepest concern was the vast Taiqing Xuan Zone. Unsure to whom she could entrust Jiang Li's care, after much contemplation, she decided to place Jiang Lu within the Taiqing cemetery, constructing a small wooden house there, a decision made with great deliberation, as it was the resting place of past sect masters. It offered tranquility, as ordinary disciples had no access to this hallowed ground. Furthermore, ancestor Jin Qing was also in seclusion here, providing some measure of protection. Proximity to the Hanshui prison was beneficial. Should anything happen to Jiang Lu, the black demon could act swiftly to assist. Bai Shuang was tasked with daily care. Jiang Lu observed with clarity, unable to suppress a sigh within her heart. The comprehension of the realm of death necessitates continual encounters with mortality. Her master had shielded her so effectively that she had never truly experienced the essence of death, consequently delaying her cultivation in this profound realm. She would have to wait for over a month longer. Lin Muqing was once again enacting layers of protective barriers around the wooden cottage. The access granted was exclusive to Bai Shuang, not even extended to her esteemed ancestor. After establishing these numerous safeguards, Lin Muqing felt a slight sense of reassurance. Gently stroking Jiang Li's silvery hair, she placed a delicate kiss upon the girl's forehead, her voice tender yet earnest. My dear disciple, wait until I return. And all will be well with the Taiqing Xian sect. Once prepared, Lin Muqing bid farewell to Master Jin Xing and Bai Jiangfa. Setting off alone towards the Donglai Chamber of Commerce, in search of an opportunity to reach the southern province, determined to locate the ghostly physician. Jianglu had not anticipated the profound impact on the original narrative nodes and events. Lin Muqing planned a journey to Nazhou ahead of time. At the Taiqing Xuanzhou, an elderly man with white hair yet youthful features pondered deeply. After so many years, I, Jiang Sun, have finally returned. I wonder what the sutra repository looks like now. Little did I expect that after being trapped for years, I would find fortune in misfortune, having now attained the realm of half-step martial king. A true breakthrough to martial king is just around the corner. This man is none other than the legendary master Jiang Sun, who has roamed the world. Returning to his homeland evokes a wave of nostalgia. Upon seeing the sutra repository again, he was met with desolation. What has happened? Jiang Sun was taken aback. The repository has vanished without a trace? During his countless years of seclusion, it was not for naught. He had read in the notes of the Taiqing ancestor that the sutra repository harbored great secrets, containing legendary techniques leading to the martial emperor. Jiang Sun had publicly claimed to be cultivating within the repository, seeking these legendary methods, but after years of fruitless searching, he had wandered far and wide to hone his mind. However, unexpectedly, he fell into a fissure beside the cold water prison, which was filled with various strange energies that rendered escape impossible. After wandering for countless years, he had not even crossed the threshold of his own home. Shouting for help was futile. After much exploration, he discovered the adjacent space was self-contained, and due to his cultivation of wood-based divine powers, he transformed part of his body into a tree-like avatar that grew incessantly in another direction. After much effort, he reached the other side, only to find himself shrouded in dark forces. This tree-like avatar was helpless. Returning to his original form was not an option. Moreover, he was unable to speak, move, or hear in that place. All sensations of the avatar were keenly felt by the original body. It felt as though he was being violated, yet he could do nothing. And over time, he lost control of the tree-like avatar. Each day was a torment, and despite not engaging in vigorous activity, he felt as though his very essence was being drained. Jiang Sun could not replenish his energy, growing increasingly frail and emaciated. Suddenly, the tree-like avatar was destroyed, and the energy from the avatar returned to him. It was as though he had consumed a restorative elixir. His cultivation surged to half-step martial king, enabling him to successfully escape and return to the sutra repository, only to find it had become a wasteland. What on earth has transpired? Jiang Sun's voice was filled with fury. Nearby, a young man appeared, kneeling and weeping. Master Jiang, you have finally returned. You must seek justice for your disciple and for the entire Taiqing Xuanzhou. Upon recognizing the visitor, Jiang Sun endeavored to quell his anger. Ah, it is Long Tian. Speak quickly. Long Tian lamented. It was that scoundrel Jiang Lu who destroyed the sutra repository. In the end, he faced dire retribution and perished. And now our sect has fallen under the control of Lin Muqing. Our lineage has suffered greatly. Jiang Sun's eyes widened, disregarding the latter part of Long Tian's words. Muttering to himself, that damn Jiang Lu actually dared to blow up my sutra repository. Long Tian continued sorrowfully, Master Jiang, that woman is dead, suffering her just deserts. Jiang Sun's rage peaked as he roared, she is dead? Who will compensate for my sutra repository? Dig her up and whip her corpse. Chapter 64, Skinning, Heart Extraction. Eye gouging, ear removal, whip her corpse. Long Tian was momentarily bewildered. Shouldn't the focus be on regaining control of the sect? Jiang Lu is utterly dead, having been refined into a corpse spirit, with no possibility of resurrection. Lin Muqing has already proclaimed this to the world. Jiang Lu has been interred in the Taiqing cemetery, enjoying a treatment befitting a sect leader. Despite the discontent of many, what can they do? The individual holds the power of life and death over the sect. Presently, Lin Muqing's erratic farewell has severed the sect's control. Bai Jiangfa has only just revived, and with the revered Master Jin Xing injured and in seclusion, now presents the prime opportunity to reclaim authority. Master Jiang Sun, let us not concern ourselves with Jiang Lu. She is utterly deceased, yet is still regarded as a distinguished contributor, buried within the Taiqing cemetery. Lin Muqing's consolidation of various departments has incited considerable dissatisfaction. Now that she has departed, the tides of public sentiment are tumultuous, marking the perfect moment for us to seize power. Master Jiang Sun did not heed Long Tian's counsel. This fellow had served him in the scripture pavilion for 2 to 3 years, casually bestowing a smattering of cultivation insights and allowing him to peruse numerous techniques. Who would have imagined that he would ascend to become the foremost of the sect? Unfortunately, he has been relentlessly suppressed by Lin Muqing, and only a few years have passed since then. Lin Muqing, once a mere junior disciple, now commands the entire sect. Master Jiang Sun's expression shifted continuously. This individual named Jiang Lu must have uncovered something within the scripture pavilion, for otherwise, she would not have destroyed it to eliminate evidence. Lin Muqing would not depart from Ta Ching Xian's sect at such a crucial juncture. The legendary techniques I have sought for many years must surely have been pilfered by these two little thieves, and Master Jiang Sun's fury surged within him, reddening his face with indignation. What sort of contributor is Jiang Lu, who dared to obliterate my scripture pavilion? I shall ensure she suffers eternally, even in death. Dig her up and whip her corpse. The news of Master Jiang Sun's return sent shockwaves throughout Ta Ching Xian's sect. His strength had returned. Now at the threshold of a half-step martial king, the entire sect was abuzz, yet Master Jiang Sun's path led him directly to the Ta Ching cemetery. A refined gentleman intercepted him, smiling as he inquired, Master Jiang, where are you hurrying off to? The Ta Ching cemetery is a serene resting place for our ancestors. Creating such a commotion may disturb their tranquility. This man was by Jiang He, whose cultivation had notably advanced, now merely a step away from half-step martial king. Sensing Master Jiang Sun's fierce intent, he sought to obstruct his path. Who did I think it was? Just you, sickly wretch. I have no interest in your struggle for sect power. If you wish to avoid death, step aside, Master Jiang Sun replied coldly. Bai Jiang He squinted, unable to discern the other's intentions. However, the ethereal aura emanating from Master Jiang Sun was beyond his comprehension, confirming the rumors of his breakthrough to half-step martial king were indeed true. As the sect leader of Ta Ching, appointed by the previous leader, Master Jiang, your disrespect towards me challenges the laws of our sect, Bai Jiang He scoffed, refusing to yield. Master Jiang Sun laughed, observing, it seems you are not a competent leader yourself. Having never respected the laws, Jiang Lu committed heinous acts against her fellow disciples. What punishment does she deserve for destroying the scripture pavilion and tarnishing our sect's millennium-old legacy? She unjustly killed her fellow disciples, inviting the wrath of the underworld sect, yet you declared her innocent. Bai Jiang He's expression darkened. He had been in a stupor during that period, and upon hearing of Jiang Li's shocking deeds, he could not fully comprehend, harboring a flicker of discontent. Still, she had saved his life, so he could only act per Lin Muqing's orders, unwilling to be seen as ungrateful. Master Jiang Sun continued, his tone resolute. Even in the final judgment assembly, she was deemed guilty. According to sect laws, Jiang Li's egregious crimes warrant the most severe punishments: skinning, dismemberment, gouging of eyes and ears, decapitation, and dissection. Yet she met her end so easily. Lin Muqing has disrupted and reorganized various departments, placing this favored disciple in the Ta Ching cemetery. Where, then, have the laws of our sect gone? To place personal vendettas above ancestral laws, to neglect the teachings of our forebears and betray our masters, is an unforgivable sin. Do you truly believe such a person would not disrupt the tranquility of Ta Ching Xian's ancestors? Bai Jiang He found himself momentarily at a loss for words, begrudgingly recognizing the validity of Master Jiang Sun's assertions. Upon hearing of Jiang Li's deeds, even he felt a profound shock, struggling to reconcile the information. His daughter had mentioned that Jiang Lu had saved his life, yet how many truly knew the truth? Perhaps the poison of Bai Cha was never truly resolved by her. Bai Jiang He harbored doubts he had never voiced. Jiang Lu is already dead. What more do you desire? Bai Jiang He furrowed his brow. With the principal involved now deceased, who could he turn to for justice? Master Jiang Sun smiled cruelly. I mentioned that her death should not come so easily. It cannot be long before we unearth this Jiang Lu and impose all due punishments upon her. This is to set an example and uphold the dignity of our sect's laws. To inflict punishment upon the corpse? Bai Jiang He was taken aback. Such a precedent had never been established within Ta Ching Xian's sect. It seemed a violation of natural order. I am not interested in the sect's power. I merely seek to vent my grievances, Master Jiang Sun coaxed. As I understand it, Jin Qing is injured and will not recover anytime soon. In this context, Lin Muqing is merely a junior to both you and me. How could she possibly hold sway over us? Now is the perfect opportunity. Bai Jiang He pondered for a moment. He only knew that Jiang Li's body was buried in the Ta Ching cemetery, and although Lin Muqing had instructed him to monitor the cemetery, she had disclosed not a single detail. Even Bai Shuang frequented the place. As a father, he remained in the dark, harboring a sense of unease. Master Jiang, allow me to offer a word of caution. Jiang Lu is already dead. Let us show mercy where it is due. Should you take further extreme actions, Lin Muqing will not spare you. There are pressing matters for the sect to attend to. I must take my leave, Bai Jiang He said lightly, departing. A cold glimmer flashed in Master Jiang Sun's eyes. At last, he was no longer disturbed. The legendary techniques must surely be within the other's grasp. Upon entering the Ta Ching cemetery, he indeed discovered an unusual structure, a hastily constructed wooden cabin, and a woman dressed in white, engaged in some unknown task. Signs of habitation were evident. Something was amiss. Master Jiang Sun's countenance hardened as he strode forward. I shall uncover what manner of devilry lurks here, and determine whether this is true death or mere pretense. Chapter 65 Jiang Lu's disciple, you are being well cared for, aren't you? Bai Shuang sensed an approaching presence and immediately obstructed the footsteps of Master Jiang Sun. She held a deep admiration for Jiang Lu, having once misunderstood her. She now realized that Jiang Lu was truly a benevolent soul in this world, and the responsibility of looking after her had fallen upon Bai Shuang's shoulders. Even now, Bai Shuang could not bring herself to believe that Jiang Lu was truly dead. Though her body was cold, the power within her flesh continued to pulsate. Surely, there would come a day of resurrection. Who are you? This is the sacred ground of the Taichin Xian sect. How dare you intrude so recklessly? Bai Shuang sensed the ill intentions of the newcomer and firmly positioned herself in front of the small wooden cabin. Is Jiang Lu inside? Have her come out, old man. Master Jiang Sun sneered. Jiang Lu is already deceased. The person you seek is not here. There is nothing here, Bai Shuang responded, her expression tinged with melancholy and confusion. Why does trouble still seek out a dead person? Why keep a corpse in a house instead of burying it? Do you take me for a child of 3? Master Jiang soon scoffed. If she refuses to come out on her own, I shall compel her to do so. Bai Shuang's demeanor shifted to one of vigilance as she drew her sword-shaped artifact. What do you intend to do? If you dare to advance further, I will summon my father. A cruel smile crept across Master Jiang Sun's lips. You must be Bai Shuang. It seems, for your father's sake, I might consider sparing your life. The one in your house is the most nefarious criminal of the Taichin Xian sect, having violated countless laws. How can one allow such a person to escape the clutches of death? Even if only a corpse remains, it must be subjected to dismemberment, beheadings, and various forms of punishment. In a state of extreme cultivation, Jiang Lu experienced an exceptionally rapid advancement in his realm. Now having attained the 3rd stage of the Earth realm, upon hearing the words of his revered ancestor, Jiang Sun, his interest was piqued. It turned out there was indeed such a fortunate opportunity. The progress in the realm of death could be expedited. Bai Shuang's complexion paled instantly, realizing the malevolence behind this person's intentions, as they were not even sparing the dead. Suddenly, she deduced the identity of her opponent. It was the long-vanished Jiang Sun. The latter, disinterested in further trivial conversation, emanated a formidable power that firmly restrained Bai Shuang. At that moment, she felt as though she stood before a mountain, capable of being crushed at any instant. Master Sister Jiang Lu, Bai Shuang exclaimed, her head pounding with fear. Yet, she could not hinder Jiang Sun's advance and was forcibly propelled forward. Before her lay a girl with white hair and crimson eyes, peacefully resting upon the bed, resembling a sleeping beauty rather than a corpse. How could one who had been dead for so many days show no signs of decay? Jiang Sun furrowed his brow. Realizing that the situation diverged from his expectations, Jiang Li's body emitted no trace of life, and her flesh was cold to the touch. Even from a distance, one could sense an icy chill emanating from her. Strangely, this frigid body was gradually absorbing the energy from its surroundings, which likely explained the absence of decomposition over time. I refuse to believe you are truly dead. Transforming yourself into a corpse king is nothing more than a ludicrous lie, Jiang Sun mused. He had heard tales of Jiang Lu's exploits and, despite his skepticism, had delved into the path of the corpse king. The corpses he had created never exhibited such properties, capable of absorbing surrounding energy. The only plausible explanation was a state of suspended death. Jiang Lu has acquired the legendary technique and intends to vanish from the public eye by feigning death. I refuse to believe that you can evade a blade. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Master Jiang Sun's eyes as he seized Jiang Li's wrist and delivered a swift cut. With a sharp sound, the fair skin was sliced open, and dark red blood flowed forth, each drop falling to the ground with a crisp sound. Having been dead for so long, how could the blood still be liquid? Master Jiang Sun observed with a cold smile, convinced that the opponent must have mastered the legendary technique and would inevitably reveal their true form. She is already dead. Why persist in this charade? Bai Shuang pleaded desperately. Her feelings toward Jiang Lu were complex. Once an enemy, she now felt a profound guilt after Jiang Lu had pledged their life. If one were truly dead, how could the physical form remain indistinguishable from that of the living? How could blood still flow? Master Jiang Sun laughed heartily, quietly waiting. For observing death is a form of enjoyment in itself. Jiang Li's complexion grew increasingly pale, the color draining from her lips, her once rosy hue fading to a ghastly white. A large pool of blood stained the ground, its presence disturbingly vivid. Bai Shuang called out frantically for her father's name. At last, Bai Jianghe arrived, albeit belatedly. Trembling with urgency, Bai Shuang implored, Father, you must intervene. He is harming senior sister Jiang Lu, harming her? Jiang Lu is already dead. Bai Jianghe glared at Bai Shuang with a simmering anger. Why do you waste your time here instead of diligently cultivating within the sect? Return to your training at once. Bai Shuang's eyes widened in disbelief, shocked to find her father indirectly favoring the assailant. Father, you taught me to be grateful and to repay kindness. Senior sister Jiang Lu saved your life. How can you? Bai Jianghe furrowed his brow, his impatience evident. Gratitude is owed to the living, and Jiang Lu is no longer among us. The sins she committed cannot simply be absolved by her death. Bai Shuang stood frozen, her perception of her once noble father crumbling before her. Her heart darkened, a 10% increase in her disillusionment manifesting. Bai Jianghe softened his tone slightly, opting for a more measured approach. Your ancestor, Jiang Sun, acted for the good of the entire sect. Jiang Lu is dead. If her remains can still serve a purpose, it would contribute to the sect's interests. He did not await Bai Shuang's retort. Bai Jianghe forcibly pulled Bai Shuang away, swiftly departing the scene. Lin Muqing will not let this go. Bai Shuang cried out in her final lament before being struck unconscious and taken away. Jiang Sun regarded the situation with disdain. Lin Muqing is merely a rising talent. What is she truly worth? In this Tai Ching sect, there is no one I fear to eliminate, nor any corpse I hesitate to whip. Jianglu could not suppress her smile as a notification echoed in her mind. Having perished from excessive blood loss, her understanding of the essence of death increased by 5. Lin Muqing had to admit that luck was on her side. Upon arriving at the Donglai Chamber of Commerce, she encountered an eccentric old man selling medicine at the entrance. Having seen him in her past life, she immediately recognized him as the ghostly physician, Xiaoruoxing. To her surprise, he was traveling in Beizhou. Knowing his temperament, he claimed that there was no ailment that could not be cured. As long as the physical body remained intact, he could bring someone back to life. After Lin Muqing recounted the peculiar affliction, the corpse she had refined bore no difference to a living person. The ghostly physician Xiaoruoxing became intrigued, declaring at least a 90 survival probability for such a complex case. He genuinely wished to test it. Lin Muqing continuously hoped to return to the Tai Ching Xuanzong soon. Little Jianglu must be taken care of exceptionally well. Chapter 66, 1,000 arrows piercing the heart. Master Jiang soon squinted his eyes. Noticing that apart from Jiang Li's increasingly pale complexion, there were no further signs of life. She appeared to be truly lifeless, motionless as if she were a corpse. Ultimately, her blood had dried up. Only the pale flesh remained on her delicate wrist. The young girl lay quietly on the bed, a frail hand hanging over the edge. Her white hair cascading around her, and her crimson eyes dimmed, resembling a withered white bellflower. The floor was stained with dark red blood, transforming the once wooden surface into a shade reminiscent of death. Could it be? Had she really succumbed? Master Jiangsun harbored doubts. Her condition was exceedingly bizarre. Teetering on the brink of death. The rumored poison of Bicha, could it truly be so easily neutralized? I refuse to believe in such absurdity unless there is some secret concealed within you. A glimmer of interest flickered in Master Jiangsun's eyes. The body, undeterred by decay, appeared as lifelike as ever. Tell me, how could such a person be dead? Corpse water. This is an essential tool for my journeys through the martial world. Capable of silencing any adversary. Not even a mere earthly realm could withstand it. Even the flesh of a martial king could be reduced to mere sludge. Master Jiangsun extended his hand, retrieving a small black vial containing various malevolent substances, distilled into a wicked energy with corrosive properties that no warrior's flesh could endure. Drip. A drop of thick black liquid fell to the ground. The wooden floor immediately emitted a sizzling sound. The effect was highly satisfactory to Master Jiangsun. Carefully, he let a drop fall onto Jiang Li's face. It did not produce the expected hissing sound but instead seamlessly absorbed like a droplet of water. After that, Jiang Li's delicate face gradually flushed with a rosy hue, regaining much of its vitality. Jiangsun, the ancestral master, stood in a state of disbelief. After all, this was corpse-dissolving liquid, went on to show it some respect. Indeed, something peculiar was at play. A glimmer of intrigue flickered in Jiangsun's eyes. It was clear that the potency of the corpse-dissolving liquid was insufficient to erode the flesh of the subject. It appeared that he had no choice but to unleash his ultimate weapon. With utmost caution, Jiangsun opened another vial, a cruel smile spreading across his face. This was a dark substance he had discovered in the abyss, one that would lead any living being it touched to a swift demise, as it corroded their very essence. He had only dared to collect a minuscule amount. In fact, he had come perilously close to death just by inhaling its faintest trace. The memory sent shivers down his spine. By a stroke of fortune, he had managed to gather this minute quantity of the black substance, unaware of its true potential. Save for the knowledge of its devastating impact on martial artists. Taking a deep breath, Jiangsun mixed the corpse-dissolving liquid with the dark substance, confident that the combined effects would be exponentially potent. Without further ado, he maniacally dripped the mixture onto Jiang Li's face, as if witnessing the wilting of a bellflower. The inky liquid coursed down her cheek, seeping into the corner of her mouth, an unrelenting stream, until he had emptied half the vial, yet she remained largely unresponsive. Then, following this, Jiang Li's complexion grew even more radiant. Suddenly, she noticed. The aura emanating from Jiang Lu has grown remarkably formidable, as he has mysteriously transcended to the third tier of the Earth realm. Grandmaster Jiangsun's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at the two vials in his hands. Utterly taken aback, as if he had stumbled upon a new continent. This corpse-transforming liquid, this dark substance, when these two are amalgamated, they possess the potential to elevate a martial artist's cultivation. A glimmer of wisdom shone in Grandmaster Jiangsun's eyes. Could it be that I am a genius? The application of the corpse-transforming liquid had no noticeable effect on Jiang Lu. However, when the two substances merged, even deceased bodies could enhance their cultivation. Could it be that various forces counterbalance each other, forming a novel type of energy devoid of side effects? Curse be it, it truly is a misfortune. Grandmaster Jiangsun muttered under his breath, feeling a pang of anguish. The collection of the dark substance is exceedingly arduous. Previously, during that venture into the abyss, he had expended considerable effort to procure this meager amount. He had poured over half a vial for Jiang Lu. Jiang Lu continued to observe the scene, as the system's notification echoed once more in his mind. Choked by the black liquid, he succumbed to asphyxiation, resulting in a 5-point increase in his comprehension of the essence of death. Jiang Li's heart blossomed with joy. Not only had he experienced a boost in power without any side effects, but he had also deepened his understanding of the concept of death. Master Jiangsun, you are truly a good person. Meanwhile, a flurry of explosive thoughts surged within Jiang Sun's mind. If his conception were to materialize, it would unveil a mysterious energy capable of altering the dynamics of the northern state. Long Tian had been successfully persuaded by his master, wearing a foolish grin. Long Tian, you have accompanied me for so many years, yet I have nothing to offer you. I feel quite embarrassed, but now an extraordinary opportunity has arisen. After much consideration, I believe you are the most suitable candidate, Jiang Sun declared earnestly. Long Tian suddenly raised his head, overwhelmed with emotion. Master, I have done nothing worthy of such regard. Without your guidance, I would not be the Long Tian of today. Jiang Sun chuckled. This is the gift I present to you. He gestured towards a stunning beauty with silvery hair and crimson eyes, quietly lying on the bed, exuding an ethereal yet tragic allure. Jiang Lu? Long Tian exclaimed in disbelief. Could it be that Master intended to bestow Jiang Lu upon him? He scrutinized the lifeless girl, her delicate features undeniably exquisite, despite her cold, motionless form. It was not entirely out of the question. Jiang Sun, utterly speechless, thought it absurd that one could be so depraved. He gave Long Tian a couple of firm taps on the head. What I mean is, I can enhance your strength without any side effects. Jiang Sun proudly produced a vial of concoction. This is the secret to achieving the status of a half-step martial king. You may only consume a single drop. Long Tian's eyes sparkled with fervor as he contemplated this, bowing respectfully. Thank you, master. Upon receiving the small jade bottle, his hands trembled slightly, his breath quivering. An inner turmoil ensued, a fierce battle within himself. It was all or nothing, even if he were to consume the entire treasure, after all. He was Jiang Sun's disciple and would not face dire consequences. Driven by greed, Long Tian seized the moment and gulped it down. Long Tian. Jiang Sun's eyes widened in shock. How could this usually obedient disciple exhibit such insatiable greed? Master, I. Long Tian regretted his impulsive decision the moment he swallowed. His body felt as if it were ablaze, skin rotting away in patches, hair falling out, transforming him into a grotesque figure in mere seconds. Reduced to a puddle of remains, Jiang Sun glanced at the rosy-cheeked Jiang Lu and then at his transformed disciple, remaining stunned for a couple of seconds before erupting in furious curses. That damn Jiang Lu, deceiving me even in death. My obedient disciple met such a tragic end. I refuse to believe I cannot deal with your corpse, having stolen my legendary technique, and yet your physical resilience is so formidable. Dead? What a farce. Before all, I shall shoot you with 1,000 arrows and see whether you are truly dead or merely pretending. Chapter 67. The familiar silver-haired figure on the pillar in Hanshui prison. While He Yao was engrossed in his activities, a series of beeping sounds interrupted him. This was the sound of a restriction placed near Jiang Li's close friend. It would emit noise if someone trespassed. What an annoyance! Why does this restriction keep ringing? Could something be amiss with Jiang Li's friend? He Yao hesitated for a moment. Tang Su also paused, breathless and pale, as if all her energy had been siphoned away. Seizing the opportunity while the old monster was momentarily distracted, Tang Su finally found a moment to rest, her eyes filled with boundless hatred. Wait. I will surely return to my peak soon and trample you beneath my feet. Lost in thought, a sharp slap echoed as He Yao struck Tang Su's face, angrily reprimanding her. What are you doing? You lazy, good-for-nothing. Why have you stopped? Jiang Li's good sisters are certainly fine. It is merely an illusion. In high spirits, the dark demon, with eyes shut, presses on. In the sect's plaza, the biting cold wind howls, and the temperature has plummeted to its nadir. Jiang Lu was bound to the central pillar, her crimson eyes slightly ajar, devoid of any vitality. Only a cold emptiness remained. It is hard for anyone to believe that this was merely a lifeless body. Master Jin Chung was fully engrossed in seclusion, indifferent to worldly matters. While Bai Shuang had been brought by her father, by Jiangfa, yet all her cultivation had been suppressed, rendering her utterly powerless. Father, Jiangla saved your life. Without her, you would still be lying in bed. A life exchanged for a life, how can you treat her this way? Bai Shuang bit her lip, fixating her gaze on Bai Jiangha. She was a person of unwavering conviction. Once she had made up her mind, it was difficult to sway her. Only after witnessing the stark realities of the sect did she comprehend the fickleness of human nature. Bai Shuang, cease your foolishness. Whether Jiangla saves me or not is inconsequential. She is already afflicted by the poison of the green tea and is not long for this world. How can you deem it an exchange of lives? Bai Jiangha waved his sleeve, his voice laced with fury. Moreover, I never asked her to save me. Whether she chooses to assist me is her own volition. How can you imply otherwise? Jiang Lu is already but a corpse. Do you wish to witness me contend with Master Jiang Sun over a lifeless body, tarnishing the reputation of the Taiqing Xuanzong? Would you find satisfaction in everyone witnessing such ridicule? Bai Shuang's face drained of color as she regarded Bai Jiangha with a newfound seriousness, feeling an unfamiliarity towards this father figure. In her childhood, he had taught her to be kind and to appreciate the kindness of others. Yet now, he had forgotten even this simplest of principles. At this moment, Bai Shuang's faith was utterly shattered, obliterated by the very person she had cherished the most. From Bai Shuang's darkening heart, a surge of negativity increased by 20, reaching a total of 100. The second phase of the main storyline mission was completed, granting the host 5,000 points of fortune. A prompt resonated within Jiang Li's mind, leading her to realize the profound transformation in her own level. Host, Jiang Legender, female fortune, 5,006 points. V5. Identity. Center cultivation. Earth realm. Third stage special physique. Celestial extreme demon body survival status. Near death unbeknownst to her. Under various enhancements, her fortune level had ascended to level 5. The interface had also undergone a significant alteration. After severing her master-disciple relationship with Lin Muqing, her identity shifted to that of a sinner. Now, let the storm come forth, fiercer than ever. Jiang Lu was in an exhilarating state. Each encounter with death only served to augment her strength, devoid of any sensation of pain. Essentially, it was akin to cultivating while reclining. Even when faced with the most terrifying injuries, her formidable absorption ability would restore her completely. Father, you have truly changed. Bai Shuang was in excruciating agony. Her expression gradually turning frigid. She placed a hand over her heart, which seemed to lack warmth. Have I changed? Bai Shuang, this is the first lesson your father imparts to you. In this world, there exists no concept of propriety or shame. These notions are mere illusions for the weak, while the strong are free to shatter the rules. Bai Jiangke waved his hand, directly sealing Bai Shuang's powers and silencing her voice. Bai Shuang's heart felt as if it had succumbed to a profound stillness. Upon perceiving Bai Shuang's condition, Jiang Lu couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Bai Shuang had lost the last vestige of kindness within her heart. In this world, however, there were more opportunities for survival. With gain comes loss. The disciples of the Taiqing Xuanzong fell into a profound silence. Indeed, Jiang Lu had procured numerous benefits for them. The meager amount of martial currency in their hands was sufficient to sustain their cultivation. The adversaries had already perished, and even their corpses were not spared. Although there were some grievances against Master Jiang Sun, they dared not voice their discontent. The old man had perused the previous testimonies from the trial. Master Jiang Sun scoffed, declaring that this individual named Jiang Lu was utterly sinful, disturbing the order of the sect. After extensive deliberation, her guilt was reaffirmed, and her master-disciple bond with Lin Muqing was severed. Only those of corrupt character would be so easily dismissed. To die so effortlessly was too lenient for her. She ought to be subjected to the punishment of 1,000 arrows piercing her heart. After stating this, Master Jiang Sun approached Jiang Lu, speaking coldly. I know you are not truly dead. Do not attempt to deceive us with such a feigned demise. Quickly surrender the legendary martial arts technique, or else. Jiang Li's gaze remained vacant, devoid of any spark. Master Jiang Sun initially intended to force Jiang Lu out of her feigned death in front of the public, compelling all to expose her transgressions. However, even now, there was still no response. He could not bring himself to believe that Jiang Lu was truly dead. Very well. One who refuses a toast must drink to a penalty. Master Jiang Sun had lost all patience. Release the arrows. The hesitation among the hundreds of archers vanished in an instant as 2 of their number were ruthlessly struck down by Jiang Sun. Their bodies reduced to mere pulp upon impact. A chill swept through the disciples' hearts. They hastily loosed their arrows, daring not to linger even for a moment. In the distance, Lin Muqing rushed back, accompanied by the half-ghostly physician. Showerwashing chuckled, saying, I have already gathered information about the patient you mentioned. As long as the physical body remains intact, I assure you I can save them. Upon hearing this assurance, Lin Muqing exhaled deeply. The two, observing from afar, witnessed the chaotic scene at the sect. Countless arrows soared through the air, creating a spectacle both grand and terrifying. The punishment of 1,000 arrows to the heart? Who had committed such grievous sins? Lin Muqing furrowed her brow, seldom witnessing such brutal punishment. Upon closer inspection, she recognized the figure on the stone pillar. Its silhouette strikingly familiar, white hair and crimson eyes. In the next moment, it felt as though her mind were being struck by a colossal hammer. Her vision turned crimson with rage and despair. Jiang Lu. Chapter 68. Atonement. Gratitude to the great deity for not allowing desires to shatter your will. The speed of the arrows was simply too swift. Lin Muqing could not possibly catch up, forced to watch in horror. Hundreds of arrows were loosed in several rounds, transforming into countless streaks of light, all aimed at Jiang Lu. Thud. The first long arrow pierced Jiang Li's chest, penetrating deeply and securing her to the column behind her, black blood splattering in every direction. Lin Muqing felt a surge of blood and qi within her, overwhelmed by dizziness. It was as if the arrow had struck her own heart, the pain splitting her asunder, her entire body trembling violently. Jiang Lu. Jiang Lu. Lin Muqing cried out desperately. Thud. 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 The remaining arrows also found their mark in Jiang Li's body, embedding themselves deep within her flesh, almost entirely submerging her in a gruesome display. The slender form of the girl was left battered and bloodied, a sight of utter misery. In Jiang Li's mind, a flurry of notifications echoed. Pierced through the heart by an arrow, the comprehension of the essence of death increased by 1. Pierced through the liver. Pierced through the lungs. The understanding of death surged wildly, incrementing by 1 repeatedly. Ultimately, the comprehension of death reached a staggering 99 before it finally came to a halt. In the end, Jiang Li's physical form had been utterly transformed into that of a hedgehog, rendered unrecognizable as a human, almost entirely crushed, with blood splattered everywhere. He truly bore the torment of 1,000 arrows piercing his heart. Showerwashing rubbed his eyes, having traversed the martial world for many years. His strength had long ascended to the celestial realm. The title of Ghost Doctor was no mere facade. Throughout the 5 states, there was no patient he could not save. After countless years of practicing medicine, he had lost all interest in ordinary ailments. It was only such dire conditions that piqued his curiosity. However, if a person were reduced to mere fragments, even divine intervention would prove futile. I can save patients, and even a corpse is not beyond remedy. But this is hardly even a corpse. Even if my master were to arrive, there would be no hope left. With a heavy sigh, Showerwashing lamented. When he next beheld Lin Muqing, she had swiftly manifested in the center of the sect square, emanating a terrifying aura of icy coldness. The remaining arrows hung suspended in the air, instantly solidified by an endless surge of water vapor, transforming into ice arrows that radiated a chilling light. She is dead, mangled by the poison of green tea, reduced to this wretched state. For the sake of the sect, how could you treat her so? Lin Muqing cried out to the heavens, each word laced with piercing anguish. Her heart felt so cold, so painful. The icy arrows shot forth with a ruthless and unrelenting intent to kill. The disciples, trained as archers, wailed in desperation. Elder Lin, we too have been coerced. Do not indiscriminately slay the innocent. They pleaded. This is wrong. As the sect's authority, how could you massacre us like this? Countless disciples were shaken to their core. The terrifying arrows were a form of indiscriminate attack, numbering in the thousands, showing no mercy whatsoever. No matter how fervently they pleaded, their cries fell on deaf ears. The sounds of agony, pleas for mercy, and wails of despair reverberated throughout the air. Upon witnessing the ice arrows surrounding them, Jiang Sun, the ancestral master, remained entirely unfazed. With a wave of his sleeve, he effortlessly obliterated the ice arrows. The power of a half-step martial king was not to be underestimated. Let them all perish. Lin Muqing seemed oblivious to the chaos around her, the world distorting in her perception as she laughed madly, stumbling unsteadily towards Jiang Li's direction. Jiang Lu now finds himself in an utterly wretched state. His body is riddled with arrows, leaving no part unscathed, and from a distance, one can scarcely discern anything but a foreign object embedded within him. Lin Muqing's eyes glisten with tears that cascade down her cheeks, stained a deep crimson, blood tears. Weakness overtakes her legs, and she collapses before Jiang Lu. My dear disciple, does it hurt terribly? I am so sorry for you. I should never have left you alone. Nor should I have entrusted you to the Taqin Xian sect, and I certainly should not have placed my faith in these scoundrels. Lin Muqing attempts to remove the arrows from his body, only to discover the sheer number of them is overwhelming. As she pulls one out, she inadvertently tears away a portion of flesh along with it. At that moment, Jiang Lu will inevitably miss a part, much like a colossal puzzle gradually losing its pieces. Until ultimately, nothing remains. This is derived from Lin Muqing's knife's critical level increasing by 20. Jiang Lu, unable to bear the weight of his heart, gently closed his eyes. He yearned to confide in his master, for if he could comprehend the essence of death to 100, he could hasten the end of his extreme cultivation, ultimately reshaping his body and achieving the pinnacle of existence. Yet, the disciple's heart ached profoundly. Having reached this juncture, it was an unavoidable path. Master Qingqing, I have wronged you. Lin Muqing took a considerable amount of time to extricate the arrows embedded in Jiang Li's body, channeling her own energy to painstakingly mend his form. Yet, only a vague silhouette remained visible. The damage was too severe. Abruptly, Lin Muqing turned her gaze, her eyes alight with crimson fury and desolation. What transgression has my disciple committed? Those slain were deserving of their fates, mere traitors of the sect, and in doing so, a decaying system was salvaged. Are you not aware, you beneficiaries of the status quo? The remaining disciples, witnessing Lin Muqing's frenzied state, dared not utter a word, suppressing their breaths in trepidation. Lin Muqing's gaze shifted towards Bai Jianghe. This is how you repay the life my disciple sacrificed to save yours. Bai Jianghe's expression darkened ominously as he replied coldly. Elder Lin, is this how you address the sect leader? She was merely a lowly disciple, a worthless life traded for mine. Is that not a fair exchange? The Judgment Assembly has long decreed her death, and you were among the voters. The true murderer of Jiang Lu is clearly you. Why do you cast the blame upon me? Lin Muqing paused, realization dawning upon her. I, too, am complicit in Jiang Li's demise. The pain in her heart was unbearable. Grandmaster Jiang soon cast a disdainful glance at Lin Muqing, stating coldly, Lin Muqing, how dare you return to the sect? Look at the sins of this disciple you have raised, perishing in vain. We are merely fulfilling the penalties dictated by the Judgment Assembly. As her master, you must bear some responsibility as well. Indeed, we are all culpable. Let us share in the responsibility. Lin Muqing wiped away the blood and tears from her eyes and gently laid Jiang Lu down. Her voice was icy and devoid of compassion as she approached Grandmaster Jiang Sun step by step. I am Jiang Li's master. I, too, shall descend into hell. And you shall follow. The aura surrounding Lin Muqing became exceedingly unstable, her power erupting violently, transforming the celestial blue essence into a distinctive black. Around her, icy, ethereal flames flickered with an otherworldly glow. Jiang Lu murmured softly, the heartless sacred body has awakened. Jiang Sun, the elder master, furrowed his brow, a chill creeping into his heart as he silently took a step back. Lin Muqing, what? Do you still wish to sacrifice yourself for this wayward disciple? Is it worth burning your original power? In a flash, Lin Muqing's dark figure appeared, indistinguishable from teleportation. Suddenly, a hand seized Jiang Sun's head with ferocious intent. We shall descend to hell together to atone for our sins. Chapter 69. Absolutely impossible, how could this be? Jiang Sun was utterly unable to grasp his opponent as shadow, who had appeared before him like a wraith, seeking death. "I am your elder. How dare you commit such an act of rebellion?" Jiang Sun roared, humiliated by being seized by a junior disciple. Boom. The aura of a half-step martial king erupted from Jiang Sun. What is a martial king? It is the pinnacle of martial cultivation. When the physical body and spiritual power reach their zenith, one can manifest their divine soul. For martial artists below the martial king, lacking a divine soul, they are virtually doomed. The disparity in realms is akin to a divine gift, augmented by the power of the divine soul, resulting in an immense increase in strength, a hundredfold enhancement, indeed the greatest cause of their difference. A half-step martial king signifies that the physical body and spiritual power have reached their limits, yet the divine soul has yet to be formed. How could a mere martial artist contend? Yet, in the next moment, a terrifying aura surged from Jiang Sun as he lowered his head and let out a furious roar. Still, he remained firmly grasped by Lin Muqing. It was akin to an old tortoise attempting to retract its head, only to be held fast, moving only slightly, as if shifting its shell. How could such strength exist? Jiang Sun's mind spun. In the next heartbeat, a terrifying force struck, and Jiang Sun's head collided violently with the ground, his wrinkled visage meeting the earth in a most intimate embrace. Bang! A resounding crash echoed. "Old fool. Jiang Lu is merely a pure and kind-hearted girl. How can you bear to harm her?" Lin Muqing's expression twisted with rage. Jiang Sun was in a far worse state. His nose had completely collapsed, 2 teeth were lost, blood and flesh were a grotesque mash, rendering him unrecognizable from the venerable ancestor he had just been. Upon closer inspection, Lin Muqing's strength had broken through to the 9th stage of the celestial realm. Distinct from ordinary strong warriors, her internal power immensely robust and her spiritual force boundless. Jiang Sun had evidently reached the half-step martial king. Both had attained pinnacle cultivation, yet Lin Muqing was still beyond Jiang Sun's reach. As if he were facing a martial king. This was nothing short of sheer audacity. To have my face trampled upon the ground, I must teach this junior a lesson. The culmination of physical and spiritual prowess is beyond your comprehension, and now I must unleash my true power. Jiang Sun was consumed by rage, awakening from his earlier shock. Muttering incantations. Sword cloud. Before he could finish his incantation, Lin Muqing picked up a broken sword from the ground and forcefully drove it into Jiang Sun's eye socket, causing his right eyeball to explode in a gruesome spectacle. His head was brutally smashed down once more. Jiang Sun's shriek pierced the air, his aura thoroughly disrupted. It was not that her combat prowess was lacking, but rather an absolute suppression. In every aspect, she could not be harmed by Lin Muqing. Do you understand the suffering my disciple endures? This is merely one arrow, yet my disciple bears the weight of thousands. As your exalted master, can you fathom her pain? To be pierced, and then pierced again. Lin Muqing released her grip, weeping in anguish. Jiang Sun felt a jolt to his very core, frantically stepping back. The long arrow still lodged in his eye socket, blood cascading downwards. "You, betrayer of the master, a disgrace to the ancestors." With both body and spirit pushed to their limits. How could Lin Muqing completely suppress me? Surely, you employ some evil technique. Lin Muqing, you have indeed fallen into the path of darkness. Jiang Sun's speech faltered. Unable to accept this truth, his heart brimming with shock and fear, as more conjectures were confirmed. Everything became clear. Lin Muqing had undoubtedly acquired the legendary technique spoken of by Master Ta Ching, for her strength could not have surged to such heights otherwise. She had reached a point beyond suppression. For the first time, Lin Muqing smiled, her voice icy. "What you deem as the pinnacle is merely the threshold of my abilities. To kill you, old dog, is as simple as breathing. However, I shall not take your life so easily. I wish for you to experience the sensation of 1,000 arrows piercing your heart. Is it not excruciatingly delightful?" Jiang Sun, knowing he was no match, cried out, quickly. "Someone stop this wayward creature. Today, she dares to betray her master." The other disciples exchanged glances, fearful, scattering like birds startled from their roost. Jiang Sun cursed under his breath, truly a pack of useless fools, not a single one dares to make a move at this critical moment. Sword cloud technique. Jiang Sun gritted his teeth, waving his sleeve. Countless long swords manifested before him, conjured as if they were clouds, descending with profound pressure. Lin Muqing wielded her ice sword, effortlessly shattering the incoming sword cloud, dispelling it with ease. Jiang Sun was struck with disbelief. This was his unique technique, yet it was so easily dismantled. Then, a chilling aura enveloped the surroundings, freezing the very air itself. Most terrifyingly, it was not merely the temperature of the body that froze. Jiang Sun felt his thoughts slowing, as if encased in ice. Suddenly, a sickening sound echoed as one of his arms was brutally severed, exploding into a mist in midair. Jiang Sun was powerless to resist. After the flash of sword light, he let out a wretched cry. His body was a ruin, lacking any good flesh, even his limbs severed, leaving only his torso writhing like a worm. Lin Muqing, spare me. Jiang Sun's formidable presence had vanished, fearfully begging for mercy, his disfigured head repeatedly bowing in supplication. Suddenly, a powerful aura surged forth. "Muqing, he is after all an elder of the sect. Do cease your actions at once." It was Master Jin Cheng, arriving belatedly to mediate. Lin Muqing's eyes held no warmth, coldly declaring, absolutely impossible. A single sword stroke severed the head of Master Jiang Sun, blood surging into the heavens. Chapter 70. Do not despair, there is still hope. Master Jiang Sun was thus slain. Even the arrival of Master Jin Qing and his esteemed status could not avert this tragedy. All martial artists stood utterly dumbfounded at that moment. Master Jiang Sun held a high rank within the sect and possessed remarkable talent. Even Master Jin Qing found himself at a disadvantage. And yet, he was directly killed by Lin Muqing. Master Jin Qing stared blankly at the scene before him, fury etched upon his face for the first time. Lin Muqing, is there no longer a sense of law? He could be considered your elder, and yet you dared to strike him down. Do you believe I will not send you to the cold water prison this very moment? Lin Muqing merely chuckled, retreating silently until he stood beside Jiang Lu, carefully cradling him in his arms. The body was cold, shattered beyond repair. Blood seeped continuously from the torn skin, with many clots already dried and congealed upon him. Even the once crimson pupils had turned black. Let them send me away. I too wish to know how frigid the waters of that prison truly are, and how much suffering my disciple Jiang Lu has endured. As a master, I desire to experience it myself. Lin Muqing lifted his head, a smile upon his lips. Yet his entire being radiated an aura of desolation, his eyes devoid of life. His heart felt as though it were reduced to ashes. In that moment, Jiang Lu seemed to sense the warmth of Lin Muqing, a gentle heat enveloping her. The essence of death had already been comprehended to a staggering 99. To be precise, Jiang Lu could barely maintain control over her broken body, yet she must attain a full 100 to ultimately reconstruct her physical form. Achieving the pinnacle of the earthly realm requires a flawless corporeal body. In this realm, one refines the physical vessel, while in the celestial realm, one cultivates the spirit. Only when both aspects reach their zenith can the soul be transcended. Each foundational step is indispensable. Jiang Lu still refrains from taking any rash actions. If he were to suddenly come to life in such a manner, would not the situation become rather awkward? He must patiently await an opportune moment. Only by completing the final 1% can he truly make his grand reappearance. Otherwise, the conclusion would be rather unsatisfactory. Jiang Lu initially intended to leave the Taqing Xian sect, but upon reflecting on her master's attitude, she suddenly felt that if she did not intervene, Lin Muqing might indeed be willing to sacrifice everything, vowing to follow him to the death. If that were to occur, it would lead to a regrettable outcome for Jiang Lu. To prevent such a situation, she must make her entrance at the appropriate moment. Master Jin Qing found himself momentarily at a loss for words, gazing at his rebellious disciple, unsure of how to address her. Little Jiang Lu, such a kind-hearted girl. Everything she does is for the hope that you might live well. How could she be so reckless with her own life? Jin Qing let out a deep sigh. Casting one last glance at Jiang Sun's lifeless body, after all, the opponent was already dead. What did it matter if he was a half-step martial king? With the body left behind, it would go unnoticed. He could only allow Lin Muqing to continue his reckless antics. Very well then, since you have created this mess, you shall be the one to resolve it. Jin Qing truly wished to distance himself from this chaos and staggered away. Not far off, Bai Jianghe stood stunned, feeling a sense of dread. This was not a place to linger. He never expected Lin Muqing to possess such formidable strength. Yet, before he could escape, Lin Muqing intercepted him. With a single strike, the 9th-tier heaven realm expert Bai Jianghe was violently slammed to the ground, rendered utterly incapacitated. Your life was granted to you by my disciple. Such ingratitude demonstrates a complete lack of decency, Lin Muqing remarked, casting a glance at him. Bai Jianghe's face flushed crimson. Clearly distressed. Lin Muqing, I am still the sect leader of Taqing Xian. I share your sorrow over Jiang Li's plight. I was coerced into this situation and had no other choice. Jiang Sun is a half-step martial king. If I did not assist him, he would have threatened to kill Bai Shuang and use my daughter against me. As a father, how could I stand by and watch my daughter perish before my eyes? If your father were still alive, he would surely understand my actions. Bai Jianghe spat blood, his voice weak as he implored Lin Muqing. Ultimately, seeing that Lin Muqing remained unmoved, his dark aura swirling ominously, he continued to fixate on him. The icy sword in Lin Muqing's hand capable of claiming his life at any moment. If you do not believe me, you may inquire of Bai Shuang. She is my daughter and has been caring for Jiang Lu. She can attest to my claims. For the sake of my daughter, I beseech you to spare my life. Bai Jianghe gritted his teeth and deeply knelt, without hesitation. Bai Shuang stood coldly aside, her heart unmoved by her father's desperate pleas. Calmly, Bai Shuang spoke. It was he who forcibly abducted me while I was caring for Jiang Lu. Otherwise, we would not be in this predicament. You may kill or punish me as you wish, Elder Lin. Please act according to the sect's laws. Bai Jianghe was utterly stunned. This was his beloved daughter, who had traveled countless miles to save him, pleading with every elder. How could she not speak in his defense now? Bai Shuang, I am your father. How can you speak so recklessly? Quickly explained to Elder Lin that it was all beyond my control. Bai Jianghe signaled to Bai Shuang, but she remained unaffected, coldly stating, Father, when I was 3 years old, you taught me my first lesson. One must always speak the truth. I have adhered to this principle. At 24, you imparted another lesson, saying that in this world, there is no decorum or shame. Only the strong may break the rules. In front of Elder Lin. Do my words hold any weight? Bai Jianghe was left speechless. How had his daughter transformed into such a stranger? He had once been the center of her world. And now it felt as if that bond had vanished. I shall not kill you. However, I will reclaim what my disciple has given you. Lin Muqing's tone was frigid as he seized Bai Jianghe, striking his abdomen with formidable force. In an instant, every meridian in Bai Jianghe's body shattered, completely obliterated by Lin Muqing. His entire life as cultivation was rendered null, and he would never tread the path of a warrior again. Bai Jianghe sat limply on the ground, a sect leader who had reached the pinnacle of power in the northern state, now reduced to a mere cripple. Gazing at his daughter, who remained cold and indifferent, he realized he was utterly alone. "Father, for the rest of your life, I will take care of you," Bai Shuang said, grasping Bai Jianghe's leg and silently dragging him away. Once everything had concluded, Lin Muqing closed his eyes, looking at his bloodied and battered disciple, gently cradling him in his embrace. "Jianglu, I have come to accompany you." Lin Muqing felt as though her life had plunged into an abyss of darkness, where everything seemed devoid of meaning. Just as she was about to sever her own life force, Shower Washing urgently halted her, speaking earnestly. "Wait, your disciple still has hope." Chapter 71, Trading My Life for My Masters, the Fifth Gift. Still has hope? Lin Muqing paused, gazing at Shower Washing, her eyes filled with disbelief. "My disciple? She still has hope?" Jiang Li's pupils had transformed into a shade of dark crimson, although his previous physical form had been frigid. The peculiar aspect was that his blood continued to flow, almost indistinguishable from that of a living being. However, the situation had changed. His patchwork body now exhibited signs of coagulated blood in numerous areas. Was there truly a chance for salvation? Shower Washing nodded earnestly, digging at his nose as he confidently proclaimed, "There is no ailment in this world that I, the ghost doctor, cannot cure. This is merely a trivial matter, insignificant indeed." Lin Muqing's eyes widened, a wave of ecstatic hope flooding her heart. There was still a chance. Everything still held the possibility of revival. "Mr. Xiao, what preparations do I need to make?" Lin Muqing asked, her voice trembling with gravity. "If I can be of use in any way, I am willing to risk my life 1,000 times over." Shower Washing waved his hand dismissively, a grin spreading across his face. "As a ghost doctor, I adhere to a particular principle. I do not treat common ailments or perplexing conditions. They are beneath me. Only when faced with terminal illnesses, when all hope seems lost, do I offer my services free of charge. Currently, there is a 99% chance that I can successfully revive your disciple. I assure you of this. If your disciple Jiang Lu remains in a state of uncertainty regarding life and death today, I will not only tarnish my reputation as the ghost doctor, but I shall also descend to accompany her." Shower Washing pledged fervently, casting a knowing glance at Jiang Lu, almost as if in jest. Jiang Lu could continuously observe the surrounding circumstances. It seems that the reputation of the infamous ghost doctor is indeed well-deserved. It is likely that she is currently in a state of extreme death cultivation. Not exposing her condition has already granted Jiang Lu considerable respect. Lin Muqing's eyes sparkled with delight as Mr. Xiao solemnly continued, "It is indeed serious. Prepare some medicinal herbs for me, for only then can the subsequent treatment commence. I require Chao Wu, Tian Nanxing, Tong Yin Mo, Hong Ta, Chao Yin Mo Xie, and Qian Guan Duzhu." Lin Muqing hesitated for a moment upon hearing this. These are all highly toxic substances. Could they truly revive Jiang Lu when combined? Yet, recalling her memories from a past life, she realized that the ghost doctor Shower Washing could not possibly be deceiving her. Moreover, he had provided assurances that it might indeed be the potent effects of these various toxic substances that could yield a powerful remedy. Without further delay, Lin Muqing set about her preparations. With over 20 million martial coins at her disposal, acquiring these materials from the Donglai Chamber of Commerce was hardly a daunting task. In no time, all the various toxic ingredients were gathered, and she even procured a massive cauldron as per Shower Washing specifications. The ghost doctor murmured to himself, "These are my treasures. I hope they serve you well and are not wasted." He placed the toxic materials into the cauldron and added some mysterious liquid, concocting a pot of dark broth that emitted a peculiar, acrid odor from a distance. Could this truly be effective? Lin Muqing could only surrender to fate and place her hopes entirely in Shower Washing. "I have prepared the potion," he stated. "The rest depends on you. Let Jiang Lu soak in this medicinal broth for no more than 2 hours, and your disciple shall be successfully revived." Lin Muqing's eyes glittered with anticipation, though a trace of anxiety lingered in her heart. She had yet to devise how to face Jiang Lu afterwards. Quickly, she set up a restrictive barrier, employing secret techniques learned in her past life, which ordinary individuals could not breach. Focused entirely on reviving Jiang Lu, the liquid within the cauldron bubbled and thickened, emitting a series of lively gurgles. Jiang Lu could only sigh inwardly. This ghostly physician was indeed formidable. For her, these were truly potent, nourishing substances. At last, it provided her with a means of retreat, yet it was lamentable that only one remained in the cultivation of the final realm of death, preventing her from reconstructing her physical form and attaining an unparalleled state of perfection. Lin Muqing closed her eyes, and with utmost caution, Jiang Lu was placed within. The girl's pale body intertwined with the dark broth, her heart racing with a mixture of anxiety and complexity. Contrary to her expectations, the anticipated scene did not unfold. Instead, Jiang Lu's body began to heal gradually, even under the weight of such terrifying wounds, as various fissures slowly expanded. Jiang Lu could sense his growing strength, which was reciprocated by the world around him. In no time, his shattered physique was restored to its original state, and an abrupt transformation occurred in his aura. Earth Realm. 4th stage. Earth Realm. 5th stage. Ultimately, his power reached the 7th stage of the Earth realm and came to a halt. He had achieved a remarkable elevation of 3 stages. Jiang Li's fingers emerged from the water's surface, trembling momentarily. This caused Lin Muqing's heart to quiver abruptly. It worked. My disciple Jiang Lu is on the verge of resurrection. Jiang Lu, Jiang Lu, Jiang Lu. Lin Muqing seemed lost in thought, repeatedly murmuring Jiang Li's name. Suddenly, the atmosphere of the Taichin Xian sect turned icy, and a dark cloud drifted across the sky, instantly signaling something amiss. A potent sense of impending danger surged within Lin Muqing. What on earth was happening? Within the black cloud, a dark throne emerged, adorned with intricate ancient patterns. And upon it sat a man clad in black, a disdainful smile gracing his lips. What a bunch of useless fools. He scoffed. It seems I must intervene personally. For I am quite curious about this so-called genius, Lin Muqing. The interest gleamed in the man's eyes, his voice cold and detached. With a mere flick of his flowing sleeves, terrifying and thunderous power unleashed, causing numerous disciples and elders below to meet a tragic fate. Showerwashing furrowed his brow slightly and took a step back. How could a martial king-level powerhouse appear in this small northern state? Moreover, that individual named Jiang Lu had already died, continuously thwarting my endeavors. Thus, I shall ensure she suffers a most wretched fate. The man in black was none other than the demon lord Wang Lan. The entire control over the Taichin Xian sect crumbled, compelling him to take matters into his own hands. Lin Muqing's complexion turned pale as the most dreaded scenario unfolded. Wang Lan had actually decided to act personally. The opponent had immersed himself in the martial king realm for many years. No matter how extraordinary Lin Muqing's combat prowess, she could not possibly rival him. Celestial demons and chaos. Wang Lan's martial king aura was overwhelmingly terrifying, causing all martial artists below to kneel in submission, akin to a blazing black sun, rendering them unable to raise their heads. The first strike unleashed was the most formidable killing move. The world seemed to plunge into darkness, filled with enigmatic demonic shadows converging towards a singular target. Jiang Lu. Jiang Lu, do not harm my disciple? Lin Muqing desperately resisted, but the disparity was too immense. She was violently hurled away by the colossal demonic shadow, and the barriers below suddenly shattered. Lin Muqing's head throbbed painfully, her blood boiling in frenzy. Once again, she stood firm, spewing a mouthful of blood while struggling to withstand the overwhelming demonic force. Wang Lan sat high upon his throne, gazing down imperiously, dismissive of all beneath him. The terror of a martial king was unfathomable. It felt as though she could no longer hold back. Tears flowed down Lin Muqing's cheeks as she braced herself with her body. At worst, she would perish. Just then, a hand rested upon Lin Muqing's shoulder. Turning her gaze, she found Jiang Lu, already clad in her garments, her face alight with a cheerful smile. Master Qingqing, your disciple has arrived late. Lin Muqing's heart trembled violently, tears streaming down her face. Not late, not late. Jiang Lu. Suddenly recalling, Lin Muqing reignited her fervent blood, fiercely resisting the onslaught of the demonic shadows. Disciple, flee quickly. Your master will stand here to protect you. Jiang Lu smiled faintly and said, Master Qingqing, I can no longer leave. With Wang Lan's formidable power, it would be futile for me to flee to the ends of the earth. I would only bring you trouble. I possess a means to confront him. Master Qingqing, my life was saved by you. Otherwise, I would have perished in that winter. My life holds little value, but you must ensure your own survival. Master Qingqing, I implore you. This is my final wish. Upon finishing his words, Jiang Lu transformed into a streak of flowing light, his flesh and blood ablaze in a fervent conflagration, hurtling towards Wang Lan. The person upon the throne was momentarily taken aback, failing to intercept Jiang Lu, allowing him to approach unimpeded. Immediately thereafter, an overwhelming sense of imminent peril enveloped Wang Lan, causing his expression to shift dramatically. Bang! Jiang Lu detonated himself, releasing all the power he had just absorbed. A terrifying wave of destructive energy shot out in all directions, instantly dispersing the dark cloud. Showerwashing stood in shock, lamenting, my precious spiritual herbs, all destroyed. Lin Muqing felt an immediate alleviation of pressure, yet an indescribable anguish twisted within her heart as the dark specter vanished in an instant. Her legs weakened, and she knelt on the ground. Jiang Lu, I exchanged my life for that of my master. The fifth gift. Chapter 72. Master Qingqing, I am in the destruction of my flesh. In Jiang Li's mind, a system notification echoed. The collapse level of Lin Muqing has reached a staggering 100. Lin Muqing is in a state of extreme despair. The first phase of the main storyline task has been completed, granting a reward of 10,000 fortune points and a 5 increase in favorability. The fortune level has ascended by 1 tier. Both the first and second phases of the main storyline tasks have been accomplished, resulting in a notable increase in fortune points. Another notification followed. Due to self-destruction and subsequent demise, the comprehension of the concept of death has risen by 1. Congratulations to the host for grasping the essence of death. The cultivation of ultimate death has concluded. Jiang Lu closed her eyes, feeling an overwhelming force manifesting within the black smoke, reshaping her once shattered body, which gradually began to coalesce. Master Jin Qing observed the battlefield, initially believing that the Taichin Xuanzong would face annihilation. However, he was taken aback by Jiang Li's resurrection. Employing such extreme measures, she detonated herself. The terrifying presence of a martial king vanished, leaving uncertainty as to whether he perished in the cataclysmic explosion. The sky was left shrouded in a vast cloud of black smoke, rife with chaotic energy, deterring anyone from approaching. In that moment, Lin Muqing felt an overwhelming urge to weep, yet her throat seemed constricted, rendering her voiceless and suffocatingly distressed, allowing only a raspy sound to escape. "Senior Sister Jianglu," she lamented, "your presence in the Taiqing Xuan Zone is a great fortune for the entire sect." Bai Shuang witnessed this scene, her excitement at Jiang Li's revival beyond words. Yet, even before a minute had passed since her resurrection, she again took on the mantle of the Dao. The once inseparable Ma brothers were left to mourn for an indeterminate time. What a remarkable young woman she was, to fall in such a manner. She had never known joy, her life a series of manipulations by others. Even in her final moments, she faced death with unwavering resolve. Jiang Lu condensed his physical form. Under the baptism of various forces, his cultivation advanced at an astonishing pace. In the state of extreme death cultivation, he had accumulated an immeasurable amount of energy. The violent and destructive auras surrounding him became nourishment, coalescing once more as his body gradually restored itself. A flawless, jade-like figure emerged from the black mist. Silver hair cascaded down, enveloping his form, while his skin gleamed with the delicate smoothness of mutton-fat jade. His slender waist, so delicate it seemed one could encircle it with a single hand, accentuated his ethereal beauty. Then, his crimson eyes snapped open. Jiang Lu has successfully consolidated his perfect physical form, with his strength soaring to unprecedented heights. Ultimately, he has attained the 9th tier of the Earth realm. After all, his physical cultivation has reached its zenith, embodying an unparalleled state of perfection. He now appears even more astonishing than before, as if shedding the vestiges of the mortal realm. Resembling an ethereal celestial being high above the 9 heavens, untouched by the slightest speck of dust. The perfect physique has been achieved. Jiang Lu was acutely aware of the surge of power coursing through him. He could scarcely believe the astonishing transformation that had occurred in just a few short days, propelling him to an entirely new realm of strength. The earthly realm was fundamentally a refinement of the physical body. As a practitioner of the supreme heavenly demon body, he cultivated the devouring heavenly demon technique, rendering him exceptionally attuned to the energy surrounding him. Achieving a perfected physique was by no means a daunting task. Jiang Lu hurriedly conjured garments to envelop her body tightly. Otherwise, encountering others in such a state would be exceedingly embarrassing. A long hell pierced the heavens. "Damn you, vile beast. You have feigned death all this time, deceiving even me, the demon lord. If you manage to rise again, I shall ensure your bones are ground to dust." A man clad in black soared into the sky. His aura had waned to its nadir. His attire had been obliterated, his form mangled and bloodied, charred in many places, presenting a ghastly sight. Positioned at the heart of the explosion, he had hardly registered the impact before enduring such a violent onslaught. A force that even a martial king could scarcely wield. Had it not been for his last resort, he might have perished at the hands of a mere earthly realm adversary. Yet, he still suffered grievously. One arm remained intact while the other had been utterly shattered by the ferocity of the blast. The remaining members of the Taiqing Xian sect were instantly taken aback. That formidable presence still lived. No wonder he was a martial king. Such immense power had not claimed his life. It was disastrous, truly disastrous. The esteemed ancestor Jin Chung felt a jolt in his heart, narrowing his eyes in contemplation of the forthcoming strategy. A martial king had emerged in the northern state. Regardless of the so-called first power, they must all be eradicated. If all else fails, he might have to beseech the Xuantian Pavilion for intervention. Inviting a deity is easy, but sending one away is perilous. Those fellows from the Xuantian Pavilion are far from benevolent. The price paid by the Taiqing Xian sect may indeed be exorbitant. Cursed Taiqing Xian sect. For years I have meticulously planned, only to have it all crumble to dust. I sought merely to peacefully acquire the passage jade. And what harm would it have done to hand over this trifling northern state to you? Yet my concessions have only led to your relentless pressure. What manner of Jiang Lu is this, who, even in death, continues to sabotage my endeavors? Wang Lan howled in fury, his eyes ablaze with wrath. With barely a fraction of his power remaining, he was grievously wounded. Lin Muqing fixed her gaze upon him, devoid of any emotion, only an endless chill. Wang Lan. Lin Muqing rushed forward, exuding an aura of frigidness that seemed to freeze the very air around her. Wang Lan's figure hesitated for a moment, primarily due to his severe injuries and the impact of such a profound attack. Seeking death, blood trickled from the corner of Wang Lan's mouth. His usable power was less than a tenth, yet he remained confident. What of a mere talent at the 9th heaven martial realm, no matter how formidable? Ice Cloud 9 realms. First realm, second realm, third realm. Lin Muqing spat a mouthful of vital blood, her aura diminishing, yet she emanated an incredibly perilous vibe. As if death itself had fixed its gaze upon her. Ancestor Jin Qing was equally stunned. He knew Lin Muqing all too well. From whence did such a terrifying secret arise? Her power was multiplying exponentially. Wang Lan's expression shifted instantly. This sense of danger was akin to encountering an equally matched martial king. What on earth is happening? Flee. For the first time in many years traversing the northern state, Wang Lan felt such trepidation. Yet Lin Muqing's speed was alarmingly swift. Wang Lan's strength had plummeted to freezing depths, his thoughts ensnared by the icy realm. In an instant, their formidable powers collided, utterly overwhelming him. How can this be so powerful? I refuse to accept this. With a roar of indignation, Wang Lan's visage twisted in regret. Had he known, he would not have acted recklessly in his weakest moment. Prideful and arrogant, he met a fate befitting such hubris, torn to shreds by this terrifying force. Thus fell a legendary martial king. Wang Lan was slain. Lin Muqing felt no shock. Her aura dwindled, her legs grew weak, and her mind became increasingly foggy. The secret technique she had employed exacted a tremendous toll. It had briefly elevated her cultivation to that of a martial king. Had Wang Lan been at his prime, she would surely not have been able to slay him. With Jiang Lu attacking in a self-destructive manner, Wang Lan had suffered immensely. His power reduced to less than a tenth, making him an easy target for Lin Muqing. Jiang Lu, with her consciousness fading, softly uttered her disciple's name. Illusions danced before her eyes, revealing a figure with white hair and red eyes rushing towards her. The side effects soon followed. Her body felt increasingly feeble, as if she might collapse at any moment. Suddenly, she fell into a soft embrace, a familiar voice echoing in her ear. Xing, Master, I am here. Chapter 73. It's all a ploy, merely a ploy. Is it you, Jiang Lu? Lin Muqing could no longer endure, succumbing to complete unconsciousness. Jiang Li's physical body has been successfully reconstituted, and his cultivation has experienced a significant enhancement. Before he could offer assistance, however, Wang Lan was obliterated into mere dust by the enraged master. The master employed a secret technique from a past life, igniting his vital essence. The power within his body was recklessly consumed, ultimately leading to exhaustion and unconsciousness. Had it not been for the swift response, he might have indeed collapsed onto the cold, unyielding ground. Fortunately, the formidable boss of the northern state map was thus vanquished, ushering in a period of relative safety. Dear Master Xing, you have truly endured much hardship. Jiang Lu held Lin Muqing tightly in his embrace. Countless onlookers were left in a state of shock, staring blankly at Jiang Lu. He had returned to life. After being dead for so long, he had self-destructed and yet emerged anew. Master Jinqing murmured in disbelief, Little Jiang Lu, how is it possible that you emerged unscathed from such terrifying power, and your strength has increased so rapidly? Jiang Lu rose to her feet and spoke candidly. It was indeed thanks to the ghost doctor that her disciple was rescued from the brink of death. Upon witnessing the peril faced by her master, he made the decision to detonate his celestial treasure. Fortunately, under its protection, he managed to escape with his life, and unexpectedly, this misfortune became a blessing, significantly enhancing his strength. The ghost doctor, Xiao Ruoxing, hurried over with an eager demeanor, surveying Jiang Lu from head to toe. Before he could utter a word, Jiang Lu interrupted him. Mr. Xiao, do you not agree? This time, it is truly thanks to your presence. Xiao Ruoxing regarded her with a look of disdain. Having once followed his master and perused various bizarre texts, he was aware of the existence of peculiar sacred bodies in the world, such as the extreme heaven demon body, which possessed an extraordinarily formidable technique that could only be activated once, ultimate death cultivation. During this period, the practitioner would enter a state akin to false death, experiencing the essence of mortality, transforming their comprehension of the realm of death. Had he not been well versed in such matters, he might have been deceived by this wretched individual. After consuming numerous precious elixirs, he now faced an utter loss. Noticing that Xiao Ruoxing remained silent, Jiang Lu cheerfully remarked, Mr. Xiao, you are indeed my savior. To repay your kindness, I wish to establish a bond of brotherhood with you, not seeking to be born on the same day, but rather to depart this world together. A brotherhood? Xiao Ruoxing stroked his sparse hair, his expression shifting to one of indignation. You, a young lady, wish to form a bond with an old man like me? Moreover, I am the famed ghost doctor. How absurd. Then I shall call you Brother Xiao from now on, she retorted playfully. Jiang Lu, with an unfaltering demeanor, remarked. If we were to become sworn siblings, I would not only introduce you to my stunningly beautiful elder sister, but also present you with my cherished medicinal herb, the mandrake. Upon hearing the word mandrake, Xiao Ruoxing's eyes widened in astonishment. Before he could utter a word, Jiang Lu interrupted him again. Never mind. As for me, my fate is as fragile as paper. Mr. Xiao, the ghostly physician, would undoubtedly look down upon someone like me. Ultimately, I have aspired too high. It is a pity that my treasured herb, the mandrake, remains without a worthy recipient. Jiang Lu let out a leisurely sigh, a glint of cunning flashing in her crimson eyes. She turned and embraced Lin Muqing as she strode forward. Wait, Xiao Ruoxing exclaimed, his urgency evident as he spoke directly. I have seen. Jiang Lu once again interrupted. Brother Xiao, do you wish to continue our brotherhood? Perhaps it is best if I consume the mandragora myself. Xiao Ruoxing felt an acute sense of urgency. He yearned to cry out, what a waste of precious resources. A healer struggles to heal themselves. His master is gravely ill. Despite Xiao Ruoxing's exceptional medical skills, he could only sustain a fragile breath. He had traversed the 5 regions for half a lifetime in search of mandragora. How could he let this opportunity slip by now that he had received a lead? Young friend, would it be so inappropriate for me to pledge brotherhood? As the words escaped Xiao Ruoxing's lips, he immediately regretted them. It dawned on him that he had been ensnared. The other party might not even have encountered genuine mandragora. Perhaps they had merely caught wind of rumors about the ghostly physician Xiao Ruoxing's quest for mandragora and had intentionally laid a trap for him. Jiang Lu discerned Xiao Ruoxing's thoughts at a glance and sighed, stating, the mandala blooms on the other shore. Flowers blossom and leaves fall, never to meet again. A wise man gifted it to me in my youth. insisting that I must pass it on to my sworn brother. Brother Xiao. If you are unwilling to be my sworn brother, it seems I have yet to encounter my destined companion. Xiao Ruoxing felt as though an unseen hand was nudging him. Upon hearing the description, he was struck by its uncanny similarity. His master had once possessed a mandala, which he later bestowed upon a pitiable girl. Rumored to be in Beizhou, could it be the very Jianglu before him? A smile, more sorrowful than tears, spread across Xiao Ruoxing's face as he declared, Sister Jianglu, I shall be your sworn brother. Let us commence the ceremony at once. Thus, an unusual oath of brotherhood began, witnessed by all present. To this day, the warriors wore a bewildered expression, while Master Jin Qing gazed vacantly, reflecting on the generational gap between the two. The infamous ghost doctor had been spoken of even in Master Jin Qing's youth. Shortly thereafter, the oath was completed. Jianglu expressed her warm concerns, saying, Brother Xiao, should you ever require assistance from me in the future, I shall be at your beck and call. Xiao Ruoxing regarded her with disdain, thinking to himself that their brotherhood was merely a matter of convenience, and there would be no occasion for a junior like her to be of use. Nevertheless, he replied politely, Very well, should you ever find yourself in need of my aid, do not hesitate to ask. To his surprise, Jianglu responded, Indeed. There is a matter I wish to request of you. Thank you for your assistance, brother. She eagerly repositioned a warm chair before him and gently placed Lin Muqing upon it. Xiao Ruoxing was momentarily taken aback, feeling as if he were lifting a stone only to have it fall upon his own foot. Lin Muqing is my revered master, he protested mentally. And you are my elder brother. By the standards of seniority, my master is akin to your uncle. Brother, you cannot stand idly by while danger looms. At the very least, you must ensure that my master does not face any potential peril. Tears welled in Jiang Li's eyes as he patted Xiao Ruoxing's shoulder. You are a good person. Xiao Ruoxing fell silent, inexplicably feeling a generation younger. True sorrow does not manifest in loud outbursts but rather in a heart turned to ashes. Lin Muqing, unbeknownst to anyone, had apparently employed some arcane technique, her vital essence nearly extinguished, her meridians destroyed. It was a miracle she could still be alive. Yet, you expect me to restore everything to its original state. It seems I must resort to my most precious elixirs. Indeed, a significant sacrifice is imminent. All of this is merely a trap, a web of deception. Chapter 74, If I Cannot Be a Master. I shall be a wife. Lin Muqing experienced an extraordinarily lengthy dream. In this dream, her disciple Jianglu was not dead. He spoke many peculiar words, claiming that she had not truly perished but was merely ensnared in a place from which escape was impossible. There were neither sounds nor shadows. The scene abruptly shifted to Jianglu, who was striking her shoulder, charging into the air in a self-destructive explosion. With a deafening roar, Lin Muqing jolted awake, drenched in cold sweat, murmuring in trepidation, Disciple, where are you? Lin Muqing gathered her thoughts, a profound sorrow surging within her. These were mere illusions, mere phantoms. Jianglu had perished before her very eyes. In the desolate room, only Lin Muqing remained, and the echoes of the past flickered vividly in her mind. Jianglu, with a tone of mockery, inquired whether she truly wished to consume such a distasteful ginger soup. Indeed, it was exceedingly unpalatable. Yet Lin Muqing found herself yearning for another bowl, fearing that she might never have the opportunity again in this lifetime. My dear disciple, if only you were here before me now, I would grant you any unreasonable request, even if it meant enduring your strikes, your curses, or your reproaches. I would willingly accept them, Lin Muqing lamented, her eyes closed and tears glistening at their corners. With a heart full of longing, she softly murmured, I wish to drink 10 more bowls of ginger soup. Suddenly, a familiar voice interrupted her reverie. Qing, master. How did you know I had prepared 10 bowls of ginger soup for you? I personally brewed each one with great care. It is a nourishing elixir. Jianglu appeared at the doorway, carrying an entire bowl of ginger soup. Her crimson eyes sparkled with joy as she surveyed Lin Muqing from head to toe. Lin Muqing was momentarily taken aback, his heart stilled for a second in disbelief, rendered immobile under Jiang Li's gaze, akin to a wooden figure. Am I hallucinating again? Lin Muqing rubbed his eyes, yet the scene remained unchanged. He sighed, contemplating the vividness of this illusion. Well, let it be. Perhaps this is the last chance to see my disciple. I wonder if, at the end of the Yellow Springs, such a reunion is possible? Lin Muqing casually lifted a bowl of ginger soup and drank it in one gulp. Instantly, his eyes widened in surprise as he stared intently at Jianglu. The taste was still as unpleasant as ever, yet it was unmistakably his disciple's flavor. Could it be that this is not an illusion? Jiang Li's expression darkened in an instant. Is it truly that unpalatable? Although her culinary skills may not grace the highest echelons of gastronomy, they are certainly not inedible. Lin Muqing's heart underwent a profound transformation, leaving her feeling somewhat dazed. Jianglu spoke soothingly, Master, it was my esteemed elder brother, Xiao Ruoxing, who saved me and successfully brought me back to life. He has also rescued you, using a royal-grade spiritual elixir. Jianglu made an effort to explain, yet Lin Muqing remained somewhat dazed, gently caressing Jiang Li's face. Then, with a sudden jerk, she tugged at it fiercely. Ouch, that hurt. Jianglu hastily freed himself, rubbing his resilient face, which truly ached. It was real. This was no illusion. Disciple, you have truly returned. Lin Muqing trembled with excitement, her voice brimming with joy. Master, I have already explained everything to you. This happened, then that. And then we were revived. Jiang Lu earnestly explained, his crimson eyes shimmering with intensity. Master Qingqing, I have prepared 9 bowls of ginger soup for you. And I have poured my heart and soul into it. Lin Muqing hesitated for a moment, unable to bear rejecting the sincere gaze of her disciple. Well then, even the most unpalatable concoction can be swallowed in one go, rendering its taste inconsequential. Lin Muqing lifted the second bowl, clenching her teeth tightly. She gulped it down. And though it remained as unpleasant as before, there was a lingering fishy taste that suggested the addition of some peculiar ingredient, making it distinctly different from the previous bowl. Did you perhaps add something unusual? Lin Muqing inquired, her expression one of bewilderment. Jiang Lu smiled and said, ginger soup, ginger soup. It is not merely the broth painstakingly prepared by me, but the primary reason for its exquisite flavor lies in the addition of ginger juice. Jiang Lu casually served herself a bowl and took a sip. The pungent flavor surged into her nostrils, leaving a sour sensation throughout her mouth. Jiang Lu coughed incessantly, tears streaming down her face. This was unbearable. Is it truly this dreadful? That damned shower washing had indeed deceived her. He claimed that the extreme celestial demon body was a treasure trove, and that adding her unique liquid would not only aid her master's recovery but also enhance the flavor. Yet, it remained utterly repugnant. Jiang Lu is currently beset by troubles. The main quest has been updated, with the objective to successfully break through to the heavenly realm. The reward for this endeavor is a significant boost of 10,000 fortune points. For reasons unknown, her master's favorability remains stubbornly stagnant at a mere 15. The rules dictate that favorability is displayed at the lowest standard, revealing that Jiang Li's every action is meticulously crafted to elicit fleeting affection, yet fails to secure enduring warmth. Only companionship can serve as a silent confession of one's feelings, should her plans be uncovered by her master. The favorability may at best maintain its lowly status of 15, with no further aspirations for elevation. Genuine sincerity is the only path to truly move the heart. Lin Muqing furrowed his brow, gazing at the 8 bowls of ginger soup, his mouth slightly agape. What exactly did you add to this? Nevertheless, he could feel a tangible increase in his physical strength. Upon further introspection, he discovered that his prowess had advanced to the threshold of a half-step martial king. Both his physical and mental faculties reaching their zenith, one could hardly fathom the price he had paid to attain such a state. Qingqing, this concoction is indeed rather unpalatable. I think I shall dispose of the remainder. Jiang Lu, holding the soup, was lost in thought as she prepared to leave. However, she was immediately stopped by Lin Muqing. Ah, disciple, this is also your heartfelt intention. I shall drink it all, Lin Muqing said, her expression unwavering as she consumed the remaining 8 bowls. Jiang Li's eyes finally revealed a hint of joy. Lin Muqing, with a bitter taste lingering in her mouth, struggled to swallow it down. She glanced at the foolishly grinning Jiang Lu, her heart brimming with an indescribable sorrow. Indeed, it was Jiang Lu who had endured so much in silence. After taking a deep breath, Lin Muqing steadied her emotions, forcing a faint smile as she spoke. Jiang Lu, I confess, master, I have wronged you in many ways. I have caused you to bear so much in silence. Can you find it in your heart to forgive me? Perhaps I truly am unworthy of being your master. I am incompetent and inadequate, and I feel deeply guilty continuing in this role. Moreover, I possess little to teach you. Rather, it is I who am continually burdening you. How about Jiang Lu, following her master's words, chuckled and said, how about you become my wife? Chapter 75, A Self-Inflicted Hardship. Thanks to the esteemed Civ CSM for the certification. Ah, what? Become your wife? Lin Muqing's head was adorned with 2 question marks, accompanied by an exclamation mark, confirming that she was not joking here. In Jiang Li's mind, the system notification echoed. Main Quest 2 activated. Stage 2 Main Quest. Went over Lin Muqing to change her identity. Stage 2 Quest Reward, 20,000 luck points. Current task progress. Recognition level 0. Flipping can increase recognition. Never mind, let us disregard what I just said. Lin Muqing's smile abruptly faded, leaving her somewhat awkward, and she cleared her throat gently. Ahem. Jiang Lu, I believe it is best for us to maintain a master-disciple relationship. What you propose is merely a temporary measure. How could a disciple genuinely fall for her master? Furthermore, we are both women. Under Jiang Li's gaze, Lin Muqing felt somewhat at a loss. Once she regained her composure, she began to contemplate their relationship with scrutiny. The disciple's concern for her well-being was undoubtedly sincere. It was clear that her own lack of presence during Jiang Li's formative years, being preoccupied with cultivation, had led to this shift in her disciple's mindset. Everything seems to be my fault. I must find a way to steer her thoughts back on track. The feelings she spoke of were twisted and obsessive, tinged with a certain pathology. But master, she interjected, you just said that if I were to appear before you, you would allow me to hit and scold you. How could I possibly reprimand or strike you? You are my most esteemed master. Yet, may I still make the same promise? Jiang Lu opened her crimson eyes, gathering her silky white hair behind her. With an air of excitement, she lunged forward. Are you flipping me? Lin Muqing was startled. She instinctively caught Jiang Lu, cradling her in her arms. The petite figure radiated warmth akin to jade, imbued with a subtle fragrance, and the sensation of her delicate form was remarkably soft. The two were closely entwined, acutely aware of each other's fervent breaths. Master, am I coming? Jiang Li's crimson eyes sparkled with excitement, her small hands restless with anticipation. I want to be close to my master. A hug. However, just as she was about to make a further move, she was abruptly halted by Lin Muqing, who forcefully embraced her, rendering her immobile. With an unusually serious demeanor, Lin Muqing stated, Jiang Lu, you are but 18 years old. You are exceedingly young. Can you truly discern what constitutes love and what constitutes affection? There lies a significant difference between the two. Jiang Lu shook his head, his eyes filled with anticipation. So, can Master Qingqing turn it around? Lin Muqing's expression instantly darkened as he shook his head. Jiang Lu, I'm trying to impart wisdom to you. Do not interrupt me here. Throughout your life, no one has properly taught you. It is entirely my fault as your master. I must make amends and reshape your understanding, helping you grasp the true essence of love. In an instant, Jiang Li's heart leaped with joy as he spoke. Master Qingqing, are you training me? Lin Muqing paused for a moment, realizing that her disciple had indeed gained insight. Looking at the exquisite beauty in her arms, she smiled knowingly. Yes, my dear disciple. I am indeed training you. This is a blend of teaching and training. Allow me to present the first lesson, and I urge you to listen attentively. Your feelings towards me are quite unique, for throughout your life, you have only encountered your master. You may call it affection, but it cannot be deemed love. Love is a matter shared between two individuals, requiring an open heart. Your experiences have been so limited that you have often conflated these two terms. However, they are distinctly different. Jiang Lu attentively listened for a moment, then nestled her small face against Lin Muqing's embrace, savoring the gentle warmth that emanated from him, while the red mold shimmered with a radiant glow. So, master, can we begin the teachings now? Lin Muqing furrowed his brow slightly and replied, Jiang Lu, you must pay close attention. Am I not imparting wisdom to you? Many things cannot be hastily achieved. Rather, they require your gradual comprehension. Jiang Li's spirits plummeted instantaneously. Master, the pace of comprehension is exceedingly slow. When shall we commence the cultivation of the supreme emotionless scripture? It can rapidly enhance your prowess. Upon hearing these words, Lin Muqing's expression darkened somewhat. While it is true that cultivating the supreme emotionless scripture can lead to swift improvements in strength, it also presents the tantalizing prospect of becoming the legendary Saint Sovereign. The techniques of the Saint Sovereign are dreadfully formidable, and no one can withstand the allure they hold. In her previous life, Lin Muqing had spent time in the Nine Heavens during the era of diminished law, where even emperors among warriors were exceedingly rare. As for achieving the legendary martial saint status, it exists only in distant myths, forever out of reach. The singular pathway to potentially attaining such heights is likely through the Saint Sovereign techniques. However, the supreme emotionless scripture bears a dire consequence. It severs all 7 emotions and 6 desires, leading one to attain a state of complete detachment and emotional void. It is said that one of the 9 saints, the heartless martial saint, forsook his wife and children to attain enlightenment, even slaughtering his own family and all his friends and confidants until he was left utterly alone. In the end, he succeeded in becoming a Saint Sovereign. Such a stark and extreme circumstance is what led to his cultivation. Lin Muqing gazed at her obedient and endearing disciple, feeling a pang of hesitation. Perhaps it would be best not to pursue the supreme emotionless scripture. After all, as a reincarnated individual, if she could not reach the pinnacle of cultivation, it would indeed be a profound folly. Shaking her head, Lin Muqing spoke, with attachments now weighing on my heart, it may be best to forego this path. Jiang Lu opened his mouth, finding it exceedingly difficult to persuade. The previous plan still harbored numerous flaws, and it would be unwise to disclose it to the master at this juncture. After all, if one were to admit that their cultivation was based on the Jade Maiden's Heart Sutra, it would undoubtedly reveal the truth, leading to self-inflicted suffering. Truly, he could find no justification to approach the master intimately. His heart felt as cold as a stone. By the way, what did you add to the ginger soup? Why do I feel a sudden warmth coursing through my body? Something feels amiss. A look of confusion flickered in Lin Muqing's eyes. This. Jiang Lu felt a twinge of guilt, his crimson eyes darting away, struggling to find the right words. What? Must I continue to deceive even you? Lin Muqing remarked with irritation. Qingqing master, I can certainly tell you, he replied, but once I do, I might just have to bite you. Jiang Li's voice was soft and gentle. Very well. Lin Muqing felt that this request was not unreasonable, having committed so many misdeeds himself. He would willingly accept a bite from his disciple. Jiang Lu leaned close to Lin Muqing's ear and whispered. Upon hearing this, Lin Muqing's face instantly flushed with an intense crimson, her anger rising uncontrollably. Is this what you refer to as something special? Jiang Lu chuckled softly, addressing his esteemed master. I must inquire if it has proven effective. I took the liberty of adding a slight enhancement, yet I did not anticipate such remarkable results. Lin Muqing glared at Jiang Lu with gritted teeth, extending her fair arm. Go ahead, bite me. I shall honor my promise. Jiang Lu remained utterly still. Lin Muqing, exasperated, remarked, if you do not bite now, then so be it. Jiang Lu elucidated. What I mean is, Lin Muqing paused for a moment. After separating the characters, she gently pronounced them twice. Suddenly, she recalled the other 2 words mentioned by Jiang Lu. Educational training? Lin Muqing was instantly engulfed in fury. She swiftly turned Jiang Lu over, forcefully restraining her body, and exclaimed with indignation, is this how you bully your master? Very well, since you enjoy it so much, I shall fulfill your wishes now. Jiang Lu was forcibly restrained, rendered completely immobile. It was then that he realized the gravity of his mistake. He had truly angered his revered master. With tears of regret welling in his eyes, he pleaded, "Ching Master, I was wrong. I shall never dare again." "What would you have your most kind-hearted and beloved disciple do?" Lin Muqing responded coldly with a single word, "Turn." Chapter 76. I am sorry, Jiang. Master, you are truly a woman devoid of warmth and compassion. Where have I erred? This relentless targeting of me has left me utterly disheartened. Jiang pleaded earnestly, wondering if just a few words could provoke such a reaction from the master. Is it possible that Master Qingqing has become so unforgiving? Despite Jiang Li's desperate entreaties, Lin Muqing remained utterly unmoved. It was imperative to teach this individual a lesson, to ensure she comprehended the principle that those who seek to oppress others shall themselves be oppressed. If this lesson were not learned now, she would undoubtedly harbor similar intentions in the future, posing a threat to others. Jiang Lu must be made to remember this. Jiang Lu, I act for your own good, Lin Muqing declared, yet her hands continued their relentless grip. After firmly restraining Jiang Lu, Lin Muqing coldly stated, the thoughts you harbor are far from benevolent. To bully others will ultimately lead to your own downfall. I am merely providing you with an example. Jiang Lu was momentarily taken aback. With a hint of timidity, he remarked, Master, if you wish to bully me, just say it outright. What is the purpose of this demonstration? I am but a soft persimmon, too timid to resist your will. If you wish to squeeze, then squeeze. What else can I do? Jiang Lu, with a sorrowful expression, closed her eyes. A flicker of guilt lingered in her heart towards Lin Muqing, for the sake of completing her survival task. She had allowed the other party to endure so many unwarranted hardships. There were still 2 gifts yet to be presented. The task was already accomplished. And perhaps it was for the best that they remained unbestowed. What if she inadvertently caused her beloved master to suffer? If making a modest sacrifice could atone for her master's plight, Jiang Lu would willingly accept it. So come forth, master. I shall not resist. Jiang Lu, with an air of inviting selection, lay beside the bed, her cascading silver hair revealing a breathtaking beauty that was both startling and profound. Lin Muqing could no longer restrain herself. She embraced Jiang Lu tightly, her voice breaking as she exclaimed, Foolish disciple, I am aware of your feelings for your master. How could I ever compel you to partake in something you do not cherish? I am truly sorry, Jiang Lu. I lack even the courage to utter a simple apology. It is entirely my fault, and I have wronged you grievously. Jiang Lu was momentarily stunned. As she opened her crimson eyes, they glimmered with a captivating brilliance. Immediately thereafter, Jiang Lu found his mind blank, his entire being frozen in place. A system notification echoed in his ears. Congratulations, Host S recognition level increased by 10. Unlike someone who had just breached this realm, Jiang Lu experienced a reciprocal enlightenment, feeling his spiritual clarity sharpen. It was as if he could perceive the myriad phenomena surrounding him, a subtle enhancement of his mental energy. The mere generation of this energy signified a successful ascension to the celestial realm, a union of heaven and man. Jiang Lu understood that this opportunity was singular. He was not to seek it again. He wished to avoid becoming an emotionless being after both he and his master practiced the supreme forgetting emotions technique. For it seemed far from a righteous path. The blush on Lin Muqing's face gradually faded as she shook her head. Very well, master. Your disciple understands and will diligently heed your command. Jiang Li's spirits were somewhat subdued. Previously, she truly played a losing hand. Lin Muqing genuinely believed she had cultivated the supreme emotionless technique, leading her to refuse any affectionate closeness with Jiang Lu. However, whenever the two began to draw near, their techniques would automatically activate, resulting in a noticeable enhancement of their abilities. Lin Muqing harbored a persistent sense of unease in her heart. Jiang Lu found it exceedingly difficult to elucidate the situation to Lin Muqing. Should the master become aware, an array of subsequent events would become inexplicable, leading to an irrevocable conclusion. A single falsehood indeed necessitates an intricate web of further deceptions to conceal it. Jiang Lu, you are my disciple. From this moment forth, you shall belong solely to me, Lin Muqing. No one shall usurp you from my grasp. I do not wish to be a heartless and ungrateful figure, Lin Muqing declared solemnly. As the embodiment of the heartless sacred body, I have already sensed the torment that my nature bestows upon me, experiencing the gradual dissipation of emotions and the loss of empathetic capacity. In days gone by, the heartless sacred sovereign forsook his wife and children in pursuit of the holy path, ultimately transforming into an emotionless stone, destined to wander the vast river of time in solitude. I have resolved to cease my practice of this heartless doctrine, Lin Muqing remarked with a sudden smile. Jiang Lu fell silent for a moment. In truth, the reasons behind Tang Su's repeated rejections by Lin Muqing in her previous life were not solely due to Tang Su's lack of appeal. There was also a matter of constitution. As the embodiment of the heartless saint, Lin Muqing's emotions grew increasingly indifferent with the elevation of her cultivation level. It was only after successfully severing the ties of the 7 emotions and 6 desires that one could attain the supreme realm. Jiang Lu harbored her own selfish motives in her reluctance to allow her master to practice the supreme emotionless recording. Lin Muqing cast a deep glance at Jiang Lu. For you are my only one. Lin Muqing grasped Jiang Li's arm, gently exploring its smoothness, devoid of any scars, and notably lacking her name. I hope you refrain from engaging in childish actions. It is not necessary to inscribe a name upon the skin to signify your feelings for your master. We are already an inseparable entity. Jiang Lixin felt a sudden jolt in her heart. For reasons unbeknownst to her, a peculiar sensation enveloped her being, and her nose tinged with an inexplicable sourness. With a tender voice, she murmured, "Master, your disciple also yearns for an everlasting bond, wishing to remain close to you every single day." Jiang Lu dispelled the gloom before her with a glance. She tightly embraced Lin Muqing's slender legs, nuzzling affectionately against them. Master, I seek your warmth." With a serious expression, Lin Muqing gently pushed Jiang Lu away. "As for seeking warmth in the future, let us refrain from such contact. I sense my strength has increased yet again, and most importantly, the realm of indifference approaches swiftly." Jiang Lu rubbed his forehead, pondering the complexity of the situation. Indeed, the essence of artistic conception varies in degrees, ranked from the highest to the lowest. They are as follows: chaotic level, primordial level, original level, phenomenal level, and ordinary level. Generally speaking, a higher level of artistic conception exerts a suppressive effect on a lower level. The concept of death embodied by Jiang Lu can be regarded as transcendent, as he has yet to engage in combat. When faced with adversaries of equal standing, he is essentially an overwhelming force. Lin Muqing's current comprehension of the icy realm, while remarkable, is merely a manifestation of phenomena. That which is tangible and observable qualifies as a phenomenon. The realm of indifference, as the embodiment of cold detachment. Lin Muqing will inevitably grasp this essence as his power escalates. This represents a fundamental existence. Should Lin Muqing instinctively comprehend the realm of indifference, it would fundamentally alter his character. The true absence of emotion would render him unable to behold his beloved master again. The sacred body would thus become a shackle. Chapter 77. Visitors from the Celestial Pavilion. Jiang Lu truly yearned to convey to his master that what he was practicing was not the Taishang Huaqing record, but rather the Jade Maiden Cultivation Heart Sutra, which could indeed be cultivated even by one with a heart of absolute detachment. Not only was it a source of joy, but it also bore no adverse effects. Regrettably, Jiang Lu found himself devoid of any justification to speak up. Thus he chose to keep this matter to himself for the time being, awaiting an opportune moment to reveal the truth to his master. In the time that followed, Lin Muqing ascended to become the most formidable entity in Beizhou, having thoroughly consolidated the Ta-Qin Xian sect. The other two major factions had surrendered unconditionally, no longer daring to stand against the might of the Ta-Qin Xian sect. The sect had risen to unparalleled prominence, and Beizhou was left without the presence of the three great overlords, now solely dominated by the Ta-Qin Xian sect. Countless smaller factions presented congratulatory gifts, eager to curry favor with Jiang Lu, knowing he was Lin Muqing's disciple. Such an abundance of offerings poured in. Jiang Lu welcomed all who approached, readily accepting everything into his possession. This was precisely the moment when he found himself in dire need of martial currency. He still grasped the substantial sum of 5 million he had extracted from the sect, which constituted a considerable fortune. Furthermore, with the assorted gifts he had gathered, he estimated his total assets to be around 1 million. Altogether, he approximated his wealth in martial currency to exceed 6 million. Jiang Lu could only lament the pitiable state of the lesser factions in the realm of his adversaries. A powerful figure like Jiang Lu could be regarded as a minor ancestor. The scarcity of resources for cultivation rendered any accumulation of martial currency a notable achievement. This predicament was unavoidable. After the northern region was designated as the Xin province, it had become a forsaken land since ancient times, thoroughly plundered of its cultivation resources, making any form of advancement a veritable miracle. The Ta-Qin Xian sect, once supported by the Celestial Pavilion, managed to endure only due to its foundational heritage. However, after losing contact with the Celestial Pavilion, sustaining the sect with the meager resources of the northern region proved exceedingly difficult, leading to a gradual decline. Wang Lan, truly a prodigy of the northern region, he thrived in such barren circumstances, without the blessing of any holy body, while deftly evading the scrutiny of the Celestial Pavilion. He stealthily expanded his power, ultimately emerging as a martial king. In the original narrative, the protagonist Tang Xu found himself relentlessly hunted, with no refuge in heaven or earth. The Ta-Qin Xian sect came perilously close to annihilation on several occasions. Alas, this individual was rather overconfident, leading to his downfall. Had Jiang Lu been more prudent during his self-detonation, denying any opportunity for advancement, it is likely that even Lin Muqing would have struggled to contend with him. Jiang Lu softly murmured about this individual. Truly, he was utterly unreliable. Ever since he took Tang Xu away, he had not departed from Hanshui prison. Having discovered a means of escape, it seemed he had come to regard the prison as his home, unwilling to part with it. One could only speculate that Tang Xu was enduring considerable torment, and it would be quite some time before he could emerge to wreak havoc once more. It was rumored that Li Bu had also been inadvertently brought inside. This man, in his former life, was legendary as the martial emperor, and it was implausible that he lacked any hidden strategies or resources. Jiang Lu found it peculiar. What on earth was this individual doing in Hanshui prison? Could it be that he truly intended to cultivate a romantic bond with that dark demon? The nature of the dark demon was all too clear. He was anything but a person of restraint, devoid of any moral compass. Would that not indeed result in a trio entangled in a chaotic affair? The state of affairs was alarming. The thought of such a combination was truly frightening. Jiang Lu shook his head, dismissing the horrifying thought. After confirming the black demon posed no threat, he felt relieved. Subsequently, half a year passed. Lin Muqing accompanied Jiang Lu in North State, fervently reaping opportunities from various hidden realms. They both knew these treasures originally belonged to Tang Su, yet Jiang Lu and Lin Muqing relentlessly plundered them. This pure water sword is exceptionally suited for you, a top-tier treasure of the heavenly realm, Lin Muqing remarked, examining a green long sword in his hand, nostalgia flickering in his eyes. It had initially been a gift from Tang Su, who had procured it from a secret realm, stirring profound emotions within Lin Muqing as her disciple at that time. It was deeply moving that such a humble Earth realm disciple dared to venture into such perilous realms solely to uncover this concealed treasure, selflessly offering it to her. In return, Lin Muqing had provided ample cultivation resources, allowing Tang Su to progress rapidly, inadvertently neglecting Jiang Lu. Only later did they realize that it was Jiang Lu who had braved the dire perils of the secret realm, ultimately seizing the pure water sword. Unexpectedly, he handed it over to Tang Su, who then presented it to Lin Muqing, thereby reaping a wave of goodwill. Tang Su, what a schemer! Lin Muqing silently cursed. In this lifetime, the tables had turned entirely. The once daunting secret realms now lay before Lin Muqing as easily accessible as reaching into a pocket. She effortlessly vanquished the celestial mirror beasts guarding the treasures and forcefully claimed the sword buried beneath the ground. This pure water sword indeed resonates with me. It has been calling out to me all along. Jiang Lu grasped a cerulean longsword in his hand, deeply moved. After enduring this period of combat training, Jiang Lu could unmistakably sense a frenzied enhancement in her combat prowess. She was no longer the young girl who merely wielded the heavenly sword talisman. The treasured earthbound artifact that had accompanied her for so long, once seized from the disciple Kuyu of Shaoxian, was now struggling to keep pace with her burgeoning power. This clear water sword, a pinnacle-tier heavenly artifact, was but a step away from attaining the status of a king-level treasure. It was indeed a remarkable weapon. Let us depart. It is time to return to the sect. As Jiang Lu was about to grasp Lin Muqing's hand, she deftly evaded his reach. My dear disciple, you truly must not touch your master today. I sense that the realm of unfeeling is on the verge of automatic comprehension, and I do not wish to alter that, Lin Muqing stated earnestly. Jiang Li's expression was one of profound sorrow, leaving her at a loss for words to explain. In truth, it was precisely because both she and Lin Muqing practiced the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra that the essence of their emotions was suppressed. The longer this situation persisted, the more complicated it became. Jiang Lu found herself at a loss for words. Despite the profound bond that had developed between them, the lingering secrets kept their mutual affection at a mere 15%, rendering any advancement in their relationship unattainable. Moreover, there were no further avenues available to enhance the sentiment. As for transcending the realm of the heavens, without a significant opportunity, it remained a formidable challenge. 6 months of arduous refinement lay ahead. Jiang Lu has become more adept at employing the theme of death. Master, will there still be an opportunity to share intimacy tomorrow? Jiang Lu spoke pitifully. Lin Muqing turned around, feeling anger for the first time, and said, Jiang Lu, that is enough. If you continue to speak like this, I shall no longer concern myself with you. Jiang Lu could only obediently lower his head, trailing behind his master with a sullen demeanor. At the Taichin Shin sect, 2 young men with the cultivation of a martial king stood before him, their chests adorned with a small Qilin emblem. Their expressions proud as they observed those below with amused gazes. Brother Qianyu, it has been centuries since my Xuantian pavilion has set foot in the land of sin. I am uncertain how the Taichin Shin sect fares, or if they even recognize my Xuantian pavilion, one of them remarked, dressed in white, with a cold smile. What does it matter if they do not recognize us? We shall simply kill them. Moreover, after hundreds of years, even celestial realm warriors are scarce. They truly are a bunch of worthless fools. You worthless beings of sin state, why is your sect master not hastening to welcome us? A thunderous roar echoed throughout the Taichin Shin sect, causing all to shudder. Some even spitting blood as they were overwhelmed by a formidable mental force that resounded in their heads. An elder, noticing the commotion above, inquired in terror. Who could possess such terrifying power? Esteemed seniors, my sect master Lin Muqing is currently away on urgent business and is not present within the sect. Please forgive us. Allow me to invite you to rest, the elder pleaded, but before he could utter another word, he was obliterated into a mist of blood. Chu Qianyu chuckled instantly. Chu Qianyu, do not possess the habit of waiting for others. Since he cannot come, let us simply change the sect master. Chapter 78, The Backlash of Heavens. Will Jiang Lu, you may return first. I have urgent matters to attend to and shall not accompany you back to the sect today. Furthermore, try to refrain from harboring such peculiar thoughts in the future, Lin Muqing stated, regaining his icy demeanor. He waved his hand dismissively, signaling Jiang Lu to depart, opting to reject the company of his disciple. Master Qingqing, I was wrong. I truly will not do it again. Please do not be angry, all right? Jiang Liu's tone softened as she yearned to grasp her master's delicate hand. However, Lin Muqing deftly evaded her attempt, letting out a gentle sigh. Jiang Lu, enough. It has been over half a year. How can you still remain so unrepentant? You are practicing the supreme emotionless record. Are you not aware of its subtle repercussions? Please return for now. I wish to be alone for a while. Lin Muqing paid no further heed to Jiang Lu, leaving behind a solitary figure, and swiftly departed from the scene with remarkable speed. Jiang Lu blinked her eyes. With her abilities, it was utterly impossible to pursue him. The frustration was truly overwhelming. How could she possibly confess her feelings to her master? After half a year of searching, she had yet to find a suitable reason, while her master seemed to be preoccupied, consistently avoiding the topic. In truth, the special ginger soup could mitigate the side effects of the heartless sacred body, ensuring that one would not become a cold and unfeeling machine. Naturally, the most effective method was for the two to be close, practicing the Jade Maiden Cultivation Sutra, which would not only preserve the benefits of the heartless sacred body, but also shield against its adverse effects. Yet, she had been unable to find the opportunity to speak up. Nevertheless, the gift she had crafted over the past 6 months would surely help her master resolve the predicament. The shimmering light within Jiang Li's crimson eyes was once the 6th gift, now honed through the trials of nearly half a year, capable of manifesting even greater significance. In the blink of an eye, at the moonlight lake in Beizhou, the bright moon illuminated the heart. Lin Muqing gazed at her reflection in the lake. Her ebony tresses disheveled, breathtakingly beautiful yet haunting, her delicate visage marred by an overwhelming sense of confusion. What has become of me? Why do I gradually feel detached from my own heart? The joy of my disciple seems so simple. As a master, I am unable to fulfill even this modest desire. With a sudden gasp, Lin Muqing felt a metallic taste in her throat, crimson blood spilling into the lake, staining its clear waters. The backlash of the heavenly path was growing increasingly severe. All of this was my fault. Lin Muqing closed her eyes, recalling all the oaths sworn to the heavenly way. Every ounce of backlash now directed at her. She silently bore the weight of it all, deliberately sending Jiang Lu away, unable to bear the thought of her disciple witnessing her current plight. The more one feels, the more intense the backlash becomes. If the heartless sacred body were to awaken, Lin Muqing could evade the repercussions of the heavenly path. A truly heartless individual would render such oaths ineffective. Once, it was my transgression that nearly cost me a beloved disciple. No matter how severe the backlash of the heavenly path, Jiang Lu would always remain my most cherished student. Unchangeable, Lin Muqing mused. Gazing at her forlorn reflection upon the lake's surface, she felt her identity becoming increasingly clear. This is my true self, regardless of the circumstances. I cannot become a soulless being. I must remain authentic. At that moment, not far from Moonlight Lake, a disheveled man appeared, his face adorned with stubble. His steps unsteady as he furtively observed his surroundings, looking utterly destitute. After months of hardship, I have finally escaped from that monstrous grip. That wretched Jiang Lu has ensnared me in such a way. I wonder if Lin Muqing is aware of Jiang Li's deceit? To feign death as a means to deceive the kind-hearted Lin Muqing, she, a woman so malevolent, pretends to harbor such deep affections. Tang Su's face broke into a triumphant smile. In these past 2 days, the days of the Black Demon have not been easy either. Although the cold water prison serves as a natural barrier, it was still breached by the formidable warriors of the Celestial Patrol. The reason was simple: the Black Demon, in a moment of reckless curiosity, was spotted by the warriors and captured without hesitation. As for the reason behind it, it was simply because of his grotesque appearance. Yet, ugliness has its advantages, as he was deemed too abstract and was taken as a spirit pet by one of the members. It was amidst this chaos that Tang Su managed to escape, hearing many legends along the way. Jiang Li's resurrection after death is deemed a miraculous event throughout the northern province, celebrated in the tales of countless martial artists. Among the many exploits attributed to him, he famously detonated the Sutra repository and severed ties with his master. He even resorted to self-detonation to confront the formidable Demon King, Wang Lan, inflicting severe injuries upon him, ultimately leading to the triumph of his cold and distant master, Lin Muqing, who, after enduring immense hardships, successfully vanquished the demon. Amidst the various retellings of these stories, the bond between Lin Muqing and Jiang Lu has blossomed into a revered master-disciple relationship, becoming an object of admiration for the younger generation in the northern province. Upon hearing these rumors, Tang Su could not help but spit in disdain. He was all too familiar with Jiang Li's true nature. It was inconceivable that he would willingly sacrifice himself for his master. After all, he was the legendary celestial demon body, a chosen vessel of the death realm, capable of initiating an unparalleled cultivation in the realm of ultimate death. During this period of extreme cultivation, all forms of harm would prove ineffective, transforming instead into profound insights of death. Everything was merely an illusion. In pursuit of perfecting the celestial demon body, Jiang Lu has merely deceived Lin Muqing under the guise of offering solace. Jiang Lu remains as cunning and treacherous as ever. Despite the passage of time, having acquired the devouring heaven demon technique, he has yet to dutifully present it to me. Such insolence is utterly intolerable. Tang Su seethed with rage. No sooner had he finished speaking than his other hand clenched into a fist, striking his own face with brutal force. It is unacceptable to speak ill of Jiang Lu. After all, he once treated you with such kindness, yet you fail to cherish it. In this lifetime, it is Tang Su who ought to protect Jiang Lu. His expression oscillated between distortion and fury as he began to thrash about, viciously tugging at his hair until it bled, engaging in various self-destructive behaviors. Were anyone to witness this scene, they would undoubtedly be taken aback. Soon, Tang Su, like a beast that had calmed after a frenzy, lay on the ground, gasping for breath. Tang Su, I am you. We can negotiate betrayal. You may control my body, but do not harm Jiang Lu. She is a good girl. What you neglect, I shall cherish. I swear to you, should I violate this oath, I will face the wrath of the heavenly Tao. After a prolonged silence, Tang Su slowly opened his eyes, revealing a glint of icy light. Fool, how could I fear your heavenly Tao oath? I have long comprehended the essence of the Great Way, severing all emotions and desires. How could I be intimidated by such trivialities? In these 3 days, I will surely kill you. And that wretched Jiang Lu, who was once my servant in a past life, now wagging her tail for others. I shall tear apart your faade. Chapter 79. Jiang Lu is the true murderer of your father Lin Muqing. Lin Muqing, your habits have indeed remained unchanged. I am still the one who knows you best. You always find solace by the moonlit lake. Surely, you must be burdened by some troubled thoughts. Tang Su concealed himself in the shadows, meticulously observing Lin Muqing from a distance, his gaze as frigid as a venomous serpent. Let me guess. You, once the embodiment of ruthless detachment, now lament for the heavenly Tao oath while possessing an exceptional physique adept at cultivating the realm of indifference. What a waste of such a sacred body. If only you knew that it is Jiang Lu who deceives you, as the one who exposes the lies. Coupled with the remnants of our past affection, you would surely come to embrace me once more, and I would pardon your previous disrespect. With his eyes closed, Tang Su's mind spiraled with fantasies. Having spent such a lengthy time below, engaging in daily cultivation with the Black Demon, his strength had surged to the first level of the Earth realm. Suddenly, a realization struck him. Who goes there? Lin Muqing sensed someone probing her presence with an acute awareness. This vague familiarity was undeniable. At that moment, Tang Su decided not to hide any longer. Smoothing his hair with a cold smirk as he stepped out from behind the stone. Muqing, it has been too long. Lin Muqing furrowed her brows, her thoughts entangled. In the context of their past lives, Tang Su could indeed be considered her disciple, having been deceived for nearly her entire existence, relentlessly extracting her resources. It was only at the brink of the grand conclusion that she truly understood Tang Su's character. Jiang Lu, such a benevolent disciple, was also relentlessly exploited by Tang Su, leading to an ever-widening rift between the master and apprentice in their past life. Ultimately, Jiang Lu perished in his previous life due to self-detonation. You despicable and shameless wretch have even managed to escape from Han Shui prison. Lin Muqing's tone was frigid. The dark demon would never allow Tang Su to escape. How could this scoundrel have gotten out? Despicable? Tang Su suddenly chuckled, elegantly turning to respond. Despicability is the passport of the vile, while nobility serves as the epitaph of the virtuous. Moreover, if we are to speak of despicable acts, I fear I am but a mere shadow compared to Jiang Lu. Her level of treachery leaves me in awe, having manipulated her beloved master to her whims. Lin Muqing's eyes widened, radiating a chilling murderous intent. Tang Su, do not presume I lack the courage to kill you. Speak ill of Jiang Lu again, and I shall sever your head this instant. Tang Su displayed no fear, instead stepping forward calmly, tauntingly saying, Do you dare? I cannot believe you are unaware of my identity. If you truly dared to act, given my parents' temperament, not only would they eliminate you, but they would also massacre the entirety of Northern State, including your dearest disciple, Jiang Lu. Lin Muqing fell silent. Tang Su's parents were supreme beings of the 9 heavens, their prowess having reached the legendary martial emperor realm, the pinnacle that Lin Muqing could only aspire to in her past life. Numerous protective barriers had been set upon Tang Su, which could only be breached by a martial emperor in times of life and death crises. With Lin Muqing's current strength, she truly could do nothing against Tang Su. What exactly do you wish to convey? Lin Muqing inquired coldly. Regrettably, she thought, had she known to reinforce the barriers around Han Shui prison or to avoid coming to Mingwei Lake, she would not have become the subject of Tang Su's ridicule. I have informed you before, Tang Su smirked. Jiang Lu is a woman of profound cunning. Your trust in her is utterly misplaced. Everything she has done is merely a deception. After all, you are one of my most cherished individuals, and I wish to bestow upon you the opportunity to serve me. It is not too late, lest you find yourself filled with regret. Lin Muqing, however, was unyielding. With a resounding slap, she struck Tang Su's face, the sound echoing sharply. Tang Su was momentarily stunned, her carefully crafted words shattered. She stared at Lin Muqing, her expression twisted in rage. This accursed woman! How dare she slap me? When my powers are restored, I shall repay this 100-fold. Next came another resounding slap. Without a word, Lin Muqing struck Tang Su's face again. Even if I cannot kill you, can I not retaliate? In my previous life, I was blind to take in such a wretched creature like you. After a flurry of slaps, Tang Su quieted down, her eyes glimmering with resentment. No longer daring to shout, her voice softened considerably. Muqing, do you know who killed your father in your past life? Lin Muqing's gaze flickered with subtle emotions. Tang Su possessed knowledge of her father's fate, a topic never before broached in her previous life. Now that it was mentioned, it was likely a ruse to deceive her. Lin Muqing had steeled herself for this revelation. Yet she still felt compelled to listen. Noticing Lin Muqing's silence, Tang Su continued, In truth, your father was Jin Cheng Shizu, and he was slain by Jiang Lu. Father was Jin Cheng Shizu? Lin Muqing's eyes widened in shock, frozen in disbelief. Tang Su quickly interjected, You likely were unaware of this. In the last life, Jiang Lu conspired with Xiao Xian to ally with Wang Lan, endangering the entire sect, while only Jin Cheng Shizu stood alongside you, desperately resisting. He sought to leave the sect to find Jiang Sen Shizu, but his whereabouts were divulged to Xiao Xian by Jiang Lu. And that information ultimately fell into the hands of the Underworld King sect. Consequently, Wang Lan dispatched 5 great demon envoys to hunt him down. After sustaining grave injuries, Jin Qing Shizu's first action was to relay a message to you, yet that communication was intercepted by Jiang Lu. Surely, you were aware of this. Lin Muqing's thoughts became a tumultuous storm. All along, she had believed Jin Qing Shizu's demise was not orchestrated by Jiang Lu, but rather that he had been merely used. Yet, upon hearing Tang Su's account, Jiang Lu has indeed emerged as the mastermind. Lin Muqing's memories gradually resurfaced before her eyes. The news of Master Jin Qing's departure was known only to Lin Muqing, and the other individual privy to this information was none other than Jiang Lu, who was attending to the master nearby. Lin Muqing had harbored suspicions at the time, but later dismissed them, believing that the monitoring capabilities of the underworld sect were simply too formidable. Moreover, within her recollections, Jiang Lu was indeed acting furtively. Having been absent for an entire night, Lin Muqing and the exclusive communication talisman of Master Jin Qing also vanished. When it was finally discovered, it bore a distress signal from Master Jin Qing, indicating that several days had already elapsed. Tang Su continued his discourse. At that moment, Master Jin Qing was not deceased. He was merely hiding in a cave, sending out a distress signal while recovering. However, instead of his daughter Lin Muqing, the one who arrived was the assailant, Jiang Lu. It was Jiang Lu who personally severed Master Jin Qing's head and submitted a letter of allegiance to Wang Lan. Lin Muqing's eyes reflected utter bewilderment. Countless memories and details resurfaced in her mind. Could it truly be Jiang Lu? Chapter 80. The Suppression of Tang Su. Moreover, there is something you may not be aware of. The heavenly extreme demon body is impervious to all poisons. The notion that the poison of green tea could infiltrate the brain is merely a deceitful fabrication, likely only you would believe. A mocking glint filled Tang Su's eyes. The esteemed disciple you hold in such high regard is, in truth, a complete scoundrel. Reflecting on past events, Lin Muqing's lips curled into a self-deprecating smile, her gaze betraying an imperceptible glimmer. With a resounding slap, Lin Muqing sent Tang Su crashing to the ground, his teeth flying from the force, his body flipping several times before he landed heavily. Stunned, Tang Su scrambled to his feet, clutching his swollen face. I've revealed the truth to you. Why then do you strike me? He exclaimed, incredulous. You cold-hearted woman, you dare to manipulate hearts, yet the most difficult thing to control is indeed the heart itself. Taking a deep breath, Lin Muqing's eyes regained their clarity. Whether my disciple has deceived me or what transpired in the past is of no consequence. What truly matters is attitude. Our story cannot be easily severed by your mere words. I intentionally exposed flaws to demonstrate that you are indeed the true villain. Attitude is the mask of the heart. A heartless individual cannot don the mask of attitude. Tang Su stood frozen, gazing at Lin Muqing with profound confusion. Through memories of the past life, he knew her well. She must have absorbed his words. Yet, why was the situation not as he anticipated? She should be consumed by rage, filled with an insatiable thirst for vengeance against Jiang Lu for her father's death, wishing to drink her blood and devour her flesh, torturing the wretched Jiang Lu beyond recognition. Why was it different? Lin Muqing cherished her father above all else, and as a being of the heartless sacred body. Her nature was cold and icy, her demeanor perpetually indifferent. How had she transformed into someone so warm-hearted? Tang Su struggled to comprehend, observing his bewilderment. Lin Muqing's gaze softened with sympathy. My anguish does not stem from the backlash of the heavenly Tao, but from not wanting to become a heartless person. Unable to even wear the mask of attitude towards my beloved disciple. A heartless individual, like you, cannot possibly understand. Tang Su sensed a flaw in her words, but could not pinpoint it. With a fierce tone, he retorted, Lin Muqing, your disciple Jiang Lu is a fraud. Why do you continue to trust her? Everything has been orchestrated by her. Lin Muqing chuckled. This is where you and she differ. You simply do not understand women. I do not care whether she has deceived me. Jiang Lu will ultimately reveal everything to me. I am willing to wait a lifetime for that. All I desire is a display of attitude, something you have never provided me. You, selfish, vile, and cowardly, cannot wear the mask of attitude. Tang Su was profoundly shaken, staring at Lin Muqing, his voice becoming increasingly sharp and piercing. I am the unparalleled demon emperor. You wretched woman, I treated you so well in my past life. And yet you continue to ridicule me. You are destined to be an empress. Should I ascend to the holy realm, you would become the legendary Saint Empress. A woman of the martial saint, holding a position just below the heavens. What more could you possibly desire? Truly a wretched woman, wretched woman, wretched woman. Tang Su remained oblivious. From the past life until now, he had treated Lin Muqing with such kindness. Why could she not see it? The same expression of disdain that had met him in the past lingered now. What had he done wrong? The woman of the martial saint? Lin Muqing laughed. Give me time. I shall surpass the martial saint. Tang Su was rendered utterly speechless. Surpassing the martial saint? That would mean achieving the legendary divine realm. A thought he dared not entertain. Lin Muqing's vision eclipsed his own. In an instant, he found himself at a disadvantage. Seizing the moment of Tang Su's bewilderment, Lin Muqing advanced step by step. At the very least, you have confirmed one thing for me. Master Jin Qing is indeed my father. You repeatedly claim that my disciple is deceiving me, yet as of now, my father is not dead, and the true murderer, Wang Lan, has perished. Yet you persist in obstructing me. Who, then, is the fool? Can I not discern that? Tang Su took a hesitant step back, his entire plan thrown into disarray. utterly unable to fathom this woman. From the past life to the present, he had perhaps never truly understood Lin Muqing. The aura surrounding Lin Muqing continued to condense. You dare to sow discord between my disciple and me, to slander her. You deserve the death penalty. Her final words were laden with an inexorable killing intent. Tang Su recoiled, incredulously staring at Lin Muqing. Upon witnessing the failure of his scheme, he quickly regained his composure, frantically declaring, "What? You dare to kill me? Do you not fear that my parents will slaughter the entire northern state, starting with your most beloved disciple?" Lin Muqing, a formidable half-step martial king, merely extended a hand. The power coalescing in the void lifted Tang Su as if he were a wretched dog. "I cannot kill you, Tang Su. I am not yet prepared to provoke your parents, but you, the unparalleled demon emperor, are an easy target for me. You are but a mere insect in the consciousness of Tang Su, struggling to survive while foolishly attempting to assert dominance. It is laughable. Even if I were to spare you, someone else would ultimately eliminate you." Tang Su suddenly froze, a flicker of panic flashing in his eyes. In a certain sense, he was indeed Tang Su, yet he was also not. Now, he was merely a faint remnant of a soul, devoid of any protective means. His parents would undoubtedly regard him as a lowly parasite. Tang Su roared in fury, "I am the unparalleled demon emperor, revered across the 9 heavens. I am not an insect. Not an insect. Not an insect. You do not possess the audacity to strike me down. You are merely deceiving yourself." Lin Muqing remained silent, delivering a forceful blow to Tang Su's crown, which, although seemingly devoid of strength, resonated with an infinite aura that disturbed the surroundings. Terror flickered in Tang Su's eyes. "Xing Tian's divine killing technique. You are utterly mad. This is a lethal technique to sever the soul. One must first sacrifice a soul fragment to unleash it. Madness. Sheer madness." Tang Su howled in despair, yet it proved futile. Lin Muqing's gaze grew increasingly frigid. "All who sought to harm my disciple must perish." Chapter 81. White hair and red eyes. What a beautiful woman. Tang Su's body gradually slumped to the ground, unable to open his eyes any longer, as the so-called demon emperor in his mind was utterly annihilated. In mere seconds, Tang Su's eyes snapped open, and upon seeing Lin Muqing, he instinctively knelt in a state of panic. Disciple Tang Su pays respects to elder. Observing the feeble Tang Su before him, Lin Muqing could not help but smile wryly. This is the true Tang Su, whose nature has merely been too well concealed. The demon in your mind has been vanquished. From this moment forth, you are free. Depart swiftly and do not return to the Tai Chin Shin sect. Lin Muqing inhaled deeply and staggered away from Minghua Lake. Tang Su remained frozen in place. The memories in his mind lingered, yet the annoying voice had ceased, and he could no longer see that proud and imposing figure. "I have been expelled from the sect." Tang Su felt a sense of confusion. With no wealth to his name, he was utterly at a loss as to how to survive in the North Continent. The vastness of the North Continent could scarcely accommodate a mere Tang Su. "Jiang Lu, I truly regret my past life where I was inferior to swine, missing out on such a wonderful girl like you. Now, how could I, covered in mud, ever be worthy of your delicate grace?" Tang Su's eyes regained clarity, though his expression was filled with profound anguish. After a moment of searching through his memories, he took a deep breath and steeled himself. "In this life, I shall atone for my past misdeeds and must win you back. You shall forever belong to me. The place of inheritance in the North Continent is now beyond my reach. I can only venture to the bountiful South Continent, where even the dreaded Sun Tian Pavilion awaits, along with opportunities fraught with peril. I, Tang Su, shall surely rise again, reclaiming my former glory. Jiang Lu, I will return. Once I have mastered my cultivation, I shall ride a colorful broom, sweeping the North Continent clean, and then I will come to marry you." Lin Muqing coughed up another mouthful of blood, his aura dwindling to its nadir. He felt as though he had lost something of utmost importance, leaving him with an overwhelming sense of emptiness. After all, the opponent was a remnant soul of imperial stature. The residual power had been severely diminished, not something Lin Muqing could easily eradicate. However, the foe harbored intentions of harming Jiang Lu. After much contemplation, Lin Muqing could only activate the forbidden technique to sever his own first soul fragment, known as the corpse dog. For an ordinary person to lose this fragment would mean forsaking their dreams, plunging them into a state of perpetual anxiety, resulting in various ailments. Yet for Lin Muqing, it would only hasten the cultivation of the heartless sacred body. The path required severing the 7 emotions and 6 desires, ultimately leading to the dissolution of the 3 souls and 7 fragments, becoming a truly desireless and emotionless being. The side effects were considerable. Lin Muqing shook his head, sensing Jiang Li's image fade momentarily in his mind before gradually clarifying once more. However, it was worth it. "My dear disciple, there are times when I, too, am selfish, unable to fulfill even your modest wishes. I shall find a way to temper the heartless sacred body." Jiang Li trudged along, enveloped in a cloud of melancholy, continually offering himself words of solace. Jiang Lu, you must uplift yourself and embrace joy." At this moment, suddenly, a system notification echoed in Jiang Li's mind. "Congratulations, host. Your favorability with Lin Muqing has increased by 5, bringing the total to 20. Upon receiving this news, Jiang Lu was momentarily taken aback, having done nothing at all. How could his favorability suddenly increase by 5? What on earth had transpired? "Master, it seems you have suddenly come to a realization." Jiang Li's emotions were inextricably tangled, After half a year of companionship, Lin Muqing had become the most significant person in her life, and each day she longed to be close to her master. A stark contrast to her initial feelings of merely completing a task. She earnestly wished for her master's well-being, hoping for a life devoid of strife and filled with joy. The heavenly extreme demon body, impervious to all poisons, would eventually be discovered by her master. But what would happen then? At worst, she would face her master's stern admonishment. It would serve as a form of penance for her. Suddenly, Jianglu has come to a profound realization. Often, the inability to foster deeper affection stems from a lack of sincerity. If both parties could truly engage with one another in honesty, the burdens they carry would surely diminish. Jianglu comprehended Lin Muqing profoundly. It became evident that her worries had been unfounded. Her master would surely understand her. No wonder her master was so incensed. Dearest Master Qingqing, I have concealed too much from you. There are certain truths you ought to be aware of. Otherwise, a chasm will forever exist between us. Only sincerity can beget sincerity. Jianglu tightly clenched her delicate fist. Naturally, one must not speak carelessly during a mission. The heavenly extreme demon body is impervious to all poisons. The toxin of green tea will not be her demise. Such information will inevitably reach her master in due time. She offered a preemptive apology. Master, you will surely go easy on me, won't you? Jianglu had adequately prepared himself mentally. Not far away, a magnificent sect emerged, its various structures grand and vast. Within its confines, one may not fully appreciate its splendor, but from an external vantage point, it was truly awe-inspiring. This was none other than the largest sect of Beizhou, the Taiqing Xuanzhou. Such an expansive sect would typically be bustling with disciples coming and going. However, it now appeared rather desolate. Jianglu furrowed his brows. Something was amiss. Indeed, it was profoundly unsettling. Within the inner sanctum of the Taiqing Xin sect, two young men sat imperiously in the grand hall, while the venerable elders of the sect knelt below, trembling and too fearful to draw a breath. The most miserable among them was Grandmaster Jin Cheng, who knelt at the forefront, his cultivation completely obliterated, his expression one of utter confusion. Old man, is this new sect leader truly your daughter? How arrogant she is, keeping us waiting for such an extended period, remarked the young man adorned with the Qilin emblem. As he kicked Grandmaster Jin Cheng aside, the elder coughed up a mouthful of blood and tumbled down the steps, turning to the man in white beside him. He lamented, Brother Qianyu, we have been here for 2 days. Ji Xingyunzhu has also been probing for 2 days. There cannot possibly be a martial king emerging from the North State. It must be a miscalculation from above. We can return and report back now. This Taiqing Xian sect has likely offended us. They have even forsaken this useless old father, hiding away and rendering our presence here meaningless. Chu Qianyu frowned and nodded, letting out a soft sigh. Let us go, as long as we can report back. As the two men departed and soared above the Taiqing Xian sect, Chu Qianyu suddenly froze, his gaze fixated on a woman with white hair and crimson eyes, softly murmuring, how can such an extraordinary beauty exist in this world? Jianglu also noticed the attire of the other party and inwardly exclaimed in dismay. It was, unexpectedly, a member of the Celestial Observation Pavilion. Given the current timeline, they should not have been in Beizhou. What was the situation? Chu Qianyu, with his hands clasped behind his back, took graceful steps as if walking on air. A refined smile gracing his face as he approached Jianglu. Even from a distance, his ethereal voice could be heard. Fairy, please hold your steps. I am Chu Qianyu, the envoy of the Celestial Observation Pavilion from the southern state. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance here. Chu Qianyu gazed at the exquisite visage before him. In his crimson eyes, there was a hint of gentleness, and his white hair cascaded over his shoulders, evoking a desire to embrace and cherish her tenderly. The strength of a martial king. Jiang Li's eyelids twitched abruptly. At present, her strength was still feeble, barely reaching the level of Tianjing. In the grand scheme of Nanzhou, she could hardly be regarded as a formidable force. To the eyes of these celestial envoys, she was merely an insignificant insect. Their courteous demeanor towards her was already a remarkable display of politeness. Greetings. I am Jiang Lu, an inner disciple of the Taiqing Xin sect. With a sweet smile, Jiang Lu momentarily stabilized her opponent, while her mind raced to devise a means of extricating herself from her current perilous situation. She had heard of Chu Qianyu, a man notorious for his unscrupulous nature, embodying all the traits of a cad, cloaked in the guise of an envoy from the Celestial Pavilion. He had ensnared countless young women, discarding them with alarming regularity once the novelty wore off. His nefarious practice involved the absorption of their life essence through the art of yin and yang cultivation, leaving those unfortunate enough to be chosen as his vessels with lifespans barely exceeding 3 months. Moreover, Chu Qianyu was renowned as one of the most formidable disciples within the southern division of the Celestial Pavilion, having achieved the rank of Martial King at a remarkably young age, wielding considerable authority within the organization. Noticing Jiang Li's interest, a smirk played on his lips. For it seemed that even the most proud of women would submit once they learned of his status, obediently lowering themselves to engage in frivolous banter. Fair maiden, would you consider becoming my companion on this path? He proposed. The Celestial Pavilion held unparalleled prestige across the 5 states, compelling all factions to bow in submission. As an envoy, he stood above countless others, a mere step below the apex of power. Think it over, will you? A nearby young man cast a glance at Jiang Lu, his eyes betraying a flicker of intrigue. though he quickly masked it, showering Chu Qianyu with flattery. Brother Qianyu, your discerning eye is commendable. It appears you are destined to win the heart of a rare beauty, a red-eyed enchantress with silver hair. Chu Qianyu's expression radiated satisfaction as he showcased his martial king prowess, his voice seemingly gentle, yet it offered Jiang Li little in the way of choices. A sudden inspiration struck Jiang Li's mind as he recalled the numerous sworn brothers he had. Now was the time to act. The renowned ghost doctor, Xiao Ruoxing, had yet to depart from Beizhou, as he was in search of the spiritual medicine Jiang Li had previously mentioned. Recently, it seemed he had made some progress. The esteemed physician was famous throughout the 5 states. And it was noted in the text that while he could not be compelled to act on behalf of the Sun Tian Pavilion, he had once saved the life of the pavilion master of the Southern Division, establishing a degree of camaraderie. Senior Qianyu, this matter may not be as straightforward as it appears. Jiang Liu resolutely declined without hesitation. Chu Qianyu's expression instantly fell, the smile on his lips vanished. As he fixated intently on Jiang Li's crimson eyes sparkled, filled with an innocent radiance. She gently draped her white hair over her shoulder and calmly remarked, "My elder brother has instructed me not to associate with overly abstract individuals. Is this request truly excessive?" Chu Qianyu paused for 2 seconds, a surge of fury erupting in his gaze as he endeavored to steady his voice. "What do you mean by overly abstract?" Jiang Li continued to explain patiently, her expression one of innocence. The notion of being unattractive was simply too abstract. It did not align with my elder brother's aesthetic preferences. And one should harbor no further thoughts about me. The fury emanating from Chu Qianyu surged, 436 fortune points, 344 fortune points. Chu Qianyu's eyes widened, his breath coming in ragged gasps. It was the first time a woman had dared to speak to him in such a manner. The aura surrounding him was on the verge of becoming utterly tempestuous. Jiang Li spoke once more, asserting, "After all, we are ill-suited for one another. Even as partners in the Tao, one must consider compatibility and status. My elder brother is not someone you can provoke. Even in the northern state, he holds considerable influence." Chu Qianyu, on the verge of laughter from exasperation, regarded her as a foolish woman. He suppressed his surging fury and articulated each word with precision. "Do you comprehend the significance of the Celestial Observation Pavilion in the 5 states?" Jiang Li contemplated for a moment before responding earnestly. "I have no idea. You ask me. And I certainly do not know. I have never ventured to other states. How could it possibly compare to the illustrious Taiqing Xuanzhou?" The other elders who had hurried over also heard this remark and were immediately taken aback. "Goodness gracious. Could you possibly silence yourself? What on earth is Taiqing Xuanzhou? How could it ever be compared to the Celestial Patrol Pavilion?" The air was thick with the incredulity of Chu Qianyu, who was utterly at a loss for words. His fortune points fluctuating between 243 and 316. Chu Qianyu was completely speechless, and in his frustration, he began to laugh. Foolish. Utterly foolish. The more furious the opponent became, the safer he felt. Jiang Li gazed at Chu Qianyu with a look of disdain, continuing to deliver her cutting remarks. "Your temperament is exceedingly brutish. After merely exchanging a few words, you already yearn to resort to violence. This is what one might call impotent rage. What distinguishes you from a madman? You cannot even begin to compare to my elder brother, who is the most formidable figure across the 5 provinces, with connections that extend far and wide. What significance do you truly hold?" Jiang Li spoke in a voice that was both feeble and tranquil. The members of the Taiqing Xian sect felt a chill run down their spines, nearly succumbing to faintness. They contemplated intervening but were at a loss for words. After all, this was the legendary Sun Tian Pavilion. Who were they to be associated with any so-called elder brother? The time had come. Chu Qianyu gritted his teeth and declared resolutely, "Very well. I shall refrain from striking you now, for your ignorance is evident. Summon your so-called elder brother. I am most curious to see what manner of being he is. Should he fail to kneel and offer an apology today? I shall gladly prostrate myself in apology to you." It was the first time Chu Qianyu had been provoked to such a state by a woman. Meanwhile, Xiao Ruoxing had been unable to locate Mandala, but provided Jiang Li with a means to contact him. In such a small place as Northern Province, it was possible to summon him immediately. Jiang Li conveyed the message directly to Xiao Ruoxing. "Hurry. There is specific news regarding the mandala. Your innocent and pure-hearted sister is about to be abducted." Originally, Xiao Ruoxing had been joyfully foraging for spiritual herbs in the secret realms of Beizhou. Upon reading this message, she spat vehemently on the ground. "You, Jiang Li, are anything but innocent and pure. You are truly a cunning and treacherous individual." However, when she saw the detailed news about the mandala, her eyes turned red with fury. Chapter 83, Wait for my return. "And we shall choose a day for our wedding." Xiao Ruoxing moved with remarkable speed, suddenly appearing at her destination. It had been a long time since she last visited the Taiqing Xuanzhou, and she felt an unusual atmosphere enveloping the place. "Jiang Li, this time you must not." Before Xiao Ruoxing could finish her sentence, she felt 2 powerful auras locking onto her. Chu Qianyu coldly stared at Xiao Ruoxing, furrowing his brow. "So, you are Jiang Li's elder brother? Your strength is unimpressive. You are merely a waste at the celestial realm." "You." Xiao Ruoxing's gaze shifted, and she immediately noticed the insignia on the stranger's chest, a bitter smile involuntarily appearing on her lips. Jiang Li, why must you provoke anyone at all? Especially the members of the Celestial Watchtower?" Jiangla blinked and said, "Brother, I am counting on you. I have also heard some news about the mandala." Xiao Ruoxing glared fiercely at Jianglu, relieved that it was only the southern division. If they were to provoke the central division of the Celestial Observation Pavilion, even the renowned ghost doctor, known throughout the 5 states, would be as insignificant as an ant before them. This fellow truly was a troublemaker. Chu Trinyu? Xiao Ruoxing's expression calmed, and he chuckled softly. "I recognize you. You are the 3rd disciple of the Southern Division's Lord Moro. I am a close friend of your master, and by the order of seniority, you should address me as Shirshu. Your rudeness is unacceptable. Do you believe I won't summon your master to properly discipline you?" Chu Chenyu suddenly took a step back, his gaze fixed on the old man before him. Who exactly was this person? The identity of the Lord was shrouded in mystery. Even within the Celestial Observation Pavilion, they only knew of the surname Muro. He did not even know whether his master was male or female. How could this old man so easily reveal the identity of Lord Muro? "What is your true identity?" Chu Chenyu asked, a hint of apprehension in his eyes as he observed the other's reaction. Xiao Ruoxing was quite pleased and coldly remarked, "I am the ghost doctor." "Xiao Ruoxing, I once saved Lord Murong's life. At that time, you were but knee-high. How many years have passed, and you already presume to wield power here?" Ghost Doctor Xiao Ruoxing. The expression of another disciple from the Celestial Observation Pavilion changed slightly. It was not merely the strangeness of the name. Xiao Ruoxing's influence across the 5 states was immense, having saved the lives of many high-ranking members of the pavilion and holding friendships with several notable figures. He was indeed a formidable presence, and it was perplexing that he would appear in this small northern state. Chu Chenyu's gaze flickered, unwilling to relinquish such a stunning woman. Noticing no one was around, he gritted his teeth and continued, "Just because you claim to be the ghost doctor, should I take your word for it? What proof do you have to substantiate your claim? You dare impersonate the revered ghost doctor of the 5 states? Do you believe this envoy of the celestial state will not kill you?" The other disciple quickly chimed in, "Ghost Doctor Xiao Ruoxing. How could he possibly be in the northern state? The northern state is known as the state of crime among the 5 states. What would a distinguished ghost doctor be doing here?" A cold glint flashed in Xiao Ruoxing's eyes. He had not anticipated that these 2 reckless individuals would harbor murderous intent towards him. He held immense apprehension towards the Celestial Observation Pavilion. Yet he also had some connections there. Very well. It seems the name of the ghost doctor has lost its efficacy. Lord Murong still owes me a favor. Teaching you 2 a lesson will be more than sufficient. Xiao Ruoxing was filled with indignation. Jiangli cast a perplexed glance at Xiao Ruoxing, wondering if this fellow truly intended to sway the esteemed Lord Murong of the Southern State branch of the Celestial Pavilion. Lord Murong, known in the original text as the formidable Murong Qianxue, was a significant adversary depicted on the map of the Southern State. The world remained oblivious to the true gender of Lord Murong, and even the real name was shrouded in mystery, with only the dual surname Murong known. In reality, she was a woman of considerable beauty and unmatched prowess, having reached the pinnacle of martial arts, the martial king level, sweeping across the southern state with no one daring to challenge her. However, Murong Qianxue harbored certain peculiarities regarding her affections, showing no interest in men whatsoever. Yet, upon encountering her master, Lin Muqing, she became profoundly intrigued, enduring unspeakable torment after being captured. In the original narrative, after enduring countless hardships, Lin Muqing ultimately managed to escape from this den of darkness. Jiang Lu harbored skepticism regarding Xiao Ruoxing's ability to summon Murong Qianxue. Murong Qianxue had never revealed her presence. Chu Qinyu felt a wave of dread wash over him. Upon reflection, the esteemed head of the Murong clan was perpetually engrossed in affairs of great importance. And even they had never beheld the true visage of the leader, who always presented himself cloaked in black robes. Currently, he was entangled in weighty matters at the central headquarters in Zhangzhou, rendering it utterly impossible for him to return. This old man must surely be deceiving him. It was hard to fathom how this elderly figure could possess such extensive knowledge of the Xuantian Pavilion, but it was futile to indulge in self-deception here. The leader was not someone one could simply beckon at will. A murderous intent ignited in Chu Qinyu's eyes, regardless of whether the so-called ghost doctor was genuine. Silencing him would render the truth irrelevant. Xiao Ruoxing, equally incensed, furrowed his brow. Reluctantly, he resolved to invoke that favor. Exclaiming in frustration that he would summon the Murong leader immediately, determined to teach this insolent youth a lesson. Without further ado, he conjured a yellow paper talisman shaped like 1,000 origami cranes, which ignited in the air. Chu Qinyu's brow knitted in concern. Could it be that the other party truly had the ability to summon the leader? As the yellow cranes were consumed by flames, an overwhelming force permeated the air, causing the very world to tremble. Above, a shadowy figure cloaked in black began to materialize. Chu Qianyu and another disciple of the Xuantian Pavilion paled, collapsing to the ground in sheer terror. They stammered, "We pay our respects to the leader." Indeed, they had succeeded in summoning him. Heaven above. The voice emanating from the black robe was rich and magnetic, rendering it impossible to discern gender. "Xiao, you summoned me for what purpose? If this task is fulfilled, our debts of gratitude shall be considered settled." Xiao Ruoxing couldn't help but lament inwardly. Such favors were diminishing in number with each use, and to squander one on Jianglu felt like a travesty. With a bitter smile, he replied, "Just look after your promising disciple. The spectral figure of the Murong leader turned its attention to Chu Qianyu and his companion, a wave of oppressive aura washing over them. The two were paralyzed with fear. "You have offended Mr. Xiao." Another disciple of the Xuantian pavilion wailed, repeatedly bowing in supplication. "I swear, I know nothing. It was all Chu Qianyu's doing." Chu Qianyu shot a furious glare at his fellow disciple, his lips trembling, yet words failed to escape his mouth. In an instant, a formidable force surged forth, transforming the disciple into a cloud of crimson mist, his very soul obliterated without a trace. The crisis had been averted. How tyrannical! Jianglu let out a sigh. Chu Qianyu, being the disciple of the other party, displayed such ruthless dominance, executing orders without hesitation. Almost immediately, a dark beam of light fixated upon them. Jianglu felt an unsettling chill. Beneath the dark robes of Lord Murong, it seemed as though a pair of eyes were fixated upon her, revealing an exceedingly sinister smile. "This woman is truly remarkable. She shall be delivered to the Celestial Pavilion, and upon my return, a date for our grand wedding shall be selected." Chapter 84. Henceforth. "She shall be the lady of the pavilion. Is this true, sister? When did I become a part of your scheme?" She was so innocently ensnared. Initially, she had worried whether her master might fall prey to this deranged woman, subjected to further torment. But now, her concerns dissipated, for the one ensnared had become herself. "Senior Murong, you jest. I, Jianglu, am a star of ill omen, certainly not a virtuous individual. Perhaps I would bring you misfortune instead." Jianglu was truly at a loss, teetering on the brink of tears, uncertain of how to articulate her predicament. Perhaps she had not even realized it herself. Ever since the completion of her arduous cultivation, she had undergone a transformation, emerging more exquisitely beautiful than ever before. Her fair complexion and enchanting visage were complemented by cascading silver locks, while her crimson eyes seemed to harbor countless red stars, shimmering with resplendent brilliance. The master of Murong, cloaked in enigmatic black, wore a peculiar smile. "No matter," he mused, "I have a penchant for the celestial lone star, particularly one as unique as you. Would you be willing to become my star?" As Jianglu, possessing the celestial demonic physique, gazed with her crimson eyes imbued with an extraordinary quality, she could effortlessly see through the facades of others. It was truly unfathomable. Beneath that voluminous black robe lay a figure of ethereal beauty, her eyes sparkling with clarity and brilliance, exuding an appearance that seemed harmless. Yet, on her gentle and mature visage resided an unexpected air of lewdness. This was the true countenance of the esteemed Murong sect master. It was devoid of any lethal aura, making it hard to comprehend that such a mysterious and bloodthirsty leader could present in this manner. Shower-washing observed Jianglu with a peculiar expression. After all, the other party was the master of the southern prefecture's branch, wielding immense power. To marry Jianglu? That would undoubtedly catapult this young lady to unprecedented heights. What a delightful turn of events. "Sister, congratulations." Shower-washing jovially extended her well wishes. Jianglu wore a bewildered expression, utterly at a loss for how to respond. It had been no trouble to assist her master in averting calamity. However, the misfortune had now befallen her instead, which was hardly a fair twist of fate. With a wave of his hand, Master Murong revealed his fair wrist, and shortly thereafter, 3 streams of dark energy surged into Jiang Li's body. Jiang Lu sensed a surge of power within her, as though she had accomplished something remarkable. "You are Jiang Lu, are you not? This esteemed master bestows upon you 3 protective talismans, capable of withstanding the full force of 3 martial kings, ensuring your safety during this period. Furthermore, here is a junior celestial envoy token. From this moment forth, I appoint you as a junior celestial envoy of the Celestial Pavilion's Southern Division, granting you the freedom to hone your skills within the pavilion. Should you encounter insurmountable dangers, this token allows you to summon me 3 times. Upon my return, we shall be united in marriage." With that, the figure cloaked in black diminished considerably. It was merely a projection, its strength unable to endure for long. Notably, the northern region was deemed the region of sin among the 5 continents. As a native of the northern region, you are not permitted to traverse state lines casually. Thus, I shall escort you away. Master Murong's final efforts enveloped Jiang Lu and another disciple of the Celestial Pavilion, and their figures vanished without a trace, leaving no remnants behind. Thus, they disappeared completely from the northern region. Shower-washing stroked his beard, wearing an expression of delight tinged with malice, though it appeared that he was thriving. His situation was not as enviable as it seemed. This little sister was finally facing her comeuppance. Unable to contain himself, Shower-washing burst into laughter, reminiscent of a pig's squeal, relishing the misfortunes that had befallen her after his own repeated failures at her hands. Suddenly, he recalled an essential matter he had neglected to inquire about. My mandala flower. Jiang Lu, you have yet to convey any news to me. How could you be whisked away so effortlessly?" Shower-washing let out a pained wail. No, the scene shifts. Jiang Lu observed that the surrounding environment had undergone a transformation. The air was infused with a rich essence of mystery, and everywhere was adorned with lush greenery, flourishing with a variety of dense vegetation. The figure of Master Murong, having exhausted this power, also vanished. In Jiang Li's mind, a system notification emerged. Main quest triggered. Journey to the southern branch of the Celestial Patrol to assume office and successfully evolve into a celestial envoy. Quest rewards, 10,000 fortune points, and 1 mysterious reward. This time, the quest rewards included an additional category, mysterious reward. Jianglu is equally intrigued by the nature of the mysterious reward. After such a lengthy period, the accumulated fortune level has successfully reached level 9. With just one more advancement to the final tier, the marketplace will be unlocked, allowing for the exchange of substantial resource rewards. Jianglu was filled with anticipation. If memory serves, in the previous life, the individual targeted by the psychopathic Morong Qianxue was none other than Master Lin Muqing, under the pretext of marrying him. At that time, Tang Su could hardly have imagined that a woman would emerge as a rival, going through great trials and tribulations to vanquish this second formidable foe. Lin Muqing, with his aloof and proud demeanor, remained impervious to Morong Qianxue's demands, even resorting to threats of self-harm, enduring considerable torment in the process. Jianglu exhibited a much more obedient demeanor. Morong Qianxue also provided her with 3 life-preserving measures. Alas, one can know a person's face, yet not their heart. Jianglu found it hard to fathom the terrifying predicament she would face upon the triumphant return of Morong Qianxue. It would truly be a torment. Nevertheless, she decided to adhere to the timeline established in the original narrative. Morong Qianxue still had a considerable duration before her return. And the silver lining was that she had acquired the identity of a junior celestial sentinel, enabling her to swiftly obtain resources in Nanzhou. Beside her stood a disciple from the celestial pavilion, a martial king in cultivation, who wore an expression of eager servility. Esteemed Lady Jiang, I am Yao Bujing, a high celestial sentinel. The pavilion master has instructed me that from this moment forth, I am your humble servant, ready to fulfill any of your desires. Miao Bujing's face radiated with exhilaration. Little did he expect that this journey would lead him to such a formidable ally. After all, she was the woman of the future pavilion master. Who would dare to provoke her? Jianglu fell into a moment of silence. This fellow was originally a mere extra among extras, possessing no utility aside from his knack for flattery. Miraculously, he had managed to survive until now. Please recount the situation in Nanzhou for me. Jianglu waved his hand and sighed inwardly. At last, he had departed from the blood-sucking Ta-Ching Xian sect. Were it not for his master's presence, Jianglu would have harbored no inclination to remain. The people of Beizhou bore the taint of sinful blood and were inherently cold-hearted. Fortunately, he had left a backup plan. His master's heavenly retribution could still be dealt with. Lin Muqing arrived at the Ta-Ching Xian sect, searching everywhere for Jiang Li's presence, only to find the faces of everyone around him filled with grave concern. Where has Jiang Li gone? Lin Muqing asked, bewildered. An elder, reveling in schadenfreude, replied. Jiang Lu has been taken away by the lord of the celestial pavilion to marry and enjoy a life of luxury. If she returns to Beizhou, she will be addressed as Lady Jiang. Lin Muqing was instantly struck dumb. What did you say? He stared incredulously at the elder, his eyes brimming with uncontainable fury. Esteemed sect master, Jiang Lu's entry into the celestial pavilion is a boon for our Ta-Ching Xian sect. Now that she has become the pavilion master's wife and has been taken to the south, whether she can return to Beizhou is uncertain. An elder immediately chimed in. Get out. Lin Muqing's aura surged forth violently. The elders who had spoken were instantly sent flying by the overwhelming pressure, collapsing to the ground and spitting blood, their eyes wide with shock as they stared at Lin Muqing. Typically, the sect master was known for his amiable demeanor. What had provoked such ire over a trivial matter? The elders fell silent, fear evident on their faces as they fixed their terrified gazes upon Lin Muqing. The atmosphere became eerily quiet. Grandmaster Jinxing staggered over. His aura diminished to an extreme, appearing as though he had aged significantly, his face lined with wrinkles and white hair. His cultivation was entirely depleted, rendering him a mere shell of his former self. Lin Muqing's pupils constricted again. Master, he began, but hesitated, uncertain of how to address him. There was no need for speculation. Everything stemmed from the celestial pavilion. Among the 5 realms of the lower world, only the celestial pavilion could act with such arrogance, leaving no room for compassion. Muqing, in the eyes of the celestial pavilion, we are but ants. Do not act impulsively. My lifespan is already limited. Without a breakthrough to Martial King, I have only a few months left to live. My current state is merely fate's decree. Jiang Le Grandmaster Jin Cheng explained the situation. Initially, 2 disciples of the celestial pavilion wreaked havoc in the sect, and upon preparing to leave, they set their sights on Jiang Lu. Subsequently, Pavilion Master Murong intervened and took Jiang Lu away for an arranged marriage. Lin Muqing clutched his chest, racked with anguish. All this calamity had originally been his burden. Yet now Jiang Lu had borne it alone. The mere thought of Pavilion Master Murong ignited a deep-seated rage within Lin Muqing. Morong Qianxue was a complete maniac, speculating on her identity and gender, conjuring illusions daily, and tormenting him through various means in his past life, all to compel Lin Muqing to submit to her whims. Lin Muqing's character was as stubborn as a bull. Despite numerous attempts, he had never been tamed by Morong Qianxue. As he contemplated the fate of his disciple, his heart ached with profound sorrow. His father's cultivation had been shattered, his lifespan dwindling. His disciple had been forcefully taken away and was being ruthlessly tormented. Damn the celestial pavilion! I, Lin Muqing, shall not rest until I see you destroyed. Grandmaster Jin Cheng let out a deep sigh. Father! Lin Muqing suddenly exclaimed. Grandmaster Jin Chung paused for a moment, his aged figure swaying as he took a step back. Mooching, you Grandmaster Jin Chung stammered. I know everything now. Why did you keep this from me? I have searched for 2 lifetimes and wish to leave no regrets. Lin Mooching spoke, his voice tinged with agitation. He had once speculated that his dearest master might be his father, but whenever that thought crossed his mind, he dismissed it, believing it impossible. Yet now, the truth had surfaced. The child has grown. The secret can no longer be hidden, Grandmaster Jin Chung said with a bitter smile, his expression filled with nostalgia. Mooching, you have inherited your mother's noble bloodline and also her heartless sacred body, allowing your powers to ascend so rapidly. I did not wish for you to become like your mother. Lin Mooching was taken aback for a moment, having never heard any news of her mother. The revelation stirred her fragile nerves. Grandmaster Jin Chung continued, in my youth, I was merely a junior disciple of the Tachin Xian sect when I found an injured girl with amnesia. She was a powerful martial king. Having forgotten where she came from, I cared for her, and in turn, she imparted many martial secrets to me. With my ordinary talent, I managed to cultivate to this level. Your mother played an indispensable role in that. Later, we fell in love and lived happily for several years, until you were born. At your birth, a celestial phenomenon occurred, unleashing a terrifying power that attracted a group of uninvited guests who claimed to be your mother's family. They sought to take her away, and naturally, I could not agree. But they claimed to hail from the 9 heavens, each possessing fearsome strength, likely surpassing even martial kings. Your mother hid you away, and to protect both you and me, she returned with them, claiming it was for the sake of the heartless lineage's continuation. Father and daughter could never reunite. If they discovered our connection to the heartless lineage, they would never let us go. Lin Mooching's mind went blank. Memories from her past life began to resurface. 9 heavens. The ancient Mu clan. No wonder, upon my arrival at the 9 heavens in my previous life, I was hunted down relentlessly. Only a mysterious woman intervened to save me from fatal danger. It turns out it was my mother who helped me. Mother. What was her name? Lin Mooching asked, her voice trembling. Grandmaster Jin Chung smiled faintly, his expression filled with emotion. Her name was Mushi. Soon after, a somber expression clouded Grandmaster Jin Chung's face as he waved his hand, saying, Lin Mooching, you must leave the Tachin Xian sect quickly. There is no longer a place for you here. You now know my identity. It will not be long before those from the 9 heavens find you. Lin Mooching's lips curled into a bitter smile, uncertain of what to say. Ultimately, she was still too weak. Father. Disciple. Unable to protect any longer. Very well. I shall now depart. Lin Mooching was acutely aware that those individuals from the 9 heavens were far from benevolent. Once discovered, they would undoubtedly implicate the entire sect. The only viable option was to leave promptly, hoping to divert the attention of the 9 heavens to another location. Father. This is the longevity pill that the ghost doctor previously bestowed upon me. It can aid in restoring a portion of your cultivation and prolong your lifespan, Lin Mooching said. Bowing to Master Jin Chung before presenting the pill, he then swiftly exited the sect, preparing to head towards the southern region, fortunate to have a means of transportation. This was not only to prevent the sect from being implicated, but also to rescue his disciple from the abyss of darkness as soon as possible. After Lin Mooching's silhouette vanished, Master Jin Chung's gaze became somewhat clouded, yet a smile of contentment graced his features. Mooching, depart swiftly from the northern state. They will not discover you, but they will find your father. I must not reveal your whereabouts. As a father, I have hidden you away for over 20 years. This is all I can do. Master Jin Chung settled onto the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. A resounding bell tolled ominously. Master Jin Chung's eyes closed permanently. No sooner had Lin Mooching left the northern state than the Tachin Xian sect was besieged by a group of uninvited guests, clad in black and bearing stern expressions. Damn it, that wretched girl has escaped. And that old fool died so swiftly, severing his own life force. Mugu, what shall we do about these insignificant pests below? Eliminate them. Eliminate? That would be far too lenient. Brother Mugu, it would be better to capture them all. Through them, we can surely locate that wretched girl. They are merely 5 states from the lower realm. Where could she possibly flee? Mugu pondered, stroking his chin thoughtfully. The bloodline of the Mu family must not be allowed to circulate beyond our control. It is unfortunate that this old fool met his end so quickly, severing our lead. A black-clad individual immediately interjected, Brother Mugu. As that old fool approached death, he manifested his soul, almost overflowing with vitality. A smile crept across Muji's lips. Excellent. Gather this fellow's soul. My disobedient sister will undoubtedly come to the rescue. Where could my dear niece possibly escape to? Continue the search. The black-clad individuals continued respectfully. Brother Mugu, we can utilize the power of the Celestial Patrol Pavilion. Even if this fellow escapes to the ends of the earth, it will be of no consequence. Mugu cast a sharp look at the black-clad man and struck him fiercely, calmly stating, the Celestial Patrol Pavilion does not belong solely to the Mu family. Do you wish to make a mockery of us before others? Such audacity is unforgivable. Hurry and search, but do not alert the Celestial Patrol Pavilion. Lin Mooching possessed memories from a past life. To prevent the 9 heavens from discovering the sect's whereabouts, he had already concealed his aura and departed from the northern state. Arriving in the western region, lacking formidable strength, he could not yet boldly approach the southern state and had to stealthily traverse through the western region. Although this would consume considerable time, it was the safest approach. Lin Muqing calculated the timeline based on his memories. Master Morong should be in the central state and would require a significant amount of time to return, thus granting him the opportunity he needed. Taking a deep breath, Lin Muqing possessed the treasure, the illusory realm, which allowed him to easily mask his presence. At that moment, he retrieved a small box from his robes, an item given to him by Bai Shuang when he departed, which he had yet to examine. It bore the inscription, the sixth gift, said to have been transferred to him by Jiang Lo. Now, having finally left the northern state, he had the chance to open it. His heart filled with trepidation. What more could Jiang Lo possibly leave her? Upon opening it, Lin Muqing was utterly astonished. How could it be another bowl of ginger soup? This particular bowl appeared significantly thicker and more difficult to swallow than the previous one. Accompanying it was a note. Dear Master Qingqing, I have devoted the better part of half a year to concocting this for you. It can help alleviate the backlash from the heavenly path. Lin Muqing shut her eyes, her heart aching profoundly. Good disciple, I will rescue you. South State. Upon hearing Miao Bujing's account, Jiang Lu finally comprehended the intricate layout of Southern State. Southern State, aside from Central State, ranks as the second most prosperous region, teeming with formidable warriors led by the martial king at the zenith of its glory. The supreme rulers are the three dominant factions, Feihong Palace, Zhenwu Alliance, and Qinglei Pavilion, in stark contrast to the singular dominance of the Taiqing Xian sect in Northern State. The three factions have engaged in both overt and covert struggles for many years, each backed by the Celestial Observation Pavilion, which itself is mired in inter-factional rivalries. The Celestial Observation Pavilion was established by the Upper Realm, abstaining from any involvement in the conflicts of the factions. Its purpose is straightforward, to oversee the 5 states and report all developments to the Upper Realm. It is said that the powerful beings of the Upper Realm have been in relentless pursuit of a legendary artifact, the Sacred Sovereign's cultivation technique. However, despite years of searching, they have met with no success. Consequently, the Upper Realm's support for the Celestial Observation Pavilion has waned significantly, and its management has become somewhat lax. The position of the Celestial Observation Pavilion is indeed precarious, although it ostensibly refrains from participating in the struggles of any faction, without control over these forces. How could it possibly secure the resources necessary for cultivation? Miao Bujing merely sketched the outline of Southern State. Jiang Lu has already become deeply familiar with the situation. At this current stage, it is imperative to swiftly transcend to the Celestial Realm and fervently accumulate fortune points. Miao Bujing wore a distressed expression. Upon further inquiry, it was revealed that during the process of teleportation, he had lost his storage bag, and its whereabouts in the southern province were unknown, leaving him utterly destitute. Master Jianglo, let us hasten our departure, for we are still a considerable distance from the Celestial Watchtower, which will require at least half a month of travel. If we miss the appointed time, it could lead to dire consequences. Once Miao Bujing regained his composure, a sycophantic smile graced his face. Pray tell, what fate awaits me should I choose to visit the Celestial Watchtower at this moment? Jiang Lu unexpectedly remarked. Miao was taken aback for a moment, scratching his head in confusion over the reason behind the inquiry. However, upon recalling the esteemed identity of the other party and the Lord, he dutifully responded, contemplating the prospect of enjoying boundless wealth and glory. Jiang Lu, filled with frustration, reprimanded, you are supposed to be a dignified senior celestial envoy. Yet you exhibit such a lack of crisis awareness. Just because the master claims I am, do you believe they will accept it? Your original mission was to accompany the celestial envoy to the northern state for an investigation, yet that envoy met with an untimely demise, and you returned with a woman. Do you truly believe the other envoys will find this credible? Miao Bujing stood momentarily bewildered. The power structure of the Southern State Division of the Celestial Pavilion was straightforward. Divided among 12 envoys, each embroiled in their own rivalries and intricate conflicts, the lineage of Chu Qianyu had thus been severed. Upon returning, he would likely face retribution from the other envoys, subjected to a gruesome fate. But, Lord Jianglu, are you not the betrothed of Master Morong? Surely, they cannot dismiss this fact. Miao Bujing's expression grew somewhat vacant. Jianglu cast a fierce glare at Miao Bujing and declared, do not ever use the term fiancé to insult me again. I have but one fiancé, and that is Lin Muqing. Miao Bujing scratched his head, perplexed. The fiancé's fiancé? What does that even mean? At that moment, Xianyu was on the verge of boiling over. Jiang Li's tone softened as she sighed and said, Miao Bujing, I am considering your well-being. I can prove my identity. The Lord has provided me with credentials. But what about you? Has the Lord granted you any proof? How can they trust your words? If you return, it would be a grave dereliction of duty. Upon hearing this, Miao Bujing realized the validity of her argument. If he were to go back, he would find himself in an untenable position. With his superior already held accountable, he would have nowhere to stand in the future. Despite being a formidable warrior, Miao Bujing felt as insignificant as an ant in the eyes of those provincial officials, and he anxiously inquired, Lord Jianglu, what should we do now? Jiang Lu smiled faintly and said, isn't this a simple matter? Let us not return to the Celestial Pavilion for now. I can serve as the envoy of Chengzhou instead. It is imperative that my identity as a celestial envoy remains concealed until the pavilion master returns. I cannot re-enter the celestial pavilion. Miao Bujing was utterly taken aback. The envoy of a state holds unparalleled status throughout the southern region, second only to the pavilion master. Such a title requires the consensus of the three major factions. However, the current circumstances have drastically changed. These factions have long been infiltrated, making it impossible to recognize a new state envoy. Within the celestial pavilion, there exists a stringent hierarchy: junior celestial envoy, intermediate celestial envoy, senior celestial envoy, and ultimate celestial envoy. Ascending further leads to the position of celestial state envoy, a rigorous and layered structure. Miao Bujing felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude and silently thought, Lord Zhonglu, you truly are a good person. You have chosen to forego the splendors of the celestial pavilion for the sake of my humble life. From this moment forth, I vow to obey your every command. I will be your most loyal companion, ready to act without hesitation. In my lexicon, there exist but two words: loyalty. Standing straight, Miao Bujing offered a deep bow to Zhonglu, embodying his unwavering fidelity. Happy New Year. May you all remain healthy and joyful in the coming year, and may all your wishes come to fruition. Chapter 87. The path grows narrow. Zhonglu pondered deeply. To ascend to the esteemed position of the celestial envoy of the one must possess accomplishments recognized by the lord of the pavilion. In a month's time, the fabled land of inheritance of the 5 states would be unveiled, where all prodigies below the rank of martial king from the 5 states would gather to compete. Achieving the coveted first place would yield a merit substantial enough to secure the role of celestial envoy in the southern province. Zhang Lu recalled the hints from the original text: the land of inheritance, a trial ground for the prodigies of the 5 continents, where various treasures, fortuitous encounters, miraculous elixirs, and ancient legacies could potentially be acquired, inciting envy among countless exceptional talents. Attaining the top rank would not only bring glory but also a reward from a formidable being of the 9 heavens. For innumerable gifted individuals, this represented an irresistible temptation. Should a prominent figure take a liking to them and accept them as a disciple, they could ascend instantaneously, soaring directly to the 9 heavens. The prodigies from the lower realms, driven by ambition, would go to great lengths to participate in this trial. In the original narrative, the outcome of this event saw Tang Su claiming the coveted first place, a result that sparked considerable controversy regarding his identity. Miao Bujing widened his eyes in disbelief, as such a feat seemed unfathomable. Having already advanced to the martial king realm, he had long lost his eligibility to compete. Yet, the mere thought of the land of inheritance sent chills down his spine. It was a realm devoid of rules and humanity, where he had once stood at the 9th level of the celestial realm, contending against the top prodigies from various states, who were all mere half-steps to the martial king. Surviving such an ordeal was nothing short of a miracle. Lord Zhang Lu has yet to reach the heavenly realm. Miao Bujing can only admire her courage. Zhang Lu pondered deeply, realizing that there remained merely a month. The pressing matter at hand was to secure qualification for entering the realm of inheritance and to fervently enhance his cultivation. First, he needed to ascertain his precise location. Master Zhang Lu, we currently find ourselves within the jurisdiction of Donglin County, under the influence of the Feihong Palace. Where shall we proceed now? Miao Bujing's demeanor was one of utmost respect, aptly addressing Jiang Li's uncertainty. Donglin County. The memories within Jiang Li's mind gradually crystallized. It appeared that this was a pivotal moment in a significant event. Suddenly, a vital piece of information emerged. Nanzhou, the turnover realm. The legendary imperial artifact, also known as the Tang Su legendary treasure in the original narrative, was crucial in maintaining the balance among the 5 states during the earlier stages. Currently, the turnover realm had yet to manifest in the world, presenting an opportune moment for seizing it. A side quest had also been unveiled in his mind. Side quest: successfully acquire the turnover realm and usurp the male protagonist's fortune. Quest reward: 10,000 fortune points. A reward of 10,000 fortune points is indeed quite commendable. Jiang Lu clenched his fist tightly, breaking free from the control of Master Murong. I shall return to seek you out, Master Qingqing. Jiang Li's mindset has undergone a profound transformation. Initially focused solely on her own survival, she now harbors a fervent desire for her master to endure as well. Alongside the formidable adversaries from the 9 heavens, it is imperative to devise every conceivable means to enhance her strength. Not far away, the sudden sounds of a fierce battle erupted. Shortly thereafter, a woman clad in yellow hastily approached, her cultivation at the 4th tier of the celestial realm. Her garments tattered and revealing, her countenance etched with terror as she sped towards Jiang Lu. Senior, please save me, Huangli. I, Huangli, shall forever cherish your kindness, and, from this day forth, serve you tirelessly, dedicating my life to you. Miao Bujing concealed his presence. The yellow-clad woman furrowed her brow, discerning that he was undoubtedly an exceptionally powerful expert. Without a glance at Jiang Lu, she lunged toward Miao Bujing's direction. Behind her, 4 men in black pursued her relentlessly. each possessing formidable prowess, approximately at the 8th tier of the celestial realm. Despite their relentless pursuit, they had yet to capture the yellow-clad woman, a testament to her considerable abilities. Who dares to meddle in my affairs? One of the pursuers bellowed. If you interfere in the matters of the Tian family, regardless of your identity, you shall not escape unscathed. Withdraw at once. Upon witnessing this scene, Jiang Lu harbored no intention of intervening. Miao Bujing immediately sensed Jiang Li's intent and also took a slight step back, adopting a posture of calm observation, disregarding the woman in yellow entirely. The four men clad in black revealed cold, sinister smiles. It was wise to recognize the situation. The Tian family was not to be trifled with. Miao Bujing regarded them with disdain, deeming them merely a trifling family. The mere display of his identity as a celestial envoy would surely instill such terror in them that they would not dare to breathe. The woman in yellow gritted her teeth, her gaze towards the two filled with animosity. In Donglin County, my Huang family will not let you go unscathed. My father is Huang Pingshan, the patriarch of the Huang family. If you do not come to my aid, he will have you killed. The woman in yellow, undeterred, recklessly charged towards Jiang Lu, having discerned that the white-haired, red-eyed woman seemed to possess a higher status. The mysterious powerhouse beside her would not simply obey commands. If she could seize Jiang Lu, even a brief delay would afford her a glimmer of hope for survival. In Jiang Li's crimson eyes, a cold gleam flickered. He issued a direct command. Dare to approach even a single step, and I shall end your life. Huang Li gritted her teeth, disregarding his threat as she continued to advance towards Jiang Lu. Upon receiving a signal, Miao Bujing, a powerful martial king, exerted his strength to forcibly restrain Huang Li's body. Do you truly dare to kill me? Huang Li exclaimed, her expression one of shock. The audacity of her adversaries was astounding. The Huang family was the most prestigious clan in Donglin County. Were they indeed willing to act against her? Without further ado, Miao Bujing unleashed a powerful strike. Bang! A beautifully crafted head exploded, and before the woman in yellow could react, her head was severed from her body, leaving only a lifeless corpse that fell heavily to the ground. The four black-clad pursuers, taken aback by the shocking scene, exchanged bewildered glances. After a brief moment of hesitation, they turned to encircle Jiang Lu and Miao Bujing, their gazes icy. You two brothers, it is merely unfortunate fate for you. To prevent this news from leaking, you shall accompany her to the grave. Jiang Lu gazed at the four individuals and remarked with a smile, the path has grown narrow. Chapter 88. Huang Li and I are sworn sisters. Miao Bujing effortlessly dealt with the situation, leaving behind four lifeless bodies clad in black, sprawled haphazardly together on the ground. To the four brothers, one might say you were fortunate to encounter someone as simple-hearted and kind as I, who even left you with complete remains. May you journey well. Jiang Lu bowed respectfully, contemplating his strategy. At present, the strength of the local realm remains insufficient, as many of the talented individuals here have already attained celestial status. In Donglin County, two formidable factions dominate, controlled by the Huang and Tian families, who have been embroiled in both overt and covert conflicts for many years, each seeking to completely oust the other from Donglin County. This rivalry intensifies particularly as the time approaches for the opening of the ancestral grounds, with the competition becoming exceedingly fierce. Notably, there is only one qualification to enter the inheritance. Once everything settles down, Jiang Lu scrutinized the lifeless body of Huang Li. In the palm of his hand lay a black orb, one of the relics necessary to activate the celestial mirror. In a previous life, Huang Li had been ensnared by Tang Su, willingly offering the black orb, which ultimately allowed Tang Su to infiltrate the Huang family. In the end, Tang Su successfully gathered the tokens and summoned the celestial mirror, only to completely abandon Huang Li thereafter. Turning his affections towards Lin Muqing, Tang Su exhibited a remarkable duplicity. Fortunately, Jiang Lu took decisive action and eliminated him, thereby seizing the protagonist's fortune. In his mind, he indeed received a system notification, successfully seized the male lead's fortune, acquired the black orb token, and rewarded with 5,698 fortune points. Fortune level elevated, now ascended to level 10, successfully unlocking the system marketplace. Jiang Li's expression suddenly brightened, as he had not anticipated that his unintentional act would perfectly supplement his final fortune value. The system finally seemed to serve a purpose. The marketplace was replete with a myriad of resources and spiritual herbs, all of which required fortune value for exchange. Now, he possessed a substantial fortune value of 100,000, available for his own use. Huang Li, at this juncture in the original narrative, had not yet met her demise. Jiang Lu gradually devised a plan. He exchanged 2 illusory transformation pills from the marketplace, which could alter one's aura and conceal one's cultivation level, with an efficacy lasting for 10 days. He handed one to Miao Bujing. Although Miao Bujing found it perplexing under Jiang Li's guidance, he assumed the guise of a frail old man, adjusting his cultivation to ultimately reach the 9th tier of the celestial realm. Conversely, Jiang Lu chose not to conceal his true nature, remaining at the 9th tier of the earth realm. After consuming the illusory transformation pill, Jiang Li's aura underwent a subtle transformation, imbued with an indescribable essence. After discussing the plan with Miao Bujing, the expression on Miao Bujing's face was one of utter astonishment. Could this truly be feasible? Having just taken the life of someone's daughter, to impersonate the deceased's sworn brother, surely no rational person would believe such a tale. Indeed, Jiang Li's conjecture was not unfounded. A middle-aged man, adorned in splendid attire, emanated an overwhelming aura from a considerable distance, his face revealing a blend of anxiety and fury. "My Lier, where have you gone?" This man was none other than Huang Pingshan, the head of the Huang family. Miao Bujing furrowed his brow, sensing the formidable strength of this middle-aged individual. After all, he was the patriarch of a prominent family, possessing the prowess of a second-tier martial king, which naturally instilled a sense of trepidation in him. Jiang Li's plan is exceedingly fanciful, bordering on the impossible. Should the adversary truly intend to harm Jiang Lo, Miao Bujing's current capabilities would be insufficient to intervene, leaving him with no choice but to reveal his identity as a celestial watcher to intimidate the foe. Following closely behind is a young man, his gaze sharp and predatory as it scans the horizon. "Father, there are signs of battle ahead. Sister Huang Li may be just beyond. Sister Huang Ying, do hurry and catch up." At the rear, a delicate young woman in a pale yellow gown, her eyes stained with tears, weeps softly. "Brother Huang Yun, I believe I have seen Sister Huang Li. I wonder if she is ahead." In an instant, the three encircled Jiang Lu and his companion. Upon sighting the lifeless bodies strewn across the ground, Huang Pingshan was seized by a piercing headache, his gaze fixed with unyielding intensity upon Jiang Lu. "You have killed my daughter." Huang Pingshan, a father of three, cherished his second daughter, Huang Li, with profound affection. Now, he was left with naught but dismembered remains. Huang Yun, however, displayed little outward sorrow. His heart raced violently the moment he laid eyes upon Jiang Lu. The striking figure with white hair and red eyes was indelibly etched into his memory, rendering him utterly motionless. In this world, how could there exist such an exquisite woman? Huang Ying's eyes glinted with unbridled hatred, wishing nothing less than to see Jiang Lu torn asunder. "Father, it was she who killed Sister Huang Li." Jiang Lu stepped forward, her voice filled with profound sorrow as she emphatically declared, "Master Huang, I share a sisterly bond with Huang Li. We are truly sworn sisters, despite our different surnames. How could I ever bring harm to her?" Huang Pingshan, poised to strike Jiang Lu, halted his hand mid-motion. Furrowing his brow, he coldly inquired, "What evidence do you possess to prove your sisterhood with my daughter?" Jiang Lu sighed and spoke, "Upon meeting Sister Huang Li yesterday, it truly felt as though we had known each other for ages, a connection that felt both profound and lamentably overdue. Though we may not share the same day of passing, we certainly share the same birth year, month, and day." Sister Huang Li expressed her desire to carve out her own path in the world, leaving home to embark on a journey of self-discovery. Little did I expect that today we would encounter 4 formidable adversaries pursuing us. Together, Sister Huang Li and my humble self fought valiantly, wounding these 4 powerful foes. Ultimately, Sister Huang Li displayed unparalleled courage and selflessness, sacrificing herself to save us from our enemies. Miao Bujing widened his eyes in disbelief. "No, how can you speak such nonsense? This rationale is utterly absurd. Surely, only a fool would believe it." Huang Ying, gritting her teeth, stepped forward defiantly. "You are lying. Sister Huang Li is far too selfish to sacrifice her life for you. Moreover, given her limited cultivation, how could she possibly stand against 4 8th-tier celestial realm experts?" Jiang Lu retorted directly, "My dear sister once remarked that among the Huang family, Huang Ying possesses the narrowest of hearts. She fails to win our father's affection and persistently targets you." Huang Ying's delicate face tightened, rendering her speechless. From childhood to the present, she harbored an intense loathing for this sister, questioning the audacity of her arrogance, her relentless misdeeds, and her idle lifestyle, all while enjoying the finest resources of the family. She was also the most cherished daughter in their father's eyes. Even the eldest brother held a position in their father's heart that paled in comparison to Huang Li's. Whenever issues arose, as the family head, their father would personally intervene to seek solutions. Huang Ying's heart brimmed with jealousy, and more jealousy. The moment she learned of her sister's demise, an uncontrollable elation surged within her. Turning to Huang Pingshan, she whispered, "Father, you truly cannot believe her words, can you? It must have been she who killed Sister Huang Li. We must avenge her." Huang Pingshan squinted slightly, his demeanor softened considerably. "You were born on a day of shadows, just as Lear was." Jiang Lu nodded slightly, the aura of death subtly emanating from him. Indeed, Huang Pingshan fell silent, sensing the surrounding atmosphere grow noticeably colder. It was yet another body of extreme yin. His heart surged with exhilaration. "Father, regardless of when she was born, it is imperative to eliminate her now, to avenge my sister." Huang Ying pointed at Jiang Lu, her voice laced with malice. Huang Pingshan furrowed his brow and delivered a resounding slap to Huang Ying's face, the sound echoing sharply. Dazed and bewildered, Huang Ying stared blankly at Huang Pingshan. Enraged, he reprimanded her. This is your sister's sworn sister. You ought to address her as sister. How can you be so disrespectful? Miao Bujing was equally taken aback. Such a clumsy lie, and Huang Pingshan believed it without question. Chapter 89. My name is Jiang Qingqing. Huang Li was not Huang Pingshan's biological daughter, yet his favoritism towards her was evident. This favoritism stemmed from the fact that Huang Li was born on an extremely Yin day, in an extremely Yin month. During an extremely Yin hour, she embodied the essence of extreme Yin. Known also as the primordial Yin body, it served as an exceptional furnace for men, enhancing their strength without adverse effects. Huang Pingshan had nurtured her for so long, showering her with preferential treatment. Every resource was prioritized for Huang Li, all in pursuit of creating the perfect furnace, even harboring hopes of breaking through to that legendary realm, soaring to the ninth heaven. In the original tale, however, Tang Su seized the opportunity, and Huang Pingshan was oblivious until it was too late. By the time he realized, Tang Su had already established herself as a formidable force, far beyond his control. In the end, she even acquired the mirror of reversal. The essence of Jiang Li's death is exceptionally rare, perhaps unparalleled throughout the ages. The aura it emanates is chilling to the extreme, even purer than that of an entity embodying utmost coldness. Huang Pingshan, in his elation, found joy in the demise of a nurtured alchemical vessel, only to receive an even more refined constitution in return. Truly, it is a case of misfortune transforming into fortune. Father, we know not whence she hails, nor even her name. How can we place such trust in her? Huang Ying expressed her bewilderment, continuing to plead her case. Suddenly, a sharp sound echoed as a crimson handprint appeared anew on the other side of Huang Ying's face. This was not the work of Huang Pingshan, but rather a sudden slap delivered by her brother, Huang Yun, leaving her utterly dazed. With a tone of righteous indignation, Huang Yun proclaimed, I find no fault in what this young lady with red eyes has said. Sister, it is indeed your misstep. Your habitual exclusion of Sister Huang Li has not gone unnoticed by me, yet I have never spoken of it to father. Now, how can you be so lacking in decorum, unjustly sidelining a kind and lovely girl? I firmly believe you are in the wrong. 3 question marks hovered above Huang Ying's head. Am I the sole outsider in this household? The silence of their father, Huang Pingshan, had already conveyed everything. Head of the Huang family, my name is Jiang Qingqing. I hail from the Central Plains and journeyed to the Western regions to seek enlightenment through Buddhist teachings. It was during my passage through this place that I fortuitously met Miss Huang Li. After forming a sisterly bond, I never anticipated encountering such a grave calamity. How lamentable and sorrowful this is. Jiang Li's voice was filled with profound sorrow as she gazed upon the headless corpse on the ground, her eyes brimming with tears. We had only known each other for a mere 2 days as close sisters. How could you depart this world so prematurely? You had proclaimed yourself to be the most beloved daughter of the Huang family patriarch. Now, the aged and grief-stricken patriarch mourns the loss of his cherished daughter. Miao Bujing appeared outwardly composed, yet internally he was utterly astonished. He had never witnessed Jiang Lu in such a state. Truly, it is said that when one reaches the depths of despair, they become invincible. Ahem. Huang Pingshan's flesh quivered slightly as he cleared his throat softly. What do you mean by saying I am aged and feeble? I am still in the prime of my life. Huang Li was indeed untrustworthy, and her demise could be considered a relief. He then continued, without a hint of embarrassment, Jiang Qingqing, the Western regions are not a place of virtue. That group of monks possesses no genuine scriptures worth acquiring. Instead, why not stay with my Huang family? We have a plethora of classics for you to explore. Huang Yun had been intently fixated on Jiang Lu, his gaze unwavering. Upon hearing his father's words, he was suddenly overwhelmed with excitement, and, almost instinctively, suggested, Lady Qingqing, what scriptures could possibly compare to what you might find in my chambers tonight? I can assure you, there is an abundance. As soon as he uttered these words, Huang Yun's mind jolted back to reality. Foolish Yun, what are you doing? How could he speak like that in front of his father and younger sister? Huang Pingshan and Huang Ying immediately cast him a glare filled with disapproval. Clearing his throat softly, Huang Yun lowered his head and murmured, what I meant to say is that I possess a vast collection of ancient texts. We could engage in a discussion about them. Miao Bujing looked at the group with a hint of sympathy. Why choose to target Jiang Lu? She is the woman of the mysterious Murong Lord, the most powerful woman in the southern prefecture, favored exclusively by him. If he were to discover this, he would likely be rendered speechless. Miao Bujing could scarcely fathom the enigmatic Murong Lord, whose visage remained concealed, leaving all in uncertainty regarding whether he was male or female. As the time of return approached, a grand wedding was imminent. At that moment, the shroud of mystery would be lifted. One could only wonder what a remarkable man would be worthy of such a lady as Jiang Lu. No, that is not right. Miao Bujing realized he had been somewhat brainwashed. It should be Jiang Lu who is worthy of the Lord. Jiang Lu is undoubtedly the most powerful individual in the southern prefecture, and Miao Bujing, as his attendant, undoubtedly possesses certain merits that allow him to ascend swiftly. This could transform Miao Bujing's derogatory title. Henceforth, I shall refer to him as Miao Beizheng. Miao Bujing's mind was filled with such fantasies. Huang Pingshan paid no attention to Huang Yun. Instead, he turned to Jiang Lu, a smile gracing his lips. Jiang Qingqing, you and my daughter are indeed close friends, and I cannot let you go unrewarded, he said, presenting a precious gift to Jiang Lu. It was a beautifully packaged treasure, a resplendent red celestial garment, light as gossamer. Resembling the fiery clouds at dawn, vibrant and kaleidoscopic, with a soft luminescence that shimmered elegantly across its surface, exuding opulence and grace. Jiang Li's brows furrowed momentarily. This was the legendary scarlet fairy flowing skirt, a treasure of unknown rank, renowned for its exquisite beauty, yet lacking any extraordinary function. In reality, this garment could evade nearly all fire attribute powers, even those wielded by a martial king of the fire element. However, fire-based spells would inflict no harm upon the skirt whatsoever. This enchanted attire came to me by chance, impervious to flames. Initially, I intended to present it to Lier, but sensing a connection, I have decided to gift it to you instead. A smile graced Huang Pingshan's face. As Huang Ying gazed at Jiang Lu, her eyes brimmed with a jealousy that bordered on madness. Chapter 90. I am willing to forge a brotherhood. Thank you, head of the Huang family. Jiang Lesson seamlessly continued, pondering for a moment before responding. We too have endured considerable fatigue from our journey, and I, an old servant, have sustained significant injuries. Venturing into the western regions would indeed be fraught with peril. Thus, we shall heed the arrangements of Master Huang. However, concerning the remains of this dear sister, Jiang Lu cast a fleeting glance at the now utterly frigid Huang Li. The Huang family surely had to organize some form of gathering. No matter. Huang Yun offered a slight smile. Suddenly, with a swift motion, she startled Jiang Lu, but it was not directed at her. Rather, it was the several corpses upon the ground. In an instant, they were reduced to ashes. Even the headless body of Huang Li disintegrated into fine dust, vanishing without a trace. The Huang family does not engage in funerals. This is our custom. Let my dear Lier scatter with the winds. She shall undoubtedly find joy in the afterlife, Huang Pingshan stated with unwavering composure. Jiang Lu sighed inwardly, marveling at the harmonious and affectionate Huang family, where interactions truly radiated warmth and peace. Subsequently, Jiang Lu and the others were warmly escorted into Donglin County. Miao Bujing remained in a state of shock. This was a direct entry into the inner sanctum. Donglin County is arguably the largest city on the border, where two powerful factions have been embroiled in conflict for countless years, ultimately each controlling their respective territories. The Huang family dominates the northern part of Donglin County, while the formidable Tian family holds sway over the south. The return of Huang Pingshan marked an extraordinarily grand occasion. Countless formidable members of the family emerged from the city to welcome him, each expressing concern for the situation. Huang Pingshan, in turn, displayed the utmost friendliness towards Jiang Lu, enthusiastically introducing him to the customs and various intriguing tales of Donglin County. Huang Yun followed closely behind, his expression dark and sullen. For reasons unknown, the sight of his father's jovial face filled him with an overwhelming urge to tear him apart. He could not comprehend why he felt such intense aversion. Meanwhile, Huang Ying's eyes glimmered with resentment. She simply could not fathom the drastic shift in her father's demeanor. It almost seemed tinged with a hint of indulgence. This was something she had longed for, even in her dreams. Jiang Lu exhibited a serene demeanor, while the formidable figures of Donglin Prefecture were enveloped in astonishment. Who exactly was this silver-haired woman? What extraordinary origins and background could possibly elicit such warmth from the patriarch in this setting? Moreover, Jiang Lu possessed merely an earth realm cultivation. Miss Qingqing, what are your thoughts on Donglin Prefecture? Surely it must surpass the western regions. Huang Pingshan's smile broadened, and even his manner of address transformed. Excellent. Jiang Lu merely offered a single-word evaluation. Huang Pingshan felt a surge of joy within, a barely perceptible smile curving at the corners of his lips. Jiang Lu is but a mere figure of the earthly realm. Yet, he stands as the head of a household and possesses the formidable strength of a martial king. Why, then, does he exhibit such patience? Is it not a deliberate attempt to garner the affections of the other party? It is merely a prelude to what is to come. The current cultivation of the extreme Yin body remains woefully inadequate. It is only when the opponent's strength reaches its zenith that it can be of utmost benefit to Huang Pingshan, allowing for the most exquisite absorption. Huang Pingshan has been scheming for years, having already devised a more perfect vessel, rendering these few days of waiting inconsequential. The information surrounding the extreme Yin body is shrouded in secrecy. In his youth, Huang Pingshan was merely a seeker of knowledge, dedicating his life to discovering the extreme Yin body to aid in his cultivation. The painstakingly nurtured Huang Li met an untimely demise. Now, a being even more perfect has appeared, as if bestowed upon him by the heavens themselves. Huang Yun's lips twitched slightly, his mind incessantly murmuring. Truly, he is a relic of a bygone era. One should reflect upon their age before daring to refer to themselves as young lady. Jiang Qingqing, she belongs to me. Huang Yun thought fiercely. After the journey concluded, Jiang Lu was also arranged to reside in the Huang family, in the dwelling imbued with the richest essence of the mystical energy. Even the provisions provided were crafted from the finest treasures of heaven and earth, ensuring no deprivation whatsoever. He remained there for several consecutive days. Jiang Lu closed her eyes, diligently cultivating her skills, her aura growing increasingly formidable. The Huang family devoted nearly all their resources to her, and after several days of practice, she began to flourish. Jiang Lu felt an increasing sense of stability. Once he cultivated his spiritual power, he would successfully step into the realm of the heavens, thus becoming a true powerhouse. Miao Bujing, on the other hand, was assigned to another location. A plethora of materials for recuperation was readily available. As night fell, a maidservant arrived to warm his bed, obediently slipping in. With a welcoming atmosphere surrounding him, Jiang Lu pondered, how did I achieve this? Miao Bujing, bewildered, opened his eyes, incessantly musing within his heart. The past couple of days had been extraordinarily comfortable, far more so than the treachery within the celestial pavilion. There were virtually no burdens, and he was unconcerned about the pavilion's rules. Each day could be spent in a state of blissful indulgence. Huang Yun, each time he attempted to approach Jiang Li's residence, was repelled by the guards, leaving him thoroughly vexed. Within the Huang family's main hall, a confidant reported, Master Qi, Jiang Qingqing's old servant has shown no signs of abnormality. He has not practiced for some time, merely lingering in his quarters. The master's schemes were indeed profound and inscrutable. As long as we bind the old servant by his side, Jiang Qingqing will undoubtedly be unable to escape. The personal spy beside Huang Pingshan continued in a low voice. In recent days, we have investigated the identities of the two individuals. There was indeed a party from Zhongzhou intending to seek scriptures in the western regions, but they vanished a month ago, and we are unaware of their precise route. Huang Pingshan listened intently, his furrowed brow gradually relaxing as he coldly declared, very well, regardless of whether their identities are genuine or false. Once they arrive at my Huang family, they shall not escape. If they can be subdued softly, so be it. If not, we shall resort to harsher measures. The spy appeared somewhat hesitant, but Huang Pingshan interjected, speak freely, there is no need for restraint. It is just the two of us here. The spy quickly responded, however, the recent movements of the eldest young master, Huang Yun, have proven rather elusive. Huang Pingshan waved his sleeve with a cold snort. I knew he was a wayward son. Do not think for a moment that I am unaware of his sordid thoughts. Should he dare to overstep with Miss Qingqing, Huang Li shall be his fate. I shall seek out Miss Qingqing and summon this wayward son, so she may understand what true status entails. Soon, Jiang Lu concluded yet another day of cultivation. At the entrance, he was greeted by two unexpected visitors, Huang Pingshan and Huang Yun. With a wary expression, Huang Yun followed closely behind his father. Master Huang, it has been quite some time. I am sincerely grateful for your continued care. Alas, my aptitude is regrettably dull, resulting in a squander of such a precious place for cultivation. Jiang Lu, with remarkable politeness, let out a deep sigh. Miss Qingqing, do not feel disheartened. My family, the Huang clan, has possessed a superb spiritual spring for a century. In just 2 days, it will be the day of the spiritual spring's tidal surge, offering a rare opportunity for an infusion of mysterious energy. Huang Pingshan smiled gently, attempting to console her. Huang Yun, who was listening behind, was utterly astonished. The infusion of mysterious energy from the spiritual spring. This is a privilege reserved for the family head, occurring only once in 100 years. Father, are you truly doing this for a woman? What a grave mistake. Huang Yun could not help but secretly berate Huang Pingshan for his extravagance. Is it true, head of the Huang family? Jiang Lu raised an eyebrow, her crimson eyes radiating delight, quite enchanting in their allure. Huang Pingshan was momentarily taken aback, then responded, naturally. You are a cherished sister of Lier, and in my heart, you hold a significant place as well. How about this? Since you and Lier are of similar age, and having recently lost a beloved daughter myself, if you do not mind, I would be honored to adopt you as my goddaughter. Before Huang could finish his sentence, he was abruptly interrupted by Jiang Lu. Master Huang, I have no objections. I am willing to accompany Brother Huang, and from this day forth, I do not seek to be born on the same day, month, and year, but rather to depart this life on the same day, month, and year. Jiang Lu stepped forward and spoke earnestly. A blood oath of brotherhood? Huang Pingshan's lips twitched, leaving him momentarily speechless. Chapter 91. Has Lin Muqing arrived in Donglin County? Are you suggesting a bond of brotherhood with me? Surely, this is a jest. Huang Pingshan's thoughts were thoroughly disrupted. Before he could utter a response, Jiang Lu continued. Master Huang, I apologize for my presumption. My strength is lamentably feeble, merely at the earth realm, and I am certain you hold me in little regard. It would be prudent for me to depart from the Huang family to avoid causing any further inconvenience. Jiang Li's voice carried a tinge of sorrow. After a moment's hesitation, Huang Pingshan finally acquiesced, saying, all right, Miss Qingqing, I assure you, I harbor no disdain towards you. Though your abilities may be modest, your talent is undeniably remarkable. He continued, Then let us proceed with our brotherhood. Huang Pingshan was no longer youthful, and if age were to be considered, he could very well be Jiang Li's ancestor. Yet, uttering these words left him with a lingering discomfort. Jiang Lu waved his hand, revealing his slender, fair fingers, and adeptly addressed Huang Yun. My dear nephew, do prepare yourself. I intend to swear an oath of brotherhood with Brother Huang. Huang Yun stood there, bewildered. Such an inexplicable turn of events. Huang Pingshan felt as if he were the one at a disadvantage. Yet, having spoken, he could not retract his words. He merely twitched his lips and said, Yuner, do hurry and get ready. I wish to pledge brotherhood with Miss Qingqing. The last two words left him feeling somewhat tongue-tied. However, upon reflection, the outcome seemed favorable. At the very least, it would firmly bind Jiang Qingqing to his side, ensuring that she remained within the Huang family to cultivate steadily. Once she broke through to the celestial realm and her prowess increased, she would become his most excellent elixir. What significance did reputation hold? What did it truly matter? Huang Pingshan accepted this notion with a sense of justification. Thus, Huang Yun, in a daze, went to prepare, his mind a blank slate. Subsequently, the entire Huang family was astounded. Countless disciples and formidable figures, upon hearing this news, were nearly left speechless. What sort of interstate jest was this? A girl not yet old enough to have leg hair, pledging brotherhood with the family patriarch. If that were the case, her generation would surpass everyone else. The most peculiar aspect was that the patriarch had inexplicably consented. In private, murmurs arose, but no one dared to openly oppose. And so, the ceremony of brotherhood commenced. Incense was lit. Amidst the competition among the family's powerful members and some high-ranking officials from Dongling County, many gazes were filled with intrigue. Jiang Lu had adorned herself in a resplendent crimson gown, her bright eyes and radiant smile rendering her unparalleled in beauty. Silver tresses cascaded gracefully over her shoulders, while her scarlet irises sparkled with an enchanting allure. Her slender waist was delicately grasped in a single hand. She appeared as a breathtaking masterpiece, captivating the gaze of every onlooker upon her entrance, leaving them utterly spellbound. Whispers of speculation filled the air regarding the identity of this mesmerizing woman with crimson eyes. Indeed, her beauty was otherworldly, yet her cultivation was surprisingly modest, and she had still forged a bond of brotherhood with the martial king. Jiang Lu firmly grasped 3 incense sticks, her face cold and serious as she spoke. Heaven above, earth below. I, Jiang Qingqing, willingly swear brotherhood with Huang Pingshan, not seeking to be born on the same day, but wishing to die on the same day. May all present bear witness. Huang Pingshan similarly completed the ritual. It felt oddly unsettling, yet she could not pinpoint why. Huang Ying, concealed within the crowd, wore an expression of disbelief. Had the world truly turned upside down? How could such a cold-hearted father engage in brotherhood with anyone? Lin Muqing moved swiftly, traversing the western regions in just a few days, arriving at the borders of the southern state. The transition was not as stringent as in the northern state, allowing her to easily enter the territory of the southern state. Upon reaching an unfamiliar city, she finally found a moment to rest. Inside a small tavern, Lin Muqing's face was etched with worry. She wondered how long it had been since she last saw her disciple. How is my apprentice faring in the celestial pavilion? That accursed Murong thief should still be in the central state, not yet returned. At least my apprentice's safety is assured, though freedom has been lost. I must grow stronger, stronger, stronger. Clenching her pink fist, she stifled a breath of determination. She had to rescue Jiang Lu from peril, regardless of the cost. The question arose, how could she rapidly enhance her strength? Lin Muqing had already reached the threshold of a martial king. Yet breaking through to become a full martial king remained fraught with challenges, requiring various fortuitous encounters and trials. Moreover, the Murong thief was among the most formidable of martial kings. Even if she broke through, she would still be no match for her. So how could she swiftly augment her power? Nearby patrons engaged in lively discussion. Have you heard about the strange occurrence in Dongling County? The head of the Huang family has sworn brotherhood with a junior. It is said this person hails from the central state and is heading to the western regions. I've heard that too. I wonder what kind of charm this junior possesses. The head of the Huang family originally sought the second young lady, Huang Li, and apparently met her along the way, but it seems she is yet to be found. Listening to the tavern patrons chatter, Lin Muqing deduced their location, Dongling County. Dongling County? Her eyes brightened. This place held a remarkable imperial-grade treasure, the Turning Heaven Mirror. In her previous life, Tang Su had relied on this mirror to defeat the old Murong thief. If I could acquire this mirror, wouldn't my odds of vanquishing him increase significantly? Unfortunately, gathering the summoning tokens was essential. Most of these tokens resided within the Huang family. How could she infiltrate the Huang family? This posed a significant dilemma. The head of the Huang family, Huang Pingshan, was a second-tier martial king. The disparity between their levels was vast, rendering Lin Muqing far from his match. Suddenly, a thought struck her, the disappearance of Huang Li. She happened to possess the 1000 illusion mirror, capable of altering her appearance at will. If I become Huang Li, wouldn't that work? Chapter 92, Exposed? Once this idea surfaced, Lin Muqing contemplated its possibilities. In her past life, she had witnessed Tang Su's actions. At this juncture, Huang Ying was indeed missing, making it an opportune moment to impersonate her and successfully infiltrate the Huang family to gather the tokens. Even if discovered, it would be of little consequence. With her half-step martial king prowess, she might not stand against Huang Pingshan, but she would possess adequate self-defense capabilities. Acquiring the Turning Heaven Mirror would be more than sufficient. The Huang family had not publicly announced Huang Li's death, as it was hardly a matter of prestige. The disciples below were unaware and continued to search for the second young lady. Lin Muqing had seen Huang Ying's likeness before, and with wanted posters plastered around. Employing the power of the Thousand Illusion Mirror would allow her to mimic her appearance and even her aura with remarkable accuracy. Lin Muqing pondered. This method indeed held operational potential. With that, she departed the tavern and transformed into Huang Li's likeness. At the entrance of the Huang family, two guards exchanged whispers. Brother, do you know something? The second young lady has long been deceased. What nonsense are you spouting? The head of the family has never said such a thing. He is wholeheartedly searching for her. If he hears you, we'll be in trouble. I'm not lying. My sister was on duty in the third young lady's chamber. Last night, the third young lady spoke in her sleep, and I heard it clearly. What? I heard that her head was severed, leaving behind a bloody mess, just a headless corpse. It was truly tragic. The guards conversed in hushed tones, their voices trembling. Lin Muqing appeared unexpectedly at the Huang family's entrance. It suddenly dawned on her that Huang Li had a domineering and arrogant personality, treating the family disciples as mere subordinates. If she were to impersonate her, every detail must be meticulously handled. What are you two whispering about? Lin Muqing's voice was cold. After transforming into Huang Li, her tone had taken on a sharper, piercing quality. The two guards, engrossed in their conversation, looked up to see a familiar figure. A thunderous realization struck them, leaving them momentarily stunned. Second young lady? Is it a ghost? Why has the second young lady returned? It must be the spirit seeking vengeance. They regretted their earlier words, their minds blank with fear. Overcome by terror, they collapsed to the ground with a thud. Lin Muqing was utterly bewildered. Were these two guards truly so inept? They fainted at the sight of her. Knowing the second young lady's reputation, she had not anticipated her presence would evoke such fear. Truly, she was terrifying. Enough of these two insignificant disciples, Lin Muqing thought, dismissing them as she walked into the Huang residence. Inside, she encountered a young girl vehemently cursing. That wretched Huang Li is dead. Her corpse has been shattered to pieces. Why must there be a so-called sworn sister who receives my father's affection? Why does he not even glance my way? What have I done wrong? This girl was none other than the third young lady of the Huang family. Lin Muqing absorbed every word, her expression momentarily frozen. What? Why was this not mentioned sooner? Huang Li is dead. No wonder those two disciples fainted at the sight of me. Apologies, dear readers. Today I can only provide half a chapter. I have once again retreated into the confines of the small black room, engaged in a revival contest. The previous sections have all been deleted, and I have yet to be granted release. This marks the second revision for today, and I continue to make amendments, awaiting submission for re-examination. Alas, Chapter 93. Had I known then, I would have spared your life. Under the eaves, one must bow their head. Jiang Lu had already donned the red fairy flowing skirt. Resembling a cherished child of the heavens, stunningly beautiful and beyond compare, impervious to any fire-based attacks. Her entire being radiated an awe-inspiring beauty. Even the hue of her hair had undergone a transformation. Jiang Lu gently arranged her hair, which had transformed from silvery strands to a fiery crimson, reminiscent of blazing flames. Her eyes, too, had taken on a more vibrant red hue. It turned out that this ethereal gown possessed the ability to alter one's hair color, shifting from silver to a striking red. With her red hair and red eyes, complemented by a change in her appearance, even Lin Muqing would find herself overshadowed. Jiang Lu was also confident that she would be utterly unrecognizable to him. At that moment, a male voice resonated from outside the door. Qingqing, how are you? I hope you have been resting well lately. I assure you, I am not here to disturb you. I genuinely have pressing matters to discuss. I implore you to come out and meet me. It was Huang Yun, his voice laced with urgency. Jiang Lu felt somewhat speechless. She had been anticipating the nourishing influx of mysterious energy to make a breakthrough to the heavenly rank. Yet, this individual persistently disturbed her at the entrance. Would this interruption ever cease? What is it? Jiang Lu pushed the door open and coldly inquired. In the next moment, Huang Yun was utterly taken aback. For the one who entered was a woman with crimson hair, none other than Jiang Qingqing. She appeared even more stunning than before. Huang Yun found himself momentarily at a loss for words, gathering his thoughts with a cautious glance around. He spoke carefully. Miss Qingqing, what I am about to tell you is of utmost importance, concerning your very life. You must listen patiently until I have finished. Jiang Li's crimson eyes gleamed brilliantly, and a smile graced her lips. What is it that you wish to convey? If there is nothing of significance, then be on your way. By virtue of our familial hierarchy, I am still your elder. Huang Yun paused for a moment, captivated by her exquisite profile, his heart racing. He quickly regained his composure. What kind of elder are you? You have been deceived by that old yellow dog. How could such a beautiful girl possess so little experience? In this world, Fortune does not simply fall from the sky, unless you are the fortune itself. Qingqing, allow me to explain. My father, Huang Pingshan, is nothing but a scoundrel. His alliance with you is driven by ulterior motives, and his intentions are far from noble. That Huang Li, your dear sister, is not even his biological child. His methods are so ruthless that he leaves no remains. Qingqing, if you do not sever ties with the Huang family, the consequences will be unimaginable. Huang Yun exclaimed with righteous indignation. Jiang Lu felt a surge of frustration, realizing the unexpected nature of the situation. With an air of rebellious spirit, he exclaimed, rather than pledge allegiance to that old yellow dog, why not elope with me and escape this wretched Huang family? Huang Yun, though somewhat lacking in strength, confidently assured. I may not possess great power, but I can guarantee my unwavering loyalty and kindness to you for a lifetime, as true as the heavens above. He thumped his chest, exuding righteous fervor. At that moment, Huang Pingshan had already received intelligence regarding the matter. This young man was indeed up to no good. After a brief period of confinement, he had managed to sneak out again, returning to this very place. Huang Pingshan stood not far behind Huang Yun, clearly overhearing every word spoken, his face reddening in fury, steam practically rising from his head. Ungrateful wretch. To think that all the resources of our family have been squandered away. Huang Yun, I am truly heartbroken for brother Huang Pingshan. How could such a disgraceful creature emerge from our lineage? Huang, as my sworn brother, you should not demean me in such a way. I shall never accompany you. Jiang Lu resolutely declined, without hesitation. Huang Yun's eyes widened in disbelief, his heart racing with anxiety. Qingqing, you remain woefully uninformed. You have no true understanding of his character, for it is merely this old yellow dog sfade. You ought to trust me. My sincerity towards you is genuine and unwavering. Jiang Lu shook his head and remarked, in this world, the most worthless thing is sincerity. Huang Yun's face turned a deep shade of red as he took a deep breath and glared fiercely at Jiang Lu. Jiang Qingqing, what do you think you are? Even now, you fail to comprehend your own position. You are merely a wretch. Do you truly believe those old hounds of Huang would form a bond with you out of genuine goodwill? Huang Pingshan, standing not far away, was nearly driven to laughter by his fury. Approaching with a stern countenance, he sensed the unusual tension behind Huang Yun, causing the latter's face to drain of color. Trembling, he pleaded, Father, please spare me. I spoke without malice. There was no ill intent. With a resounding slap, Huang Pingshan struck out. You wretched child. Do you wish for your father's downfall? I had considered entrusting the family's burdens to you, yet you reveal yourself to be such a disgrace. I should have cast you out long ago. Huang Yun covered his mouth, half of his face swelling, even losing a tooth in the process. He stared blankly at Huang Pingshan. Father, Huang Pingshan, consumed by rage, shouted, you are a worthless creature. This unfilial offspring must be taken away. Without hesitation, family enforcers swiftly escorted Huang Yun away. Jiang Lu remained silent. After Huang Yun was taken away, a smile appeared on Huang Pingshan's face. Sister, my son has proven to be quite disappointing. As the elder brother, I feel a profound sense of shame. The infusion of mysterious energy is about to commence. Perfectly timed to aid your ascension to the celestial realm. Allow me to act as your guardian. Within Donglin Prefecture, no one dares to provoke the imperial majesty. Jiang Lu then recalled the significance of the current time frame. Huang Pingshan should be unaware of the events surrounding the Tianfan realm. In the original narrative, Huang Li was exceptionally fortunate, as she happened to learn of the emergence of a peerless treasure during her travels, fortuitously gathering one of the essential tokens. Upon discovering this information, the Tian family dispatched formidable warriors to pursue her relentlessly. After Huang Li narrowly escaped, it was at that moment that the Huang family became aware of the news. In pursuit of the legendary artifact and the assembly of the tokens, the conflict between the two families escalated into an intensely perilous struggle. Thank you, elder brother. I shall strive to break through to the celestial tier at the earliest opportunity, ensuring I do not disappoint your expectations. If the Huang family is in trouble, I, Jiang Qingqing, will certainly not remain uninvolved. Jiang Lu made a solemn promise. Huang Pingshan wore an expression of disdain, wondering when matters of the Huang family required his intervention. Nonetheless, his demeanor remained amicable. With the words from my younger sister, I felt reassured, Huang Pingshan mused. The legendary extreme in physique only grows stronger with the enhancement of one's cultivation. For me, the more powerful you become, the quicker my own advancement will be. Chapter 94. A new talent from the Tian family? My name is Lin Lu. In the Huang family's outer courtyard, Lin Muqing was suddenly beset by a throbbing headache, having never anticipated that Huang Li was already deceased. Disguising oneself as the other was a perilous endeavor. Huang Ying continued her tirade of insults, a chill creeping up her spine, causing her to whirl around abruptly. Her expression turned to one of shock, her voice rife with terror. You, Huang Li, how are you still alive? Were you not already dead? You were reduced to ashes by our father, leaving no trace behind. How is it that you have suddenly returned? Lin Muqing felt a sharp pain in her jaw, momentarily at a loss for words. Her identity had been exposed upon entry. Such a predicament was utterly unacceptable. If worst came to worst, she would have to escape. Lin Muqing took a deep breath, revealing her half-step martial king cultivation. Huang Ying's face paled instantly, retreating in a frenzy as the air thickened with impending doom. Desperately, she pleaded, "Huang Li, I assure you I did not intend to mock you. Even if a ghost were to appear, please do not seek me out. It was that old wretch Huang Pingshan who caused your demise." Lin Muqing, however, remained unperturbed, her gaze icy. With a swift motion, she struck out. Bang! A terrifying force erupted. Huang Ying's complexion shifted dramatically, blood spewing from her mouth as she was sent hurtling away, akin to a kite severed from its string. Lin Muqing fled the scene rapidly. The entire Huang family felt the surge of this violent power, shockwaves rippling through them. Who could it be? Who dares to intrude upon the Huang family so audaciously? Quickly, activate the clan's protective array. We must capture this rogue. In an instant, several dark figures appeared above the Huang residence, all formidable elders. Several possessed the strength of martial kings. Even from a distance, they sensed the terrifying aura. With so many martial kings present, Lin Muqing knew she could not confront them easily without paying a hefty price, rendering her efforts futile. Thus, she opted for swift escape. It appeared her plans had unraveled. Infiltrating the Huang family was far from simple. Should the situation prove dire, Lin Muqing accelerated her pace, her pursuers unable to keep up. That wretched thief runs exceedingly fast. We must capture her. We need to provide an explanation to the clan leader. The Huang warriors bellowed. Yet they remained powerless against Lin Muqing. She slipped into the territory of the Tian family, a formidable family that could stand against the Huang family. A multitude of strong individuals assembled at the border, quickly alerting the Tian family, who also dispatched a considerable number of martial kings. Seizing the moment while the martial kings had yet to lock onto her aura, Lin Muqing blended into the crowd. The Huang warriors stood at the boundary, their teeth clenched in frustration, wary of crossing further into Tian territory. To pursue a mere thief into enemy grounds could incite an all-out conflict, a risk deemed not worth the potential fallout. The disturbance would be too great. Many powerful figures from the Tian family appeared at the border, confronting the Huang family. What business do you have in the Tian family's territory? Depart at once. We seek a person. Once found, we shall take our leave. How laughable. The Tian family's domain is not one that just anyone can invade. Have you forgotten the clan's oath? Today, we have a thief who has infiltrated our Huang family. I suspect this is the work of the Tian family, employing underhanded tactics. The two sides began hurling insults at one another in the skies above, yet none dared to make a move. This farce continued for an extended period before finally reaching its conclusion. Huang Pingshan felt an immense headache coming on. Just after sending Jiang Lu to the Spirit Spring, he learned of this bizarre incident within his family. Someone was impersonating his second daughter, Huang Li. It was utterly preposterous. Without a doubt, this was a scheme devised by the Tian family. The two families had been at odds for years. What could their true intentions be? Had they perhaps discovered Huang Li's extreme physique? Huang Pingshan furrowed his brow tightly. This should not be the case, with Huang Li's death. Why would anyone attempt to infiltrate the Huang family? What machinations were the Tian family concocting? Something felt amiss. Recently, the Huang family had experienced considerable fortune. While the Tian family, with their insatiable ambitions, could not possibly remain docile, their subtle machinations were relentless. A sense of inexplicable crisis began to swell within Huang Pingshan. There were likely insiders arranged by the Tian family, yet no information had been gleaned. If need be, he would have to observe the situation quietly. In the Tian family's hidden chamber, a middle-aged man with graying hair and formidable cultivation, a second-tier martial king, listened intently to the report from the family's assassins. This man was none other than the head of the Tian family, Tian Wugui. The dispatched experts had all perished? This meant that the heirloom bead had not been recovered, and Huang Li had met her end. The developments of this situation were exceedingly strange. Tian Wugui fell into deep contemplation. He had learned from an ancient text that the Eastern Forest County concealed secrets of ancient treasures. If deciphered, there might even be a chance to obtain unparalleled inheritance and a means to ascend to the ninth heaven. However, to unlock this potential, 5 tokens must be gathered. Thus far, 2 had been successfully collected, while the most crucial bead had been in Huang Li's possession. Regrettably, she was now deceased. The remaining 2, according to the clues, should be within the Huang family's domain, though their exact locations remained unknown. Tian Wugui scoffed at the notion that Huang Pingshan's newly sworn sister, a mere ant of the profound realm, could pose any significant threat. Following the report, he found it utterly perplexing. He understood Huang Pingshan's character all too well, selfish and ruthless. Why then was he suddenly playing the role of the benevolent? Tian Wugui began to form a theory. Could it be that the tokens of inheritance were in the possession of this woman? Fortunately, he had planted a pawn early on, knowing the whereabouts of that spirit spring. Huang Pingshan, you will ultimately prove to be no match for me. A smile crept across Tian Wugui's lips. Just then, a deathly assassin rushed in with news. Master! Wonderful news! The resurgence of the Tian family is imminent. An unrelated female disciple, who has always been inconspicuous, has awakened the sacred body. The sacred body? Tian Wugui felt a surge of joy in his heart. The family had recruited disciples from outside the clan, most of whom were of mediocre talent. It was rare to encounter such an extraordinary genius. Come, let the family head take a look at this prodigy. A smile adorned Tian Wugui's face. Upon arriving at the family hall, he found the elders of the Tian family gathered, all displaying an unparalleled excitement. In the center stood a woman, her demeanor proud and aloof. Upon seeing Tian Wugui, she greeted him with a measured bow, saying, "I have met the family head." Tian Wugui squinted slightly and remarked, "You are a disciple of the Lin lineage, thus you have served the Tian family dutifully. What is your name?" The woman's voice was neither servile nor arrogant, carrying a hint of chill. Lin Lu. Chapter 95. The contest for the spiritual spring. Lin Muqing found herself at an impasse. The Huang family could not infiltrate. And with the Tian family recruiting numerous outsiders, a slight disguise would render them unsuspected. Today was a perfect opportunity for chaos. They had assumed the identity of a Lin disciple and successfully infiltrated. The Tian family possessed 2 tokens. Once in hand, obtaining the heaven-turn mirror would be effortless, ensuring the swift rescue of her disciple. Lin Lu. Truly a splendid name. Tian Wugui laughed heartily, a peculiar light flickering in his eyes. He had already dispatched the family's deaf warriors to investigate, and there were indeed no issues regarding identity. Lin Lu's father had been fiercely loyal to the Tian family, only to be killed by Huang Pingshan. From a young age, Lin Lu had harbored a deep-seated hatred for the Huang family, making her an excellent candidate for cultivation. A few days prior, Lin Lu had ventured out for training and returned today, not only having awakened her sacred physique, but also having successfully broken through to the heavenly tier, becoming a true prodigy of this generation. What sacred physique did you awaken? Tian Wugui's voice trembled slightly. Lin Muqing replied with poise, "I have awakened the ice sacred physique, possessing an extraordinary control over ice, exceeding even my expectations." With that, she conjured delicate ice crystals in her palm. From a distance, one could feel the chilling aura that seemed capable of freezing the very soul. Tian Wugui inhaled deeply, astonishment evident in his gaze. Indeed, she possessed a sacred physique. Such a rarity would be fiercely sought after by the various factions, even among the 9 heavens. If the 3 dominant powers in the southern state heard of her, she would undoubtedly be taken as a disciple of inheritance and nurtured accordingly. If you were to join the Feihong Palace, you would assuredly be cultivated as a disciple of inheritance. At that time, the Tian family could soar to great heights, obliterating the Huang family and seizing control of the entire Donglin prefecture. Should you successfully become a disciple of inheritance, I could even grant you the position of family head. Tian Wugui's voice brimmed with excitement. The elders of the Tian family were taken aback. The position of family head could be transferred? Not only was she an outsider, but she was also a woman. How could she inherit the family's legacy? It was utterly unprecedented. Family head, this matter warrants further discussion. Indeed, my lord. As soon as these words were spoken, they were met with a chorus of opposition from the elders. How could an outsider disciple wield the family's authority? Esteemed elders, no need for further discourse. My decision is resolute. I shall shatter these archaic traditions. Tian Wugui declared with fervor. The other elders lamented, desperately attempting to persuade Tian Wugui. My lord, the position of family head cannot be bestowed upon an outsider. Every action must be taken with caution. If you truly pass the position to this junior disciple, I shall leap from the 3rd floor to express my resolve. Tian Wugui remained unwavering. Elders, further words are futile. Once spoken, they cannot be retracted. If Lin Lu truly becomes a disciple of inheritance in the future, the position of family head shall be hers. The Feihong Palace was one of the 3 great powers. In the southern state, aside from the Xuantian Pavilion, it could be deemed the true sovereign. Both the Tian and Huang families had disciples within the Feihong Palace. Yet they could only attain the status of inner disciples at best. Only by reaching the core disciple level could they alter their roles in Donglin Prefecture, let alone attain the legendary status of a disciple of inheritance, who were the very pinnacle of genius within the palace. Thank you, family head. Lin Muqing's expression softened slightly. All of this was merely a facade. Had she been an ordinary disciple, the family head's words would have stirred profound loyalty, compelling her to pledge her life to the Tian family. In truth, Tian Wugui and the elders were merely playing their respective roles, with no substantial benefits to be gained. If she could become a disciple of inheritance, she could command vast resources within the Feihong Palace, holding an exalted status throughout the southern state. Why would she ever look down upon the insignificant Tian family? The other elders sighed, then encouraged Lin Muqing, saying, Lin Lu, dear child, we have watched you grow. We have not been unkind to you. Should you join the Feihong Palace, do not forget us old ones. Here, take this Millennium Protective Jade. It can thwart a single invasion of toxins. I also have a fire cloud crystal. The elders quickly shifted their demeanor, attempting to salvage their images. Initially, they had played the antagonists, but now they were eager to offer Lin Muqing generous gifts, realizing that she was a sacred physique. She could undoubtedly elevate the family to unprecedented heights. Thank you for your kindness, esteemed elders, but I, Lin Lu, shall not accept these gifts. I am already a part of this family and shall do my utmost for its sake, expecting no reward in return. Lin Muqing stated resolutely. Then came the moment for Lin Muqing's performance. She clenched her fair fist, her face filled with unbridled hatred. The Huang family dares to harm my father. I shall forever be their enemy and will not let them escape unpunished. Tian Wugui's smile reflected immense satisfaction. Lin Li's attitude was crucial. She demonstrated loyalty to the family. Most importantly, she harbored a deep-seated animosity, which offered a possibility of control. What significance did the title of family head hold? If she truly became a disciple of inheritance, it would herald the Tian family's genuine prosperity. Tian Wugui could not help but laugh heartily. Truly, the heavens favor the Tian family. To possess a prodigious disciple with an awakened sacred physique and knowledge of legendary artifacts is sufficient to elevate our strength dramatically. Huang Pingshan, what do you have to contest against me? In the present day, in order to rapidly enhance Lin Li's prowess, the Tian family indeed needs to make some sacrifices. Suddenly, Tian Wugui recalled the concept of spiritual energy infusion. Beside a mystical spring, he received news from a spy of the Huang family. This was also the Tian family's most crucial trump card. Huang Pingshan's sworn sister, who is at the Earth stage, was cultivating there. The bead that holds the legacy token is likely in her possession. If they can capture her alive, they could use that to threaten the entire Huang family. Moreover, with the awakening of the sacred body, Lin Lu would be able to seize the opportunity for this infusion of spiritual energy, propelling himself to new heights. It is truly a threefold gain. It seems that in this current competition for the mystical spring, they must act decisively. Lin Lu, our family has a grand opportunity to offer you, ensuring your strength can ascend another level. A smile crept into the corner of Tian Wugui's eye. Chapter 96, Breaking Through the Celestial Realm. A familiar aura after listening to Tian Wugui's explanation, Lin Muqing's lips curled into a smile, her eyes shimmering with intrigue. In her previous life, this opportunity originally belonged to Tang Su. Now, seizing it would enhance her strength, providing greater assurance in rescuing Jiang Lu. Excellent. Our Tian family's strong warriors are already prepared and can seize that mystical spring from the clutches of that old dog Huang at any moment. Tian Wugui laughed heartily and continued. I've heard that this old dog Huang has a sworn sister named Jiang Qingqing. She is currently at that mystical spring, and we can capture her as well to thoroughly teach that old dog a lesson. Jiang Qingqing? Upon hearing this name, Lin Muqing's heart jolted with an unexpected intensity, as she found the name strikingly familiar. Upon further contemplation, it seemed likely that it was merely a coincidence of names. At this moment, Jiang Lu should have been captured and taken to the celestial pavilion. It is inconceivable for him to appear in the periphery. Amidst Lin Muqing's turmoil, Tian Wugui had already organized the family as formidable warriors. Let us depart. Jiang Lu has arrived near the spiritual spring. This location lies beyond the boundaries of Donglin County and was discovered by the Huang family as a concealed sanctuary, guarded by formidable martial kings of the family. Every time the tide of the spiritual spring approaches, it is the moment when the essence of mystic energy is at its peak, allowing for the infusion of this energy without any adverse effects, presenting a rare opportunity indeed. Over the years, only the family's heirs or those of exceptional talent have had the privilege to partake. As Jiang Lu stepped into the vicinity of the spiritual spring, she was met with the astonished gazes of two elders, one clad in black and the other in white. These were the guardians of the spiritual spring, Huang Xiaowu and Huang Taiyun, both possessing second-tier martial king prowess, esteemed figures within the Huang family. In terms of lineage, they surpass Huang Pingshan by several generations. Who is this red-haired young woman? She does not appear to be of the Huang lineage. Huang Pingshan, you must provide us with an explanation. We must ensure your safety. What is your true identity? Surely you cannot be the illegitimate daughter of that young man. Jiang Lu said, neither humble nor arrogant. My birth name is Jiang Qingqing, and I am sworn siblings with brother Huang. I am his adopted sister. Huang Xiaowu and Huang Taiyun exchanged knowing glances, amusement dancing in their eyes. Such young sworn brothers, what a farce. However, the two of them merely served as guardians of the spiritual spring, a place where one could cultivate. The allocation of entry to the spiritual spring was arranged by the family head, and they had no desire to interfere in this matter. How intriguing. We old fellows have no intention of involving ourselves in your affairs. The tides of the spiritual spring are about to commence. You should hasten inside. If you miss this opportunity, do not blame us for not warning you, Huang Xiaowu remarked ominously. Thank you, esteemed seniors. After expressing his gratitude to the two, Jiang Lu walked directly into the spiritual spring. He could distinctly sense the heightened density of the mystical energy surrounding him, which had elevated to a new realm, nearly becoming tangible. For martial artists, entering the celestial realm is a critically important milestone. Only when the mystical energy materializes within the body can one generate spiritual power within the spiritual platform, thus successfully breaking through to the celestial realm. At that point, the comprehension of the profound essence can also summon corresponding forces to bolster oneself, exponentially enhancing one's combat prowess. Once one reaches the celestial realm, the understanding of the profound essence becomes paramount. Jiang Lu had just vanished at the entrance when a flicker of sympathy crossed the eyes of the two elder guardians. What a pitiable little fellow he is. No wonder the outsiders are able to access the spiritual spring. It turns out he has been treated as a mere vessel. No matter how much power he absorbs, it merely serves to adorn others. Huang Pingshan, that lad, is indeed fortunate in his romantic pursuits. Jiang Lu continued to venture deeper and discovered a quaint little valley, encircled by towering mountains. Apart from the entrance he had just traversed, there were no other paths leading further into the heart of this secluded haven. The air was filled with the fragrance of rare and exquisite flowers and fruits. Wafting from afar. At the very center of this enchanting locale, a spring no larger than a fist gushed forth, emanating the purest essence of mystical energy. Devoid of any impurities. It was simply perfect for me. Jiangla felt a surge of joy within her. Recently, she had changed her appearance. And with her hair now transformed into a striking shade of red, she exuded a renewed vitality. The formidable, devouring ability of the swallowing heavenly demon technique was perfectly suited to harness these pure energies, requiring no refinement whatsoever. Soon, the pure energy within the spiritual spring began to churn vigorously, poised to erupt at any moment. The exquisite force of the profound chi radiated outward at an astonishing pace. The tidal forces of the spiritual spring had arrived. Meanwhile, the surrounding vegetation thrived wildly, nourished by this potent power. Jianglu did not even need to practice her techniques to sense that the profound energy within her could become pure, instinctively flowing into her body. The devouring heaven demonic art. Jiangla sat gracefully on the ground, her long crimson hair flowing smoothly, cascading onto her shoulders like a delicate veil. Exuding an ethereal aura that was both enchanting and unparalleled. The young maiden, radiant and alluring, had her eyes tightly shut, her soft lips whispering incantations. Countless mystical energies surged fervently towards the center, forcibly carving out a space amidst the chaos, preventing the surrounding energies from dispersing. The terrifying power of these mystical forces gathered intensely within her, rapidly progressing towards materialization. Even the colossal vessel of the extreme heavenly demon body was fervently infused with this energy. Soon, the gathered mystical energy began to take on a liquid form. In the serene expanse of the Jiangluling platform, her perception of the surroundings became remarkably acute, enabling her to behold all that lay around her. This marked the gradual awakening of her mental prowess, as the mystic energy continued to accumulate in ever greater abundance. Jianglu abruptly opened his eyes. The crimson mold emanating a captivating radiance, exuding an unparalleled chill. Even from a considerable distance, one could sense its frigid essence. The manifestation of his mental power had begun. Jiangla felt his perception soaring to unprecedented heights. Empowered by his mental fortitude, he could observe all things suitable for his grasp. As if he had acquired countless pairs of eyes. He had ascended to the celestial realm. At last, he had broken through to the celestial realm. Jianglu was filled with an overwhelming sense of exhilaration. His methods for vanquishing foes had increased once more, when suddenly, a prompt resonated in his mind from the system. Congratulations, host. The main quest has been accomplished, successfully transcending to the celestial realm. Quest reward, 10,000 fortune points. Jiangla sensed his own level and had finally ascended by one rank, thus entering the ranks of the formidable beings of the heavenly realm. At the periphery of the spiritual spring, two elder guardians of the Huang family wore expressions of concern. Why was the disturbance from the spiritual spring tide so immense? Even from this considerable distance, we can feel significant fluctuations. If others take notice, it could become troublesome. Brother, do not panic. We are far from Donglin County. No one could possibly reach this place. Tian Wugue, leading a multitude of family experts, had already arrived nearby, cautiously probing the surroundings. He commanded. The spies have reported that only two old guardians are present inside. Our family possesses formidable warriors who will intervene against them. Your sole objective is to bring Lin Lu inside and capture Jiang Qingqing. Upon hearing the order, Lin Muqing nodded, albeit with an inexplicable sense of unease. Chapter 97. Truly a madman act now. A glint of coldness flashed in Tian Wugue's eyes as he issued commands. Behind him stood four family warriors, including a second-tier martial king elder with white hair and a dignified expression, representing the pinnacle of the Tian family's strength. The remaining three were first-tier martial kings. Once the order was given, they moved in unison. The battle at the martial king level allowed for the use of divine souls, harnessing the powers of heaven and earth. The moment they struck, a ferocious aura surged forth. Huang Xiaowu and Huang Taiyan were instantly struck with dread. It seemed they had indeed encountered an enemy at this critical moment. Who dares to intrude upon the forbidden grounds of the Huang family? Huang Xiaowu, clad in black, revealed his presence, exuding dark energy. The clouds of black surrounding him concealed a terrifying explosive force, hurtling toward Tian Wugue and his companion with lightning speed. Tian Wugue's expression shifted slightly. Huang Xiaowu was indeed formidable, opting to summon his trump card right away, the Black Cloud Annihilation technique. Elder Tian Mei must exercise extreme caution. We must join forces to resist. The elder, known as Tian Mei, was a revered figure within the Tian family, now summoned by Huang Pingshan. He had heard of Huang Xiaowu's treacherous methods, but witnessing them firsthand was another matter entirely. If we do not act to counter this, our family warriors will surely suffer. Tian Mei's countenance darkened. Yet Huang Xiaowu wasted no time, launching lethal strikes without hesitation, targeting the four from the Tian family, including Lin Muqing and the other three first-tier martial kings. Despite the mere difference of one tier between second and first, the disparity in realms was monumental. They could not possibly withstand such a terrifying assault. Damn it. Tian Wugue activated the family's secret technique, enveloped in a greenish glow, conjuring a massive wooden shield to block the impending attack, his expression paling. Typically, such lethal strikes could be evaded, but given the insidious nature of the assault, they had no choice but to endure. In an instant, Huang Taiyan also launched his attack, vanishing from sight, his every movement imbued with terrifying power. A white radiance embodying destruction, redirecting toward Tian Wuguei. Elder Bai Mei remained vigilant, ready to counter Huang Tian's assault, hoping to eliminate the severely weakened Huang Xieyun in one decisive blow. This was not good. A chill ran through Tian Wuguei as he realized they were falling into a trap. Elder Bai Mei, stop at once. Their true target must be Linlo. We must protect our family's genius. No sooner had he spoken than it became evident that Huang Tian was not aiming at Tian Wuguei at all, but rather at Lin Muqing. Caught off guard, Lin Muqing felt a sudden surge of overwhelming danger, a threat that could not be evaded without revealing her half-step martial king strength. All her meticulously laid plans were now in jeopardy. Damn it. Elder Bai Mei recognized the importance of this young woman and reluctantly abandoned his offensive strategy, shifting to a defensive stance to intercept the oncoming attack. The other 3 first-tier martial kings from the family were caught off guard, compelled to react defensively. Boom. The terrifying force erupted, injuring 2 first-tier martial kings severely, causing them to spew blood and lose their combat effectiveness. Another elder from the Tian family, possessing life-saving trump cards, managed to avoid significant harm, yet was propelled into the range of the spiritual spring, desperately seeking refuge within. He recalled the family head's instructions. The individuals within the spiritual spring were of utmost importance. The 2 Huang family guardians exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. They were acutely aware of the identity of that woman. She was undoubtedly the legendary perfect furnace. Had they come for her? If the Tian family acquired her, it would pose a tremendous threat to the Huang family. Truly, a beauty brings disaster. Had I known she would bring such calamity, I would have slain her here and now, ensuring that no one could possess her. Huang Xiao cursed inwardly, never anticipating this turn of events. The Tian family had come prepared, and we could not have foreseen this. Quickly, notify the family to prepare countermeasures. Huang Tian furrowed his brow as Tian Wuguei and Tian Mei offered no respite, charging forward without hesitation. Let's commence the brutal melee of battle. The 2 Huang family warriors were in a precarious position, unable to free their hands, recalling that the red-haired woman, initially merely at the earth level, stood no chance against the martial kings, even post-ascension to the heavenly realm. Jiang Lu absorbed the energy at an astonishing pace. Upon hearing the intense sounds of battle from the outside, a sense of impending crisis surged within him. The power of the spiritual spring was nearly boundless. Even if he could not absorb it entirely, it could still coalesce within him to form a magical core. Upon reaching the celestial realm, the strength of the magical core would become even more formidable. The potential to detonate the magical core and unleash its energy would be utterly terrifying. Who would have thought that Tian Hua, would soon become a distinguished contributor to the family? Bursting through was a middle-aged man, the last remaining warrior of the Tian family, a formidable first-tier martial king. The Tian family. Jiang Lu was also struck with profound astonishment. After much contemplation, he deduced that the other party must have launched a surprise attack on the spiritual spring in a bid to seize the Black Pearl relic. Surrender that which you ought not to possess. As Tian Hua's words echoed, he was left utterly dumbfounded. Before him stood an enchanting red-haired woman. Her skin as pale as snow, adorned in a flowing crimson gown that exuded an ethereal aura. Strangely, her eyes were a mesmerizing shade of red, captivating to the core. The elegance of her gown made Tian Hua's heart race uncontrollably. Such a beautiful woman. You must be the sworn sister of Huang Pingshan. No wonder he holds you in such high regard. It is merely lust that clouds his judgment. Tian Hua licked his lips, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Hand over the Black Pearl relic, and I may consider sparing your life. The moment the words left his lips, Jiang Lu did not believe that the other party would grant her a path to survival. After accumulating power for so long, she had successfully generated 16 magical cores within her body. Bang! She forcefully detonated one of the cores, unleashing a terrifying wave of energy. Tian Hua found himself at the epicenter, rendered disoriented by the explosion, his flesh grotesquely mangled, a sight too horrific to behold. Chapter 98. Turned to ash. I still recognize you. What do you think you are? How dare you covet the possessions of the Huang family? The spiritual spring shall never fall into your hands. Jiang Lu fixed his gaze intently on his opponent. Once again, he cast a magic core into the spiritual spring, and in an instant, his figure vanished from sight. Fleeing frantically, Tian Hua immediately discerned Jiang Li's intentions, his expression suffused with overwhelming terror, his body trembling uncontrollably. A madman. Indeed, a lunatic. The other party actually intended to detonate the spiritual spring. Beneath the spiritual spring lay a reservoir of spiritual veins. Should an explosion occur, the consequences would be unimaginable. Even as a martial king, he could not survive amidst such a terrifying energy. With a thunderous roar, the destructive force radiated outward from the center of the spiritual spring. Jiang Lu had already prepared an escape route for himself, utilizing the hidden path discovered by Tang Su in the original narrative, which would swiftly lead him out of the valley. Coupled with the mountains acting as a buffer, they would diminish much of the force. Just as Lin Muqing was about to enter, he suddenly sensed an intense feeling of danger, prompting him to halt abruptly. Upon seeing the entrance, Tian Hua sought to make a hasty retreat, but time was not on his side. The power of the magic core ignited the energy of the tides, transforming it into a terrifying energy entity that instantaneously tore Tian Hua into countless fragments, leading to his complete demise within it. Upon hearing the sound, The guards of the Huang family were immediately struck with excruciating headaches. What was happening?